When I opened my eyes on the operating table and saw the two doctors preparing to dig out my heart, I almost laughed out loud. Dr. Wang, guess what I want to do most right now? I licked my lips and watched the scalpel floating in my palm. The old man's pupils shrank instantly, as if he had seen a ghost. The next second, the scalpel pierced the assistant's temple accurately, blood splattered on the instrument, and the alarm sound became the background music of my rebirth. That's right, I have awakened the telepathy. This is a top-level superpower that was discovered 2 years after the end of the world. Now I am the only one in the world who can control objects, predict danger, and even kill people from a distance. When I used telekinesis to cut the restraints, Dr. Wang peed his pants. Do you think I will let you go if the buyer dies? I stepped on his trembling wrist and circled the scalpel on his Adam's apple. Do you know why I was reborn? Because those stitches you gave me back then made me miss the best time to evolve. Puff. The sound of the throat bursting was louder than that of slaughtering a pig. After dealing with the doctor, I killed 3 more minions in the van. Their mobile phone map showed that there were still 12 hours before the meteor shower. I counted the 200,000 cash in my bag and suddenly laughed out loud. After the end of the world, these are just waste paper, but now? I want to buy jade pendants like crazy. You heard it right, a jade pendant. This thing will become an energy battery when it is washed by the energy of the meteor shower. I spent all my money to buy hundreds of them and arrange them in a large formation on the roof of the car in the park. When the meteors streaked across the night sky, I took off my shirt and lay in a pile of drinks, weaving an energy network with my telekinesis. Ding! Evolutionary energy overload detected. System intrusion warning. Sorry, I don't have a system, but my telekinesis can control the jade pendant to absorb energy crazily. While others were still making wishes to the shooting stars, my body had already begun to emit white smoke, and my cells greedily devoured every bit of energy. Not enough. More. I opened the 30th bottle of Coke, and the carbonic acid bubbles exploded in my blood vessels. The jade pendants shattered one after another, turning into pure energy and rushing into my dantian. The regrets of my previous life were made up at this moment. My telekinetic field directly covered the entire park, and even stray dogs 10 kilometers away were stunned. When the last meteor disappeared, I, Chen Tian, stood naked in the middle of the ruins, feeling the power surging in my body. System not needed. Jade pendant all broken. But my telekinesis can control 10 scalpels to kill people at the same time, and my physical strength is comparable to that of an A-level evolver in the late apocalypse. Chapter 004, Gene Hail. My body and my mind abilities have changed in the dual evolution, which is why so much evolutionary energy has been consumed. From now on, all the efforts are worth it. Finally, it's different from my previous life, I sighed. Without refining and absorbing Gene Hail, I have become an evolver. The white steam was still spreading around me, and I knew it was the reaction of expelling impurities from my body. In order to speed up the process, I started drinking a lot of water. After everything calmed down, I began to carefully feel the changes in my body. I jumped lightly, and my body rose 3 or 4 meters high. Then I threw a few punches casually, and I actually left an afterimage. Compared to the changes in my body, I am more concerned about the difference in my nun ability after evolution. Now I can control 5 fruit knives to attack at the same time, and the attack range is directly increased to 50 meters. I did a simple test and got some relevant data. What excited me most was that my evolved mind ability allowed me to explore the inside of an object by touching it. This ability is so practical. I can use it directly to detect the genetic bugs inside the gene hail. Shortly after the meteor shower, some ice cubes containing genetic insects will fall from the sky. These ice cubes are later called genetic hail. These genetic worms, also called parasitic controllable neural gene chains, can help species change their blood genes and thus awaken unique abilities. However, there is a prerequisite, that is, it cannot be controlled by genetic insects, otherwise it will become a walking beast with only primitive instincts left. And this is also the main reason for the advent of the end of the world. Jia Yuding's head was a little swollen. She shook it, and the airbag in front of her had popped out, proving that she had just been in a car accident. She vaguely remembered that she had a big fight with her husband and returned to her parents' home with her 7-year-old daughter overnight. On the way, a meteor shower suddenly appeared in the sky, and her daughter excitedly asked her to see it. She didn't know how long it had been before she felt a strong sense of dizziness. Before she lost consciousness, she swerved the steering wheel and slammed on the brakes. She no longer remembered what happened next. Judging from the lifted hood, the front of the car hit something and then rolled over into the ditch. Meng Meng. Thinking of her daughter, Jia Yuding was startled and turned to look back. The 7-year-old daughter was lying on the safety seat, motionless. Ming Ming, Ming Ming, please don't scare your mother. Despite the pain all over her body, she hurriedly unbuckled her seat belt and crawled to her daughter's side. She checked frantically and found that her daughter did not seem to be hit, but she could not wake her up, which made Jia Yuding very anxious. She dialed 120, but the line was busy. Then she called several more emergency numbers, but still couldn't get through. Finally, she called her husband, and the call was finally connected. There was a scream on the other end of the line, but it was not her husband who answered the phone, but a strange man. Who are you? Where is my husband? Jia Yuding asked anxiously. Sister-in-law, just now my elder brother risked his life to save people on the street. He suddenly fainted after carrying the third injured person back. The meteor shower just now was too weird. My elder brother is a good man. Sister-in-law, you should be careful. The words of the strange man made Jia Yuding nervous. Her hand holding the phone began to tremble. She didn't know how the world had become so chaotic. She was extremely anxious about her husband's safety, but right now, her daughter was the one who needed her the most. After hanging up the phone, she tried to wake her daughter up again, but it still didn't work. At this time, she noticed that her daughter's breathing began to become rapid and her temperature was frighteningly high. She had to take her daughter to the hospital as soon as possible. She tried the car and found that the engine made a strange sound. The right headlight was broken and the windshield was covered with cracks. Miraculously, the wheels could still turn. However, because it was stuck in the ditch, the wheels were spinning and it couldn't move forward. She tried to push the door open, and fortunately the door on one side of the car could still be opened. She hurriedly got out of the car, came to the side of the road, and tried to stop a passing vehicle for help, but after waiting for a long time, not a single car came. What should I do? What should I do? The phone was not working and no cars were passing. She had no choice but to get back into the car. Her daughter's temperature was getting higher and higher, and her face was as red as a hot iron pot. Why is she so hot? We must find a way to cool her down. She quickly took off her coat, soaked it, and put it on her daughter's forehead. Although this method was effective, it still could not control her daughter's body temperature. Just when she was at a loss and extremely anxious, there was a sudden loud noise, as if something hit the trunk lid, and the car shook violently. It turned out to be a ball-sized piece of ice. At this time, Jia Yuding no longer cared about the source of the ice. She picked up the ice and threw it towards the road. A small piece of ice fell off, and she quickly put it on her daughter's forehead. This was only a temporary emergency measure. The real solution was to go to the hospital as soon as possible. She kept calling for help while keeping an eye on the road and running out immediately when she saw the lights of a vehicle. The call for help still didn't go through, and there were no passing cars, but a young man appeared in her sight. It was really suspicious and strange that a young man appeared on the wide road on such a quiet night. However, for Jia Yuding, seeing people means seeing hope. Little boy, please help me. My daughter has a high fever and must go to the hospital immediately. She got out of the car and shouted to the boy. Although she knew that a 13-year-old child could not help, she was helpless at the moment. The boy did not respond and continued to look for something. Little boy, where are you from? Do you know where I can get a taxi nearby? Jia Yuding walked up to him and asked. Go away, don't bother me, the boy said coldly. His voice was cold and inhumane. This made Jia Yuding stunned, and she stared at the boy in a daze. At this time, the boy finally found a small piece of genetic hail in the grass, about the size of an almond. If it weren't for his sharp eyesight, it would probably be difficult to see. Damn it, it's another corpse poison. The boy was obviously in a bad mood. He had been looking for it, but all he found was this kind of low-level genetic hail. Well, do you have a relative with a fever? I have a big block of ice here. I can give you some. Jia Yuding spoke again. Her idea was that if the boy was also in the car, then he might be able to provide help. She was unwilling to give up even a glimmer of hope. She knew that the effect of ice cubes was only temporary, and if the body temperature continued to rise, she would have to use drugs to lower it, otherwise her life would be in danger. The boy suddenly looked up at her and asked, Did you pick up genetic hail? Genetic hail? Jia Yuding was stunned for a moment. The boy continued, Take me to see the ice you mentioned. She led him to the front of the car, and the boy was immediately attracted by the large ice block on the seat inside the car. Chapter 005. Gene hail is in hand. Generally speaking, the larger the size of the gene hail, the higher the potential of the genetic worms inside. Before Jia Yuding could speak, I reached out and took the genetic hail from the seat. Although a small corner of the ice was missing, the unhatched genetic worm inside was still intact. I scanned it with my telepathic ability, and a smile appeared on my face. After working for a long time, I finally found what I needed. The genetic insects in this hailstone are no longer low-level corpse poison type, but rare violent genetic insects. The characteristics of violent gene bugs are strong explosive power, and they can break through bottlenecks through frenzy and reach higher capabilities. Of course, its disadvantages are also obvious, which can make people lose their minds. However, for me who has mastered the ability of mind control, this shortcoming is nothing. I want this, I said to Jia Yuding in front of me, with a direct and overbearing tone. For me, this kind of thing is a treasure, but for ordinary people, it may be a disaster. Once these genetic bugs hatch, it will be difficult for ordinary people or even some weaker evolvers to escape the fate of parasitism. At that time, their bodies will be controlled by the genetic bugs and become dangerous zombies. Jia Yuding was stunned. She had never expected that the young man in front of her would be so domineering and directly decide the ownership of the ice. At this time, I was in a good mood and explained to her, who was still in a daze, "Don't worry, your daughter is fine. She will wake up in 12 hours at most." "What do you mean?" Her brain was a little confused and she obviously didn't understand. She just received an energy baptism. If her aptitude is good, she will wake up earlier. There is no point in going to the hospital. It is better to go home and prepare some high-calorie food. As I said this, I put the genetic hail into my backpack. "What are you talking about?" She looked even more confused. "It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Just do as I say. Let me remind you again, if you see genetic hail, it's best to stay as far away as possible. After 24 hours, the risk of being parasitized will be greatly reduced." To thank her for the good luck she brought me, I added a few more reminders. "Is my daughter really okay?" Jia Yuding's mood began to fluctuate. I didn't answer her directly, but said, "I advise you to leave quickly and buy as much food as you can within 24 hours. I don't think you will be able to buy anything in the future." "I want to leave too, but..." She looked helplessly at the wheels stuck in the ditch, as if she wanted to say something but found it difficult to speak. Just as she was about to continue, she suddenly saw me reaching for the chassis of the car. With a click sound, I lifted up the overturned car easily. "You." She was stunned. Is this boy still human? How could he have such great strength when he is so thin? She even suspected that she was mentally ill and saw something unreal. I ignored her and turned to walk forward. The road was empty, with almost no cars passing by. Jia Yuding drove back the same way and prepared to take her daughter to the hospital for treatment. Although she was extremely anxious, she did not dare to drive too fast. Along the way, she saw more than 10 traffic accidents, and some people even died in the accidents. What happened? Jia Yuding was filled with doubt and fear. The figure of the young man flashed through her mind again. Who is he? Why can he say such strange things? Unfortunately, the boy left in such a hurry that she didn't have the chance to ask more. The car continued to move forward, and she temporarily put the boy's words behind her. The scenes she saw along the way seemed like the end of the world. The closer she got to the busy streets, the more men, women, and children were lying on the ground, with symptoms almost identical to her daughter's. This is so weird. The whole street was as quiet as a dead city. As we got closer to the hospital, the traffic became more and more congested, making it almost impossible to move forward. The road was jammed, but cars kept coming. The horns honked shrilly, and without exception, the drivers were all rushing to take their family members to the hospital. All of these people had a common symptom. Their body temperature gradually rose, and they fell into a coma. Jia Yuding also honked her horn in annoyance like other drivers. But this seems to be of no use. At this time, there is no need to rely on the traffic police to direct the flow of traffic, and there is no one to help at all. Jia Yuding looked back at her daughter. Although her face was still terribly red, her breathing had become smoother. Is she really all right? The young man's confident voice echoed in her mind again. Don't worry, she's fine. She will wake up in 12 hours at most. She didn't dare to joke with her daughter's life. When she was thinking about the next countermeasures, the phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed that it was her husband. Yuding, it's me. Where are you now? Qin Haidao's voice came, full of concern and anxiety. Honey, is that you? Really you? Jia Yuding was so excited that she almost cried. She was so frightened that she almost broke down. Yuding, don't get excited yet. Tell me where you and Ming are. Qin Haidao's voice was more concerned. We were planning to go to the Third People's Hospital, but we weren't there yet and we were stuck on National Highway 7. Husband, Ming has a high fever and it won't go away. What should I do? Jia Yuding said while choking, as if she had found someone to talk to. Yuding, don't go to the hospital for now. It's useless even if you go. The hospital is already overcrowded. You have to find a way to drive out now and don't let the cars get stuck here. I'll wait for you at the fast food restaurant on West Street. Qin Haidao's voice was filled with nervousness and helplessness. After a pause, Qin Haidao said, Yuding, don't worry too much. I have many people here who are in the same situation as Ming. Some of them have already woken up, and their body temperature has returned to normal. I just woke up too, and I believe Ming Ming will be fine too. After hanging up the phone, Jia Yuding drove hard and finally drove out of the congested road and headed towards the fast food restaurant her husband mentioned. In a short while, the car arrived. Qin Haitao was already waiting at the door. How did the car crash like this? Are you not injured? Qin Haitao opened the car door and asked with concern. Ming Ming and I are fine, but she has been unconscious, Jia Yuding said, looking around and found many people lying on the ground with the same symptoms as her daughter. Let's go in. There is a doctor inside. We can check on Ming Ming first, Qin Haitao said, and he had already picked up his daughter. Chapter 006, Breakthrough of the Quasi-Awakener. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning. This 24-hour restaurant seemed a bit crowded because many people were seeking refuge. The air was filled with tension and panic. Everyone's face showed varying degrees of anxiety. No knowledge seemed to be able to explain this sudden and bizarre incident. The LCD TV hanging high on the wall was broadcasting the chaos across the country. The reporter stood at the scene, with the busy epidemic prevention personnel behind him, and the road was lined with police cars, ambulances, and fire trucks. This is a global emergency. We have learned that this incident is related to the meteor shower a few hours ago. At present, our country has set up a special research team to conduct a detailed investigation into the incident and has made some progress. According to experts, although the body temperature and heart rate of the people who are unconscious behind me are high, their vital signs are normal and they are not in danger for the time being. Please do not panic. Until the incident is fully investigated, experts recommend that everyone stay indoors and not believe unfounded rumors. Reporter Lin Lu will continue to report live for you. Watching the report on TV, many people in the restaurant were not impressed. Expert group? There is no substantive conclusion at all. I think the world is going to change. It's really abominable. Why didn't even a policeman come here? I wonder if it will cause a terrible disease like SARS. I'm afraid we will have to impose martial law. Everyone was talking about it, and some people were crying because they were too uneasy. Jia Yuding followed her husband Qin Haitao closely, listening to the discussion, and the image of the mysterious boy appeared in her mind again. Now that she had calmed down and thought about it, the appearance and behavior of that young man were really strange. Was he related to this incident? And the things he said, especially the warning to keep herself away from the genetic hail, really made her suspicious. Hey, look, someone else is getting up from the ground. Suddenly, someone shouted, and like an order, everyone turned their heads to look out the window at the same time, and Jia Yuding was no exception. I saw a slightly fat, bald man standing up unsteadily from the ground, with a confused expression, and then walked towards the restaurant. The first thing the bald man said when he pushed the door open was, "What happened to me? Dude, you're the 7th one to wake up." A short man in a hat said with a smile, "I woke up half an hour earlier than you, so I'm the 6th one." Seeing this, Jia Yuding muttered in a low voice, "Someone actually woke up." Qin Haitao said from the side, "I woke up in the same way, and I was the 2nd one to wake up." The 2nd one? Then who was the 1st one? Jia Yuding's heart moved. She remembered that the young man said that the better the aptitude, the earlier one wakes up. At this moment, I have driven the van to a place where few people go. I opened my backpack and took out the genetic hail I just got, my face full of anticipation. If I absorb and refine the genetic insects inside, will I awaken directly? I whispered to myself, with a gleam in my eyes. There is a huge difference between the awakened and the evolved. The biggest feature of the awakened is the ability to comprehend and absorb energy, and energy, like mind, is born in the awakened. Not all awakened people can master mind. It is related to the expansion of brain area and the alienation of neurons. In simple terms, it depends on aptitude. In the late apocalypse, people who can use mind energy are almost rare. Gene hail looks like ordinary, cold ice cubes. You can't see the genetic worms sealed inside with the naked eye, or even a magnifying glass. It is a transparent genetic energy body, and because its shape and movement are similar to those of insects, it is vividly named gene worms. If ordinary people want to absorb and refine these genetic bugs, they can only let them drill into their bodies. But I don't need to do this, and I don't even have to wait for the genetic hail to melt. Now, there are still 36 energy jade pendants left. Even if I don't use them, their energy will slowly be consumed. I calculated in my mind. In this case, I will absorb and refine this genetic hail here. His expression became extremely serious. In a flash, 5 jade pendants flew above the genetic hailstones and hovered quietly. The evolved mind energy began to be continuously injected into the genetic hail. The originally quiet hail suddenly began to tremble violently. In an invisible place, the suspended jade pendant was constantly releasing evolutionary energy. The resistance is so strong. Very good. I stretched out my hands, aimed my palms at the trembling genetic hail, and began to inject mental energy into it regardless of the loss. This confrontation between spirit and energy was like a tug-of-war. Although less than 5 minutes had passed, beads of sweat had already appeared on my forehead. With his current physical condition as an evolver, even if he killed 1,000 zombies in a row, the mental exhaustion might not be as great as the high-intensity mental exhaustion in just a few minutes. Finally, I won. The genetic bugs in the genetic hail were successfully refined by his mental energy. At the same time, the suspended jade pendant began to shatter one after another, and it was obvious that the energy was almost exhausted. A few minutes passed, and I raised my hands. Pure genetic energy gushed out from the hail and sank directly into his forehead. Buzz. My body shook violently and began to merge with all my strength. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One by one, energy jade pendants flew out of my backpack and began to provide energy for my fusion. Finally, when there were only 3 energy jade pendants left, my breathing became steady and the fusion was complete. The 3 energy jade pendants circled around my body for a few times before flying back into my backpack. It was finally over. I suddenly opened my eyes. I succeeded. Now I am a quasi-awakener. His mouth curved up. Despite having experienced countless storms, he still couldn't hide his excitement at this moment. This progress exceeded all his expectations. Before refining the gene hail, he had been prepared for backlash, but now no backlash occurred. Although the quasi-awakener cannot fully awaken the exclusive energy, this is only limited to the stage where the energy has not yet been mastered. Now I can use the strength of a quasi-awakener to refine and improve my mind energy. This is what makes me most excited. Before he reached the level of a quasi-awakener, his mind power could only be improved by evolutionary energy. But now, even without evolutionary energy, he could enhance his mind power every day through practice. With the gradual improvement of his mental abilities, it won't be long before he breaks through to become a true, awakened person. Chapter 007. This is a collision on the edge of a knife. The atmosphere in the restaurant became increasingly tense. Jia Yuding was still curious about who was the first to wake up. I whispered to her, "Who is the first one? You will know in a moment. Come with me. It's quite chaotic here." I carried the unconscious Ming Ming into the restaurant studio and gently placed her on a soft chair. Looking at Mr. Wang, I said respectfully, "Mr. Wang, please help look after my daughter." Jia Yuding looked suspicious. She looked at the old man who looked to be in his 70s, and she was obviously a little uneasy. I knew she had doubts in her mind. Could this old man be the first person to wake up? However, I did not explain too much, but turned to Mr. Wang. Old Wang nodded slightly and whispered, "Okay, let me take a look." Just lean back in the chair. He concentrated on taking Ming Ming's pulse, and the room fell into silence. A quarter of an hour later, Old Wang sighed and stood up. I have been practicing medicine for decades, and this is the first time I have encountered such a pulse. It is really too abnormal and does not conform to common sense at all. Jia Yuding immediately became nervous. "What about my daughter?" "This is my wife, Jia Yuding." "Yuding, this is Mr. Wang, who is very famous in the field of traditional Chinese medicine." I was busy introducing him to Mr. Wang, trying to make Jia Yuding relax. Old Wang stroked his beard, looking a little thoughtful. "Ms. Jia, don't be nervous. Although the pulse is strange, it should be nothing serious. It is very similar to the pulse of my grandson at that time. If I'm not mistaken, your daughter should wake up soon." "Is this true?" Jia Yuding asked excitedly. At this moment, Ming Ming suddenly opened her eyes and said in a clear voice, "Mom, have we arrived at Grandma's house?" I breathed a sigh of relief and felt greatly relaxed in my heart. "Ming Ming, you're awake. You scared me to death." I immediately hugged my daughter in my arms, felt her warm body, and finally put down my worries. Ming Ming blinked her eyes and seemed a little confused. "Dad, when did you come?" She obviously didn't fully understand what was going on, especially when she saw me next to her. She looked very strange. I squatted down and gently touched her hair. "Ming Ming, are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere?" She shook her head and said with a smile, "No, I'm not feeling uncomfortable. Mr. Wang, I'm really sorry to trouble you this time." I thanked Mr. Wang again. Old Wang smiled and said, "If I'm talking about thanks, I should thank you. If it weren't for you, my grandson might still be lying outside." His words startled me. The person I carried in desperately was his grandson, who had fainted after watching the meteor shower. This restaurant was opened by Mr. Wang's second son. "By the way, where is Wang Feng?" I asked casually. Wang Feng, the grandson of Mr. Wang, was also the first person to wake up. He went out, saying that he was keeping an eye on the people outside, fearing that someone would cause trouble. He was restless all day, just like his father when he was a child. Mr. Wang sighed, seeming to be a little unconvinced. I know that Mr. Wang should try his best to ignore things that he can ignore. At this time, Wang Feng was standing in the hall, looking around. Most of the customers in the restaurant are not here to eat. I know the rules here. You can't smoke. Otherwise, the air will be filled with a strong smell of cigarettes. Hey, those three people. Wang Feng's eyes were suddenly attracted to a table in the corner. There sat three men in inconspicuous clothes, who looked like gangsters in society. They were smoking, seemingly ignoring the no-smoking regulations. Sorry, three of you, we don't allow smoking here. Wang Feng walked over and reminded them. The three of them glanced at him and ignored him, continuing to chat and laugh, with no intention of putting out their cigarettes. Wang Feng frowned, but still said patiently, I'm sorry, guys, smoking is really not allowed here. Get out of the way. One of the men suddenly shouted angrily. If you are like this, please leave. We don't welcome you here. Wang Feng replied rudely. I'm right here. What do you think I can smash your store and kill you? The man threatened viciously. The other two hooligans also echoed. Go back to where you came from. We are annoyed. Don't ask for a fight. Seeing this, Wang Feng also got angry. If you three act like this, I will call the police. When the three heard this, they suddenly burst into laughter. Damn it, call the police, hurry up. One of the men laughed unscrupulously. If you have the guts, call the police over. Go ahead. Another one also shouted provocatively. Wang Feng was pushed and shoved, and he panicked for a while, but he did not retreat completely. He knew that in this special period, calling the police might be useless, and the police might not arrive quickly. Even if something really happened, it would be difficult to deal with it in time. A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. Wang Feng sighed in his heart and took a few steps back, but he never let his guard down and still kept his eyes on the three people. At this time, I appeared in the restaurant. He finally found this fast food restaurant that was still open. He had just broken through to become a quasi-awakener, and his hunger made him walk in impatiently. The waiter saw him and asked with a smile, Little boy, what do you want to eat? Meat or high-fat, high-calorie foods? I stated my needs directly without any hesitation. The waiter was stunned for a moment. Little boy, what do you want to eat? We have many meat dishes here. Do you mean cream desserts by high-calorie food? I was obviously very hungry, so I quickly replied, Give me one portion of all the food. The waitress was stunned again. This was the first time she had encountered such a way of ordering. At this time, Wang Feng saw something was wrong. He came over and asked me clearly and said, Little brother, our restaurant requires payment before serving. He said this to make me give up, but who knew I would take out a thick stack of banknotes from my pocket? Is this enough? I said calmly. Wang Feng was also a little surprised when he saw the pile of money, thinking to himself that kids nowadays are so willful. After I paid the money, I started looking for a seat. Although the restaurant was not small, it was crowded and all seats were occupied, except for a table in the corner. However, the three people were smoking and the atmosphere was a bit tense. Obviously, no one wanted to sit there. However, I didn't care and walked over and sat down. One of the thugs shouted at me unhappily, Get out of here, little brat. I remained unmoved. Are you deaf? Get out of here. The thug's voice got louder. I finally raised my head, locked my cold eyes on him, and said in a cold voice, If you don't want to die, you'd better not mess with me. When these words came out, the three hooligans were stunned, as if they had never expected that this kid would dare to say that. Even Wang Feng was startled and almost dropped the plate in his hand. At this moment, a thug viciously flicked the ash into my meat pie. My face turned cold instantly. Chapter 008. 3 more people stabbed. Wang Feng, who was still standing aside, was shocked and speechless. He never thought that these 3 people could be so bad. It seems that there is no need for you 3 to live anymore. I raised the corners of my mouth slightly and looked at them coldly. Boy, why don't you eat? The gangster looked at me jokingly, as if I was an easy target to be bullied. But the next moment, my hand rushed out and quickly grabbed the cigarette in his hand. I only heard a crack sound, and the crisp sound echoed in the air, and the gangster's arm broke like a dead branch and drooped down. Before he could even scream, I quickly acted and grabbed his neck. Then there was another crisp sound, and his head instantly tilted to the side, his eyes dull. I didn't stop and continued to do the same thing, breaking the necks of the other 2 thugs without mercy and throwing them into a corner. Apart from the crisp sounds of bones breaking, the 3 thugs didn't even make a sound. After dealing with these 3 people, I sat back in my seat as if nothing had happened. At this time, Wang Feng happened to see everything that had just happened. He seemed to be frozen and stood there in a daze, feeling an inexplicable fear spreading from the bottom of his heart. He looked at me, his mind filled with unbelievable shock. He actually killed someone. Hey, take these dishes away and give me a new one. I looked at him coldly and said calmly. Wang Feng's whole body froze. He didn't even know how he got back to the back hall. He just felt his head going numb and his hand holding the plate kept shaking. Just now, He was just surprised at my killing method. But at this moment, the fear in his heart was even stronger. A teenager could easily crush 3 adults to death, just like crushing a few ants. Xiaofeng, what are you doing standing there like an idiot? At this moment, Elder Wang's voice broke his inner stiffness. Grandpa, something bad has happened. Someone has died in the restaurant. Wang Feng's voice was trembling. Someone has died? What happened? Elder Wang frowned. Wang Feng quickly told Old Wang what he had just seen. You said a teenager killed 3 adults in the blink of an eye, and with his bare hands? Old Wang's eyes widened, obviously unable to believe it. Grandpa, what I said is true. The 3 bodies are still piled in the corner. The boy is still sitting there. Wang Feng said anxiously. I'll go take a look. Old Wang said, preparing to walk into the hall. Grandpa, Wang Feng nervously grabbed Old Wang's clothes. Don't worry, I'll just watch from a distance. I won't go over. Old Wang patted his grandson's hand and comforted him. After I walked out, Mr. Wang did see me sitting in the restaurant eating, with 3 corpses piled next to me. Grandpa, that boy is in danger. What should we do now? Wang Feng stood nearby, looking a little overwhelmed. Don't alarm him yet. Your dad is on his way. Let's go to the monitoring room, Old Wang said, turning around and walking back. There are many cameras in the restaurant, and the playback can help them understand what just happened and provide support for the evidence. Wang Feng and Mr. Wang were walking towards the monitoring room when they happened to run into Qin Haitao and his wife coming out of the room. Mr. Wang, what happened? Is there someone making trouble outside? Qin Haitao asked hurriedly. Wang Lao looked at Qin Haitao and knew that he was a veteran, so he told him the story directly without hiding anything. What, murder? Qin Haitao's expression became serious and his tone became heavy. Finally, Qin Haitao and Jia Yuding also followed Mr. Wang to the monitoring room, while Qin Meimeng, accompanied by a waitress, sat there playing with her mobile phone and did not follow. The display in the monitoring room clearly replayed the entire process of me killing 3 thugs with my bare hands. Even Qin Haitao, who had been in the army for many years, couldn't help but gasp. This young man is so powerful. According to my experience in the army, someone like him may be able to kill several enemies in seconds on the battlefield. Qin Haitao said thoughtfully. How could it be him? Why is he here? Jia Yuding stared at the screen, shocked. Yuding, do you know him? Qin Haitao looked at his wife with a puzzled look. Ming and I had a car accident on the road, and the car flipped into the ditch. It was this boy who pulled the car out with one hand. Jia Yuding did not hide anything and said directly. One hand. Qin Haitao was shocked and obviously could not understand. How did that boy get so much strength? Is he a monster? He frowned, looking a little unconvinced. Yuding, are you serious? This is not the time to joke. Qin Haitao said seriously. I'm not kidding, it was indeed a hand, and there are still handprints on the chassis. Jia Yuding sighed. If this is true, then this boy is really terrifying. Qin Haitao's face became more solemn. At this time, Jia Yuding's mood seemed a little complicated. She originally hoped to meet the boy again and ask some questions, but after witnessing the boy's cold-blooded methods, she began to be a little scared. In the restaurant, until I was full and left, the discussion around me gradually began to rise. Those 3 people are not really dead. This is not a joke. Who of you is brave enough to go and take a look? Who is that guy? Did he kill those 3 people? The atmosphere in the hall became increasingly chaotic, with people whispering to each other. At this moment, Qin Haitao and Wang Lao separated the crowd and walked towards the 3 bodies. Everyone fell silent. Qin Haitao squatted down to check, his expression solemn. After a moment, he shook his head and looked at Mr. Wang behind him. All 3 bodies, without exception, had their throat bones crushed. With such a method, some people would believe that it was a professional killer. Qin Haitao took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Xiaofeng, call and ask where your father is? Old Wang turned around and asked Wang Feng. I just called. My dad said the road was a bit congested and we have to wait another quarter of an hour. Wang Feng answered. At this time, a curious person stepped forward and exclaimed, he's really dead. This is a matter of life and death. We have to call the police. Wang Feng shook his head and said, I've called the police several times, but the line is always busy. An hour later, Wang Feng's father, Wang Shanlin, finally came in from outside. Dad, over here. Wang Feng waved his hand to let his father see him. After Wang Shanlin learned about the situation, he immediately organized the restaurant staff to protect the scene and began to look for witnesses. Afterwards, Wang Shanlin called the deputy director of a department and reported the situation in the restaurant to him and waited for the police to arrive. However, 2 hours passed and the police still did not show up. This is not a problem of police efficiency, but a lack of manpower. In this extraordinary period, people die every moment, and saving the living is a higher priority than dealing with the dead. It seems that they won't be able to come for a while. Wang Shanlin sighed. When Qin Haitao and his wife said goodbye, they exchanged contact information with Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang, if you have anything, please call me anytime, Qin Haitao said before leaving. They drove towards home, and because there was a minor problem with the engine, Qin Haitao didn't dare drive too fast. Chapter 009. The Powerful Parasitism of Genetic Insects. The atmosphere in the car was unusually quiet, and the sky outside was already slightly bright. I leaned back in the seat, my thoughts somewhat wandering. Suddenly, Qin Haitao broke the silence. I called my parents and told them not to go out these few days. I came back to my senses from my thoughts and hurriedly said, I'm glad they're okay. I was scared this time because of Meng. Tell me about that boy. Qin Haitao's tone suddenly became serious. I thought about it, and then began to describe everything about the boy in detail, especially what he said. Honey, what do you think the genetic hail that boy mentioned is? Is that kind of hail really dangerous? Qin Haitao was silent for a while, then he slowly said, Don't believe those unfounded words too much. If there is really a problem, the experts in the news would have announced it long ago. He changed the subject, however. It is true that you should buy more food and store it. After all, the incident has not been clarified yet, so you should stay at home less. The car finally stopped in front of a high-end villa in front of our house. Qin Haitao is a retired soldier who runs a large hardware store and is also involved in house decoration and other businesses. When we got off the bus, a yellow curly dog ran over excitedly and circled around the three of us a few times, as if complaining that it shouldn't be left alone. Mom, is Nonyo hungry? Qin Meng asked affectionately, hugging the yellow dog's neck. The yellow dog was big, as strong as a Tibetan mastiff, but as docile as a lamb. At this moment, it stretched out its tongue to lick Meng's little hand. Let's go, Nonyo. Let's go find something delicious. Qin Meng lay on the yellow dog's back and pointed forward. The yellow dog walked effortlessly towards the room with Meng. Speaking of this yellow dog, it was given by a comrade in arms of Qin Haitao. It was originally a male dog, but Meng named it Nonyo, and she has gotten used to it. Qin Haitao and I followed her into the house. A lot had happened this evening, and now that it was almost dawn, we were not sleepy at all. After a simple breakfast, I went to the kitchen to clean up. Qin Haitao was watching the live news in the living room, while Meng was playing with the yellow dog in the yard. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly, Qin Meng ran in excitedly. Dad, come and see, there are little fish in our swimming pool, she said while jumping up and down, looking very happy. Qin Haitao was attracted by the disaster scene on TV. On the screen, firefighters were fighting a fire outside a chemical plant. The flames and explosions were frightening. Meng, go play with Nonyo. Qin Haitao responded casually. He didn't take his daughter's words seriously at all. After all, children are always startled. Dad, I'm not lying to you. There really are little fish, and they're still swimming. Meng grabbed her father's arm and shook him anxiously. Just then, I walked out of the kitchen, smiled and asked, What are you talking about so happily? Mom, I'll tell you a secret. I saw little fish in our swimming pool just now. Meng turned to me and held my hand tightly. Little fish. I was stunned for a moment and couldn't help laughing. How could there be little fish in our swimming pool? I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, let's go and see. Meng pulled me out. At this time, Qin Haitao was still concentrating on the report on TV. Meng dragged me to the swimming pool. Meng rode on Nonyo's back and pointed at the swimming pool and shouted excitedly. Mom, look, there are little fish swimming there. I looked in the direction she pointed and saw a huge block of ice floating in the middle of the swimming pool. I don't know how long the ice has been in the water, and it is huge, like a microwave oven. What is this? Hail? How is it possible? I was confused for a moment. Mom, look, the little fish is swimming over here. Meng shouted again. Her excitement was beyond words. I hurriedly looked in the direction of her finger and saw ripples on the water. A translucent creature, like an earthworm, was slowly swimming in the water. Mom, there's another one coming over there. Meng pointed, her voice full of excitement. I followed her finger again and saw another centipede-shaped, translucent creature swimming towards us. What is that? I instinctively felt something was wrong, and a question flashed through my mind. Just as I was hesitating, the centipede-like creature arrived at the edge of the pool first. As soon as it touched the ground, its speed suddenly increased, and it rushed towards Meng like a flash of lightning. This happened so suddenly that I barely had time to react. I saw the creature suddenly jump onto the yellow dog. The yellow dog let out a painful cry and instantly threw Meng off its back. My pupils suddenly contracted. At that moment, I clearly saw that strange creature drilled into the yellow dog's body. Woof, 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 woof. The yellow dog started barking wildly, running around the pool like crazy, hitting the walls around it, and was extremely upset. Ming Ming was so scared that she froze in place, and I was also so scared that I couldn't move. What happened? Qin Haitao rushed over after hearing the noise. When he saw me, who was pale, and Ming Ming, who was lying on the ground in shock, he was also shocked. At this time, the dog's screams gradually died down, and it began to twitch on the ground, with its mouth wide open as if it was dying. What on earth is going on? Qin Haitao asked anxiously. I finally reacted and was about to answer when I suddenly saw the earthworm-like creature crawling to the shore. It twisted its body and crawled towards Ming Ming like a snake. Ah! I screamed and instinctively reached out to pull Ming Ming. The moment I grabbed Ming Ming, the creature had already jumped onto her calf. I grabbed the parasite with force, pulled its body out, and smashed it to the ground. Unfortunately, part of the parasite had already penetrated Ming Ming's skin. Don't hurt my daughter. I pulled hard. The body of the parasite was torn off by me, but part of it still remained in Ming Ming's calf. At this moment, Ming Ming screamed in pain, feeling something gnawing at her calf. The pain was beyond what a child could endure. Her screams gradually became louder, and she struggled violently. I was frightened again. At this time, Qin Haitao was also frightened and his face turned pale. When he saw the parasite that I had torn off crawling towards him, he stomped on it and crushed it to pieces. At this moment, Ming Ming had fainted, and her body was shaking violently. However, 2 more translucent creatures swam over. Hurry up, get out of here. Qin Haitao made a prompt decision, quickly dragged Ming Ming and me into the living room, and locked the tempered glass door. Almost at the moment he locked the door, he heard 2 pop sounds, and 2 tadpole-like translucent creatures stuck to the tempered glass. Chapter 010. After being parasitized. The atmosphere in the car was depressing and heavy, and the entire journey was so quiet that it was almost suffocating. At this time, Qin Haitao's voice broke the silence. I called my parents and told them not to go out these days. I came back to my senses from my contemplation and responded softly. I'm glad they're okay. I was really scared this time for Ming Ming. Qin Haitao's tone suddenly turned serious. Tell me about that boy. I looked out the window, took a deep breath, and told him everything the boy said, especially the concept of genetic hail. I paused for a moment and continued. Honey, what do you think the genetic hail the boy mentioned is? Is that kind of hail really dangerous? Qin Haitao was silent for a moment, as if thinking about my question, and then his tone became relaxed. Don't believe these unfounded words too much. If there is really a problem, the experts in the news would have come out to explain it long ago. He changed his tone again and added, however, it is true that you should buy more food to store. After all, the situation is not clear yet, so you should stay at home. The car finally stopped at the high-end villa in front of our house. Although Qin Haitao retired from the army, he ran a hardware store and was involved in many industries such as house decoration and design. As soon as we opened the car door, a yellow curly-haired dog ran over and circled around the 3 of us happily, as if complaining about being left alone. Mom, is Nyonyo hungry? Ming Ming hugged the yellow dog and asked softly and affectionately. The yellow dog is huge, like a Tibetan mastiff, but as gentle as a lamb. It sticks out its tongue and gently licks Ming Ming's little hand. Let's go, Nyonyo. Let's go find something delicious. Ming Ming lies on the yellow dog's back and points to the front. The yellow dog obediently carried Ming Ming on its back and walked into the house. This yellow dog was given by a comrade of Qin Haitao. It was originally a male dog, but Ming Ming gave it the name Nyonyo, which was somewhat inconsistent with its huge size. Qin Haitao and I followed her into the house. A lot had happened at night, and it was almost dawn, so neither of us felt sleepy anymore. After a simple breakfast, I started to clean up in the kitchen. Qin Haitao sat in the living room watching the news, while Ming Ming played with the yellow dog in the yard. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly, Ming Ming ran in excitedly. Dad, come and see, there are little fish in our swimming pool, she said, jumping up and down, looking very happy. Qin Haitao was watching the disaster scenes on the TV screen. In the scenes, firefighters were fighting a fire outside a chemical plant, and the sound of the explosion made people feel uneasy. Ming Ming, go play with Nyonyo. Qin Haitao didn't take his daughter's words to heart and responded softly. Dad, I'm not lying to you. There are really little fish, and they are swimming. Ming Ming hurriedly grabbed her father's arm and shook him. Just then, I came out of the kitchen and saw my daughter's excited look. I asked with a smile, what are you talking about? Why are you so happy? Mom, I'll tell you a secret. I just saw some little fish in our swimming pool. Ming Ming turned to me, took my hand, and walked outside. Little fish. I answered with a smile. How could there be little fish in our swimming pool? I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, come with me and see. Ming Ming pulled me out. At this time, Qin Haitao was still focused on the TV screen. Ming Ming pulled me to the side of the swimming pool. I saw her riding on the yellow dog's back, pointing at the swimming pool and shouting, "Mom, look, there are little fish swimming there." I looked in the direction she pointed and suddenly found a huge block of ice floating in the middle of the swimming pool. I don't know how long the ice has been in the water. It is so huge that it looks like a microwave oven. What is this? Hail? How is this possible? I was so surprised that I could hardly believe my eyes. Mom, look, the little fish is swimming over here. Ming Ming shouted again, her tone full of excitement. I looked in the direction she pointed and saw ripples on the water. A translucent creature, like an earthworm, swam over in the water. Mom, there's another one coming over there. Ming Ming pointed to the other side, looking even more excited. My heart trembled and I turned my head again to look. Another translucent creature shaped like a centipede was crawling quickly on the water. What is that? An uneasy thought flashed through my mind. At this moment, the centipede-like creature arrived at the edge of the pool first. As soon as it touched the ground, its speed suddenly increased, and it rushed towards Ming Ming like a sharp arrow. It all happened so fast that I barely had time to react. I only saw the strange creature leap onto the yellow dog. The yellow dog let out a painful cry and immediately threw Ming Ming off its back. My pupils contracted instantly. At that moment, I clearly saw that strange creature quickly drilled into the yellow dog's body. Woof 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 woof. The yellow dog seemed to be completely crazy. It ran back and forth by the swimming pool, barking heartbreakingly and banging against the surrounding walls. Ming Ming was frightened, and I was completely stunned. What happened? Qin Haitao heard the noise and ran over. When he saw my horrified face and Ming Ming sitting on the ground, he was stunned. The dog's screams gradually died down, and then it fell to the ground, twitching, its mouth wide open, as if it was dying. What on earth is going on? Qin Haitao asked anxiously. I finally reacted and was about to answer when I suddenly saw the earthworm-like creature crawling to the shore. It quickly twisted its body and crawled towards Ming Ming like a snake. Ah! I screamed and instinctively grabbed my daughter. The moment I grabbed Ming Ming, the creature jumped onto her calf. Without hesitation, I grabbed the parasite, pulled it out of Ming Ming's leg, and smashed it to the ground. However, part of the parasite had already entered Ming Ming's skin. Don't hurt my daughter. I exerted force on my hands, trying my best to break the parasite. I forcibly pulled the body of the parasite apart, but part of it was still in Ming Ming's calf. At this moment, Ming Ming screamed in pain, feeling something gnawing at her calf, and the severe pain made her unbearable. Her screams became louder and louder, and her struggles became more and more violent. I was so frightened that I completely lost my reaction, and Qin Haitao also turned pale. When Qin Haitao saw the parasite that I had torn off crawling towards him, he stomped on it and broke it into pieces. At this time, Ming Ming had fainted and her body was shaking violently. However, two more translucent creatures swam over. Hurry up, get out of here. Qin Haitao hurriedly pulled Ming Ming and me into the living room and quickly locked the tempered glass door. Almost when he finished all this, he heard two snaps, and the two tadpole-like creatures swam rapidly, clinging to the tempered glass. Chapter 011. This is unscientific. Lu Lao was over 70 years old, with white hair and beard, looking old, wearing reading glasses, and a hunched body. After listening to Bai Shui's explanation, he showed great interest, made a quick decision, and began to examine Qin Ming Ming. Through scanning with high-tech instruments, he finally discovered that half of the parasite had moved to the vicinity of Qin Ming Ming's pelvis. What is even more shocking is that this half of the parasite is growing extremely fast. Its current size is already twice its original size, almost approaching that of a complete genetic worm. It seems that surgery must be performed as soon as possible. Elder Lu knew the seriousness of the matter and frowned. However, surgery is not a simple matter. Elder Lu shook his head. The conditions here do not allow it at all. He was silent for a while, and then suddenly realized, oh no, the parasite has moved again. Lu Lao quickly checked again and found that the parasite had moved to Qin Ming Ming's abdomen. Obviously, the movement speed of the parasite was far beyond common sense. Surgery is no longer feasible, Professor Lu said solemnly. The parasite moves too fast. It seems that we can only use drugs to kill it. Professor Lu, you must save my daughter. Qin Haitao was sweating profusely and spoke anxiously. Drug extermination also has risks, old Lu sighed. If you are not careful, it may stimulate the parasites in the body. Now, if we can find enough samples, there may be a glimmer of hope. He paused and asked, can you tell me how the parasite appeared? Qin Haitao did not hide anything as it concerned his daughter's life, and immediately told Professor Lu what had happened. Jean Hale? You mean, there are actually such parasites in Hale? Professor Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. We are not sure either, but we think the Hale may be related to this. Qin Haitao said with a determined look. As for the parasite samples, I think I have a way. He planned to go home to get samples, even though he knew it was full of danger. Jia Yuding insisted on going with her husband. She couldn't bear to stay and watch her daughter approach death. More importantly, she was worried about her husband going back alone. After all, there were many terrible parasites in the swimming pool at home, and any one of them could prevent Qin Haitao from returning. If she went with him, maybe she could play a role. Yuding, you should stay. Qin Haitao advised. You have seen how terrible the parasite is. How can I feel at ease if you go back alone? Jia Yuding insisted. One of us has to come back. This last sentence finally made Qin Haitao agree. His idea was simple. If he was parasitized, his wife could take the sample back. Ming, wait for Mom. Jia Yuding looked at her daughter with tears in her eyes and kissed her forehead deeply. You better hurry up. For safety reasons, I have contacted the nearby hospital and they said they will send an ambulance as soon as possible. Old Lu also interrupted at this time. He hoped that one of the couple would stay behind to make decisions in case of an emergency. However, Qin Haitao and his wife insisted on leaving together because the task of recovering samples was full of dangers. What if the one who went could not come back? I'll leave my daughter in your care for the time being. We will come back as soon as possible. Jia Yuding said, and added Bai Shui's contact information to each other so that if anything happened, they could communicate in time. Mr. Lu took on the responsibility. He knew that if this parasite incident was not an isolated case, it would be a catastrophe, and the harm would be no less than the spread of the virus. As a research expert, he had the responsibility to find out the truth and find a solution as soon as possible. After Qin Haitao and his wife left, Professor Lu and Bai Shui quickly got back to work, observing Qin Mingming's situation attentively. Professor Lu observed the parasite sample under a high-power microscope with a serious expression. It's terrible. This parasite is so invasive. If this is not an isolated case, then we may be facing a disaster. Just as Professor Lu was concentrating on his research, Bai Shui suddenly left. She ran out and came back with a glass container in her hand. Grandpa, look what I found. Bai Shui's voice was full of excitement. What is this? Professor Lu looked at the container in Bai Shui's hand curiously. Bai Shui opened the container, which contained the hailstones she had just picked up. Grandpa, do you think there are really parasites in it? This. Professor Lu frowned. Logically, this is impossible. Although he was old, his eyesight was still clear. The hail was crystal clear, and there was no impurity in it. How could parasites exist in hail? It was simply unscientific. Bai Shui didn't seem to be in a hurry to believe it. Just try it, and you'll know. She poured a small cup of warm water into one of the containers and waited quietly. Professor Lu smiled bitterly and shook his head, then turned around to continue checking Qin Mingming's condition, while Bai Shui focused on the genetic hail in the container. With the addition of warm water, the genetic hail began to melt at a speed visible to the naked eye and gradually became transparent. Oh no, the parasites in this child's body have moved a lot upwards. Professor Lu's voice came from the other side. When it moved again, Bai Shui seemed a little surprised. Just as she was about to go over to check, suddenly, a slight noise came from the glass container. Bai Shui was startled and quickly turned her head to look at the container. Grandpa, come here quickly, she shouted nervously. Professor Lu came over upon hearing the noise and saw the genetic hail in the container spinning rapidly. He immediately ignored his inconvenience and rushed over in 2 steps. This is unscientific. This is unscientific. Professor Lu muttered to himself, his eyes fixed on the spinning hail. This phenomenon is completely contrary to common sense. How can ice cubes rotate on their own without any external force? After so many years of research, this is the first time that Professor Lu has encountered such an incredible phenomenon. As the hail melted, the ice cubes shrank to the size of rice grains. Suddenly, with a crisp crack, the rice-sized ice cubes burst and completely dissolved into the water. What's going on? Could it be that this hail contains some chemical component that decomposes when it comes into contact with water? Professor Lu guessed secretly. Grandpa, look, Bai Shui pointed excitedly at the container. The water surface in the container was actually rippled, and it seemed that something was swimming in the water. This scene once again broke scientific common sense. Could it be that? Professor Lu's eyes flashed with inspiration, and he quickly ordered Bai Shui. Quickly bring the number 13 droplet over here. Professor Lu suspected that the parasites inside might be transparent and invisible to the naked eye. Chapter 012. This boy is a little crazy. Professor Lu held a small glass bottle in his hand, which contained red liquid and had a dropper at the mouth of the bottle. Under Bai Shui's expectant gaze, Professor Lu used the dropper to drop a few drops of liquid into the glass container. As the liquid came into contact with the glass container, the originally transparent glass container gradually turned light red. At this moment, miraculously, a creature as thin as a hair began to slowly appear in the container. Is this a parasite? Bai Shui stared at the glass container, her eyes filled with great interest. Professor Lu looked serious. It was obvious that this was too bizarre and unbelievable. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would definitely not believe it. There were actually parasites in such a small hailstone. Where did this parasite come from? How did it come into being? These have become unsolved mysteries. Professor Liu is most worried about the parasitic ability of this parasite and its extremely rapid growth rate. In such a short period of time, the parasite in the glass container has grown to the size of a bean sprout, which completely subverts our understanding of biological growth. Be careful, it's coming out. Don't let it touch your skin. We don't know anything about its abilities. Professor Liu hurriedly warned, his eyes full of vigilance. He picked up a lid and sealed the glass container tightly. Is this the parasite in that child's body? Shui asked curiously, turning to look at another genetic hailstone that had not yet completely melted. We can't be sure yet. We'll have to wait until we finish the research to know the answer. Professor Liu answered while thinking about how to carry out research on parasites. About a quarter of an hour later, Professor Liu adjusted the research equipment, and Shui assisted him, asking a few questions from time to help with the preparation work. However, just as the experiment was about to begin, something strange happened. The genetic worm in the glass container began to change dramatically. Its two ends gradually expanded and became spherical, and its body gradually took on the shape of a mini dumbbell. Not long after, thorns began to grow on the outside of the spherical part, and the color of the worm body became darker and darker, gradually turning gray. When Professor Liu and Shui came closer to observe, the parasite in the container actually began to violently hit the glass wall with its two spherical bodies. What is surprising is that this tiny parasite actually has such great strength that every impact causes the entire glass container to shake violently. If this parasite is allowed to develop and multiply, it will probably become a global disaster. Professor Liu pondered, obviously aware of the seriousness of the problem. Do you want to change the container? Shui asked. The most important thing now is how to fix it. Professor Liu is still thinking about the next steps. Honey, go faster. Jia Yuding, who was sitting in the passenger seat, seemed extremely anxious and urged Qin Haitao, who was driving from time to time. Their SUV ran through countless red lights. Fortunately, it was an extraordinary period and there were almost no cars on the road, otherwise something would have happened long ago. The car finally arrived at the villa area and they would be home in a few minutes. The couple became extremely nervous. Stop the car! Stop the car! Jia Yuding suddenly shouted, her voice full of urgency. Qin Haitao was startled and quickly stepped on the brakes to the bottom. The tires rubbed against the ground violently before the car stopped. Before Qin Haitao could ask her what happened, Jia Yuding pointed out the windshield excitedly and shouted again, "It's that boy, husband, look, it's that boy." At this time, Qin Haitao finally saw Chen Tian walking slowly towards him with a canvas bag on his back. Why is he here? Qin Haitao was a little confused and full of puzzlement. While Qin Haitao was still surprised, Jia Yuding had already opened the car door and rushed out. Qin Haitao was frightened again. After all, the young man was a murderer with 3 lives on his hands. He hurriedly got out of the car, quickly caught up with Jia Yuding, grabbed her, and tried to stop her from approaching the boy. Husband, let me go. That boy may know how to save Mei Ming. Jia Yuding's face was full of anxiety and her tone was urgent. Yuding, calm down. That guy is a murderer. Qin Haitao reminded in a low voice. As long as Ming Ming can be saved, I am not afraid of him even if he is a devil. Jia Yuding's eyes were extremely firm. While the two were arguing, Chen Tian had already walked up to them and ignored the couple. Please wait a moment. Jia Yuding shouted hurriedly when she saw Chen Tian walking past them. Qin Haitao protected his wife tightly and stared at Chen Tian vigilantly. What's the matter? Chen Tian stopped and spoke in a cold voice. My daughter is infected with parasites. Do you have any way to save her? I only have this one daughter. Jia Yuding was so emotional that she almost choked with sobs. Not interested. Chen Tian replied coldly, turned around and continued walking. You don't recognize me? It was you who pulled the overturned car out that day and told me to be careful of genetic hail. Jia Yuding said anxiously, her voice full of anxiety. I warned you, but you didn't take it to heart. Chen Tian sneered. Jia Yuding was speechless. Indeed, at that time she did not take the boy's words seriously. Don't bother me anymore. Chen Tian's words pierced her ears like ice, and he continued to walk forward. Jia Yuding did not give up and quickly followed. My daughter is infected by half of the parasite and is still unconscious. Half a parasite? It's really strange, but it only lives 1 day longer than others. Chen Tian said calmly. You said my daughter would. Jia Yuding was frightened. Don't follow me anymore. Otherwise, I will let you die before your daughter. Chen Tian's tone was as cold as ice. You can't leave. Jia Yuding suddenly grabbed Chen Tian's backpack with courage she didn't know where she got from. Whoosh. Before she could react, her neck was pinched by Chen Tian. Do you think I'm kidding you? Chen Tian's voice was as cold as ice. Qin Haitao rushed over, grabbed the boy's wrist with all his strength, and shouted hoarsely, Let go of my wife. However, the boy's strength was far beyond Qin Haitao's imagination. Even though he used all his strength, he still couldn't move Chen Tian's hand away from his wife's neck. Jia Yuding's face began to turn red, and she could hardly speak due to lack of oxygen, but she still used all her strength to say, "I know where you want." Chen Tian smiled coldly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "You know what I want? Tell me." With a thud, Jia Yuding finally lost her strength and fell heavily to the ground. Qin Haitao was pinned to the ground by Chen Tian, his face distorted in pain. "Don't say I didn't give you a chance," Chen Tian said coldly. "I only give you 15 seconds to tell me something that interests me. If you think the time is too short, I can give you 3 more seconds." There was a ruthless coldness in his tone. "Let my husband go first. He just offended me because he was worried about me." Jia Yuding said hurriedly. "You have already used 3 seconds." Chen Tian responded coldly. "How could you do this? I was just talking to you. I just wanted to save my daughter." Jia Yuding almost collapsed. 10 seconds left. Chen Tian reminded her. How could you do this?" Jia Yuding's eyes were already filled with tears. 3 seconds. "There's a large piece of genetic hail in my swimming pool." Jia Yuding shouted hurriedly at the last moment. She had no time to think about anything else. "A very large genetic hail?" Chen Tian was stunned for a moment and asked, "How big is it?" Jia Yuding quickly described the genetic hailstone she had seen in her swimming pool. Chen Tian frowned and said to himself, "It's impossible for a genetic hailstone to be that big. It's in the water and it melts so quickly. How could it be that big? You have to think clearly. The price of deceiving me is not something you can afford." Chen Tian's eyes were as sharp as a knife and his tone was cold. "No, I didn't lie to you," Jia Yuding replied quickly. "Very well, I'll go with you." Chen Tian suddenly turned around, the pressure under his feet disappeared, and Qin Haitao gasped in pain. Chapter 013, This Surprise Gift Package. Jia Yuding carefully supported her husband and looked at Chen Tian with awe. Several people boarded the off-road vehicle and drove towards Jia Yuding's home. After driving for a while, the car finally stopped in front of the villa area. "We're here. We're inside." Jia Yuding's voice trembled a little. She looked at the hailstone in front of her with mixed feelings. "Let's go and see the genetic hail you mentioned." Chen Tian got out of the car first. If it was as Jia Yuding described, then the value of that piece of genetic hail would definitely be extraordinary. Passing through the living room, the group walked to the glass door leading to the swimming pool. Through the transparent glass door, they could see a large yellow dog lying by the pool, seemingly in an unknown state of life or death. In the swimming pool, several small figures swam back and forth in the water. They should be the newly hatched genetic bugs. At this time, Chen Tian's sight was completely attracted by the huge ice cube floating in the pool. "It really exists. That's the piece I'm talking about," Jia Yuding said, pointing at the ice in the swimming pool. "Let's take a look first." Chen Tian walked over without any hesitation. Jia Yuding hurriedly reminded, "Be careful, there are some powerful parasites there. A few small bugs can't hurt me." Chen Tian didn't care, with a hint of indifference in his tone. Although his tone was still unkind, Jia Yuding couldn't help but feel that the previous sense of oppression was less. "Yuding, you stay here. If something goes wrong, don't bother me," Qin Haitao whispered to his wife with a stern look. Jia Yuding nodded, knowing that if she followed them, she would only cause trouble, and she was also very afraid of these parasites. So she decided to stay outside. Qin Haitao followed Chen Tian carefully. He focused all his attention on the creatures in the pool and lowered his center of gravity while walking, as if he was ready to deal with any emergency at any time. However, Chen Tian seemed relaxed and casual. He walked directly to the glass door, unfastened the lock and opened the glass door. At this moment, Qin Haitao suddenly felt a chill and his heart skipped a beat. "Huh." Chen Tian bent down and picked up the half-broken genetic insect that was crushed by Qin Haitao on the ground. Seeing the parasite in Chen Tian's hand, Qin Haitao's heart tightened and he quickly stepped forward. This half of the parasite was exactly what the couple had come to find. What surprised Qin Haitao even more was that even though he had stepped on the half of the parasite and crushed it to pieces, it was still wriggling, showing such tenacious vitality. "The damn beast is still alive." Qin Haitao couldn't help but curse. Chen Tian didn't seem to care, and said calmly, "No matter how strong the genetic bugs are, as long as they can't find a host within 24 hours, they will eventually die from energy exhaustion. This seems to be a branched bone genetic insect. I actually encountered a branched bone," Chen Tian said with some surprise. "My daughter was harmed by this parasite." Qin Haitao interrupted, "My husband and I came back to get this original." Chen Tian interrupted him, "This thing is useful to me." A simple sentence determined the ownership of this half of the genetic worm. "My daughter is in urgent need of samples to prepare medicines. Look." Before Qin Haitao finished his words, Chen Tian's hand stretched out as fast as lightning. "Call." Qin Haitao didn't react until Chen Tian's palm stopped in the air. He was stunned to see that Shin Tian was holding a tadpole-shaped parasite between his fingers, less than a centimeter away from Qin Haitao's ear. The parasite must have jumped down from the doorframe. Although it was pinched by Shin Tian, it struggled desperately, trying to break free. You should thank me for saving your life. Shin Tian's voice was cold and emotionless. At this moment, Qin Haitao finally realized that he almost died from the parasite, and cold sweat quickly broke out on his forehead. He knew clearly that if Shin Tian had not acted in time, his ear would have been penetrated by that disgusting thing. How terrible! Qin Haitao exclaimed. Not only were the parasites terrifying, but Shin Tian's monstrous reaction speed was even more shocking. It turns out to be a corpse poison type. Shin Tian carefully looked at the parasite in his hand and finally determined its type. After confirming the type of parasite, Shin Tian shook his wrist. Bang! The parasite stuck to the wall with a snap, like a flattened fly, and disappeared completely. I will help treat your daughter. Now don't bother me here anymore, Shin Tian said coldly. Qin Haitao quietly stepped back, closed the door, carefully checked several times to make sure everything was all right, and then walked back to his wife. Did he really say that? Is he really willing to help our daughter? Jia Yuding's face was full of excitement and anticipation when she saw her husband return. He said, however, that half of the parasite is probably no longer usable. Qin Haitao sighed helplessly. So what is he doing in there now? Jia Yuding asked casually. I'm not sure. Let's wait until he comes out. Qin Haitao replied, trying to think about the problem calmly. Jia Yuding looked at Shin Tian busying himself by the pool, her eyes full of curiosity, but she did not continue to disturb him, just observed silently. At this time, Shin Tian had already turned his attention to the huge genetic hailstone. He released his mental power with both hands and began to explore the genetic bugs in it. Could this be? Shin Tian's expression suddenly became extremely shocked, and his eyes widened a little. He probed several times again before confirming his judgment. This is actually a gold-returning genetic insect. Gold-returning genetic insects actually appeared here. It's incredible. Shin Tian could hardly control his excitement, and a smile appeared on his lips. The gold-returning genetic insects are extremely rare and have the ability to assimilate metals and control metal elements, Shin Tian said to himself. But soon, Shin Tian's face became a little solemn, and his eyes flashed with anxiety. He had just absorbed and refined the violent gene bugs, and now he did not have enough evolutionary energy to refine the returning gold gene bugs. This is a tricky question. Finally, Shin Tian put the genetic hail into his backpack and turned to walk towards the living room. Should we say this woman is lucky or unlucky? He thought to himself. It seemed that Jia Yuding had brought him many surprises from the violent gene insects to the gold-returning gene insects. This family could be said to have received a huge gift package. Arriving in the living room, Shin Tian did not beat around the bush and asked directly, "Where is your daughter?" Seeing Shin Tian coming out, Qin Haitao and his wife immediately stood up from the sofa. Jia Yuding hesitated. My daughter is not here. She is. Every minute you waste, the chances of your daughter being rescued decrease, Shin Tian warned coldly. Jia Yuding glanced at her husband, who said quickly, My daughter is at a professor's house. We'll bring her over right away. How long will it take? Shin Tian asked with a frown. This will probably take 40 minutes. Qin Haitao thought for a moment and replied, I'll wait for you here for an hour, and the count starts from now on. Shin Tian's tone did not allow for rebuttal. Qin Haitao and his wife looked at each other, and without further delay, they hurried to drive the car. Chapter 014. Accidents continue. The off-road vehicle was speeding on the road, and Qin Haitao increased the speed to the limit in order to save every second. Honey, is it okay to leave the boy at home? Jia Yuding's voice was filled with worry. She was worried that the boy might be in danger if he was alone. After all, parasites were too scary. Qin Haitao misunderstood her meaning, smiled and said, We only have those things at home. If he likes something, just take it. They still have to rely on the young man to treat their daughter, so their mood seems a little complicated. Let me contact Bai Shui first to see how Meng Meng is doing, Jia Yuding suggested. Her voice was trembling, and she was obviously worried about her daughter's condition. Qin Haitao didn't say anything else, but just pricked up his ears silently, his heart full of anxiety. The video call was quickly connected, and Bai Shui in a white coat appeared on the screen. Sister Yuding. Bai Shui was the first to greet, with a hint of warmth in her tone. Bai Shui, how is my daughter now? Jia Yuding's voice sounded a little haggard. Obviously, she had experienced too much fear. The condition is relatively stable, but the body temperature is fluctuating, and he hasn't woken up yet. Bai Shui's tone was a little heavy. She turned the screen of her mobile phone to show Qin Meng Meng lying on the bed. Seeing her daughter motionless, Jia Yuding's heart felt like it was cut by a knife, and she almost couldn't hold back her tears. She suppressed her emotions and tried to calm herself down. My husband and I are on the way. We will be there soon. Bai Shui nodded after hearing this and asked anxiously, have you found the sample of the parasite? No, something happened. Jia Yuding's voice was a little low, revealing worry. I see. Bai Shui paused and said, Sister Yuding, you don't have to worry too much. I found a sample of the parasite here. What? Jia Yuding was startled. When she heard the word parasite, her back immediately felt cold. It turns out there are really parasites in that kind of hail. My grandfather and I were very surprised. Bai Shui said, pointing the camera of her mobile phone at the glass container. Seeing the container, Jia Yuding's face turned pale instantly. That kind of insect is very dangerous. Don't worry, it can't escape. Bai Shui comforted her. She took a picture of the container with her mobile phone to make sure the lid was closed tightly. However, the next scene was beyond everyone's expectations. Click. With a slight sound, cracks appeared on the surface of the glass container. Huh. Bai Shui's voice was a little surprised, and the screen of her cell phone was shaking, as if she was walking over to check. Jia Yuding's heart suddenly tightened, and she almost shouted heartbreakingly, Get out of there. Her heartbeat quickened, almost jumping out of her chest. She knew that once the parasite in the container came out, it would quickly look for a host. Bang. With a loud bang, the glass container shattered completely. Bai Shui's scream was heard through the phone, and the phone screen suddenly froze, and only Bai Shui's panicked voice could be heard. Bai Shui? Bai Shui? Bai Shui. Jia Yuding shouted over and over again, extremely anxious, but the other end of the phone was already in chaos. Husband, something happened, hurry up. Jia Yuding put down her cell phone, her face pale and her voice trembling. After hearing this, Qin Haitao stepped on the accelerator almost to the bottom, and the engine of the off-road vehicle roared. Finally, the car stopped in front of the laboratory. Qin Haitao and Jia Yuding almost ran inside. Sister Yuding, here. Bai Shui shouted from the room outside the laboratory. Jia Yuding saw Bai Shui and Mr. Lu standing there, and Bai Shui looked a little frightened. Where's Ming Ming? Jia Yuding asked anxiously. There was an accident just now, and I carried Ming Ming to the bench outside. Bai Shui pointed to one side of the room. Jia Yuding finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw her daughter lying there. She ran over and looked at her daughter anxiously, and the fear in her heart was slightly relieved. At this time, Qin Haitao interrupted and asked, What happened just now? Bai Shui's face was a little solemn. She whispered, The parasite in the container smashed the glass with its body. When the liquid flowed out, it knocked over some containers containing chemical components, and they shattered all over the ground. There must be some kind of chemical reaction. The parasite struggled violently on the ground, white foam came out of its body, and it emitted a pungent smell. Bai Shui's tone was filled with fear, and it was obvious that she also realized the seriousness of the matter. In just a few moments, most of the parasite was dissolved, leaving only the spherical head. Bai Shui continued, The vitality of the parasite is so strong that even the small part that remains can struggle to escape. The situation was urgent. I picked up the unconscious Ming Ming in a panic, and I left my cell phone in the room. Bai Shui looked at Jia Yuding apologetically. That room has been sealed off temporarily. I'm so sorry I caused so much trouble, she said, looking extremely guilty. Jia Yuding said quickly, Professor Lu, Bai Shui, thank you for your help to my daughter. My husband and I will never forget this kindness. Now I have found someone who can save my daughter. Jia Yuding said softly. Which doctor is it? Bai Shui asked curiously. Jia Yuding shook her head and replied softly, He is probably not a doctor. I don't know how he treated my daughter, but he told me a lot about gene hail and parasites. Bai Shui became even more curious and wanted to meet this mysterious person. Jia Yuding thought about it and felt that 3 cobblers are better than 1 zhuge-liang, so she agreed to Bai Shui's request. The car continued to move forward, and the sun was already high in the sky. Qin Haitao drove the SUV across one intersection after another. The radio in the car brought news that those who had fainted had woken up one after another, and the crisis seemed to be slowly being resolved. Bai Shui sat in the passenger seat with a frown on her face. She listened to the comments on the radio and vaguely felt that the real crisis had not yet arrived. The parasites in that genetic hail are so terrible that once they break out on a large scale, in addition to causing panic, the entire ecosystem will also be greatly damaged. Bai Shui. Jia Yuding suddenly spoke up, breaking the silence in the car. The man I'm talking about is a bit dangerous. You'd better not provoke him. She didn't dare tell Bai Shui about the boy's murder, for fear that she would report it, thus delaying her daughter's treatment. Bai Shui didn't know Qin Tian's past, and she had never seen the surveillance video, so she didn't know him. The car continued to move, and Qin Haitao increased the speed, fearing that Qin Tian would wait too long. The car fell silent again, and Jia Yuding gently tested the temperature of her daughter's forehead with her hand. Sudden. Without any warning, Qin Ming Ming, who was lying quietly, began to shake violently all over. What was even more terrifying was that blood began to flow from her nose, ears, and eyes. Ming Ming, Ming Ming, what's wrong with you? Don't scare your mother. Jia Yuding screamed, extremely anxious. There was chaos in the car and Qin Haitao almost hit the roadside railing. Fortunately, they finally returned home. Come quickly, save my daughter. As soon as Jia Yuding opened the car door, she shouted hurriedly, tears streaming down her face. Qin Haitao picked up his unconscious daughter and rushed into the room quickly. Now, only that young man might be able to save their daughter. Chapter 015. Why is this boy so arrogant? Qin Tian sat on the sofa, staring at the huge piece of genetic hail, and fell into long thought. I have just entered the quasi-awakening stage. It is too risky to refine and absorb new genetic hail in such a short period of time. He muttered to himself, staring intently at the open backpack, which contained a huge piece of genetic hail. The temptation of the gold-returning gene bugs was extremely great for him. Once they could awaken their exclusive energy, they would become a force that could not be ignored in the late apocalypse. However, the current problem was that he could not easily absorb and refine this type of gene hail, especially when he was currently short of energy. Leaving aside the risks, the evolutionary energy required for the refining process alone is simply a headache. Qin Tian felt anxious. He only had 3 energy jade pendants left, and the energies from these had been greatly consumed. The remaining energy was barely enough to support his further evolution. If we refine the gold-returning genetic insects into evolutionary fluid, wouldn't it be a waste? Qin Tian frowned, thinking about a solution in his mind. Although it was convenient for him to refine it into evolutionary fluid and he could quickly gain strength, this method was not perfect after all. Especially in the late apocalypse, this incomplete evolutionary method would expose various drawbacks. How could Qin Tian easily abandon such a first-generation genetic insect of the golden class? It would be great if this genetic hail could be stored. He couldn't help but think so. Once the gene hailstones do not have enough energy to sustain them, the gene bugs will automatically wake up, and no matter whether the ice has melted or not, they will come out to find a host. If the ice has melted, the gene bugs will wake up faster, so the gene bugs will hatch first from the gene hailstones that fall into the water. Qin Tian stretched out his palm and gently touched the genetic hailstone, using his telekinetic energy to sense the genetic bugs in it. He looked focused, and he would be cautious about anything related to evolution. According to preliminary estimates, the genetic bugs inside will naturally hatch in 3 days at most. If they are placed in a frozen state, they can be extended for 2 more days. He made a quick judgment. If we use 3 more energy jade pendants to inject evolutionary energy into them, perhaps they can be extended for another 3 days. This means that Qin Tian only has 8 days at most. He must find enough evolutionary energy during this time to refine and absorb the genetic hail. The baptism of meteor showers only happens once. The only way to obtain evolutionary energy right now is to refine genetic insects. Qin Tian took a deep breath and thought about how to proceed to the next step. He knew that each genetic worm contained a little evolutionary energy, which was the energy source for them to maintain their vital signs. Although the evolutionary energy obtained in this way was negligible, it was better than nothing. It seems that this is the only way. Qin Tian made a decision. 3 energy jade pendants flew out and hovered above the genetic hailstones. As the evolutionary energy in the jade pendants was drained, they shattered one after another. Qin Tian picked up the gene hail and walked towards the refrigerator in the kitchen. In this villa, there are refrigerators in the kitchen and a living room. Qin Tian chose to put the gene hail in the refrigerator in the living room because it is more convenient for him to supervise. Crash. He emptied the refrigerator of the accumulated food and put the genetic hail in it. There will be a major power outage soon. I have to prepare some ice. Qin Tian whispered to himself, knowing that even people parasitized by genetic worms would not show symptoms immediately. There is usually a fusion period of several days. In a few days, zombies will be rampant, social order will collapse, and the fittest will survive, and the weak will be eaten by the strong. Qin Tian checked his watch and found that half of the hour agreed with the couple had passed. Although he said he would only wait for an hour, he couldn't leave easily because the gold-type gene hail was temporarily stored here. While there was still some time left, Qin Tian prepared to go to the swimming pool to look for other genetic hailstones and genetic bugs. For him, evolutionary energy was extremely scarce, and no matter how small the bugs were, they could bring some benefits. Just as he was about to leave, the sound of a car engine was heard in the yard. You came back very quickly. Qin Tian smiled and stood still. He had promised the couple that he would never break his promise. Come quickly, save my daughter. A hoarse cry suddenly came from the yard. Qin Tian frowned. According to what he had learned from the couple, the little girl was parasitized by half of the genetic worm from her legs. Under normal circumstances, she would fall into a coma within the next 3 days, but her life would not be in danger at present. In this case, why are the couple still so anxious? Soon, Qin Tian saw Qin Haitao rushing and holding a little girl with blood coming out of all 7 orifices. Seeing Qin Tian standing there, Qin Haitao seemed to grasp the last hope and rushed straight to him, shouting at the same time, "Please save my daughter." Qin Tian was surprised. According to what he knew, genetic worms wouldn't have such a serious reaction after parasitizing, especially if it was only half a parasite. Could it be that the couple concealed something when describing what happened? Put her on the sofa, Qin Tian said expressionlessly. Qin Haitao didn't think much about it and immediately laid his daughter gently on the sofa. Jia Yuding and Bai Shui also rushed in. On the way back, my daughter suddenly became like this. Qin Haitao stood aside and explained calmly. Please save my daughter. Jia Yuding's tears kept flowing and she broke down emotionally. Qin Tian walked past Jia Yuding with disdain and went straight to the sofa. Bai Shui looked at the boy's back with doubt in her eyes. Could it be that the person Jia Yuding was talking about was the boy in front of her? After all, Qin Tian looked to be only about 13 years old, which was very unreasonable. Normal parasitism will not lead to this situation. What did you give her to eat? Qin Tian asked with a frown. We didn't feed anything, we. Qin Haitao stopped talking and turned to look at Bai Shui. My grandfather and I never fed him anything. Bai Shui explained hurriedly with a hint of panic in her voice. That was a close call. Bai Shui was almost panicked by Qin Tian's casual words. At this time, Qin Tian had already placed his palm on the little girl's forehead and used his telepathic detection ability. He looked focused, and I don't know what he discovered, but a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Interesting. Chapter 016. Fusion Gene Bug. Qin Haitao and his wife stood aside, watching Qin Tian's actions nervously. When they saw him suddenly smile, they felt uneasy. There is more than one kind of gene bug in her body. Qin Tian suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. His voice was calm and confident, but this discovery was also the reason why he laughed. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for two genetic worms to live in the same host at the same time, because genetic worms will secrete special signaling factors to ensure that they occupy the sovereignty of the host. However, the little girl in front of him not only has two genetic worms in her body, but they are all incomplete halves. What do you mean? Qin Haitao asked hurriedly. There happen to be two kinds of genetic insects in her body. One is the bone type, and the other is the demon skin type. The fight between the two kinds of genetic insects has led to her current condition. Qin Tian explained concisely. Even though he had explained, the people present still looked confused. What are bone types and what are demon skin types? Bai Shui finally couldn't help but interrupt and ask. Qin Tian did not answer, but turned around and asked, shouldn't you first care about whether she can be saved? Bai Shui was stunned for a moment, then she shut up immediately. Indeed, the most important thing at the moment was the safety of the little girl. Can my daughter still be saved? Qin Haitao asked again, his anxious tone full of worry. It can be saved. Qin Tian smiled again, with confidence in his tone. However, the treatment process will be a bit troublesome. Hearing the words, there is hope, Qin Haitao felt relieved, but then he became full of questions. Excuse me, what do I need to prepare? I need a tempered thermos cup and a bottle of purified water. Qin Tian said simply. Is there anything else? Qin Haitao asked anxiously. That's all. Go and get ready. Qin Tian said it very easily, as if the treatment process was not complicated. Okay, I'll get it right away. Qin Haitao didn't ask any more questions and quickly went to prepare those things. Wait a minute. Qin Tian suddenly called him. What else do you need? Qin Haitao was extremely anxious and wanted to run to prepare something. Qin Tian pointed to the refrigerator in the living room and said, no one can open that refrigerator without my permission. Don't blame me for not warning you in advance. Qin Haitao was stunned for a moment, remembering that he did want to take a bottle of purified water from it, but Qin Tian's words made him dare not act rashly. Okay. He had no choice but to agree. A hint of curiosity flashed in Bai Shui's eyes. She was curious about what secrets were hidden in the refrigerator and why Qin Tian specifically emphasized that it should not be opened. Mei Ming. Jia Yuding knelt on the ground, looking anxiously at her daughter on the sofa across the coffee table. Qin Tian suddenly looked at her. Hey, if you're free now, you can go prepare some food. Jia Yuding was interrupted by this sentence, and her eyes turned away from her daughter and looked at Qin Tian, her eyes full of fatigue and anxiety. Can you really save my daughter? She asked almost pleadingly. Qin Tian replied coldly. Now accept for me. I don't think anyone can save your daughter. Hearing this, Jia Yuding breathed a sigh of relief. She saw the boy's confident attitude, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. Okay, I'll go prepare food. Jia Yuding stood up and prepared to go to the kitchen. But as soon as she stood up, she found her legs were weak and she almost fell again. Fortunately, Bai Shui beside her supported her in time. Jia Yuding completely ignored her daughter's situation and thanked Bai Shui. She quickly asked, what food do I need to prepare? Meat is best. If that's too troublesome, simple food is fine. Qin Tian replied indifferently. Okay, I'll go make Mei Ming her favorite sweet and sour spare ribs. Jia Yuding got up and left. Before she walked away, Qin Haitao had already brought the items Qin Tian needed. He was holding a few unopened thermos cups in his arms and a bottle of mineral water in his right hand. Do you think these will work? Qin Haitao asked while panting, his face covered with sweat, obviously due to being anxious. Qin Tian nodded, opened the thermoses one by one, finally chose a brown one, and poured mineral water into the cup. What should we do next? Do you need my help? Bai Shui asked from the side, obviously very curious about the subsequent treatment process. No need. Qin Tian replied coldly and turned to walk towards the little girl. Bai Shui looked at the boy in confusion, following his every move, but still didn't understand what he was doing. As a forensic doctor, Bai Shui couldn't understand why Qin Tian could do it so easily, and even doubted his ability. After all, the boy in front of him looked only a teenager, the age when he watched cartoons. How could he understand such complicated medicine? However, looking at the attitude of Qin Haitao and his wife, she chose to remain silent and no longer interrupt. A few minutes later, Qin Tian suddenly lifted up the little girl's coat, revealing her belly button. At this moment, Qin Haitao and Bai Shui both saw a horrifying scene. There was actually a small bulge wriggling near Qin Mingming's belly. That is. Qin Haitao was startled, his voice filled with fear. Shut up. Qin Tian warned without turning his head. Qin Haitao didn't dare to speak anymore. A few seconds later, a horrifying scene occurred. The bulge actually emerged from Qin Mingming's belly button. It was actually some kind of soft-bodied creature, blood red in color, with several tentacles, and its surface was covered with raised bumps. Several of the connection points looked like they were in a fierce fight. Seeing the appearance of this creature, Qin Haitao's breathing almost stopped, and his heart seemed to be weighed down. It's indeed two types of genetic insects. Qin Tian finally spoke, smiling as he looked at them. Seeing this scene, Bai Shui's eyes widened in shock. This situation was beyond her comprehension. She had never seen anything so bizarre and terrifying. At this time, Qin Mingming finally stopped shaking violently and lay quietly on the sofa. How's my daughter? Qin Haitao couldn't help but ask. Qin Tian put the fusion gene bug into the thermos cup, and then slowly said, It's okay, it won't be long before she wakes up. Qin Haitao heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. Just as he was about to ask more questions, he saw Qin Tian do something that stunned him. Chapter 017. This boy is so weird. Qin Tian took out the half-genetic worm he had obtained earlier and threw it directly into the thermos. Instantly, the genetic worms in the thermos cup began to boil and roll, as if trying to regain vitality. Qin Haitao was stunned, recalling that the parasite he had crushed with his own hands before could actually be reborn so actively in the hands of the boy. Aren't you afraid? Bai Shui suddenly interrupted. As a forensic doctor, she had seen many terrible things, but she couldn't help but be shocked to see Qin Tian so calm and not hesitate in the face of this parasite. Qin Tian did not answer, but focused on the changes in the thermos. The balance has been broken, and it's time to start integrating, he whispered, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Because the two gene bugs were incomplete halves before, they fought each other endlessly. Now, with the addition of the other half of the gene bug, the original balance was broken, causing them to begin to merge. Qin Tian's eyes showed a glimmer of expectation. A few minutes later, the genetic bugs in the thermos gradually quieted down. Due to the angle, Qin Haitao and Bai Shui could not see the specific situation inside, but they could feel that Qin Tian seemed to be smiling at the moment. That smile was chilling. Facing such a tense situation, the boy was still able to remain so calm and smile, which really made people feel that he was abnormal, even a little weird. It seems that the plan needs to be slightly modified. Qin Tian smiled, as if he was satisfied with the situation in front of him. The fused gene bugs gave him a lot of inspiration. Regarding the gold-type gene hail, Qin Tian made a decision. He would refine it first, rather than absorb it directly. This would avoid excessive risks and solve the problem of storing the gene hail. At this moment, Qin Haitao suddenly said, Meng Meng. He noticed that his daughter seemed to move on the sofa. Bai Shui also turned her head and said in surprise, Meng Meng is awake. Sure enough, Qin Meng Meng opened her eyes and looked at the ceiling in confusion, as if she had not fully recovered yet. Meng Meng. Qin Haitao took 2 steps at a time and quickly came to the sofa, his eyes full of excitement. Dad, the little girl said in a hoarse voice. Dad is here. Meng Meng, how do you feel now? Qin Haitao asked anxiously. It hurts. The little girl's voice was weak and powerless. Tell Daddy where it hurts. Qin Haitao, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, became worried again, fearing that his daughter would have some sequelae. My stomach hurts so much. Qin Meng Meng turned her head to look at her father with a painful expression. Don't be afraid, Meng Meng. You'll be fine soon. Qin Haitao hurried to comfort her. He glanced at Qin Tian, hoping for further explanation. Qin Tian remained calm. A little pain is normal. Don't worry. The symptoms will be alleviated after eating. Dad. Qin Mingming spoke again. Qin Haitao quickly squatted down and held his daughter's hand tightly. Dad is here. Where's Mom? Asked the little girl, her eyes full of anticipation. Your mother is here too. She has gone to prepare something delicious for you. Qin Haitao comforted with a smile. Yuding! Yuding! He suddenly shouted. When Jia Yuding heard the cry, she hurried out of the kitchen. When she saw her daughter wake up, her eyes immediately became wet. Yuding, our daughter has woken up. Qin Haitao's face was filled with excitement, not hiding his joy at all. Miming. Jia Yuding almost ran over and hugged her daughter tightly. Mom, why are you crying? Qin Mingming wiped her mother's tears with her hands, her voice a little weak. Mom is happy. Mingming, my Mingming. Jia Yuding hugged the child and burst into tears again. At this moment, Chen Tian's action caught everyone's attention. He twisted the cap of the thermos bottle with skillful and quick movements, and then put it into his backpack. Jia Yuding looked at Chen Tian, full of gratitude. Thank you. Chen Tian said calmly, wipe your nose and don't forget the dishes that are still being cooked in the kitchen. Jia Yuding suddenly woke up and ran to the kitchen. At this time, Qin Mingming had already laid back peacefully on the sofa, her face had regained some color, and her mental state had improved a lot. Dad, who is this little brother? Qin Mingming asked innocently. He is a distinguished guest of our family. Mingming, you must be good and listen to your little brother. Qin Haitao responded with a smile. Dad, I'm so hungry. Qin Mingming said suddenly. Hearing his daughter say she was hungry, Qin Haitao was relieved and said quickly, Mingming, wait a moment. Mom is making you sweet and sour spare ribs. Dad, I'm so thirsty. Qin Mingming said again. Qin Haitao hesitated for a moment. Although his daughter had recovered a lot, he was worried about whether she could drink water now, so he looked at Chen Tian. Give her a drink. Chen Tian said only 3 words, then stood up and walked towards the swimming pool. Qin Haitao thought Chen Tian was about to leave, so he hurriedly said, eat your meal first. Chen Tian looked back at him and said calmly, I didn't say I was leaving. Qin Haitao smiled awkwardly, said nothing more, and asked, what does my daughter need to pay attention to now? Don't let her starve. Chen Tian simply said this and then walked towards the swimming pool. At this time, Bai Shui was still standing aside. She looked at Chen Tian's back, her heart full of doubts. She recalled the treatment process just now, and her inner questions popped up one after another. What method did this young man use? Bai Shui's eyes unconsciously fell on the refrigerator in the living room. Her curiosity was aroused again. Is there any secret hidden in this refrigerator? Finally, driven by curiosity, she walked towards the refrigerator. Chapter 18. Why mess with him? The purple double-door refrigerator is taller than the white snow. Before opening it, Bai Shui looked around with a guilty conscience. She was the only one in the living room for the time being, and there was no better opportunity than now. Bang! The refrigerator door on the right half was opened, revealing some fruit drinks, pastries, and other foods neatly stacked inside. Nothing looks weird. Bai Shui opened the left part of the freezer door again, and a huge block of ice suddenly came into her sight. The ice block was as big as a small oven, square in shape, with white steam coming out of it. This is a bit strange. Who would put such a big piece of ice in the refrigerator? Could this be genetic hail? Bai Shui was shocked when this thought popped into her mind. Just as she was about to take a closer look, the boy's voice suddenly sounded behind her. Does it look good? Bai Shui was startled and turned around, just in time to meet the boy's cold eyes. It seems that you didn't take my previous warning to heart. Chen Tian said at the beginning that no one could open the refrigerator without his permission. And the woman in front of him actually took advantage of the time when he was looking for the genetic hail to secretly open the refrigerator. I'm just taking a look. Bai Shui smiled awkwardly. In this situation where she was caught in the act, she found it difficult to find a suitable excuse. Whoosh. Chen Tian suddenly made a move and pressed the opponent's shoulder. The powerful force instantly caused Bai Shui to lose her balance and she fell down. With a thud, Bai Shui fell to her knees on the ground. You hurt me, Bai Shui said angrily. Bang. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt a strong force on her cheek, which directly slapped Bai Shui, who was angry. Have I hurt you again? Chen Tian's eyes flashed coldly. Half of Bai Shui's face swelled up instantly, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She really didn't expect that this young man would dare to hit her. She had never expected that the boy would be so ferocious and slap her so hard that she saw stars. Whoosh. Chen Tian grabbed the other person's slender neck, and without any effort, he lifted Bai Shui up from the ground. At this moment, Bai Shui was really scared. The aura emanating from the young man made her feel like she was being strangled to death. She struggled and resisted. Totally useless. The boy's palms, as if made of steel, lifted her body higher and higher until her legs were off the ground. Bai Shui suddenly remembered that before coming here, Jia Yuding had warned her not to provoke this young man. Now I finally understand what's going on. It turns out that this young man is so terrifying. Perhaps the noise here was transmitted to the kitchen. Jia Yuding and Qin Haitao both came out, and were shocked when they saw the scene. If you have something to say, just talk nicely and don't get angry, Qin Haitao hurriedly advised. He had experienced Chen Tian's power and knew that he was powerless to stop the young man. At this moment, Bai Shui almost rolled her eyes. Jia Yuding hurriedly said, I know what you are interested in. In one sentence, he successfully attracted Chen Tian's attention. Chen Tian looked at Jia Yuding and asked, Tell me, if you can convince me, I can spare her. Jia Yuding was sweating with anxiety. She couldn't let Bai Shui die in her house, but she couldn't just find an excuse to fool the boy. Perhaps out of a sudden inspiration, Jia Yuding spoke again. I have thought of something about the two parasites in my daughter's body. Bang! Chen Tian waved his hand, and Bai Shui was thrown 5 or 6 meters away. Her body rolled on the ground and hit the coffee table before she stopped. Such a scene frightened Jia Yuding and Qin Haitao. The two of them realized that the young man in front of them was not only their daughter's savior, but also a monster who could kill people at will. Seeing the look in the boy's eyes, Jia Yuding said in a trembling voice, The other part of my daughter's parasite should be the one that escaped from the laboratory. Then she recounted what happened during the video call with Bai Shui. After a moment of silence, Chen Tian asked, What are the chemicals that were spilled? Shaking her head, Jia Yuding said, You should ask Bai Shui about this. I don't understand. Chen Tian glanced at the unconscious woman on the ground and said, Wake her up. I want to ask her some questions later. Qin Haitao hurried over and helped Bai Shui onto the sofa. He pinched her Rinzhong acupoint and pressed her chest. After a while, he finally woke her up. When she opened her eyes, Bai Shui felt pain all over her body. The memories in her mind made her understand what had happened. An unprecedented feeling of grievance came over me, and tears started streaming down my face. She had never been beaten in her life, let alone almost being strangled to death. But when Bai Shui saw Chen Tian coming over, she forgot how to cry and was so scared that she kept hiding behind Qin Haitao. Facing the next question raised by Chen Tian, Bai Shui learned her lesson this time and answered whatever was asked. A good woman would not suffer a loss in front of her. Chen Tian stood there in silence for a moment, then said to the somewhat embarrassed Qin Haitao, I need a separate room. Is the attic upstairs okay? Qin Haitao asked hurriedly. The attic upstairs is his private room, and it is very quiet there. Chen Tian took out the gold Jean Hale from the refrigerator, walked up to the attic, and warned again, No one is allowed to approach me before I come out. Don't ignore my warning. The three people in the living room were so frightened by Chen Tian's aura that they dared not say anything. The atmosphere did not ease until Chen Tian left the living room. Bai Shui continued to sob while sitting on the sofa. Jia Yuding sat beside her to comfort her. Qin Haitao didn't know what to say and decided to go back to the kitchen to look after his daughter. Unexpectedly, Qin Mingming came out of the kitchen by herself, her mouth full of greasy food. She looked at Bai Shui on the sofa and asked curiously, Why is sister crying? Qin Haitao felt that he needed to warn his daughter not to go up to the attic, as her small body could not withstand being thrown around by the boy. After some comfort, Bai Shui finally stopped crying, but the injuries on her body made her walk with a limp, especially her cheeks, which were swollen. At this time, Qin Mingming's words attracted the attention of everyone present. Mom, why is Nyo still sleeping outside? Qin Mingming pointed outside the swimming pool curiously. It was only then that Qin Haitao and his wife remembered that it was not only their daughter who was parasitized, but also the big yellow dog. Looking outside the glass door at the big yellow dog lying there motionless, Qin Haitao and Jia Yuding felt a chill on their backs for some reason. Huh? Mom, look, Nyo seems to be awake. Qin Mingming was about to rush over, but was stopped by Qin Haitao. Qin Haitao subconsciously covered his daughter's mouth out of nervousness. In the living room, except for the child Qin Mingming, the other three adults were all frightened by what they saw. Chapter 019. This is a mutation. Crunch, crunch. Even through the glass door, you can hear the almost bone-grinding sound. The big yellow dog, which had been motionless, suddenly twitched, and the strange sound came from its body. Everyone stared at this scene without blinking, as if they had even forgotten to breathe. Crunch. The strange sound became louder and louder, and the big yellow dog actually stood up. As it was facing away from the dog, the few people couldn't see the big yellow dog's appearance clearly, but judging from its abnormal standing posture, it definitely didn't look like it had recovered. The big yellow dog's limbs were bent in 4 directions, swaying as if it was adapting to its body. Husband, Jia Yuding's heart was trembling. Yuding, you take care of Mingming. I'll go over to take a look. Qin Haitao carried Qin Mingming in his arms to Jia Yuding. At this moment, even Qin Mingming realized that the atmosphere was wrong, and she curled up in her mother's arms and stopped making a sound. Husband, be careful, Jia Yuding whispered. At any time, having a man in the family can always make people feel at ease. Qin Haitao didn't say anything else. He walked forward slowly in his slippers, bent over, and picked up the broom. Crunch. The closer you get, the more obvious the sound of the bones becomes. Qin Haitao was also nervous. So many things had happened one after another, so he didn't find it strange even if the big yellow dog had mutated. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. The closer Qin Haitao got to the glass door, the lighter his footsteps became, but he held the broom in his hand tighter and tighter. I don't know if it heard the sound, but the big yellow dog outside the glass door turned around suddenly and met Qin Haitao's eyes. Qin Haitao was stunned for a moment. He found that the appearance of the big yellow dog was no different, and his heart, which had been tense, suddenly settled down. His tense body relaxed. Qin Haitao let go of the broom and called out tentatively, "Nuno." The big yellow dog outside the glass door did not react and continued to stare. "Nuno," Qin Haitao shouted again in a loud voice. The big yellow dog's body began to tremble again. Suddenly, the big yellow dog pounced forward and bit him. Its eyes turned blood red at this moment. Bang! The big yellow dog hit the glass door directly. This sudden change scared Qin Haitao. Quack! The big yellow dog made a frog-like sound and opened its mouth wide, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth. Through the glass door, Qin Haitao clearly saw that the big yellow dog's tongue had turned into rows of sharp thorns covered with barbs, and they could even move. My God! Qin Haitao was so frightened that he stepped back quickly, even throwing off his slippers. Obviously, this big yellow dog was no longer the Nuno he knew. That strange tongue and those eyes that are ready to devour anyone make it look like a monster. The big yellow dog tried to rush out, but perhaps because it was not familiar enough with controlling its body, it stood up several times and fell down several times. Honey, what happened? What happened to Nuno? Seeing Qin Haitao retreating, Jia Yuding asked hurriedly. Bai Shui, who was standing by, also forgot the pain in her body because of this incident. I suspect our girl has mutated. Qin Haitao tried his best to keep his tone calm. He didn't want to frighten his family. Mutation? Jia Yuding widened her eyes. Have you forgotten that Nuno was infected by a parasite from the very beginning? Qin Haitao said hurriedly. Jia Yuding's expression became even uglier. How could she forget? She was there. At this time, Bai Shui at the side couldn't help but interrupt and ask, after being parasitized by that kind of parasite, will it mutate? That boy did say something similar. Qin Haitao said after recalling. He is now a little worried again, whether his daughter has really recovered or whether she will mutate. Qin Haitao felt his scalp tingling when he thought of the yellow dog's tongue full of barbs. What will happen after it mutates? Bai Shui asked again. This matter is of great importance and may very well endanger the entire human society. I don't know, maybe that boy will know. Qin Haitao said. No one knew what the young man was doing in the attic. If he were here, perhaps he could get some useful information. But now, if the young man doesn't come out, no one dares to disturb the attic, because Bai Shui's example is there. It won't rush in from outside, will it? Looking at the big yellow dog struggling to stand up outside the glass door, Bai Shui asked. A mad yellow dog is scary enough, let alone a mutated yellow dog. Don't worry, that's special tempered glass. As long as it's not opened, it can't get in. Qin Haitao hurriedly comforted. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, a harsh voice came. The sound was like someone scratching a blackboard with sharp nails. Several people's eyes turned to the glass door again. It turned out that the big yellow dog was licking the tempered glass with its mutated tongue, and the barb on its tongue was in conflict with the glass surface. At first it was nothing, just a few scratches on the tempered glass surface. However, as the force increased, the tempered glass began to be unable to withstand it. Hurry, the rest of you go upstairs and find a room to hide in. Qin Haitao's face suddenly changed. Hubby, what about you? I'll meet up with you guys in a bit. Time is precious, Qin Haitao said, and rushed to the kitchen. When he came out, he had a kitchen knife in his hand. Jia Yuding held Qin Mingming with one hand and supported the disabled Bai Shui with the other. Before the three of them reached the stairs, they heard a loud explosion. Bang! The tempered glass door shattered directly. Go! Qin Haitao urged loudly while pushing the coffee table towards the glass door. Jia Yuding was so frightened that she didn't even dare to turn her head. She pulled her daughter and Bai Shui towards the stairs. The three of them went up the stairs to the second floor, and from their vantage point, they just happened to see the scene of Qin Haitao fighting with the big yellow dog. That scene is really terrifying. Qin Haitao had clearly blocked the door with the coffee table, but the big yellow dog's tongue still stretched out through the gap. It was like a flexible whip, lashing around. When Qin Haitao was dodging, He was unfortunately hit on the back, and blood immediately flowed out, as if a piece of flesh and blood was torn off. Ah! Jia Yuding screamed. Her fear reached its peak at this moment. Watching her husband lying on the ground and unable to get up for a long time, Jia Yuding's face turned as pale as paper. Bai Shui was not much better. Although as a forensic scientist, she was braver than ordinary women, it depended on what happened. She may not be afraid of corpses, but she is extremely afraid of this kind of monster. Bang! 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 The coffee table used to block the door began to shake violently, and it looked like it wouldn't last long. Qin Haitao was still lying on the ground, his blood staining the floor tiles red. It's so noisy, can't you be quiet for a while? At this moment, the young man's voice was heard, and it sounded like heavenly music to the ears of the two women. Chapter 20. This boy is such a monster. As Chun Tian's voice sounded, the sound of light footsteps was heard. Hope arose in Jia Yuding and Bai Shui's hearts, as they had seen how powerful that young man was. But when they saw Chun Tian walking down, they were both shocked. At this moment, Chun Tian's hair and clothes were wet, and his face showed fatigue that was difficult to conceal. This can't help but arouse people's curiosity. What did he just do in the attic, and why did he look like this? Please save my husband. Jia Yuding quickly asked for help. Chun Tian glanced downstairs and murmured. He woke up so soon. Normally, after being parasitized by genetic insects, it takes 3 to 5 days for the fusion period to complete. The reason why this mutated yellow dog woke up so quickly was related to Chun Tian. While he was looking for genetic hail, he noticed the yellow dog lying on the ground. He used his telepathy to check and found that the dog was infected by licking genetic worms, which had already integrated into its brain, and there was no hope for it. Perhaps stimulated by the mind energy, the yellow dog, which would have taken several days to wake up, is now active. However, it is obvious that the yellow dog has not yet completed the fusion, and now only the tongue has mutated. Chun Tian walked down the stairs slowly. His every move now touched Jia Yuding and Bai Shui's hearts. The two were very curious about how this young man would deal with the mutated yellow dog. Bang bang bang. The mutant yellow dog's tongue was still flailing wildly, and it looked to be 3 or 4 meters long. Are you still alive? Chun Tian has already walked to Qin Haitao's side. Qin Haitao struggled to stand up, covered in blood, looking scary. It has mutated. Qin Haitao bent over and reminded weakly. He was hit on the back and suffered serious injuries. Give me the knife, Chun Tian suddenly said. Qin Haitao glanced at Chun Tian, hesitated for a moment, and decided to hand over the kitchen knife in his hand. What a noise! Holding a kitchen knife, Chun Tian swaggered towards the door. Whoosh! As soon as it got close, the mutant dog's tongue lashed out, as if it had eyes. Chun Tian knew that licking animals located their targets based on smell and heat. Just by shaking his body a few times, Chun Tian easily avoided all attacks from the mutant tongue. This calmness had a strong visual impact on Qin Haitao and others. After a few steps, Chun Tian had already arrived at the door. The coffee table in front of him was still bearing the brunt of the mutant dog's impact, and it looked like it wouldn't last long before being knocked away. Call out. At this time, the mutant dog's tongue turned into a spear and stabbed towards Chun Tian's heart. Swish! Chun Tian's hand holding the knife turned into a residual shadow. He actually cut off the mutant dog's tongue with just one knife. Then, Chun Tian raised his foot and kicked the coffee table that was blocking his way away. Boom! The coffee table rolled over and hit the wall, almost knocking down the entire wall. This scene left Qin Haitao, Jia Yuding, and Bai Shui dumbfounded. They knew that this young man was a demon, but they never thought he would be so evil. With just one kick, the heavy coffee table was kicked away. What kind of force was that? You know, Qin Haitao had to work hard to push the coffee table there. Bai Shui was even more frightened. She realized that the boy was showing mercy when he beat her, otherwise, one slap would have taken her head off. Without the obstruction of the coffee table, the few people finally saw the mutant dog behind the door. It has indeed mutated. At this time, the mutated yellow dog stood there with hunched limbs in the shape of a spider. Its tongue was cut off and blood was constantly flowing from its mouth, but it did not feel any pain at all. Seeing Chun Tian appear, the mutant yellow dog exerted strength on its limbs, bounced its entire body off the ground, and pounced towards Chun Tian to bite. Swish! Chun Tian swung out another knife. Don't be too relaxed. One knife will end the life of this mutant yellow dog. What a hassle! Chun Tian walked back holding the bloody knife. At this moment, Qin Haitao looked at Chun Tian as if he was looking at a god. This was too powerful. Before he could see what was happening, the mutant dog's head had already fallen off. Here you go. Chun Tian threw the kitchen knife to Qin Haitao. Qin Haitao caught it in a hurry, his whole body in a daze, as if he had experienced a terrible dream. After making sure that the crisis was over, Jia Yuding hurried down the stairs and went straight to Qin Haitao. "Husband, how are you? Let me see your injury." Qin Haitao turned around, revealing his bloody back. Jia Yuding was shocked and distressed. She was about to take her husband back to the room to treat his wounds when the boy's voice suddenly came over. "Hey, get me something to eat." Jia Yuding originally wanted to say that she would get something to eat after she had treated her husband's wound, but after meeting the young man's gaze, she did not dare to say it out loud. Speaking of which, this young man first saved her daughter and now saved her husband, and he hasn't asked for any reward yet, so a meal with him is not too much. More importantly, she was afraid that Shin Tian would beat her. "Bai Shui, can you help my husband treat his wound? There is a medicine box at home." Jia Yuding hurriedly asked Bai Shui for help. Bai Shui did not refuse. As a forensic doctor, treating wounds was one of her compulsory courses. As for Qin Mingming, she must have been a little frightened. She followed her mother to the kitchen in silence. Shin Tian sat on the sofa, gasping for breath. The reason why he was like this was not because of the battle just now, but because of the refining of the gold gene hail in the attic. This time of rebirth is really different. Everything goes smoothly. Shin Tian successfully refined the gold-type gene hail into genetic energy and temporarily stored it in his body. As long as the time is right, he can absorb it at any time. This is much safer than maintaining the form of ice. However, in order to suppress the gold-type genetic energy, Shin Tian's strength will be affected, but it is only temporary. Although he was very tired at the moment, Shin Tian was very happy in his heart. After a while, Bai Shui helped Qin Haitao treat his wound and walked out. She first glanced at the young man who was leaning on the sofa with his eyes closed and smiling. Then she turned her gaze to the mutant dog that was killed. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that animals could undergo such horrible mutations. If we can hand over the body of this mutant dog to Grandpa, we should be able to find out the real reason for its mutation. Thinking this in her mind, Bai Shui subconsciously walked towards the mutant dog's corpse. She was not afraid of corpses. After seeing the wound on Qin Haitao's back, she became very interested in the severed tongue. But before she could get close, the boy's voice suddenly came. "If you come close rashly, you might die." Bai Shui stopped reflexively and turned to look at the sofa. The young man had opened his eyes and was now giving me a playful look. With the wicked smile on the boy's lips, Bai Shui suddenly felt that she might have been teased by the boy. Shin Tian picked up a bottle of mineral water from his side and threw it towards the mutated tongue. Chapter 021. I am a reasonable person. After the mineral water fell to the ground, the mutated tongue that had been cut off actually wrapped around it like a snake. The powerful force directly burst an entire bottle of mineral water. With a bang, water splashed all over Bai Shui's face, which scared her so much that she reflexively ran to Qin Tian. How come it's still alive?" Bai Shui looked frightened. If the young man had not stopped her, she might have ended up like that bottle of mineral water. "It's just a residual nervous emergency response." Qin Tian raised the corner of his mouth, and it can be seen that he is in a really good mood at the moment. Bai Shui felt that this was a rare opportunity, so she asked, "Will being parasitized by that kind of parasite make things so terrible?" "That's a genetic worm. The exact name is parasitic controllable neural gene chain. It's not the parasite you know." After a pause, Qin Tian continued, "You guessed right. Being parasitized by that thing will become very scary. Then how can we save those who are infected?" Bai Shui asked a very crucial question. If the genetic worms penetrate above the neck, there is no possibility of treatment. The genetic worms will quickly occupy the host's brain. Bai Shui hurriedly asked, "What if it's below the neck?" "It depends on your physique. Will you absorb the genetic worms or be controlled by them?" Qin Tian smiled a little coldly at this moment. As far as he knew, few people could resist the invasion of the first generation of genetic insects. The evolvers after the end of the world usually absorb the genetic energy of iterative genetic insects. Bai Shui wanted to ask more, but at this moment, Jia Yuding came out with food. Qin Tian was really hungry. In order to refine the gold gene hail, he consumed too much energy and urgently needed food to replenish it. Looking at the boy wolfing down the food, Jia Yuding was dazed for a moment. She actually felt that he was just an ordinary boy. "I also made soup in the pot," Jia Yuding said hurriedly. She is a typical housewife. She didn't cook much before, but after having children, she learned a lot of cooking skills. Not long after, Qin Haitao changed his clothes and came out. "Honey, is your injury serious?" Jia Yuding asked. "It's okay. I've taken the medicine and I'm much better now." When Qin Haitao said this, he quickly gave Bai Shui a look. In fact, a piece of flesh was torn off his back and it still hurts. but he didn't want his wife to worry. Don't go over there. Bai Shui saw Qin Haitao walking towards the mutant dog's corpse and hurriedly spoke out to stop him. Qin Haitao looked over in confusion. Bai Shui hurriedly explained, that thing can also attack. The broken bottle of mineral water on the ground is the best proof. Qin Haitao's face looked ugly. The mutated yellow dog had left him with a psychological trauma. He had originally wanted to clean up the corpse, but now he didn't dare to act rashly. This place is no longer habitable. God knows if the residents next door also have mutated cats and dogs. What's more important is that there are so many parasites here, and who knows where one is hiding, which could be fatal. Qin Haitao has made up his mind to move his family to another place soon. He also has properties in other places. Chen Tian finally finished eating, and it was time to go to the laboratory. When they went there, they still rode in Qin Haitao's car, but this time Jia Yuding was driving. Finally, we arrived. Jia Yuding and her family did not get out of the car. After a few polite words, they drove away. Walking alone with Chen Tian, Bai Shui felt inexplicably nervous. Stop hesitating and just say what you want to say. Chen Tian seemed to have returned to his previous indifferent attitude. My grandpa is quite old. Can we not do anything about it? God knows what kind of trepidation Bai Shui was feeling when she said this. Chen Tian stared at the woman until her eyes began to evade. Then he said, I am a reasonable person. Bai Shui was a little speechless. Was it really about reason? Why did she feel like it was about fists? Hey, Xiaoxiu, what happened to your face? As soon as I entered, I met Mr. Liu. It's okay, there was a little accident. Bai Shui didn't want to say more. The boy who beat her was still standing by, so she quickly changed the subject. Grandpa, the little girl is fine now. You don't have to worry anymore. Are you okay now? How did you recover? Did you see the doctor? Mr. Liu asked hurriedly. Grandpa, you may not believe it, but it's this person. Bai Shui suddenly realized that she still didn't know the boy's name. Where's the room where the chemicals were spilled? Chen Tian didn't want to chat with them, so he asked directly. Inside, I'll take you there. Bai Shui hurriedly led the way, trying her best to avoid any interaction between her grandfather and the boy. The laboratory was still closed, and before the boy could kick it open, Bai Shui quickly opened it with the key. You don't have to follow me in. After saying this, Chen Tian walked in. Only at this time did Bai Shui have time to have a good talk with her grandfather. Old Liu was curious about what was going on with this young man, but his attention was soon diverted by Bai Shui's narration. Mutated dog? Old Liu was shocked. If what Bai Shui described was true, then there would be a big problem. According to his investigation, that kind of genetic hail is scattered irregularly and cannot be controlled at all. Once all the parasites inside are hatched, it will be the end of the world. Bai Shui, did you bring the sample back? Mr. Liu asked hurriedly. This matter is of great importance and must be reported to the relevant departments, and the sample is the key evidence. Shaking her head, Bai Shui said, although I didn't get the sample back, I took a photo. Oh, bring it here and let me see it. Old Liu said hurriedly. Bai Shui used a high-end mobile phone of a foreign brand, and the shooting effect was very good. The photos clearly showed the details of the dead mutant dog. There is such a thing. Staring at the huge vine-like tongue on the phone screen, Mr. Liu's face looked very ugly. Bai Shui wanted to describe the details to her grandfather again, but unexpectedly, Chen Tian walked out. Just when Mr. Liu wanted to say a few words to Chen Tian, his cell phone rang. The caller ID showed that it was a student he had once mentored. Teacher Liu, it's me. Tianmi Teacher Liu, are you ready to talk now? This is what happened. I accidentally discovered a meteorite, and I am studying it with several of my classmates. Now some strange phenomena have appeared. A woman's voice came from Mr. Liu's cell phone. Yes. Just as Mr. Liu was about to ask what kind of meteorite it was, the phone in his hand was snatched away by Chen Tian. Describe to me the appearance of the meteorite you mentioned. Chen Tian said into the phone. Huh? You're not Teacher Liu. Who are you? Chen Tian continued to ask. Does the meteorite you found have red fine lines on the surface, and is it a little hot to the touch? Huh? How did you know? The woman on the other end of the phone asked in surprise. Chen Tian said seriously. Next, do as I say. Otherwise, you will all be parasitized. Chapter 022. What you need is what you get. According to the location sent by Tianmi, Bai Shui drove to a factory. It should be here. Bai Shui muttered to herself, but she was secretly glancing at the boy sitting in the back through the rearview mirror. I don't know if what the boy said is true. Is the meteorite really that scary that he asked her to drive here directly? When Bai Shui noticed that the boy raised his head, she quickly looked away. Admittedly, she was a little afraid of the boy. Teacher Liu, I didn't expect you to come here in person. When I got off the car, a beautiful woman came up to me. She had a ponytail and was about the same age as Bai Shui. This person was Tianmi, who had just called me. Before Mr. Lu could speak, Chen Tian asked first, "Did you do as I said?" Tianmi stared at Chen Tian in surprise. Sensing that the atmosphere was a little unpleasant, Bai Shui hurriedly stepped forward and introduced, "This is Chen Tian, an expert in the field." On the way here, she already knew Chen Tian's name. As for the title of expert, it was purely added by her. "We have wrapped the meteorite in tinfoil." After saying that, Tianmi looked at Mr. Lu and asked worriedly, "Teacher Lu, that meteorite won't be radioactive, right?" "We'll have to wait and see to find out." Mr. Lu's answer was also vague. When I entered the room, I found that there were 4 people about the same age as Tianmi, 2 men and 2 women, each busy with their own things. Chen Tian frowned and asked, "Is there anyone among you who fainted?" Others may not be able to perceive it, but as soon as Chen Tian came in, he felt the rich evolutionary energy. Although the meteorite has not been seen yet, it can be concluded that it is an energy meteorite that fell with the meteor shower. Energy meteorites will release evolutionary energy, and this evolutionary energy will attract genetic insects. Wrapping the surface of the energy meteorite with tinfoil will weaken the release of evolutionary energy to a certain extent, but it cannot completely isolate it. "Our people are all here, and no one has fainted," Tianmi said with a smile. She always felt that this was just a boy who had not grown up yet, but since Bai Shui had just introduced him like that, she didn't want to ruin his reputation. Chen Tian didn't say anything else. Instead, he untied his backpack and spread the jade pendants out on a table. Everyone looked at him strangely. Chen Tian did not explain to them, but warned them coldly, "No one can touch these jade pendants without my permission. Since this room is full of evolutionary energy, it cannot be wasted. Making it into an energy jade pendant is much easier than refining genetic insects." "What are you doing?" Tianmi asked curiously. Old Lu also had a puzzled look on his face. Only Bai Shui was extremely nervous and said hurriedly, "Listen to him. Don't touch these jade pendants." Tianmi found it a little funny, but still nodded in cooperation. At this moment, Chen Tian suddenly said, "Everyone be quiet." This sudden escalation in tone startled Bai Shui and also successfully attracted everyone's attention. Chen Tian stood there quietly, his eyes looking around, his ears trembling slightly. Everyone was very cooperative at first, but after a while, some people couldn't hold it in any longer. The speaker was a man wearing glasses. He smiled and asked, "What are you doing? Why are you being so secretive?" Bai Shui had been keeping an eye on Chen Tian. She saw Chen Tian frown, and then a scalpel slipped out from his sleeve. "Don't." Bai Shui had just shouted this word when Chen Tian threw the scalpel in his hand out, and the target was the man with glasses who had just spoken. This sudden change frightened everyone present. But the one who was most frightened was the man with glasses. The scalpel flew past his cheek. The man with glasses touched his face in shock. Fortunately, there was no bleeding. The man with glasses was about to get angry when he saw Bai Shui pointing behind him and shouting, "Watch out behind you." The man with glasses looked back and saw that the scalpel that had just flown past had nailed a strange insect covered with tentacles to the wooden board, less than half a meter away from where he was sitting. "Oh my God!" The well-mannered man with glasses was startled and quickly hid aside. "What is that?" Tianmi was also frightened. All women are afraid of insects, let alone such disgusting-looking strange insects. Could that be a gene bug? Bai Shui was even more surprised because she knew that if the bug got into her brain, she would surely die. This means that the scalpel that Chen Tian just threw out saved the man's life. Suddenly, Bai Shui felt that the whole room was dangerous, and she hurried to Chen Tian. Chen Tian glared at Bai Shui, but Bai Shui pretended not to see anything. If she were asked to make a choice between Chen Tian and the genetic bug, she would choose to stay with Chen Tian without hesitation. "Call out." At this moment, Chen Tian threw out another scalpel. The scalpel was stuck in the writing board 10 meters away, and where the tip of the knife was stuck, a small translucent thing was twisting and struggling. "What is a genetic bug?" Tianmi sensed Bai Shui's panic and asked hurriedly. "That's a scary thing that can get into the human body," Bai Shui said hurriedly. Hearing that it could get into a person's body, Tianmi felt terrible. She looked at Mr. Lu and asked, "Teacher Lu, what is going on?" "As far as I know, after the meteor shower, strange ice blocks appeared all over the world. Inside them were insect-like creatures that were highly parasitic and could cause the host to mutate," Mr. Lu introduced briefly. "Mutation?" Tianmi widened her eyes. If these words hadn't come from Mr. Lu, she would have suspected that he was joking. "A big yellow dog has already mutated. I saw it with my own eyes," Bai Shui added hurriedly. Then, Tianmi hesitated for a moment and asked again, "What about that meteorite? I think it should attract this kind of genetic insects." Bai Shui guessed. "I have to say, she is quite smart. You are lucky. Chun Tian's voice suddenly sounded. Where is the meteorite? Tianmi pointed in a direction. Chun Tian found a meteorite wrapped in tinfoil in a glass cabinet. It was about the size of a football. No one noticed that Chun Tian was smiling at this moment. He was troubled by the lack of evolutionary energy, but now he unexpectedly obtained an energy meteorite. By absorbing the energy from this energy meteorite, even if he cannot break through to the Awakener in one fell swoop, he will definitely be able to stabilize the gold-type genetic energy in his body. This is really what you need. Just when Chun Tian was about to put the energy meteorite into his backpack, a group of people suddenly broke in from outside and threatened to take the meteorite away. Are you trying to snatch something from Chun Tian? Chapter 023. This is clearly the god of death. Following a burst of hurried footsteps, more than 20 people walked in from outside. Most of them were wearing blue uniforms, and the leader was a young man in his 20s. The sudden influx of these people immediately diluted the uneasy atmosphere in the room. It's better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. Everything is here, said the young man with a smile. Tianmi hurriedly stepped forward and asked, What's the matter? She recognized the man, whose name was Lin Tianyu, the son of a leader in the factory, who had harassed her some time ago. No big deal. Lin Tianyu smiled first, then changed the subject. I heard that you were studying a meteorite recently? Why are you asking this? Tianmi became alert. She felt from the beginning that the other party was not a good person. What a coincidence. A sample material happened to be lost in our factory, which might be the meteorite you were studying. Although Lin Tianyu had a playful smile on his face, his eyes could not hide the calculations in his heart. He received information that the meteorite was very valuable and could be sold at a high price on the black market. Tianmi was so angry that she laughed. She had seen shameless people, but she had never seen anyone so shameless. He takes robbery as a matter of course. There's nothing of yours here. Please leave. Tianmi tried her best to suppress her anger. How could Lin Tianyu leave? Since he brought so many thugs with him, he must take the things away. It's not up to you to decide whether it exists or not. We have to search it first. Lin Tianyu said this, signaling the people around him that they could start. Stop. If you dare to do anything, I will call the police. Tianmi warned. Call the police? Lin Tianyu shook his hair disdainfully. Tianmi, don't you know anything about what happened outside? Nowadays, the emergency line is almost always busy. Even if you get through, there is no chance of the police coming. These ferocious-looking people, who often did such brutal things, had already started rummaging around. How could you do this? Tianmi was so angry that she took out her phone to call the police, but the call went through. This time, the other party became even more arrogant. Two boys tried to stop these people, but were roughly knocked to the ground and warned, be quiet. Not only do the other side have more people and more power, they also carry sticks. If a fight really breaks out, they will definitely be the ones who suffer. Just when the scene was a bit chaotic, Chun Tian's voice suddenly rang out. Don't touch those jade pendants. A man with a scar saw the jade pendant spread out on the table and immediately wanted to take it for himself. Although he heard Chun Tian's warning, he would not take the child seriously. He stretched out his hand and prepared to grab the jade pendant on the table. Call out. With a sound of breaking air, the scarred man's outstretched hand was pierced directly by a scalpel. Oops. The scarred man screamed and blood flowed from his wound. This sudden change not only stopped the thugs who were searching for things, but also made Tianmi and others, who were filled with righteous indignation, stand there in a daze. At this time, Chun Tian had already put the energy meteorite in his backpack and walked over directly. This meteorite belongs to me, as a reward for saving your lives. Chun Tian spoke again. Tianmi's pupils widened. She never expected that this boy would also steal her meteorite. It's you, kid. The scarred man with an injured palm saw Chun Tian approaching. His eyes suddenly became fierce. He pulled out the iron rod from his waist and smashed him. This scene scared Tianmi so much that she almost screamed. The scarred man was really ruthless. He intended to hit the boy's head directly with the stick. If he hit him, would he still be alive? Click. With a sound of bones breaking, the scarred man who was swinging the stick had his entire arm broken and deformed, and the iron stick in his hand fell to the ground. Oops. The scarred man screamed like a pig being slaughtered again. Chun Tian smiled coldly and reached out to pull the scalpel out of the other person's hand. Remember to listen to the warning next time. Chun Tian wiped the blood from the scalpel on the scarred man's clothes. The scarred man screamed and tried to resist, but was kicked away by Chun Tian. The room suddenly became unusually quiet, and everyone's eyes were fixed on Chun Tian. These thugs were used to bullying others and had never seen such a fierce young man. Could it be that this young man has practiced martial arts? What are you still standing there for? The meteorite must be on him. Hurry and bring it to him. I will double your reward. Lin Tianyu shouted. There are so many of them, and the other party is just a child. What can it matter if he has practiced martial arts? The people present were all more ruthless than the other. Maybe it was because the bloodstains on the ground were too glaring, or maybe it was because the scalpel in the boy's hand was too sharp. These people were actually a little hesitant for a moment. The main reason is that the price is not enough. Lin Tianyu was furious. He brought so many people with him. If they were scared away by a little child, would he still have the face to live up to his expectations? Besides, since he had done this, he had to do it thoroughly. He had to get the meteorite no matter what. I'll increase your reward 5 times. Lin Tianyu suddenly shouted. It is true that there are always brave men when there is a big reward. Those who were still hesitant just now, their eyes suddenly lit up after hearing Lin Tianyu's price increase. Fuck him, he's just a little brat. All of a sudden, more than 20 thugs drew their weapons and prepared to charge forward. What puzzled everyone was that at this time, Chen Tian actually put away the scalpel and sneered. You will all die. There was no warmth in Chen Tian's words. He has always believed that, if he was a scum before the end of the world, he will be even more of a scum after the end of the world. Before the end of the world, they dared to steal rice and rob food, and after the end of the world, they dared to force good women into prostitution. Chen Tian has always been ruthless when dealing with scum. These people obviously didn't know what kind of person they were facing. When they saw the young man put away the scalpel, they became braver. Fuck him. I don't know who shouted, but these people attacked at the same time, smashing the sticks in their hands mercilessly. The next scene subverts everyone's cognition. Whoosh. Chen Tian turned into a residual shadow and disappeared on the spot. Immediately afterwards, the sound of bones breaking was heard. Snap, snap, snap. In just a few breaths, all the thugs fell to the ground. Their necks were all broken. Quiet. The only sound in the room was the pounding heartbeat. Who could have thought that in just a few breaths, more than 20 people died? What's even more terrifying is that no one present could see clearly how the boy did it. The speed is so fast that it is beyond the range of human vision. Boring, Chen Tian said with some boredom. These people are not even qualified to warm up for him. Even though his current strength has been affected, he is far from being able to deal with these people. Lin Tianyu was completely frightened. This is not just a young boy, this is clearly a killing god. Chapter 24, Targeting the Van. Lin Tianyu was so nervous that he almost suffocated. When he saw the young man looking at him, he almost fell to the ground. I almost forgot about you. Chen Tian smiled gently at the man. Lin Tianyu couldn't laugh. He wanted to escape from here immediately, but he didn't dare to act rashly. I can give you money. Lin Tianyu stuttered. What a pity you have such bad luck. Chen Tian didn't plan to do it himself because he found a genetic insect approaching the other party quickly. These people have nothing to do with me. They were the ones who took action just now. Lin Tianyu began to defend himself. Chen Tian ignored him and turned to look at the jade pendant on the table. Lin Tianyu thought the boy had let him go, so he turned around and ran. However, just as he took a step, he felt something prick his neck. Bang! Instinctively, Lin Tianyu took a shot, but there was nothing. But then, a sharp pain suddenly came from his neck, as if something was drilling into his body. Lin Tianyu screamed and fell to the ground. The incident happened suddenly, and everyone was confused, mistakenly thinking that it was Chen Tian who did it. Look carefully, that guy is being parasitized. Chen Tian's voice sounded. Everyone only felt a chill on their backs, and Lin Tianyu's increasingly ferocious face scared everyone present. Help, help! Lin Tianyu, curled up on the ground, shouted in a hoarse voice. At this moment, everyone clearly saw something moving on Lin Tianyu's cheek. This place will attract more genetic bugs soon. If you want to be like him, you can continue to stay here. Chen Tian's voice was heard again. Get out of here. A boy was the first to react and ran straight to the door. With someone taking the lead, the others followed suit and ran out quickly. Tian Mi ran outside with everyone, but when she passed by Lin Tianyu, her ankle was grabbed by him. Oh! Tian Mi screamed. God knows. She was almost frightened to death at this moment. Let go. Let go now. Tian Mi struggled and screamed. Because the two were quite close to each other, she was horrified to see that Lin Tianyu's eyes had turned scarlet red, as if he had turned into a ghost. If this is scary, there are even scarier things. Tian Mi caught a glimpse of a translucent insect crawling towards her quickly from the corner. Lin Tianyu's example was right in front of her, so how could she not know how terrible this kind of insect was? In extreme fear, she only felt a wet heat in her pants, and she lost her balance while struggling and fell to the ground. At this moment, the terrible insect was less than 10 centimeters away from her arm. Call out. With a flash of cold light, the genetic insect that had originally jumped up was taken away by a scalpel. Hurry up and leave. Chen Tian's voice rang out. Only then did Tianmi realize that Lin Tianyu in front of her was no longer moving. She quickly broke free from his hand and stumbled out of the room. In an instant, Chen Tian was the only one left in the room. He didn't want to leave yet because there was still a lot of evolutionary energy in this room. After choosing a position, Chen Tian sat down, summoned his mental energy, and began to absorb the energy from the surroundings. Since he has absorbed genetic insects, other genetic insects will no longer choose him to parasitize. An hour later, when Chen Tian walked out of the room, there was no one else outside. I looked at the digital watch on my wrist, and it showed a little after 2 in the afternoon. First, find a place to absorb the energy meteorite. Having made up his mind, Chen Tian walked outside. Energy meteorites will also consume energy over time and can generally last for 10 to 20 days. In an underground pipeline that had not yet been completed, Chen Tian finally absorbed all the evolutionary energy in the energy meteorite after nearly 2 hours of effort. Feeling the changes in his body, Chen Tian had an irrepressible excitement on his face. The gold gene energy no longer needs to be suppressed. It is now slowly being absorbed by the body. This discovery alone was enough to make Chen Tian excited, not to mention that this absorption also gave him a breakthrough in his mental ability. Now, I can control 8 flying knives at the same time, with a range of nearly 100 meters. After a simple test, Chen Tian already had an estimate. Walking out of the underground pipe, Chen Tian took a deep breath. The apocalypse will break out in 3 days, and now he has the strength to surpass all human beings. However, Chen Tian was not proud, because he knew that his opponents were never humans, but those constantly evolving monsters and beasts. In terms of evolution, humans are far inferior to other species. Those beasts can evolve continuously through killing and devouring without rest. Human living space is constantly being compressed and even becomes food for monsters. Chen Tian wants to be a strong man who can intimidate monsters. Swish, swish, swish. Chen Tian simply moved his hands and feet, and his strength increased again, making him want to have a big fight. Unfortunately, there are no serious opponents yet. Picking up the shriveled backpack, Chen Tian decided to go back to the van first, as he still had some things left in the car. In a milk tea shop, 2 men sitting by the window were talking. We've been watching for a long time, but haven't seen anybody. I think the car must have been abandoned and it can't come back, said one of them. Opposite the floor-to-ceiling window, there was a silver-white van parked, which was also the target of surveillance by the 2 men. Brother Bao is very angry. Now this van is the only clue. We must keep a close eye on it, said another person. Those people who were killed by the reborn Chen Tian in the abandoned factory were all arranged by the brother leopard, mentioned by the 2. Now, someone has died there and we don't know who the murderer is, so we naturally have to find out. The only clue was that the van with fake license plates was driven away by someone. The van the 2 men were staring at now was that one. If you ask me, just go check the surveillance. You are stupid. Can we use surveillance cameras to check this? We can only check it secretly. While the 2 were talking, they suddenly saw someone get on the van opposite, and the car started. Fuck, here it comes. The 2 people who were talking didn't dare to sit there anymore. They immediately rushed out the door and drove to catch up. During the tracking process, he did not forget to call Brother Leopard to report. Chen Tian was driving a van and originally wanted to use his remaining money to buy some things. In 3 days, this money will be just a piece of waste paper and can't buy anything. Huh? Am I being followed? Through the rearview mirror, Chen Tian discovered that there was a black sedan following behind him. Interesting. Chen Tian took the initiative to drive the car to a remote and deserted area, wanting to see what the other party wanted to do. Chapter 025. Is this boy a human? Hey, Brother Bao. Yes, we are following that car and heading towards the West Mountain area now. Okay, let's wait for support to arrive before we work together. Inside the black car, a man was talking on the phone. What did Brother Bao say? Asked the man driving. Brother Bao asked us to keep a close eye on them. He has already sent people over. Don't let them escape. The man sitting in the passenger seat just hung up the phone. Don't worry about my driving skills. I will definitely not lose you. I don't know what the other party was thinking. They actually chose to take such a deserted road. It will be much easier for us to take action later. That broken van definitely can't outrun us, so don't follow too closely. If they notice us in advance, something bad might happen. Did you see clearly how many people were in the other car? I didn't see it clearly. It seems there is only one. While the 2 were talking, the van in front suddenly slowed down. What is even more puzzling is that the van actually turned into an open space beside the road. There will be no vehicles passing by. Hey, the other side has stopped. Will they notice us? The black car didn't dare to follow too closely and just stopped on the side of the road. The two people who were following were talking in low voices when one of them's phone rang. The content of the call was simple. Support had arrived. Sure enough, just after the call ended, I saw 3 silver-white vans driving over. Rolling down the car window, the surveillance man pointed inside and said, "It's over there. Be careful not to let it get away." The 3 vans that arrived were full of people, all wearing masks and holding machetes. In order to prevent the other party from escaping, 2 cars stayed where they were, guarding the scene, while a van drove over. Chen Tian sat in the car, looking at the van approaching, with more anticipation in his heart. Laugh. With an emergency brake, the other party's van stopped. With a bang, the car door opened, and more than a dozen men with knives got out of the car. Because they were wearing masks, their faces could not be seen clearly. It's time to get started. Chen Tian showed a smile. At this time, someone had already walked in front of the car and was hitting the glass with a machete in his hand. Get out of the car. Get out. Get out now. There were 12 people in total, surrounding Chen Tian's van. Chen Tian opened the car door and walked out calmly. When these people saw Chen Tian, they were all stunned. They never thought that they would have to deal with a child. I took a look inside the car, and there was no one else. Besides you, who else? One of the men pointed the tip of the knife at Chen Tian. Chen Tian smiled and answered the question irrelevantly. You guys are a little short. Call the people outside over here. It will be more fun with more people. I'm fucking asking you a question. Why are you acting like an idiot in front of me? The man who had just asked the question reached out and grabbed Chen Tian's hair. Click. The sound of bones breaking was heard. The man's outstretched hand was broken directly. Before the man could scream, Chen Tian kicked him in the calf, and there was another sound of breaking bones. The man lost his balance and was about to fall when Chen Tian grabbed his chin. Don't you know how to be polite when talking to people? Chen Tian smiled contemptuously, and with his 5 fingers, he crushed the man's jaw in an instant. The man who was shouting just now, in the blink of an eye, was hanging on Chen Tian's hand like mud. Chen Tian threw it aside, like throwing away garbage, then looked at the frightened people around him with a smile on his face. Are you going to take action right away, or are you going to talk a lot of nonsense first? Chen Tian asked with a smile. The more indifferent his expression was, the more fear he brought to these people. Is this really a child? Everyone felt a chill rising from the bottom of their hearts. Who can tell me what you are here for? Chen Tian asked with a smile. Fuck. One of them gasped, as if he had just recovered from the shock. He was greeted by a kick from Chen Tian. The kick was so powerful that the man was kicked more than 30 meters away. His body fell to the ground and rolled over, and he died. Wrong answer. Chen Tian reached out and patted the dust that was not on his feet. At this moment, even a person with a slow reaction would know that the person in front of him was a monster. How could someone be able to kick someone more than 30 meters away with one kick? The remaining 10 people turned around and ran, regretting that their parents had not given them 2 more legs. Chen Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, and the next moment, he disappeared from the spot. The 10 people who were fleeing suddenly flew away before they had run a few steps, as if they were hit by a speeding truck. There were 12 people in total, and they all died in less than a minute. Chen Tian reappeared, raised his head, and looked at the cars parked at the intersection. This look from him immediately brought the stunned people back to their senses. Drive, drive, drive quickly, almost roaring. As majestic as these people were when they arrived, they look so ridiculous now that they are scared. The boys' elusive killing methods have crushed everyone's fighting spirit. Several cars were already in a standby state, and at this moment, the driver stepped on the accelerator hard and rushed out directly. One of the vans started a little slowly. Just as it turned the steering wheel, it heard a bang, and there seemed to be something extra on the roof of the car. Crunch. Then, with a strange sound, everyone in the car saw to their horror that the roof was torn open by someone's hands, revealing the boy's evil smiling face. Come out and play, the boy asked with a smile. God knows, some of these tough guys in the car were scared to death. They had never had such a horrifying dream before, but now they encountered it in reality. Someone collapsed and shouted, stabbing out with the machete in his hand. Puff, puff, puff. With a slight sound, the carriage was like exploding ketchup, and everyone was killed. The van lost control and plunged into the ditch. Chen Tian jumped back to the ground, looked at the 2 cars driving hundreds of meters away, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth again. Whoosh. Chen Tian accelerated his steps and chased after him at a terrifying speed. The people in the 2 cars that escaped were almost scared to death. What kind of monster is that? Did it escape from the Resident Evil? Damn it, someone tell me what's going on. Hurry up, or we'll all die here. The crowded van was filled with an atmosphere of fear and despair. Sudden, everyone in the car felt a sense of weightlessness, and the scenery outside the window also changed at this moment. Bang! The van rolled 2.5 times in the air, then fell heavily to the ground, and then exploded with a loud bang. The black car driving in the front happened to witness the entire process through the rearview mirror. These two were originally just responsible for surveillance, but now they have become the last survivors. Bang! With a loud bang, the black sedan suddenly shook violently, and a door at the back flew away strangely. Could you please stop the car for a moment? A strange boy's voice suddenly sounded from the back seat. Chapter 26. I heard you were looking for me. Shin Tian didn't even have to torture them. The two people in the car told him everything they knew. It turned out that they were ordered by a man nicknamed Brother Leopard to keep an eye on the van driven by Chin Tian. People involved in organ removal were killed in an abandoned factory. Brother Leopard was worried that the black industry would be exposed, and he suspected that it was done by his peers, so he was so anxious to find the murderer. The people just killed by Chin Tian were all Brother Bao's men. Their original plan was to bring Chin Tian to see Brother Bao and have him interrogate him personally, but who would have thought that this would happen? After listening to the two people's descriptions, Chin Tian guessed in his heart that this so-called Brother Leopard was very likely an important member of the Red King organization and might be able to get valuable information. Brother, we are just errand boys. We have never done anything bad. Can you please let us go? Yes, big brother, we have told you everything you want to know. We are just small people following orders. We really don't intend to target you, big brother. The two people who were terribly frightened begged desperately, wishing to describe how miserable their life stories were. Shin Tiankai didn't believe the nonsense these two people said. He had seen all kinds of scum. Take me to see your Brother Leopard, Shin Tian ordered. Could they refuse? Their fear of Chin Tian now far exceeds that of Brother Leopard, who has done all kinds of evil things. The black car continued on its way, and the two people sitting in the front didn't dare to breathe. The two of them could imagine that once this monster boy was brought to Brother Leopard, there would definitely be a bloody scene. The car was very quiet. Chin Tian didn't say a word, and the two people sitting in the front didn't even dare to breathe. The place where the car was going was a leisure club called Yi Mei, where Brother Leopard was. The car was only halfway there when one of them's phone rang. In such a quiet atmosphere, the ringing of the phone is so harsh. Why don't you answer the phone? The boy's voice suddenly sounded. The man holding the phone was about to hang up when he heard the boy's voice again. Give me the phone. The man dared not disobey and handed over the phone obediently. That's a great phone call. In the face of the boy's praise, the man's face looked very ugly because the call was from Brother Leopard, and he could tell it from the caller ID. Is this the Brother Leopard you guys are talking about? Chin Tian asked. Yes, the man answered obediently. Chin Tian suddenly pressed the answer button and turned on the speakerphone. A rude voice came from the phone. Damn it, you're dead. Why didn't you answer the phone for so long? Leopard, Brother Leopard. At Chin Tian's eye signal, the man began to respond. He really wanted to say, aren't there just dead people, and they are dying in large numbers? Has the person been caught? Brother Bao asked impatiently on the phone. The man did not answer immediately, but glanced at Chin Tian. Mute, I'm asking you a question. Has the person been caught? We caught him. The cell phone signal is bad. Brother Bao, we are on our way over. The man said hurriedly. How many did you catch? One. Bring the person here directly, clean it up, and don't let irrelevant people see it. After the call ended, the atmosphere in the car was extremely depressing. Can this phone access the internet? Chin Tian didn't pay attention to the content of the conversation just now, but instead looked at the phone in his hand. Yes, the man replied hurriedly, as if he had been pardoned. It's a new service, and the data is free. What is the lock screen password? Chin Tian asked again. The man quickly told the password, and then said, Brother, if you like it, just take it. I don't want it anymore. Chin Tian didn't hesitate and put it directly into his pocket. He focuses on mobile maps and occasionally browses the news. The first step after getting a mobile phone is to set it to silent mode, since no one will call him anyway. The car finally arrived at the Yimei Club. Led by the two, Chin Tian entered through a special passage. In one of the special rooms, Brother Leopard, wearing a checkered suit, was punching and kicking a young man. Why don't you ask around? Is it so easy to owe my Brother Bao money? Brother Bao, please give me a few more days. I will definitely pay you back when I have money. The young man begged desperately. Facing the beating, he did not dare to resist at all. Pay back the money? The man in the suit smiled coldly, handed the nearly burned cigarette but to one of his men, and continued. Are you counting on your father who is in the hospital, or on you who just lost your job? Brother Bao, I only borrowed 20,000 yuan at the beginning. Now you ask me to take out 500,000 yuan. I really have no choice, said the young man. You have no choice, but I can give you an idea. The man in the suit gave a malicious smile. The young man remained silent. He knew the other party would not be so kind. Sure enough, the man in the suit continued. I heard that you have a sister who is still in school. She's pretty. I happen to be short of staff here, so why not ask your sister to come over to work? The young man's eyes suddenly widened, like an enraged beast, and roared. Don't touch my sister. She's only in high school. High school students are good. They are young and fresh. Many of my old customers like them. As long as you bring your sister here, I can give you a few more days. Don't even think about it. You can touch me, but if you dare to touch my sister, I will fight you to the death, the young man exploded. How could he not know what this old pervert was planning? His school-age sister has a good chance of getting into college, so how could she be harmed by such a scumbag? What's the difference between entering here and entering a wolf's den? If you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink the wine for punishment. Beat him until he changes his mind. At the order given by the man in the suit, two of his men immediately stepped forward and beat the young man violently. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, and then a handsome man walked in from outside. Uncle Bao, help me settle something. The handsome man came in and went straight to the point. Are you causing trouble again? The man in the suit asked angrily. It's not a big deal. I just wanted to have sex with a college student yesterday, but I didn't expect her to be so fierce. She jumped off the building while I was distracted. She is now in the intensive care unit. I wanted to settle the matter privately, but she refused and wanted to make a big deal out of it. Uncle Bao, please help me settle it. The handsome man said it lightly, as if this was not the first time this had happened. You kid are looking for trouble for me. There are so many girls here. Why are you looking for college students? The man in the suit scolded. I'm tired of it. I want to change my taste. The handsome man said and walked out. Uncle Bao, then it's settled. The brief conversation just now made the young man who was beaten more deeply aware of the darkness here. Even if he died, he would never let his sister come here. Ding ding ding. The door rang again. Brother Leopard, the people are here. Two people walked in from outside, surrounding a young man. It was Chun Tian who had just arrived. Chapter 027, Walking Terminator. Leopard, Brother Leopard. The two people who came in with Chun Tian hurriedly greeted him. They are both feeling very nervous now, not knowing what will happen next. The man in the suit was stunned. He looked Chun Tian up and down and asked, Is this the person you brought with you? What kind of joke is this? Why so much fuss just to catch a kid? The man in the suit waited for his two men to explain, but found that they were standing there pretending to be dumb, with uneasy expressions. Tell me, what's going on? The man in the suit realized that something was wrong and immediately shouted angrily. Normally, whenever he got angry, his men would be scared like mice, but for some reason this time, the two men continued to pretend to be dumb. It's quite lively here. What game are you playing? Chun Tian is the most relaxed person in the entire room. He looked at the young man who was beaten black and blue, and the other party was also looking at him. Where did this wild boy come from? At this time, a burly man came over, stretched out his big hand, and wanted to press Chun Tian to the ground. Chun Tian didn't even look back, but just slightly turned his body. While dodging the other person's palm, he reached out and grabbed the other person's wrist. Before the burly man could react, he was swung up by Chun Tian. Bang! The burly man's body was thrown from behind Chun Tian to the front and fell heavily to the ground. His head was bleeding, and he was unable to move. The room suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Even Brother Leopard, who was usually brave, widened his eyes at this moment. Only the two people who came in with Chun Tian were still calm. After all, they had imagined the scene in their minds on the way here. Are you the leopard brother they are talking about? Chun Tian's gaze fell on the man in the suit who had not yet come back to his senses. What are you still standing there for? Hold him down, the man in the suit suddenly yelled. As a conditioned reflex, someone really rushed over and attacked Chun Tian. The result was just a few crisp, crack sounds, and then a few more corpses appeared on the ground. This clean and neat killing method even frightened Brother Leopard, who had killed people before. Why did they beat you? Chun Tian's attention once again turned to the young man with the bruised face. The young man was also terrified at this moment, and he quickly replied, Because I owe them money. Loan sharking? Chun Tian asked again. The young man was stunned. He didn't expect that the boy knew so much. Did you borrow high-interest loans because of gambling? Chun Tian asked again, as if he was chatting with someone. The young man hurriedly shook his head. My father had surgery and needed money urgently. I didn't expect the IOU would end up here. If he knew that it was Brother Bao who was lending the money at high interest rates, he would never have lent the money. Where's the IOU? Chun Tian turned his head and looked at the man in the suit. Who are you? Brother Leopard pretended to be calm. Whoosh. Who would have thought that the boy who was talking peacefully the previous second would be so close to the man in the suit the next second? Shintian grabbed the man in the suit by the neck with one hand and said coldly, "You need to understand clearly, I am asking you." As soon as he finished speaking, the man in the suit was thrown out and hit the bookshelf against the wall with a bang, and the glass shattered all over the floor. The atmosphere in the room became even more depressing, and people staying here felt like they were suffocating. Seeing Brother Bao being abused, no one dared to step forward to help. Shintian slowly walked up to the man in the suit and asked again, "Where's the IOU? If it's somewhere else, I can get it for you." Brother Leopard no longer had the arrogance he had before. Click. Unexpectedly, just after he finished speaking, one of his arms was stepped on and broken by the young man. "Do you think I'm a child? You lie to me with such words." Shintian's eyes were sharp. After years of dealing with scumbags, he can tell whether they're lying in most cases. Brother Leopard, whose arm was broken, could no longer stand up strong. He lay there screaming, which others heard and made them feel a chill on their backs. Even Brother Leopard, who dominates the area, is like this. Who else dares to say a word? "I'll give you 1 minute. If you can't produce the IOU, I'll cut off all your limbs." Shintian's voice was light, but everyone present knew that he was not joking. While speaking, Shintian had already started counting on his watch. The man in the suit turned pale and dared not play any tricks anymore. He started searching the bookshelf behind him. It turns out that there is a secret cabinet behind this bookshelf. After a flurry of activity, the man in the suit finally took out a large stack of IOUs. He couldn't determine which one belonged to the young man in such a short time. "Here, all here." Bang. What he got in return was a powerful slap in the face. This slap knocked Brother Leopard to the ground, and he didn't get up for a long time. "You actually let me find it myself." Shintian kicked out again, and the desk in front of him flew out, and with a bang, it hit the wall and broke into pieces. In the end, it took everyone in the room working together to find the young man's IOU. The young man looked at the IOU in his hand with a confused look on his face. Just a moment ago, he was being beaten and forced by the people here, but now, the other party said that they were even. The young man looked up at Shintian, and suddenly he felt that this young man was not so scary. "What are you still standing here for? Are you waiting for a car to take you there?" Shintian said coldly. The young man shrank his neck. He felt that he was still afraid of the boy. The young man left the room, and no one dared to stop him. In fact, everyone else in the room hoped that this little ancestor Shintian could leave with the young man. "You have a lot of good stuff hidden in here." Instead of leaving, Shintian began to study the room. In the secret cabinet behind the bookshelf, besides the IOUs, there were also some knives and cash. "You guys, take out everything in there," Shintian suddenly said. There is no way. Shintian is the boss here now, and no one dares to disobey him. However, while they were moving the items, two of them glanced at each other, then drew out their knives at the same time and stabbed towards Shintian, who was distracted and looking elsewhere. Life is short. Why do you take shortcuts? At this moment, Shintian actually used his fingers to directly pinch the two blades that were stabbing towards him. No matter how hard the other party tried, he could not shake Shintian's fingers. Swish. After the blade flashed, the two people in front of him were beheaded. The machete they had just stabbed at was in Shintian's hand, with blood dripping from it. Everyone else in the room was terrified. Is this boy still human? This is the walking Terminator. Nice knife. Shintian directly took the two hemp leather swords in his hands and picked out a tang sword from the remaining knives. As expected of Brother Bao's collection, these knives have all been sharpened and are of high quality, as you can tell from the first glance. In addition to these knives, a lot of cash was also moved out. Each bundle was worth 10,000 yuan. Shintian didn't count how much cash there was in total. He just randomly filled a school bag with it, which was enough for him to spend for 3 days. After 3 days, the cash loses its value. Chapter 28. Who is not a child yet? This brother leopard finally learned his lesson and answered Shintian's questions honestly. It turns out that behind him, there is a mysterious sister Hong who is the middleman for many shady deals. Shintian thought about it and felt that this sister Hong was most likely an important member of the Red King organization. Where can I find her? Shintian asked. Brother Leopard said hurriedly, I know where she lives. Brother Leopard is very concerned about this kind of risk transfer. He wished Shintian would go find that sister Hong. It would be even better if he could kill her directly. Do you have her phone number? Shintian asked again. Yes. I can call now and ask her where she is. Brother Leopard showed a flattering expression. Then what are you waiting for? Shintian glared at the other person. Brother Leopard shuddered. He was afraid of this little ancestor, so he didn't dare to hesitate and took out his cell phone to make a call. Unfortunately, the call was never connected, and I didn't know what the other party was busy with. Brother Bao looked at Shintian with some guilt. He was really afraid that the young man would attack again. It turns out that being beaten too many times will leave a psychological trauma. Since the call doesn't work, let's just go there. Chin Tian thought about searching the other party's residence. Perhaps he would find something valuable. How could Brother Leopard dare to say no? So they all left the room together. 5 people led the way in front, and Chin Tian followed slowly behind. Before he walked out of the club, a handsome man in front walked straight towards him. Uncle Bao, I almost forgot. Don't let my dad know about that, the handsome man said with a smile. What he was talking about was the incident of a female college student jumping off a building. Maybe the lighting in the passage was not good enough. The handsome man did not see Brother Leopard's look. It was not until he came over that the handsome man uttered a surprised sound. Huh? Uncle Bao, what happened to your face? I know about your business. Let's go. Brother Leopard signaled the other party to leave quickly. The handsome man was obviously slow to react, and since this was his family's territory, he was even more unscrupulous. Uncle Bao, you weren't beaten up, were you? Is my dad here? The handsome man asked again. The only person he could think of who would dare to hit Uncle Bao here was his father. Get out of here. Do you hear me? Brother Leopard suddenly shouted angrily. The handsome man was stunned for a moment, and finally understood Brother Leopard's little blinking action. Okay, Uncle Bao, you guys get busy. The handsome man decided to leave first. Unexpectedly, a young man's voice suddenly called out to him. Stop. The handsome man then noticed Chin Tian, a little kid who was not even as tall as his chest, but was actually carrying a bag and a knife. Uncle Bao, who is this child? Could he be your illegitimate child? The handsome man joked with a smile. Little did he know that Brother Leopard's heart was pounding at this moment. Being targeted by this little devil, will his nephew still be able to survive? Who is he? Chin Tian pointed at the handsome man and asked someone next to him. The man being asked didn't know how to answer, and he received a signal from Brother Leopard's eyes. I'll give you 3 seconds. Chin Tian's voice sounded coldly. He is one of Brother Leopard's clients. The man being asked finally gave an answer, and he hoped that this answer would satisfy Brother Leopard. Brother Bao is satisfied, but whether Chin Tian is satisfied or not can be determined by looking at his next actions. Bump. The man who was just standing here and talking flew backwards. His body hit heavily on a mural 10 meters away, and then slowly slid down like mud. I don't like people lying to me. After that, Chin Tian asked another person, who is he? I'll give you 3 seconds as well. With his companion's previous experience as a warning, this man also learned his lesson and said directly, he is Master Yin, the son of Master Tiger and the nephew of Brother Leopard. He comes here often. Chin Tian smiled contemptuously. Why is there another Tiger Lord? Do you run a zoo here? Faced with such ridicule, the man remained silent. Chin Tian turned his gaze and looked at the frightened handsome man, and asked, what was that thing you just mentioned? The handsome man did not answer. His mind was still stuck on the scene just now. How could a living person suddenly fly 10 meters away? Even if he drank a little alcohol, he wouldn't have such hallucinations. Chin Tian looked again at the man who had just answered. The other party understood and said hurriedly, young Master Yin came here to ask Brother Bao to settle a matter. He forced a female college student to jump off the building. Hearing this, Chin Tian laughed and looked at the handsome man with a hint of amusement in his eyes. You are capable. You have done this a lot, right? The handsome man was silent at first, then turned and ran. Whoosh. Chin Tian turned into a residual shadow, went directly in front of the opponent, and then kicked him out. Bump. The handsome man flew backwards and hit the ground heavily, groaning in pain. Chin Tian held back on his kick, otherwise he would have killed him with one kick. Seeing Chin Tian coming over, Brother Bao suddenly mustered up his courage and begged, let him go, he's still a child. Depend on. It would have been fine if he hadn't said this, but as soon as he heard it, Chin Tian exploded. He originally wanted to ask a few more questions, but he gave up and just kicked the other person's neck and broke it. Under Brother Bao's incredulous gaze, Chin Tian said lightly, everyone is still a child. A group of people, sitting in Brother Bao's luxury car, drove towards the high-end residential area where Sister Hong lived. While the car was driving, Chin Tian strangled a man to death because the guy wanted to send a message when he was not paying attention. It doesn't matter who you send it to or what message you send. Now, including Chin Tian, there are 4 of them in total. After driving for about half an hour, we finally arrived at a luxurious villa area. This place is much more magnificent than the villa where Jia Yuding and her family live. Before entering the villa area, you have to pass by the security room first. I don't know what happened. The people in the security room were sleeping and the telescopic door was open. The car didn't stop and drove straight in. After several twists and turns, we finally stopped in front of a villa. The door of the villa was closed and it looked like no one was home. Brother Leopard got off the bus and called Sister Hong again, but still no one answered. Chin Tian took a look at the large iron gate that was more than 2 meters high. Without saying a word, he just jumped lightly and jumped in. Not long after, the big iron gate opened from the inside. The door was locked from the inside. There should be someone in the room, Chin Tian said. Due to Chin Tian's tyranny, The three people behind him could only follow closely. This little killer will take their lives if he gets unhappy. The villa was very luxurious. When I entered the hall, I saw two huge dogs lying motionless on the ground. Qin Tian went forward to check and finally confirmed that the two giant dogs were infected by the parasite. Things seem to be getting interesting. Chapter 029. This is a great harvest. You guys, go upstairs and see if there is anyone there. Qin Tian ordered the three people who were in a daze. The three of them did not dare to hesitate and hurried upstairs. Qin Tian stayed on the first floor and checked. Judging from the clothes hanging in the cloakroom, this villa should only be occupied by one woman. Qin Tian found a car key on the coffee table. This should be the key to the Mercedes-Benz SUV parked in the yard. Qin Tian noticed the SUV when he came in. Its black exterior looked quite imposing, much better than the van he had driven before. The previous van can be thrown away. Qin Tian smiled and took the key to the Mercedes-Benz SUV. Just as I was about to go to the next room to take a look, I suddenly heard a scream from upstairs. There are monsters here. Hurry up and save me. Ah. The cries for help quickly turned into screams. Qin Tian's eyes flickered and he walked up the stairs. With the help of the light, a woman covered in blood appeared in Qin Tian's sight. There were two people lying under the woman, and they seemed to be dead. The woman suddenly raised her head, and her scarlet eyes looked over through her standing hair like a vicious spirit. Qin Tian was not afraid at all. The mutation was completed so quickly? Qin Tian felt strange. Under normal circumstances, people who were parasitized would have a fusion period of about 3 days, during which time they would not move. And this woman in front of me actually mutated at this moment, so there are only two reasons. One is that the parasitic genetic worms absorbed a large amount of energy and shortened the fusion process. Another type, the parasitic genetic worms have not yet completely merged with the host. This was the case with the mutant yellow dog mentioned above. Gaga gaga. Just as Qin Tian was sizing up the other person, the woman suddenly made a strange cry and pounced towards him like a ferocious beast. There was a white bone blade on the woman's arm, and she used this thing to kill the two men. Her fingers became longer and sharper, with bloody pieces of flesh on her nails. Has it been parasitized by the bone gene worm? Qin Tian turned sideways and avoided the opponent's attack. Gaga gaga. The mutant woman let out another strange cry, and as her body fell to the ground, she used the reaction force to pounce towards Qin Tian again. You're not done yet. Qin Tian kicked out. Bang. The powerful force kicked the mutant girl away, and her body fell directly from the second floor to the first floor. If it were a normal human being, he would die with just this one blow. But the mutant woman's bones made some noises and she stood up again. Qin Tian snorted coldly. If he hadn't been afraid of being splattered with blood, that kick he just gave would have been enough to blow the other person's head off. Seeing that the mutant girl was about to pounce on him, Qin Tian was too lazy to play with her. He shook his wrist and a scalpel flew out. Puff. The scalpel pierced through the mutant woman's eyeball and into her head, killing her instantly. Qin Tian walked up to the two people who were killed by the mutant woman. Both of them were pierced through the heart and died on the spot. Soon, Qin Tian found the motionless brother leopard again. He originally wanted to escape through the window, but a parasite drilled directly into his brain. In the huge villa, Qin Tian is the only one left. That's good. It saves me from having to do it again. Next, Qin Tian began to search in each room. We did find a few cell phones and a computer, but unfortunately they were all locked with passwords. Qin Tian wondered if he could unlock the door using the woman's fingerprints, but he failed because the mutant woman's fingers had mutated. There shouldn't be no clues left. Qin Tian had nothing to do, so he started searching again. You know what? This time I really made a discovery. He found a safe behind the photos hanging on the wall. Qin Tian couldn't unlock the phone or computer, but opening the safe was not a difficult task. The mental energy entered the interior through the keyhole. Qin Tian combined his detection ability and began to control the gears inside the safe. Finally, with a click, the safe was opened. Let me see what good stuff is in here. The first thing that catches your eye is the 15 neatly stacked gold bars. I remember that gold can be exchanged for contribution points in the survivor zone in the future. After the end of the world, although the currency is invalid, gold can still be circulated. After all, it is an equivalent reference. Thinking of this, Qin Tian first took out the gold bars and placed them at his feet. Below the gold bars are some real estate certificates. These things are useless and can be thrown away directly. Next was an account book, which looked normal and there was nothing wrong with it. At the bottom is an exquisite little box containing some jewelry. Why are there only these? Qin Tian frowned. He didn't believe that the other party didn't leave any criminal information. It must be hidden very secretly. This safe seems to be just a decoy. Qin Tian began to search around again. So it's hidden here. Under the bedroom dressing table, there is an empty tile with a safe inside. After opening the safe, Chen Tian found a USB flash drive and a list of names. This was the information of all the subordinates managed by Sister Hong, so detailed that even their ID numbers were included. A recent trading list was also found. Mintugu, the time is 12 o'clock tonight? Looking at the transaction table, Chen Tian was a little surprised. It doesn't specify what the transaction is. After searching almost the entire villa, Chen Tian did not find anything else valuable. Chen Tian had already looked up the Mintugu on the map on his phone. It would take more than an hour to drive there. It was a remote little place. Chen Tian decided to fill his stomach before leaving. After making an estimate in my mind, I realized that at this time, those people who were baptized by the energy of the meteor shower might start to feel hungry, and it would not be so easy for them to go to a restaurant to eat. Fortunately, there was food in the villa, so Chen Tian decided to eat first. Night slowly fell. Business in all major hotels is surprisingly booming. There are so many diners during this period of time, which is not a festival. In a small town very close to Mintugu, Bai Shui, Tianmi and their group were having dinner in a restaurant. Including Professor Liu, there are 5 of them in total, preparing to go to the place where the meteorite was discovered for a field investigation. To prevent that terrible parasite, they prepared special anti-epidemic clothing in the car. Among these 5 people, 2 are bodyguards and assistants sent by higher authorities. There is no other way. We are short of staff now, and it is already good enough to be able to send 2 people down. As they passed by here, everyone suddenly felt hungry, so they stopped to rest. It was also a good opportunity to make some arrangements for the investigation while eating. However, no one would have thought that a man-made storm was quietly approaching. Chapter 030, This Strange Feeling of Hunger. Is business in small towns so good now? Fortunately, we arrived in time. If we were a little later, we would have to wait in line. Bai Shui walked into the private room from outside. They were really lucky, as the last private room was reserved by them. It's really strange. Why do I feel so hungry? Tianmi, who was sitting in her seat, looked surprised. While waiting for the food to be served, Bai Shui turned on the TV in the private room, which was broadcasting an expert lecture. Fortunately, those who fainted due to high fever have gradually regained consciousness. After various physical examinations, everything is normal and there is no sign of radiation exposure. Please rest assured. As for the cause of the fainting, several experts initially speculated that it was some kind of pulse wave that affected our cerebral cortex. This kind of pulse wave actually exists around us all the time, but it is too weak for us to sense it. That meteor shower is likely to amplify this pulse wave to the point where it can affect our nerves. The expert on TV was a fat man in his 40s. He spoke in a sonorous and powerful voice and gestured with his hands from time to time. When discussing this nationwide fainting incident, the story was presented with reasoning and evidence, as if it were really true. Teacher Liu, Tianmi suddenly asked at this time, is this nationwide fainting incident really related to the meteor shower? Old Liu sighed. This needs further confirmation. I hope the storm will pass soon. Teacher Liu, what is the origin of that genetic worm? Could it be an alien species? Tianmi asked again. Thinking about it now, she still feels scared. If it weren't for that young man, she would probably have been possessed by the parasite now. As far as I know, no parasite that has been discovered around the world has ever been so dangerous. As we were talking, the food was served. Everyone was hungry. At first, they could still chat for a while, but gradually, everyone focused their attention on the food. It was not until all the food was eaten that they realized something was strange. It was like a dream. When I came to my senses, all the food had been eaten. Hey, what's wrong with me? Bai Shui looked surprised. I feel a little weird too. Normally, I can't eat so much. Tianmi found that her stomach was still hungry, which scared her. Mr. Liu also ate many times more than usual. Grandpa, nothing will happen to us, right? Bai Shui asked worriedly. Before Mr. Liu could say anything, a waiter came in from outside and asked, have you finished eating? Sorry, there are many people waiting for their meals now. We are not full yet. We need to order more. Tianmi suddenly spoke. She couldn't stand the hunger in her stomach. Now looking at the leftover soup in the plate, she had an urge to lick it clean. But this time they had to wait for a long time. Just when Tianmi wanted to go out to urge them, the ordered meals were finally served. The waiter who was serving the food had beads of sweat on his forehead. Little brother, what's going on today? Why are so many people eating here? Bai Shui asked before the waiter left. I don't know what's going on. Everyone is complaining about being hungry, and the kitchen is already overwhelmed. At this time, you can hear the noise outside through the door. Are we still doing business? We need to eat. Damn it, I've been here for over half an hour. How long do you want me to wait? Hey, even if there are no rooms available, can we order food to take away? The irritability became more and more serious, and the hall manager and reception staff were overwhelmed with busyness. To be honest, these workers are also very hungry. Please wait patiently. All seats in our restaurant are full. We are so sorry. Our chefs are busy preparing meals. The demand is so great that we don't have enough staff. We hope everyone can understand. It will be soon. There will be a seat soon. Please don't get excited. These soothing words did not have any effect, but instead stimulated the emotions of these diners even more. In addition, more diners continued to arrive from outside, and the entire hall was almost unable to accommodate them. Finally, someone took action. Crackling. There were sounds of plates and things being smashed outside, followed by cursing and roaring. The scene was extremely chaotic. Although Bai Shui and others who were staying in the private room would not be affected, their mood would inevitably be affected. Let's leave after we finish eating this, Tiami said. She was really afraid of this chaos, which reminded her of what happened during the day. The noise and fighting outside continued, and the sound of a woman crying could be faintly heard. Several gunshots were heard outside. No one would think that it was the sound of firecrackers, because the screams that followed could penetrate all the private rooms. Murder. There was chaos in the hall, and no one knew how many people were pushed and fell. Tianmi and others were also frightened and stopped eating. I'll go outside and take a look. A man who was traveling with them stood up. But before he could leave, the door of the private room was pushed open and a waiter with a pale face ran in from outside. Beauty, what's going on outside? Bai Shui was still relatively calm and asked hurriedly. The waitress was quite frightened, but she still described the incident clearly. It turned out that someone cut in line and started fighting with others in the queue. The man who cut in line was outnumbered and suffered a disadvantage, so he pulled out a pistol from his waist and shot the other person to death. The gunman also rushed directly into the kitchen and stole a lot of food with his accomplices. After hearing the narration, Bai Shui and others were stunned. Killing people openly for food? There is not just one murderer, but a gang. At this moment, the group of people who had just committed the crime had already driven away from the scene. They were driving a van with 7 people in it. Fuck, damn it, that guy actually dared to hit me in the face. I shot him dead. Second brother, you were too impulsive. Our deal has not been completed yet. How can you shoot in public? I don't care about that. I need to eat. Who told those guys to cut in line with me? They even got angry with me. What idiots. Several people in the car were talking and dividing the food they had just snatched. Steamed buns, pancakes, hot dishes, soup. It's really complete. You guys, leave some for me. The person who was driving the car stopped working when he saw his companion wolfing down the food. Drive your car. We need to rush to Mintugu to check out the situation there. This place is not far from Mintugu. We definitely have plenty of time. The driver simply stopped the car. He really couldn't stand the smell of food. Chapter 031. Encountering a monster at night. In a short while, all the looted food was eaten. And these people still feel hungry. Why is there only this little food? If it doesn't work, let's go back and get some more. Fuck you. If we go back now, it would be like walking into a trap. Drive, and after we complete the transaction, we'll go to the bath center. Several people in the car started to giggle at the same time. Although the agreed transaction time was 12 o'clock in the evening, the other party sent an email notification, hoping to advance it by 2 hours. The van started again and headed towards the agreed destination, Mintugu. Mintugu is a remote 3-way intersection where most of the roads are dirt and stone. Not only are the roads difficult to navigate, but there aren't even any streetlights. The headlights of the car swayed back and forth during the bumpy ride, and the car almost fell into a ditch several times. For road conditions like this, an off-road vehicle might be much better. It's really fucking brilliant that they chose such a shabby place to do the transaction. A man with dyed yellow hair complained in the car. Wait a moment, we'll be there soon, said the man driving. The transaction location was agreed to be next to 3 trees. With the help of the headlights, 3 trees could be seen ahead. Slow down, there seems to be something ahead. The yellow-haired man stared at the windshield in some surprise. With the help of the light, you can vaguely see a dark mysterious object 10 meters in front of the car. In fact, the man driving the car also saw it. However, due to the bumpy road and the refraction of light, it is impossible to see what it is. What? Where is it? The person sitting in the back seat leaned his head out of the car window and vaguely saw that there was indeed something round and bulgy in front of him, but he couldn't see it clearly. Damn it, that thing won't move. Why worry about it? Maybe it's just a rock. Just drive past it carefully. As they were talking, a creepy roar of a wild beast came from somewhere far away. Ah, wow. Aohathu. The sound sounded like the howling of ghosts. Just when everyone's attention was attracted by the strange cry, the car suddenly braked. Someone was about to curse when he was shocked by what he saw. In the middle of the road, a pig's head suddenly appeared, with its teeth bared ferociously and its forehead covered with cracks. Even if someone were to offer a sacrifice, they wouldn't choose a pig's head like this, right? Ah, wow. Aohathu. Just at this moment, the strange cry sounded again, making people feel a chill on their backs. The car is now in a position where there is no light of the village in front or behind. It feels like it is in the wilderness. Don't worry about that pig head, just drive past it, someone suggested. There are so many of them, there's nothing to be afraid of. The van continued to move forward, but the closer it got to the pig's head, the more nervous everyone became. Because it was so close, everyone in the car could use the light to see the scene behind the pig's head clearly. There were large stains of blood, the ground was in a mess, and countless pieces of flesh were scattered around. Oh wow. Ayoho. This time, the strange cry seemed to come from the ditch beside the road, and it sounded very creepy. Whoosh. Just when everyone was extremely nervous, a black shadow suddenly appeared from the left, as fast as a ghost, and disappeared in a flash. What was that just now? Someone asked, but no one answered. Everyone saw the dark shadow, but no one could see the other person's appearance clearly. Close all the windows. Drive quickly, this place is a bit weird. I don't care what the hell it is. If it dares to get close, I'll shoot it. An uneasy atmosphere has begun to spread in the car. Sudden, with a loud bang, the car shook and the left headlight was smashed by something. At this moment, everyone in the car became nervous and took out their pistols. Whoosh. Another figure passed in front of the car, and this time someone saw clearly that it was actually a black civet. Bang. It seemed as if something jumped onto the roof of the car, and everyone looked up involuntarily. Squeak. There was a harsh sound, like someone was scraping the roof with a knife. Bang. Finally, someone couldn't help it and fired a shot at the top of the head. This shot seemed to have hit the target, and the thing jumped off the roof of the car. Get out of here quickly. At this time, someone saw countless black shadows flashing outside the car window, and they seemed to be surrounded. The driver stepped on the accelerator, but unfortunately the performance of the van was limited, and the road conditions here were really difficult to drive on. After a few violent bumps, the car actually plunged into the ditch. This time, it's not so easy to open it again. How can you drive? Someone got angry. One of the headlights is broken, and the road is so difficult to drive on. What can I do? The driver followed suit and argued. Hurry up and go down and check the situation. That being said, who is willing to get off? Bang. Just as everyone in the car was blaming each other, the right headlight was smashed, and the outside fell into darkness, adding a bit of fear to the atmosphere. The current situation is that no one wants to get off the bus. It would have been fine if it was safe staying in the car, but at this moment, the window on one side suddenly shattered, and then a long thing like a vine stretched out. Laugh. The person who was unfortunately chosen was dragged away in an instant, and then a shrill scream was heard in the dark night. At this moment, everyone in the car was shocked. Some people even fired at the broken car windows. Fear has made these people lose their minds. Everyone abandoned their cars immediately, and with the moonlight outside, they could still see the road clearly. Bang, bang, bang. Whenever they saw a moving object, they would open fire, regardless of whether they hit it or not. When a companion was knocked down and screamed, no one stopped to help. Those who are still alive only regret that they don't have wings, otherwise they would have flown away long ago. Perhaps it was the sacrifice of their companions that became food for the monster, allowing the three of them to stumble out. They didn't know which direction to choose, but they just had one thought, which was to run forward as hard as they could and get out of this damn place first. The extreme fear made these people forget their tiredness, and they didn't even dare to look back. There's a car. There's a car ahead. Seeing the two beams of light, the three men rushed over immediately, as if they had seen hope. Tianmi was in the car, telling a few people about how she found the meteorite, and then she heard the man driving the car say, "Someone is coming our way." How could there be anyone here at this late hour and in a place like this? Although it was strange, the car slowed down and finally stopped. The three people who were blocking the road held the hood and gasped. One of them said, "Open. Open the door. There are monsters chasing us." Monster? Both the driver and Tianmi and the others were stunned. Chapter 032. Come back to life. With the idea of saving his compatriots, he opened the car door, but he didn't expect to let in three evil men. Before he could say two words, the driver and the man sitting in the passenger seat had guns pointed at their heads. Bai Shui, Tianmi, and Mr. Liu were so frightened that they didn't know what to do. "Turn around and get out of here," the yellow-haired man roared and threatened the driver. "Let's talk it over nicely. We let you get on the bus out of kindness, but you can't treat us like this, can you?" The driver tried to persuade. Unexpectedly, Huang Mao opened fire directly. There was a bang, and blood splattered on the steering wheel and dashboard. The man sitting in the passenger seat immediately resisted when he saw his companion being killed. The result was a ruthless bullet. In just 10 seconds, he killed two of the three people in the car. The remaining Bai Shui, Tianmi, and Lu Lao were all stunned. Good people can never imagine how bad people can be. It was clearly with good intentions that I let these 3 people get on the bus, but this is the result I got. 2 bodies were kicked out of the car. The driver was replaced, and the yellow-haired man turned the pickup truck back the way it came. The atmosphere was extremely tense. With the black muzzle of a gun pointing at them, Bai Shui, Tianmi, and Lu Lao didn't dare to say a word. In their eyes, these 3 people were desperados. Under the control of the yellow-haired man, the pickup truck drove forward like mad. Perhaps it was due to impatience or improper operation. The pickup truck unexpectedly rushed into the ditch again when turning a corner. This time, the entire pickup truck flipped on its side. What a broken car, the yellow-haired man cursed. Everyone got out of the car one after another. Because of his old age, Mr. Lu fell into a coma due to the impact. Old man, get up quickly. A man pointed a gun at old Lu's forehead. The reason why they wanted to keep Bai Shui and the other 2 was to use them to attract the monster's attention at the critical moment. My grandpa is injured, Bai Shui begged. Maybe there is always a way out. At this moment, another car drove towards this side. The 3 men's attention was immediately diverted, and they repeated their old tricks, standing on the road to intercept. The car slowly stopped, and I realized that it was actually a black Mercedes-Benz SUV. This car has great performance. It must be easy to drive on this kind of road. The 3 of them were secretly delighted, and when they found out that the driver was still a young boy, they almost laughed out loud. In this situation, they have no time to think. Why is it a child driving? They just want to get out of this damn place as soon as possible. The car window slowly dropped, and the boy's voice came out, blocking the road. Right. The yellow-haired man raised his arm and was about to point the gun at the boy's head. Puff. With a slight sound, the yellow-haired man's hand holding the gun fell to the ground. This sudden change was so sudden that the yellow-haired man fell to his knees on the ground. Blood continued to flow out from his severed hand. On my hand, my hand. Chen Tian opened the car door and got out of the car. The other 2 companions were terrified. It was not that they did not want to shoot, but that they had run out of bullets in their guns. What a noise. Chen Tian waved his hand, and the yellow-haired man who was kneeling and screaming in front of him disappeared from his companion's sight. You guys are really weird. In the middle of the night, you actually rob people in a place like this. Did you expect me to come? Chen Tian looked at the other 2 people who were frightened. These 2 people are really miserable. They haven't recovered from the shock of the monster yet, and they encounter such a monster again. Let me ask you, how far is this place from Mentugu? Chen Tian asked again. The 2 idiots on the opposite side didn't say anything. I'll give you 3 seconds to answer my question. Chen Tian's expression suddenly turned cold. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, the 2 people opposite turned around and ran away. Whoosh. Chen Tian's speed is so fast. In almost an instant, he was close to the 2 men. Holding one in each hand, they pinched the back of their necks and pressed their upper bodies into the ground. After easily dealing with the 3 men, Chen Tian picked up the pistols dropped by the 3 men and found that there were no bullets in them. What's the difference between a gun without bullets and scrap metal? Chen Tian looked around to see if there were any accomplices, and then he found the pickup truck overturned there. It's you? Bai Shui widened her eyes when she saw Chen Tian coming over. Why are you here? Chen Tian was also surprised. We just separated during the day, but unexpectedly met each other in the evening. My grandpa was injured. 3 bad guys killed 2 of us. Bai Shui hurriedly told them what happened. Then your luck is really bad. Chen Tian smiled. Since he was not an accomplice of those 3 men, he would leave. Wait a minute, can you help us? Bai Shui hurriedly called Chen Tian. I can't help, and we are not familiar with each other. Chen Tian refused decisively. Wait a minute. Bai Shui called Chen Tian again. You should know my temper. Bai Shui's neck shrank. The place where she had been beaten by the boy was still painful. But she really had no choice. She was in the wilderness and couldn't get through the phone for help. She could only ask Chen Tian for help. I know something that might interest you. Bai Shui suddenly thought of the experience Jia Yuding told her, and she also imitated Jia Yuding's way of thinking. Tell me about it. Chen Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. Actually, we came here to search for meteorites. The meteorite that Tianmi found was discovered in an area not far from here. Bai Shui said hurriedly. This indeed piqued Chen Tian's interest. Chen Tian looked at Tianmi, who was still in shock, but she didn't dare to meet his gaze. You are really brave. You know that meteorites will attract genetic bugs, but you still dare to come. We are prepared. We have special anti-epidemic clothing in the car. Chen Tian smiled calmly. Do you think the only dangerous thing is the gene bug? Bai Shui was stunned for a moment. What do you mean? Have you forgotten about that mutant dog? Chen Tian reminded her. How could Bai Shui forget? She probably would never forget it in her entire life. Affected by the energy of the meteorite, Many creatures like mutant dogs will be born ahead of time. How many of them can your protective suits defend against? Chen Tian asked again. Bai Shui was frozen there. They couldn't deal with even one of those mutant dogs, so if there were more, would they be able to survive? At this moment, Bai Shui suddenly thought of what the three yellow-haired men said at the beginning, as if they had encountered a monster. Could it be that the monster they were talking about was some kind of mutated creature? It would be fine if you didn't think about it, but once you think about it, you'll feel a chill all over your body. If you think about it carefully, they were able to survive thanks to meeting those three yellow-haired men. Gah! 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 Suddenly, a strange sound was heard. Chen Tian's brows suddenly frowned. This familiar feeling couldn't be wrong. It was a mutant beast, or it could be called a walking beast. And there are quite a few of them. Come to life. Chen Tian's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 033. This boy is too crazy. The strange roar of the beast made Bai Shui and Tian me nervous. Chen Tian suddenly said, "Bring the people with you, and follow me." Bai Shui bent down and tried to carry her unconscious grandfather on her back, but almost fell down herself. Even with Tian Mi's help, the two of them were still shaky as they carried old Lu together. "Give me." Chen Tian walked over and picked up old Lu, who had taken two people's combined strength to lift, as if he were lifting a chicken. Looking at her grandfather being roughly held in the boy's hands, Bai Shui wanted to open her mouth to remind him, but finally held back. She was really afraid that the boy would get unhappy and abandon her grandfather. Following Chen Tian, Bai Shui and Tian Mi finally arrived in front of the Mercedes-Benz SUV parked on the road. The rear door opened. Chen Tian threw the old man and his hand up, and then said to the two women without allowing any objection, "Get in the car." Bai Shui and Tian Mi both squeezed into the back seats and instinctively kept a distance from Chen Tian. "Don't come out." After saying this, Chen Tian slammed the car door. Bai Shui and Tian Mi looked at each other, not knowing what the boy was going to do. At this moment, the strange roar of the beast was getting closer and closer, making the two women in the car feel numb. Bai Shui's expression was particularly ugly, not only because her grandfather was unconscious, but more importantly, she knew very well how terrifying the mutated animals were. Through the car window, with the help of the car lights and the moonlight, you can see Chen Tian standing there quietly. "Why don't we leave?" Tian Mi asked nervously. This is also the question that Bai Shui wants to know. Knowing that the mutant beast was so terrifying, why didn't the boy leave here quickly? What's even more puzzling is that he actually stayed outside the car. Was he waiting to feed the monster? Gah! At this moment, a monster's roar seemed to sound beside the car, and Tian Mi was so scared that she hurriedly reached out and grabbed Bai Shui's clothes. At this moment, Bai Shui's expression was even more terrified because she saw a figure lying on the ground through the car window. It's a mutant beast. Although she couldn't see it clearly, Bai Shui could be very sure because the mutant beast's movements were too strange. In just a moment, the figure of a monster appeared in front of the car. This time it could be seen clearly. It was a monster with bloodshot all over its body and red eyes. Judging from the features it still retained, it should be a goat. Gah! The monster opened its mouth, revealing its chrysanthemum-shaped mouth parts, which made people even more chilling. Bai Shui and Tian Mi hugged each other tightly. They were so frightened that they dared not make a sound. There are quite a lot of people coming. At this moment, the boy's arrogant voice came in. The two men's eyes fell on the young man through the windshield. At this time, the young man, holding the knife in both hands, still stood there proudly. Although I couldn't see his expression, judging from the sound he just made, he must be excited. Oh my God! Why is this child's brain circuit different from others? A normal person, faced with this situation, would try to avoid it as much as possible, but this young man took the initiative to move forward. He doesn't think that he can deal with several mutant beasts at the same time, right? Whoosh. At this moment, the fighting outside had already begun. The goat mutant beast suddenly pounced towards Chen Tian, followed closely by the other two. Puff! Bai Shui and Tian Mi did not see the moment of the confrontation, they only saw the result. The mutant goat's head flew out, and blood splattered on the windshield, making it red. Puff! Puff! Chen Tian swung out two more swords, each one was fatal. The three mutant beasts were all killed in just a moment. At this time, Bai Shui and Tian Mi saw the boy's profile through the bright red windshield. What kind of expression is that? The boy looked as excited as if he had won a lottery. There was an arrogant smile on his face, and the scimitars in his hands were dripping with blood. Solved. Bai Shui's mind was a little confused. She didn't expect things to go so smoothly. However, this was not the case. A sound like the running of a herd of animals could be heard from afar. Whoosh! The young man who had just been standing in front of the car suddenly disappeared. Then, A roar of a wild beast came from the side and rear. Swish, swish, swish. Bump, bump, bump. The double swords in Chun Tian's hands turned into the light of death that reaped lives. Every time he swung, he would kill a mutant beast. The mutant beasts that have gathered here are no longer just too many. One mutant beast after another rushed forward, and they showed no fear even if they were moths to a flame. In just a short while, the area around where Chun Tian was fighting was filled with the corpses of various mutant beasts. Are we going to die here? Tianmi was already scared to tears. With the help of the light, she could also see the mutant beasts running towards her from outside. Each one is more ferocious than the other. No, he is very powerful, Bai Shui said. It would be more accurate to say that she was comforting herself rather than comforting Tianmi. The current situation is that the two of them cannot see Chun Tian's figure at all, but they can see the mutant beasts wandering around the car very clearly. Just when they thought they would be safe in the car, hoping for luck, there was a loud crash and the whole SUV shook violently. Tianmi screamed in frustration. Bang! There was another collision, and this time the car shook even more violently, and the door near Bai Shui was dented. This time, even Snow White was frightened and screamed. It's terrible. Now mutant beasts are starting to attack the off-road vehicle. Boom! With a muffled sound, it seemed as if a mutant beast jumped onto the roof of the car. At this moment, Bai Shui and Tianmi were even more frightened. The feeling of oppression from above their heads almost suffocated them. Boom! There was another muffled sound, and this time, a mutant beast actually jumped onto the hood. Its scarlet eyes could see several people in the car through the windshield. Bang! Before Bai Shui and Tianmi could react, the mutant beast slapped out with its claws and directly shattered the windshield. Quack quack! The mutant beast let out a strange cry. Half of its head split open, revealing several rows of hideous teeth. At this moment, Bai Shui and Tianmi even forgot to scream. They just felt that they were going to be eaten by the monster in the next moment. Puff! At this moment, the mutant beast that originally wanted to drill and had its head pierced by a scalpel. Immediately afterwards, Chun Tian's figure, like a god, descended again in front of the car. God knows how excited Bai Shui and Tianmi were when they saw Chun Tian's figure. As long as the boy is not dead, they still have hope. Next, the two saw a scene that they would never forget. The young man was like an invincible god, tearing the mutant beast's body apart with one blow after another. Is this really the real world? Chapter 034. This harvest makes people excited. I don't know how much time had passed, but the car door was suddenly opened. Bai Shui and Tianmi, who were squeezed together in the back row, shuddered at the same time and almost cried out. Fortunately, the one who came in was not a mutant beast, but Chun Tian. At this moment, Chun Tian looked quite scary, with blood all over his body. Are you okay? It took Bai Shui a long time to utter these words. Maybe it has something to do with her profession. She is braver than Tianmi. Chun Tian just glanced at the two women casually, and Bai Shui and Tianmi both shrank their necks at the same time. Perhaps it was because he had just experienced a massacre. Although Chun Tian's expression was calm, he revealed a horrified aura. Both women were silent, and Chun Tian sat in the driver's seat thinking about something. These mutant beasts are too abnormal. Normally, the fusion period of genetic insects takes about 3 days, but the mutant beasts that were just killed have obviously completed the fusion. Why are they early? After much thought, there is only one possibility. The hatched genetic insects have absorbed enough evolutionary energy. Then another question arises. Where does the energy for evolution come from? It can only be a falling energy meteorite. The energy meteorite that was previously absorbed by Chun Tian was only that big, so it was impossible for it to produce so many mutant beasts. There must be other energy meteorites nearby. Coming to this conclusion in his mind, Chun Tian actually laughed out loud. It would have been fine if he didn't smile, but when he smiled, Bai Shui and Tianmi, the two girls in the back seat, almost got angry. Should we get out of here first? Tianmi, mustering up her courage, suddenly spoke in a low voice. At this moment, she regretted that she should not have agreed to this exploration trip. I wonder how long it will take for her to heal her frightened heart after this experience. The meteorite you found before was found nearby? Chun Tian suddenly asked. Tianmi nodded, and was afraid that Chun Tian would blame her for not speaking, so she quickly added, Yes. You come here and sit in the front. Chun Tian spoke again. Tianmi was frightened. She didn't want to sit in the front seat. There was no windshield. What if a monster jumped in? She was extremely reluctant, but at the glance of Chun Tian, she immediately sat in the front seat obediently. You point the direction, and we'll go to the place where you found the meteorite and take a look. Chun Tian started the car. Unexpectedly, This sentence not only scared Tianmi, but even Bai Shui in the back row was surprised. No wonder. They have already encountered so many monsters. If they really reached the place where the meteorite was discovered, wouldn't they have to face even more monsters? This is not the point. What if that horrible parasite crawls in? They don't want to be parasitized. Let's leave here. No one knows what kind of terrible monsters are ahead. Bai Shui persuaded with gritted teeth. If you don't want to go, you can get off now, Chen Tian said coldly. With just one word, Snow White instantly lost her temper. How dare they get off the bus? It was terrifying to stay in the car. If I got out of the car, it would be pitch black everywhere and I might be eaten alive by a monster. The off-road vehicle ran over the monster's body and continued to move forward. The car had not driven far when it encountered the mutant beast again. This time, Chen Tian did not get out of the car. He stepped on the accelerator and crashed into the monster blocking the road. If a monster jumped onto the hood, Chen Tian would kill it with a flying knife. The process is as exciting as it can be. Tianmi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, never stopped screaming. The off-road vehicle wobbled forward. After all, it was night, and Chen Tian didn't dare drive too fast for fear of driving into a ditch and wasting time. Now that he knew there were other energy meteorites nearby, he was determined to get them. I have to say that this trip was a good decision. It's right here. Tianmi suddenly spoke. They have arrived at the site where the meteorite was found. Chen Tian only took a glance and knew there were no energy meteorites here. Under normal circumstances, energy meteorites will not fall in one area. According to Chen Tian's memory, most of the energy meteorites fell into the ocean. It is already lucky to be able to find an energy meteorite on land. Now Chen Tian still has hope of finding more. Judging from the number of mutant beasts he had just killed, the remaining energy meteorites must be either numerous enough or large enough. Otherwise, this situation would not have occurred. We've already been there. Seeing that Chen Tian was still driving forward, Tianmi spoke quickly. She really didn't want to stay in this damn place anymore and wanted to go home. I know, Chen Tian just replied lightly. At this moment, the mutant beasts blocking the road were no longer visible, and the tense atmosphere finally eased briefly. Woo woo woo. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Tianmi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly burst into tears, as if she had been abducted by human traffickers and taken to the mountains. Why are you crying? Hold it back, Chen Tian said coldly. The other party screamed before, and he didn't stop her because it was a normal reaction. But the crying made him upset. Tianmi bit her lips with a look of grievance. Although her tears were still falling, she dared not make a sound. Squeak. Suddenly, Chen Tian slammed on the brakes and turned to look in the direction of Tianmi. Tianmi was frightened and thought the boy was angry, so she said quickly, I didn't cry. This is really a lie. Could it be that what is flowing out of the eyes is snot? In fact, Tianmi was too suspicious. Chen Tian didn't even look at her, but looked outside through the glass. In the dark night, there was a flashing red light ahead. Found it. Chen Tian's eyes became fiery. He turned the steering wheel and drove towards the glowing place. Moo. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a very penetrating howl was heard. No need to ask, it must be a mutant beast. Faced with this warning, Chen Tian was not afraid at all. The heat in his eyes made him want to fly over directly. The SUV started to shake again. Tianmi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, saw the most clearly. The road ahead was littered with corpses of various animals. Some had lost their heads, some had only limbs left, and some had only their internal organs left. What a bloody scene. There must have been a fierce battle here, otherwise, so many mutant beasts would not have died here. Moo. The warning howl came again. Chen Tian's mouth curved up. It's a pity that you met me. Otherwise, you would have become a powerful mutant beast in the future. At this time, Tianmi and Bai Shui were horrified to see that a huge monster suddenly appeared right in front of the car. Then, Tianmi stuttered and couldn't speak. I see it. Chen Tian stopped the SUV suddenly. Ahead, dozens of meters away, a mutant bull more than 3 meters tall was about to rush over. All the mutant beasts that died nearby were killed by this mutant cow. It wants to monopolize the energy meteorite. Chapter 035. New Ability Spiritual Detection. Opening the car door, Chen Tian walked down. This time, he did not pick up the 2 machetes because the cutting edges had been damaged due to continuous use. With bare hands, Chen Tian swaggered towards the mutant bull opposite. The atmosphere was extremely tense at this moment. Tianmi and Bai Shui, who were in the car, could both see that this mutant cow that suddenly appeared was obviously not comparable to the mutant beasts they had encountered before. The next battle will probably directly determine their life or death. Tianmi, come to the back quickly. At this time, Bai Shui suddenly said. Tianmi also reacted and quickly climbed from the front to the back row. He didn't have a knife? Tianmi panicked when she found 2 machetes left by Qin Tian in the car. How to fight without weapons. Shoo, don't make any noise. Maybe he has his own plans. Bai Shui made a gesture to keep quiet. Now, the two of them can't do anything to help Qin Tian except praying silently. I never expected that mutant beasts could be so huge. The next battle will probably be extremely fierce. Bai Shui and Tianmi were on edge, ready to witness this fierce interracial confrontation with their own eyes. Moo. The mutant bull roared and finally rushed towards Qin Tian. This is its territory, and it does not allow any creature to approach. Boom, boom, boom. The mutant cow ran as if the earth was shaking. Under the light of the car headlights, its skin had a metallic luster, as if it was covered with a layer of armor. Qin Tian continued to walk forward slowly, as if he didn't see the mutant bull rushing towards him. The distance between the two sides is rapidly shortening. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters. The 2 fangs of the mutant cow are clearly visible. Just when the distance between the two sides was reduced to 1 meter, and the huge mutant bull opened its mouth wide, ready to devour the boy in front of it alive, Qin Tian moved. Whoosh. A rapid rush forward, followed by a powerful whip kick. Bang. The mutant bull's huge head was kicked away and disappeared into the darkness. The huge body continued to slide forward under the action of inertia until it stopped in front of the off-road vehicle. Bai Shui and Tianmi were both stunned. What just happened? Why did the mutant cow lose its head? A large amount of blood sprayed in through the missing windshield, and even the people sitting in the back row were soaked. The sweet smell of blood reminded the 2 stunned women that all this was not an illusion. The fierce battle that was expected did not happen. The powerful mutant bull was killed instantly by the unarmed boy. The huge contrast between expectations and reality took the 2 women a long time to recover. It was not until Mr. Lu next to them moved that the 2 women's vision regained focus. Grandpa, Bai Shui exclaimed as she looked at her grandfather, who had just woken up. Mr. Lu was awakened by the blood. His memory was still stuck on being kidnapped by 3 evil men. Although he was awake at the moment, his brain was still a little dizzy. Where are we? Mr. Lu asked in confusion. Faced with this question, Bai Shui didn't know how to answer, as there was only wilderness all around her. Is this blood? Mr. Lu finally saw what the liquid on his body was, and he was shocked. Grandpa, we were attacked by mutant beasts. Bai Shui said hurriedly. Mutated beast? Mr. Lu was stunned at first. Then he saw the huge object parked in front of the car. Oh my god. What kind of monster is that? While the 3 of them were still discussing, Qin Tian over there had already arrived in front of a huge meteorite. The energy meteorite in front of him was deeply embedded in the soil, and the part exposed outside was more than 5 meters high. Staring at the huge energy meteorite in front of him, Qin Tian wanted to shout with excitement. What kind of transformation will such a huge energy meteorite bring to him? No wonder so many mutant beasts were born prematurely. It seems that I made the right decision to come here this time. Restraining his inner excitement, Qin Tian stretched out his hand and gently placed his palm on the surface of the meteorite. The evolutionary energy still preserved here may help me awaken my exclusive energy. Awakening exclusive energy means truly becoming an awakened person. Due to the existence of the mutant cow, all other mutant beasts nearby were eliminated, which saved Qin Tian the trouble of cleaning up. It is also because of the existence of this energy meteorite that the nearby genetic hail was able to hatch early, and the genetic insects inside had already found their respective hosts. After making sure that he would not be disturbed, Qin Tian began to absorb the energy of the meteorite. The 3 people in the car were not aware of the situation here and did not dare to get off rashly, so they waited for nearly 2 hours. God knows how hard it was for them during those 2 hours. They were afraid when Qin Tian was around before, and now that Qin Tian is not around, they are even more afraid. Why hasn't he come back after so long? Tianmi asked anxiously. It's too quiet outside. Could he have left? Bai Shui said worriedly. Oh. Tianmi was suddenly shocked. If the young man left them here, how would they go back? They can't drive and kill mutant beasts at the same time like the boy did. This is a horrific scene. The future of humanity is worrying. I wonder if other places are like this. Professor Lu was muttering to himself, with a compassionate look on his face. Boom. Just when the 3 of them were feeling uneasy, a sound of rock collapse was suddenly heard. In this quiet night, in such a dangerous environment, it was really scary to suddenly hear such a sound. The 3 people in the car all shut up at the same time, their bodies tense and their minds highly focused. Suddenly, a hand stretched out from the darkness and opened the car door. The two girls almost screamed out loud and only breathed a sigh of relief when they saw it was Qin Tian. At this time, Qin Tian had thrown away his coat and was only wearing a blue vest. What's wrong with you? Seeing white smoke coming out of Qin Tian's exposed arm, Bai Shui asked nervously. She was very worried. Could it be that this boy had also mutated? I am fine. Qin Tian had a smile on his face, and it was obvious that he was genuinely happy. The huge energy meteorite has been absorbed and refined by him. Although it failed to directly awaken its exclusive energy, the surprise it brought him was enormous. The gold gene energy in his body was not only completely absorbed and refined, but also perfectly integrated with the violent gene energy, which made his physical strength increase by dozens of times. The body's defense has risen to an exaggerated level. The improvement in mind energy is also amazing. Even based on the original detection ability, a new ability has been awakened, mental detection. Within a range of 50 meters, Qin Tian can use this spiritual exploration to see everything, ignoring darkness and blind spots. Chapter 036. Such an arrogant child. 3 pairs of eyes stared at Qin Tian. It can be seen that the boy must be in a good mood, otherwise the smile on his face would not be so natural. Awake. Qin Tian looked at Mr. Liu, who was sitting in the back row. Mr. Liu nodded and asked curiously, "Young man, why are you getting white steam coming out of your body?" Qin Tian did not answer, but whispered, "Get out of the car, it is safe here for the time being." "Are you going to leave us behind?" Bai Shui's voice was trembling. Qin Tian raised his lips and said, "I want to treat you to barbecue. If you don't want, then just stay in the car." Due to the further improvement of his physical condition, Qin Tian is now in urgent need of food supplements. No food can compare to the dead mutant cow in front of him. The meat of evolved beasts contains a certain amount of energy, which helps to strengthen the physical body. In the end times, the meat of evolved beasts is a hot commodity. Before the 3 people in the car could say anything, Qin Tian had already started a fire. The night is getting deeper and deeper. Is this kind of meat edible? Mustering up her courage, Bai Shui supported her grandfather and walked down. Of course, the meat of evolved beasts is delicious, but you can't eat the internal organs. Qin Tian was in such a good mood rarely. "When are we going to leave here?" Bai Shui asked again. "Let's talk after I'm full." Qin Tian replied without raising his head. Unlike other people who were fearful and hesitant, he was quite looking forward to these 4 weeks. "Although I know it's unlikely, what if we find another energy meteorite?" As for the evolved beasts roaming around, Qin Tian didn't take them seriously at all. Won't the smell of blood attract evolved beasts? Bai Shui took advantage of the boy's good mood and asked again. The smell of blood will attract evolved beasts. However, there are no evolved beasts nearby. Qin Tian said casually. The firewood in front of him made a crackling sound, and the mutant beef being roasted on it soon gave off an enticing aroma. Gurgle. Stimulated by the fragrance, both Bai Shui and her grandfather started to feel their stomachs growling. Tianmi also got out of the car following the scent. Will the mutant beasts fight each other? At this time, old Liu asked curiously. If we can take this opportunity to learn more about the habits of mutant beasts, it may be of great help in the future. Of course, but when they are hungry, the weak will become their first targets. While Qin Tian was talking, the barbecue in front of him was ready to eat. While eating, Qin Tian stopped answering. The feeling of rejection in Bai Shui and the other 2 made them resist eating the meat of this mutant beast, so they gathered around the fire and just watched quietly. Qin Tian finally finished eating. Before starting the car, he stuffed as much mutant cow meat as possible into the trunk so that he could eat it slowly later. This off-road vehicle was brand new before it arrived, but now it is full of holes. The car continued to move forward, and sure enough, no more energy meteorites were found. The SUV drove into the city and slowly stopped. You can get off here, Qin Tian said. Looking at the lit street lights and passing cars, Bai Shui and the other 2 felt as if they were in another world. Fortunately, there are no large-scale mutant beasts here. Before getting off the car, Bai Shui suddenly asked, will mutant beasts appear here in the future? You have 3 days to prepare. After 3 days, I wish you good luck. After saying that, Qin Tian stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Bai Shui stared blankly at the SUV disappearing from her sight. What did he mean by what he just said? 3 days? What will happen after 3 days? Bai Shui suddenly felt a strong sense of uneasiness in her heart. After leaving, Qin Tian found a place and simply cleaned the SUV. It's nighttime now, so it's nothing. But if it were broad daylight, driving a car covered in blood would attract attention wherever you go. Qin Tian did not plan to repair the broken windshield. Firstly, it was a waste of time. Secondly, after the end of the world, the streets would be full of cars, and he could easily find one. The sky gradually brightened. The hunger wave that occurred yesterday evening has not completely subsided. Many messages circulated on the internet, causing panic among the people. Early in the morning, many people lined up in front of major supermarkets, ready to buy food. Prices are also rising continuously due to the deliberate push of some people. Instead of going to the crowded supermarket, Chen Tian went to the mall to buy shoes and clothes. The clothes are okay, but the main problem is the shoes. They are too wasteful. The pair of shoes Chen Tian was wearing was bought not long ago, and now they were coming apart. Without awakening exclusive energy, shoes are consumables. Chen Tian plans to prepare a few more pairs this time. This shopping mall has many well-known brands of sports shoes and sportswear. How about this pair of shoes? If they don't fit, we have other sizes. The salesman did not neglect Chen Tian just because he was young. Children nowadays have more pocket money than adults. How many sneakers of this size do you have left? Chen Tian's words left the salesman confused. You don't like this style? It doesn't matter. Andy has many new and popular styles here. Chen Tian said, bring all the sneakers of this size here. I want them all. Salesman. In order to save space, Chen Tian did not use a packaging box. Instead, he used a huge black garbage bag to pack his newly bought shoes and walk towards the next display case. Chen Tian also bought some small things, such as mobile phone charging cables, mobile power supplies, barbecue grills, tents. In the end, there were too many things, so we had to move them back to the car. At this time, Chen Tian couldn't help but sigh that it would be so convenient if he had an endless space. After such a shopping trip, the space in the SUV doesn't seem that big anymore. Just after closing the car door, Chen Tian realized that someone was watching him in secret. This is a good opportunity to test my spiritual perception. Buzz. An invisible mental energy spread in all directions. The scenery within a radius of 50 meters appeared in Chen Tian's mind. 3 people hiding behind the stone pillars were looking at the colored printed paper in their hands, on which was a portrait of a young boy. It's him, there's no doubt about it. The boss said that this guy is very evil, so we don't need to leave him alive, just kill him. Let's follow the old rules. The 3 of them were whispering, and each pulled out a pistol from their pocket. Hey, where's that kid? The 3 men held their pistols and were about to shoot when they discovered that their target had disappeared. Are you looking for me? Suddenly, a strange voice sounded behind them. The 3 of them turned around suddenly and saw a young man looking at them with interest. Isn't this the boy they want to shoot? All 3 were professional killers, and they immediately raised their guns and prepared to shoot. Pity. From the moment Chen Tian discovered them, they had no chance to shoot. Chapter 037. Act decisively without nonsense. Snap, snap, snap. The 3 men's arms were broken before they could even raise their pistols. Chen Tian reached out and took the colored printed paper that almost fell to the ground, looking at the words on it, thoughtfully. This printed image was a screenshot of the surveillance footage. Chen Tian determined that this was the scene of him in the Yi Mei Leisure Club. That is, to deal with one's own people who are associated with this club. Chen Tian thought of the dead brother leopard and the sister Hong, who turned into a zombie. Could it be that someone wanted to avenge them? The 3 killers in front of him reacted quickly. With their arms broken, they rolled forward, preparing to distance themselves from Chen Tian. Retreat first, one of them shouted. Then the 3 of them ran in 3 directions respectively. Chen Tian looked at the 3 people with some amusement. Can he let these 3 people escape? Even if you give them each a motorcycle, they won't be able to escape. Call out. Chen Tian's figure disappeared from the spot in an instant, so fast that even his afterimage could not be seen. Bang! The 3 escaped killers were thrown to the ground. They stared with their eyes wide open, obviously not understanding how they were caught. The boss just told them to kill a young man who was very evil and had strong fighting ability. Now it seems that the information their boss told them was too exaggerated. Is this weird? This is non-human. Okay. Who sent you here? Chen Tian asked. One of the men, who looked the most ferocious, reached into his bosom, pulled out a dagger, and stabbed it fiercely into Chen Tian's stomach. Chen Tian kicked out. Bang! The poor killer's body was shattered by this kick, and blood splattered on the faces of the other 2. I forgot, these are new clothes and shoes I bought. Chen Tian sighed helplessly. The other 2 people in front of him were already scared silly. They have seen murders, and they themselves are in this line of work. However, this method of killing someone by kicking them to pieces was the first time they had witnessed it. Very shocking. Very thrilling. At this moment, both of their worldviews collapsed. Who asked you to kill me? Chen Tian asked again. It's our boss. One of them learned his lesson. He didn't want to turn into a pile of pieces. Who is your boss? Chen Tian continued to ask. Our boss nickname is Black Bear, and we all call him Brother Bear. Hearing this answer, Chen Tian almost laughed out loud. How come another animal suddenly appeared? Could it be that the other party really runs a zoo? First it was Brother Leopard, then Lord Tiger, and now a black bear has popped up. Is he fighting against animals? Why do you want to kill me? Although Chen Tian had some guesses, he still continued to ask. After some questioning by Chen Tian, he found out that this black bear was in charge of a group of killers, and he was working for Lord Tiger. Tiger Lord's younger brother and only son are both dead, so he wants to get rid of Chen Tian at all costs. Forget it. Since they've come to my door, let's just deal with it. At this moment, in a secret place. Didn't I tell you to send more people? Why did you only send 3? The man in his 50s slammed the table angrily. He is what people call Tiger Lord. He was enraged when he learned that his son was killed in his own club. Although the remaining surveillance footage did not directly capture the murder, it can be inferred that it was done by a person who looked like the teenager. Master Who, 3 are not enough? They are the most capable and have carried out many assassination missions. A dark-faced man explained. He is the Black Bear. Not only does he have a black face, but his heart is even blacker. There are at least a dozen people who have died at his hands, if not 20. Master Who, calm down. Maybe we will have good news soon. The dark-faced man smiled. He didn't believe that his 3 most capable men couldn't even kill a teenager. Maybe the boy is good at fighting, but no matter how good he is, can he be more powerful than a gun? Master Tiger, Brother Bear, something's happening. Just then, one of his men ran in. What happened? The surveillance footage shows that a teenager drove our car in. What did you say? Before Chen Tian stopped the car, he noticed someone pointing a gun at the car. 47 people. Very good. We'll wipe them out in one fell swoop. The ability of spiritual exploration came into play at this moment. Chen Tian, who had not yet gotten out of the car, was able to accurately know the location of the assassin's ambush. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Rays of cold light flew out from the open car window. Puff, puff, puff. The assassins lying in ambush all around had their heads pierced before they knew what was happening. The flying knives seemed to have eyes, and they cleared all the ambushes around in a flash. This is the power of the detection ability combined with the mind ability. There are 6 left. Chen Tian had a smile on his face and had already gotten out of the car. Through the surveillance, Tiger Lord and Black Bear, who witnessed this scene, were both frozen on the spot. Although they could see the scene outside through surveillance, the surveillance could not capture the trajectory of the flying knife. They just saw that the people sent outside had their heads pierced inexplicably, as if they were killed by a sniper in the dark. A chill suddenly came from behind me. A few people turned their eyes away from the monitor and turned back, only to find that the young man who was outside the moment before appeared behind them at this moment. You. Lord Tiger had just uttered a word when he turned into a corpse. A flying knife pierced directly through his throat. Not only him, but everyone else in the room felt the same way. This time, Chen Tianxia acted very decisively and left no one alive. Next, it was time for him to collect the spoils. With the ability of mental detection, it is very convenient to find things. Chen Tian quickly discovered the munitions hidden underground, and then found the key to the white domineering SUV parked outside. Look, there's a new car. Returning with a full load, Chen Tian continued shopping without any delay. Chen Tian drove his new car back to the city center and entered a pet shop. He also has a fusion gene bug in his body. It would be a waste if he doesn't make good use of it. Chen Tian plans to train a loyal evolved dog so that he won't be alone when the end of the world comes. This little black wolfhound has been reserved. Facing Chen Tian's inquiry about the price, the shop owner said with some regret, I'll offer 10 times the price. Chen Tian said. The shop owner thought Chen Tian was joking until he threw out a stack of bills, a total of 10,000 yuan. A small black wolf dog, of a better breed, can be bought for 7 or 800 yuan. Chen Tian spent $10,000 and directly surrendered the shop owner. After leaving the pet shop, Chen Tian stared at the little black dog in his hands with expectant eyes. The advantages of Black Wolfhound are loyalty and intelligence. The disadvantage is ferocity. However, this shortcoming became an advantage at the end of the world. Chapter 038, This Little Tyrant. At this moment, it is already afternoon. A white SUV was parked alone next to a green belt somewhere. There are less than 3 days left. I wonder if you, little guy, can be of use after the apocalypse breaks out. On the side of the road, Chen Tian stared at the little black dog whining at his feet. This black wolfhound pup is just over a month old and looks quite strong. It was specially selected by Chen Tian. Maybe because the cage was placed next to the window. This little guy had absorbed a lot of evolutionary energy before, which would greatly increase its success rate in fusing with genetic insects. The little black dog wagged its tail and sniffed the ground, looking quite cute. However, what Tian wants is not cuteness. Bang! A piece of mutant cow meat was thrown by Tian on the grass in front of the little black dog. The little black dog smelled the smell and went over, humming even louder, as if the piece of meat was an irresistible temptation to it. Tian squatted aside and watched quietly the little black dog tearing the piece of meat. He didn't know whether it was because its little teeth were not sharp enough or the piece of meat was too tough, but after biting for a long time, it didn't bite off a piece. But the little black dog was quite excited, with its butt raised and its tail wagging like a rattle. How stupid! Tian couldn't bear it anymore, so he took out a fruit knife and prepared to cut the meat into small pieces. Woof woof woof. The piece of meat suddenly disappeared from its mouth, and the little black dog immediately started barking. If you rebel, I will kill you and eat your meat. Looking at the little black dog baring its teeth at him, Tian stretched out his finger and flicked its little head. Although not much force was used, the little black dog still started howling. However, the barking stopped immediately after it smelled the small piece of meat brought to its mouth. It swallowed the fingernail-sized piece of meat in one gulp, and then sniffed Tian's palm with its little nose. Tian placed the cut piece of meat in his palm again. The little black dog found its target and swallowed it in one gulp without even chewing. Aren't you afraid of choking to death? Although he said this, Tian did not stop feeding the little black dog. Who could have thought that this little devil would have so much patience when facing a black dog? If you eat any more, you'll die of overeating. Looking at the little black dog with a bulging belly, Tian stopped feeding it. He stretched out his hand and took out the thermos cup containing the fusion gene worm from the backpack beside him. This strange genetic insect, which combines the genes of bone support type and skin grinding type, was driven out from the little girl named Qin Mingming. At this moment, Tian was ready to use this fusion gene insect on the little black dog. The little black dog cannot defeat the genetic insect parasite by itself, so Tian will help. I'll give you the remaining energy jade pendants later. Please don't let me down. Tian took out 15 energy jade pendants from his backpack. These energy jade pendants are all made based on energy meteorites. Although they contain evolutionary energy, it is very limited. Tian didn't value this limited energy, so he could use it on this little black dog. The little black dog didn't know what his fate would be. He was still sniffing the ground, as if he wanted to continue eating meat. Tian grabbed the little black dog by the scruff of its neck and lifted it up. Then, an energy jade pendant flew closer. In order to save you from pain later, I'd like to let you sleep for a while. Tian pressed the energy jade pendant on the little black dog's forehead. The energy from this energy jade pendant alone was enough to make the little black dog fall asleep. To be on the safe side, Tian used 2 energy jade pendants in succession, so as to ensure that the little black dog would not wake up halfway during the gene fusion process. Swish! The small knife that was just used to cut meat slices left a shallow wound on the black dog's hind leg. Then comes the key. As the lid of the thermos cup opened, a genetic worm with countless tentacles like an octopus crawled out. The decline of its energy requires it to urgently find a new host, otherwise it will slowly die. The little black dog in front of him became the first target. Call out. This fusion gene worm drilled into the wound on the little black dog's hind leg. Next, Tian will be busy. One by one, the energy jade pendants shattered due to energy consumption, and the little black dog's body was shaking violently at this moment. Tian didn't dare to relax at all. He had to use his mental energy to restrict the genetic worms and prevent them from invading the little black dog's brain. Time passes by every second. Finally, Tian let out a long sigh and put the little black dog in his hand on the lawn. It's finally over. Thanks to Tian's efforts, the fusion gene worm has completely merged with the little black dog's body. Due to the dual effects of evolutionary energy and mental energy, the little black dog, which had become an evolved beast, woke up quickly. Tian squatted there and observed quietly. He wanted to know if this little guy would suddenly attack him. Woof woof. The little black dog had no idea that it had changed into a different species. At this moment, it raised its head and wagged its tail at Tian to show its goodwill. It looks good. Tian smiled. From then on, he had a little friend by his side. Eat. I know you're in urgent need of energy. Tian took out another large piece of evolved beef and fed it to the fish. This time, the little black dog didn't need Tian's help. In just a few moves, he tore off a large piece of the evolved bull's head and swallowed it. Woof woof. The little black dog looked as if he was still unsatisfied. There's plenty of meat. Let's see how much you can eat. Chen Tian was delighted and directly took down more than 50 kilograms of evolved beef from the car. The beef was several times bigger than the little black dog. I need to give you a name. Let me think. Chen Tian thought for a moment and finally said, let's call you Tyrant. It sounds domineering. I don't know if the little black dog who was eating meat understood, but he actually raised his head and woofed, as if in response. Dusk is approaching. Outside a supermarket, a woman pushing a baby stroller started arguing with a lady. The reason was that the white-haired dog next to the lady almost knocked over the stroller. What's wrong with you? Why don't you put a leash on your dog when you walk it? The woman asked while comforting the child who was crying loudly from fear. My bye-bye doesn't bite people. Why are you yelling about being poor? What should we do if we scare our bye-bye? The lady said in a very arrogant manner. How can you be like this? The woman was very angry. Seeing the huge white dog about to pounce on her, she didn't mind being bitten, but what if her child got bitten? There was no choice but to bear it and push the stroller away. I could still hear the noble lady's mockery behind me. Who are you? You're running around outside instead of staying at home to look after your children. After the lady finished speaking, she squatted down and gently comforted the white-haired dog. Be good, bye-bye, don't run around anymore. There are a lot of bad people outside. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, the white dog in his arms jumped out again and rushed towards the little black dog at the feet of the boy opposite. Chapter 039. Whose puppy is so fierce? Chen Tian walked along the sidewalk, holding the little black dog in his hand. Although the little guy is not big now, it has become an evolved beast after all, so Chen Tian chose a very thick dog chain to prevent the little guy from running around. Unexpectedly, before they had walked far, a big white dog suddenly rushed towards them and bit the little black dog. Chen Tian stood aside without moving, with an expression of watching a good show. The big white dog looked very experienced and had often bitten small animals. It was scratching the little black dog with its front paws and shaking its head with the force of its bite. The little black dog initially thought that the other dog was playing with it and did not feel any pain where it was bitten. But soon, it discovered that the other party was not playing with it, but playing itself. How can you tolerate this? The little black dog was immediately angry. It could not disgrace such a domineering name as Tyrant. The sharp claws suddenly stretched out, and with just a casual wave, they tore open the big white dog's mouth. Then, taking advantage of the howling of the big white dog, the little black dog pounced on it at a speed as fast as a hunting leopard. Click! With a slight sound, a certain bone of the big white-haired dog was bitten to pieces. Then, the little black dog took advantage of the situation and bit the opponent's throat directly. The gushing blood instantly dyed the big white dog's hair red. At this moment, the noble lady who was originally walking slowly exclaimed, shook off her fat, and ran over. Bye-bye, my bye-bye. He looked so grief-stricken, as if his child had died. Chen Tian pulled the chain in his hand and directly pulled the still furious little black dog to his side. You bastard, you actually let your dog bite my bye-bye to death. The lady was so angry that she fainted. She didn't even think about how a little black dog that was obviously just 1 month old could kill their big white dog. Bang! Chen Tian didn't waste any words with the other party. He kicked the lady and she fell to the ground. She lay on the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. That big white dog deserved to be bitten to death. He actually ran over to provoke his tyrant. Did he think the tyrant was small and easy to bully? Woof woof woof. The little black dog raised its head and barked at Chen Tian, as if asking, Master, am I awesome? Chen Tian kicked the little guy. You are still far away. The fight just now had left the little black dog covered in blood. Chen Tian took it to a viewing pond and pointed inside, saying, Go, wash yourself. The little guy thought Chen Tian was going to give him meat, so he came over wagging his tail. As a result, Chen Tian kicked it into the pool. The water in the pool is not deep, and in summer, water jets will gush out of it. When the little guy fell into the water, he was a little panicked at first, but soon he found the cool feeling very comfortable and started to have fun in the pool. Chen Tian sighed, knowing that he would need to work more with this little thing in the future. Otherwise, this stupid little thing might not be able to understand his instructions. Just as Chen Tian was thinking about taking the little guy out of the pool, a shrill voice was heard. There it is, don't let him get away. It was the noble lady who was kicked down by Chen Tian. The man next to her was in his 50s and should be her husband. The two men walked straight towards Chen Tian, probably to settle the score. Chen Tian's expression was a little strange at the moment. He stared straight at the man next to the lady, and his eyes began to become sharp. The man was a little bald and wore glasses. When he heard that the big white dog at home was bitten to death by another dog and his wife was beaten, he immediately came over excitedly. But when he got closer, he was stunned. There was only a child about 13 years old in front of me, and the dog he was holding didn't look very old either, which was strange. It's him. As if someone was backing her up, the noble lady became more ferocious and raised her hands to grab Qin Tian's face. Bang! Qin Tian kicked out, but this time it was different from the last time. The force of his kick was so strong that the lady flew out. Her body rolled on the ground for a while, and then stopped moving. The bald man froze on the spot. Zhao Lida, I didn't expect that we would meet in this way. Qin Tian had a smile on his face, but the smile was slightly evil. The bald man was even more surprised. He didn't expect that the young man opposite him actually knew him. You. The sudden chill in his body made Zhao Lida's voice stutter a little. Why? You don't remember me. Qin Tian smiled and reminded. You didn't have this expression when you were in the orphanage. Zhao Lida, the leader of an orphanage, appears to be a philanthropist, but secretly does things that make people indignant. Qin Tian was taken away by those people, and his heart was removed. It was this guy who sold him out. He investigated in later generations and found that in total, as many as 67 children were sold by Zhao Lida, which was a number that could be found out. It's impossible to find out, and we don't know how many there are. Qin Tian also remembered the fat woman who was kicked away. She was Zhao Lida's wife and also a leader in the orphanage. The two of them were in cahoots with each other, using kindness as bait to make huge profits. This is such an unexpected reunion. The smile on Qin Tian's lips became colder and colder. Who would have thought that someone who was impossible to find in the past could be met casually on the street? Zhao Lida still couldn't remember who the young man in front of him was, and now was not the time to think about it. He could see that the young man in front of him was here to settle a score with him. He no longer cared about his wife's life or death, and the first thing he had to do was to save himself. Someone come kill. Zhao Lida turned around and tried to run, shouting, trying to attract the attention of passers-by. Unexpectedly, before he could finish his words, his vision went dark and he lost consciousness. When Zhao Lida woke up again, he found himself lying on the sofa in his home, which made him wonder if he was dreaming. Awake! The young man's voice suddenly sounded beside him. You, why are you here? Zhao Lida saw the young man next to him and was so scared that he almost fainted again. Of course you can. You must have made a lot of money over the years. Look at what you have bought at home. You are really generous. Qin Tian said with a smile. It was not difficult for him to find this place through the information on the other party. This is the top floor of the building, the 15th floor. There are only 2 households on this floor, both of which belong to Zhao Lida. Because the walls separating them have been demolished, the rooms appear particularly large. In addition, there is a huge balcony. Qin Tian has seen it and found flowers, plants, and some vegetables planted on it. Due to the recent rush to buy, the couple bought a lot of food and stored enough food to fill 2 rooms. And all of these now belong to Qin Tian. Chapter 040, 2 Horn Pyramids. Facing the charges made by Qin Tian, Zhao Lida refused to admit them. You must be mistaken. I can't possibly do such a thing. Bang! Qin Tian threw an open photo album on the coffee table and said with a smile, the entrepreneur who took the photo with you, he also has a title of Tiger Lord, right? Zhao Lida's expression showed panic. Do you want to know what happened to him? Qin Tian pointed at the person in the photo. Zhao Lida was also a coward who was afraid of death. He confessed everything before Qin Tian even tortured him. It's dark outside now. Qin Tian drove the off-road vehicle towards the processing plant that Zhao Lida mentioned. According to Zhao Lida's account, the processing plant was just a decoy, and what was really being done inside was the human rights business. Qin Tian was originally transferred away by those people. After driving for about an hour, we finally arrived at the processing plant. From the outside, the gate was locked, it was dark inside, and it looked like no one was there. Qin Tian stopped the car and activated the spiritual detection. When he opened his eyes again, the corners of his mouth curved up. Tyrant, stay in the car. Qin Tian leaped forward and flipped over the big iron gate. His movement was as fast as a gust of wind. In the innermost part of the processing plant, not only were the lights on, but people were also playing cards. There were 5 people in total, 4 of them were playing mahjong around the table, and 1 was sitting aside browsing his phone. None of the 5 people noticed that a young man came into the room. Where are you planning to sell the people imprisoned in there? Qin Tian's words scared the 5 people. The first person to react was the man who was playing with his phone. He was stunned at first, then asked, where did you come from? The 4 people who were playing cards also stopped. Their eyes passed over Qin Tian and looked towards the door. No need to look. I'm the only one. Qin Tian said with a smile. It's pretty good to be able to deal with a few enemies personally before the apocalypse breaks out. Damn it, don't let this kid run away. Lock him up with those guys. Lao Wu, go outside and see what's going on. One of the men had a fierce look in his eyes. At this time, two people had already come to double-team him from both sides. They were not afraid of Qin Tian, a teenager. What they were worried about was that if this place was exposed, would there be other people outside? It's getting late. I won't play with you guys any longer. As soon as Qin Tian finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot. The man who had stepped forward to catch the man was stunned, and then the next moment, he heard a crisp sound from his neck and his head turned directly behind his back. Then, a few more crisp sounds were heard. 5 people, all died in the same way. Without even looking at the corpse on the ground, Qin Tian continued walking inside. Near the corner, there is a small door, which is also locked. Bang! Qin Tian kicked the door open, and in the dim light, he could see the person inside shiver. There were 6 people imprisoned inside, 3 adult women and 3 teenage children, all of whom had their hands and feet tied and their mouths taped. Judging from their red and swollen eyes, they must have been crying for a long time. Whoosh! A cold light flashed and cut the ropes on these people. The people outside are already dead. Please leave here quickly. After saying this, Qin Tian turned and left. He ignored how these people left and instead wandered around the processing plant. I can't come here for nothing. I have to look for any valuable items. I can use the processing machines here to make those 2 horns into weapons. Turning on the lights in the factory, Qin Tian saw the processing machines parked inside. The hardest part of the mutant bull he killed was its 2 horns, which he had already removed and collected. He had originally intended to use them as materials, and now was the right time. Woof woof woof. As soon as I got back to the car, the little black dog started barking. It obviously didn't want to stay in the car. Then let's go together. Qin Tian let the little black dog out. Anyway, the bad guys inside have been cleared out, so there is no need to worry about the barking of the little black dog alarming anyone. Soon, sounds of cutting and grinding were heard in the processing plant. It took more than 2 hours before Qin Tian finally processed the 2 cow horns. The 2 horns now have a spiral shape, like a dark gray cone. Don't underestimate these 2 ox horn cones. Their hardness is no less than that of ordinary metal. If it is under the control of thoughts, it will definitely be able to exert powerful penetrating power. These 2 bullhorn cones are non-conductive and can be used in some special circumstances. They are also lighter than metal. When their power is unleashed, ordinary mutant beasts will be unable to resist. Woof woof woof. The little black dog smelled a familiar smell and barked at the bullhorn cone in Qin Tian's hand. Qin Tian kicked the little black dog aside and decided to test the power of the 2 bullhorn cones. Under the control of mental energy, 2 bullhorn cones were suspended in front of Qin Tian's chest. The next moment, Qin Tian moved his mind, and 2 ox horn cones flew out to the left and right at a terrifying speed and hit the opposite wall directly. Puff! It was like the sound of bullets piercing through bricks. The 2 ox horn cones left 2 round holes directly on the red brick wall. Qin Tian waved his hand with satisfaction, and the 2 ox horn cones flew back to him. Having this thing is like having one more trump card. Qin Tian put it away with satisfaction. After the apocalypse breaks out, the bodies of many mutant beasts will become valuable materials. Some can be made into weapons, some can be made into armor, and some become essential ingredients for evolutionary potions. The night has already gotten dark. Qin Tian, who had gained something new on this trip, was driving on the way back while listening to music. The car was moving forward at normal speed. Suddenly, 2 cars driving side by side appeared in front of us, slowly blocking all routes for overtaking. Qin Tian didn't pay attention at first and honked the horn. Who would have thought that the other party not only did not speed up, but also braked, almost causing Qin Tian to rear end. What happened next was even more infuriating. The 2 cars driving side by side slowed down at the same time. Although Qin Tian was not in a hurry to travel, he could not tolerate being treated like this. This white SUV is large in tonnage, and it can squeeze the 2 cars in front of it with just 1 step on the accelerator. However, Qin Tian didn't want to do this. It was a pity that the white SUV was damaged not long after he got it. He had a better way. At this moment, the 2 cars driving in front had no idea what they were going to face. The 2 drivers were talking to each other via the Bluetooth function in the car. Look at that idiot behind us. He's about to lose his temper. When he rear-ends us, we'll blackmail him. There's no surveillance on this stretch of road. Remember to check if his car has a dash cam. We can't do this in vain. As the 2 were chatting, one of them saw the white SUV behind them suddenly rolled down its window. Then, the following scene almost scared the driver into driving onto the isolation belt. Chapter 041. Bad guys need ruthless people to deal with them. He rolled down the car window and extended a hand. There is nothing to this. The problem is that in this hand, there is a gun. Fuck, this is fake, right? The man had just muttered something when he heard a gunshot, and his rearview mirror was blown out. Fuck. What the hell is going on? The man was so frightened that he almost lost control of the steering wheel. He had never encountered anything like this in his life. Bang, bang, bang. Another round of gunfire. The bullet went straight through the front windshield from the rear windshield. The man driving the car was so frightened that he screamed and ignored everything else, stepping on the accelerator to the floor. The other car next to his heard the gunshots, but didn't know what happened. But soon he found out. Bang, bang, bang. There were 3 bullet holes on the windshield. Even if one had a slow brain, one would now understand what was going on. They met a ruthless person. This is so unlucky. I didn't get the blackmail, but now I'm scared to death. The only driving instinct left in my body was that I stepped on the accelerator to the floor, regretting that the engine power was not fast enough. Otherwise, I would really like to take off on the spot. Chen Tian took back the gun with an evil smile on his face. What he did just now was purely to scare the other party. If he really wanted to kill the other party, 1 shot per person would be enough. The good thing about a pistol is that even if it doesn't hit the target, as long as it goes off, it has enough deterrent power. The 2 cars that were blocking the front disappeared in an instant. It turns out that it takes a ruthless person to deal with the bad guys. Returning to the community, Chen Tian took the elevator and went straight to the top floor with the little black dog. He took out the key and opened the door. He will live here for the next few days. Not only because there is plenty of food and water here, but also because the terrain here is high and the view is good. Standing on the open-air balcony, Chen Tian can take in the surrounding area. There is no need to worry about anyone coming to disturb you. Zhao Lida's 2 sons have been sent abroad for further studies, and they probably won't be able to come back in this lifetime. The next morning, Chen Tian was awakened by a buzzing sound. Walking out of the room and onto the balcony, Chen Tian saw many military helicopters flying overhead. There are still 2 days left in the countdown to the end of the world. In 2 days, it will break out. These helicopters flying by seem like some kind of omen. In the compound of a corporate research laboratory, a green helicopter slowly landed. Lu Lao and Bai Shui, who had received the news, had already been waiting outside. In addition to the 2 of them, Tian Mi was also among them. Last night, Mr. Lu received an emergency evacuation call. I have been ordered to pick you up. An officer jumped off the helicopter. This is my student. We are jointly researching the topic of genetic worms. Mr. Lu said hurriedly. At this time, there was no way he could leave Tian Mi, with whom he had shared life and death, alone. Please follow me, the 3 of you. We still have a long way to go. The officer said nothing more. The plane took off and headed to the next location to pick up people. This time, more than just helicopters were dispatched. On the streets of the city, regular troops drove past in an orderly manner, and special buses following behind them picked up the important people on the list one by one. For a time, people were in panic. Many private cars, with their families, chose to follow the army. Hurry, we don't have time. Qin Haitao quickly loaded the bags into the car. He received a call from a comrade in arms and learned some things that had not been made public, so he hurriedly packed his belongings and prepared to evacuate the city with the military convoy. Jia Yuding was frightened by Qin Haitao's panic. She followed him and asked, "Husband, where are we going?" "I don't know. Anyway, we can't stay here anymore. Hurry up and leave unimportant things behind. We still have to go pick up our parents." Qin Haitao urged. Their car is not big, and if both parents are added, it will be a bit crowded. "Honey, I can't get through to my parents on the phone. I'm so worried. Let's go over there directly later. I think nothing should happen." Qin Haitao comforted her like this, but he was actually worried in his heart. After packing their things, the family of 3 drove off, but unexpectedly, they soon ran into trouble. There's a traffic jam. The irritating sound of horns filled the entire street. Many people even stuck their heads out of the car windows and cursed. Qin Haitao also slammed the horn button on the steering wheel. The more anxious you are, the more upset you feel. This is the case on many streets in the city. So, Chen Tian did not go out for the whole morning, but stayed in the room to train the little black dog. This situation continued until the afternoon, when it began to improve. Chen Tian stood on the balcony and decided to go out only after seeing that vehicles on the street could pass normally. There is still a lot of cash in his backpack that he hasn't spent. It's a shame to waste money. So, after making sure the road was clear, Chen Tian drove the SUV straight to the shopping mall. Due to panic buying and rumors, it is now difficult to buy important supplies such as food and water in stores. However, what Chen Tian wanted to buy were some high-calorie foods such as candies and chocolates, and no one was rushing to buy them. One of the reasons why no one is rushing to buy it, besides the fact that it doesn't satisfy hunger, is that the prices have increased several times. Chen Tian didn't think the price was too high, So box after box of chocolates and cream candies were loaded onto the off-road vehicle. Once again, the space in the SUV is not enough. Later, Chen Tian simply paid the store to deliver the goods to his door. He wanted to spend all the money from the school bag within 2 days. Looking at the few remaining bills in his backpack, Chen Tian smiled with satisfaction. It was already dusk, and Chen Tian had to hurry back. According to the agreement between him and the shops, the goods should be delivered to their doors by now. Unexpectedly, when the car was driving back, it encountered a traffic jam. The reason for the traffic jam was that there was a fight ahead. Why should I give you money? This is a public road. You stop here and charge you a fee. This is robbery. Wang Ming was very angry. He and his wife had to pay a high price to buy a few daily necessities, which made them very angry. Now on their way home, they encountered a group of people who claimed to be from a certain committee and set up checkpoints to collect fees. The other party's attitude was also arrogant. He had no national regulations and was unwilling to prove his identity. As a Sonda coach, how could Wang Ming tolerate such humiliation? First they argued, then they got into a physical fight, and finally they came to blows. Because of his profession, Wang Ming had an advantage when he started the fight, but the other side had more people and more power, and Wang Ming did not dare to really do anything dirty, so the fight between the two sides became a stalemate. As a result of their commotion, the road was naturally blocked. The nearby vehicles did not come over to dissuade them, and some even took out their mobile phones to take pictures. The scene became more and more chaotic. Just then, 2 gunshots were heard, startling everyone present. The onlookers consciously made way. A young boy with a gloomy face and a pistol in his hand walked straight towards me. Oh my God! How did this boy get a gun? Chapter 042, The End of the World. The sudden appearance of the gun-wielding teenager changed the atmosphere at the scene. The crowd that were originally just watching the show fled back to their cars. Several people who were fighting also stopped. Get out of my way. If you want to fight, go to the other side. Chen Tian suddenly spoke. His voice was not loud, but because of the power of the pistol, it was extremely intimidating. Is that a real gun or a fake one? A round-headed man stared at the gun in Chen Tian's hand. Chen Tian shot him without saying a word. With a bang, the bullet flew past the other person's cheek. The man was so frightened that he fell to the ground, his face turning pale. Get out of here. Chen Tian walked forward and kicked away a cement barrel that was used as a roadblock. It was originally used to hold parasols. The scene was deathly quiet. What are you still doing here? Chen Tian fired 2 more shots in a row, and the bullets hit the 2 men's feet directly. At this moment, the road was immediately clear. Those people who blocked the road did not dare to challenge Chen Tian's bottom line. Honey, are you okay? Wang Ming's wife asked as soon as he returned to the car. At this moment, Wang Ming looked very unhappy. If it was out of anger before, now it is out of fear. Just now, the boy pointed a gun at him. His intuition told him that if he angered the young man, he would really shoot him. The car started. Wang Ming didn't want to say much. He just wanted to get home quickly. The world outside is becoming more and more chaotic. Finally, they successfully drove the car back to their community. Wang Ming and his wife were about to move the things out of the car when they saw a white SUV parked beside them. There is nothing to this. But the problem is that the young man who got out of the car was Chen Tian, who had fired the gun before. Wang Ming and his wife's bodies suddenly tensed up. Wang Ming subconsciously stood in front of his wife. Chen Tian didn't have time to pay attention to the 2 passers-by. He had a lot of newly bought things in his car, and it would take several trips back and forth to move them all. Hubby, why is he in the same building as us? I don't know either. He has a gun. Will we be unsafe? I don't think he would shoot randomly. Wang Ming comforted his wife in this way, but he was not very sure about what he said. For safety reasons, Wang Ming restarted the car, parked at a slightly farther place, and then quickly moved things upstairs with his wife. Seeing his wife still looking worried, Wang Ming smiled and comforted her. Don't worry, your husband is a kung fu man. From 8 steps away, his gun is faster. Within 8 steps, my fist is faster. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Chen Tian walked out of the elevator door and glanced at Wang Ming. Chen Tian went back and forth 4 or 5 times and moved some of the newly purchased items in the car to the room on the top floor. Then, people started delivering the goods he bought to his door. After a busy day, it was already dark. Looking at the dark night outside, Chen Tian knew that the end of the world would come in one day. The next morning, it arrived as expected. On this day, it seemed as if even the air had become different from usual. As it was late autumn, there was fog that morning, adding a depressing feeling to the city. Chen Tian stood on the balcony, looking at the fog all around him. He smelled a little bit of corpse poison in the air. Corpse poison gene worms are the most common. Once they parasitize, they will turn the host into a zombie and become a source of virus transmission. It seems that the time is earlier than I expected. Chen Tian thought to himself and turned and entered the room. He also has to continue training the little black dog. The apocalypse had just broken out, and there was bound to be chaos outside. Chen Tian had no plans to go out hunting during this period of time. It will probably take half a month for all kinds of mutant beasts and zombies to breed evolution beads in their bodies. Chen Tian calculated the time in his mind. Evolution Pearl, as its name suggests, contains evolutionary energy and can be used for absorption and refining. Chen Tian's goal is to collect evolution beads. It is a bit early to go out and hunt mutant beasts and zombies now. No matter how many you kill, you will not get the evolution pearl. Near noon, the rising sun dispelled the pungent fog. Boom. A loud bang was heard from afar, and the glass of every household was shaking. Someone curiously leaned over the window to look in, and saw a scene that was like hell on earth. There were many people screaming and running on the streets. Behind them, there were a large number of zombies chasing after them, just like in the movies, with their mouths wide open and ready to bite anyone they saw. In addition to the zombies, there are also terrifying creatures whose faces cannot be seen clearly. They are incredibly fast and ruthlessly slaughter people while they are running. Screams and explosions continued to be heard. This prosperous city suddenly became a gathering place for monsters. Wife, what's wrong? Why do you look so unhappy? Wang Ming was surprised when he saw his wife rushing into the bedroom. Husband, outside, outside. The woman's face turned pale, and she could no longer complete the narration. What's going on outside? Wang Ming asked. His wife hugged him tightly, her body trembling. Wang Ming was just playing games, and because he was wearing headphones, he didn't notice the noise outside. But now, with explosions heard from time to time and screams that never stopped, Wang Ming finally realized that something big had happened. When Wang Ming looked through the window and saw the apocalyptic scene outside, he was stunned. No wonder his wife was so horrified, even he was frightened. The streets outside were covered in blood, and many people were lying in pools of blood, still struggling in pain. The strange creatures behind, which looked neither human nor ghost, kept gnawing at the corpse on the ground. This isn't bloody anymore. This is hell on earth. Just as Wang Ming was immersed in shock, he suddenly discovered that many monsters were running towards the community. Their home is on the 3rd floor. Although there are anti-theft windows and anti-theft doors, no one can guarantee that these can prevent the monsters from invading. Wife, stay in the inner room and don't come out. After giving the instructions, Wang Ming quickly got busy. He wanted to reinforce the doors and windows and arm himself. The wife in the inner room was so frightened that she didn't know how to respond. Wang Ming quickly took out the toolbox. His hands were shaking with nervousness, and he almost dropped the hammer he had just picked up. Nail up the doors and windows first. Wang Ming's mind was still clear. This was a good idea, but without wooden boards, what could he use to order? While I was looking for alternative materials, there was a sudden knock on the door. A layer of cold sweat broke out on Wang Ming's back. He walked quickly to the security door and through the peephole saw that the person knocking on the door was from next door. They had spoken a few words before, so they were not familiar with each other. Open the door, help, help. The noise outside suddenly stopped. Wang Ming was horrified to see a zombie suddenly appear and bite off the other's neck. Chapter 043. You really know how to pick your opponents. After witnessing his neighbor being bitten to death, Wang Ming's mind went blank and the fear rising from the bottom of his heart made his back feel cold. Bang! A loud banging sound from the security door brought Wang Ming back to his senses. He quickly took a few steps back, holding the hammer tightly in his hand. After about 2 minutes, the banging sound stopped, but Wang Ming's nervousness did not stop. So scary. Has the world outside turned into hell? Husband. Just then, my wife's voice came from the room. Wang Ming hurried into the house to check. Husband, what should we do? Are we going to die here? The woman was terrified and desperate. The bloody scenes playing out outside the window continued to torment her nerves. We will be fine. Perhaps the current situation is only temporary and we'll be fine in 2 days. Perhaps troops will rescue us soon. Wang Ming continued to comfort his wife, and in the process, he calmed down a lot. It is better to rely on yourself than on others right now. Wang Ming took quick action. He dismantled all the wardrobes and simply nailed the wooden boards to the window frames. Although he didn't know how effective this would be, it made him feel a lot more at ease. I've sorted out all the food at home, and the situation is very bad. Including the food I just bought, it will only be enough to last for a month, assuming the appetite remains the same. All the self-defense items that can be used are placed on the surface, so that in case of emergencies, you can counterattack immediately. Being busy can make people forget their fears. The couple was busy and sweating, but they didn't dare to rest. At this time, Wang Ming suggested checking the news, which might contain important tips. This is a global disaster, and online experts are calling on everyone to stay at home and close the doors and windows. There were also some more practical suggestions that reminded Wang Ming. Hurry, go get some water and fill all the utensils. Wang Ming shouted and rushed to the kitchen. The end of the world is coming and the power may be cut off at any time. Without electricity, there is no water. The couple reacted quickly. They turned on all the faucets in the kitchen and bathroom and used all the utensils that could hold water. You can survive without power, but without water, that's terrible. Unexpectedly, bad things still happened. We had just connected a little bit of tap water and then it ran out, and even the electricity went out. Husband, what should we do now? It's okay. The water we collected is enough for a while if we use it sparingly. We also have some mineral water at home. But man proposes, God disposes. A strong feeling of hunger and thirst came over me, even more intense than the last time. Not only Wang Ming and his wife are experiencing this situation, but most of the remaining survivors are in the same situation. This is actually a natural reaction of the body's enhanced mechanism. During the process of cell strengthening, the energy demand is very high, and the survivors can only replenish energy by eating. As a result, the supplies, which were originally limited, were consumed even more. Chen Tian didn't have so much trouble. While other survivors were trembling, he was playing with a little black dog in the living room. Whoosh! A fruit plate, under Chen Tian's control, quickly moved around the living room. The little black dog ran after the fruit plate. Rather than saying this is a game, it is more of a training method for both sides. The little black dog is very fast. Although it is still in its developmental stage, it has perfectly integrated the genetic bug and its potential is gradually being revealed. Whoosh! The little black dog changed direction and accelerated, then jumped high up with its mouth open, about to bite the flying fruit plate. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the fruit plate suddenly turned and changed its original trajectory. The little black dog's reaction was extremely quick. It pushed its forelegs against the wall and used the reaction force to pounce on the fruit plate at a faster speed. Not yet, it needs to be faster. Chen Tian laughed and teased the little black dog. If the little black dog had continued to run at the same speed as before, he would have been able to reach the fruit plate long ago. However, Chen Tian has quietly increased the speed, always keeping the little black dog in a state where it is about to succeed, but unable to succeed. Woof woof woof. The little black dog fell back to the ground and protested. This game was not fun at all. It had been played for a long time, but had never succeeded once. Forget it, let's change the game. It's going to destroy the house. Many things in this room will break into pieces if bitten. It thinks this game is good, and the key is that it can also help it grind its teeth. You little thing, if you don't hurry up and improve your strength, you will be eaten by other monsters sooner or later. Chen Tian kicked the little guy on the butt. Not to mention, after 2 days of feeding, the little black dog has gained a lot of weight. Its body is round and plump, and it feels good when kicking. Chen Tian couldn't help but think, should he switch to playing football to practice the little guy's ability to take beatings? Hee, I wonder how the little guy would react if he knew what his owner was thinking. Chen Tian used telekinesis to control the fruit plate to fly in front of the little guy. He teased it a few times, but seeing no response, he decided to change the props. Tyrant, what do you think this is? Chen Tian took out a mutant cow bone. The little black dog, who had just seemed indifferent, suddenly became excited, wagging its tail and rushing towards the meat bone. Whether you can eat it or not depends on your ability. Chen Tian smiled wickedly and threw the cow bone in his hand forward. The little black dog jumped high, opened its mouth, waiting to enjoy the delicious food, but when it took a bite, it bit nothing. The bone that was about to reach his mouth flew away. How could the little black dog let it go, and immediately started chasing it again? In this way, after training for more than half an hour, the little black dog finally got to eat the meat bone as he wished. At this moment, it is already afternoon. Although this is the first day of the apocalypse, the cruelty outside is bloody. Chen Tian walked onto the balcony and looked into the distance. He could see many wandering zombies and some mutant beasts hunting. On this first day, as expected, no survivors came out to collect supplies. Chen Tian just stood on the railing of the balcony. He was not afraid of the height of more than 30 meters. On the contrary, he actually enjoyed the feeling of standing on a high place and looking far into the distance. Maybe in a few days, someone won't be able to hold back any longer. Chen Tian said with a smile on his face. The law of the end times is that the strong prey on the weak. If you want to survive in this cruel world, you must make yourself stronger. Now I can manipulate 12 objects at the same time. While murmuring, Chen Tian stretched out his hand. 12 long nails flew out from a wooden box not far away. His fingers gently moved in the air, and the 12 long nails seemed to be in a line, floating neatly in front of Chen Tian. In the past, at his peak, he could only control 27 items at the same time, but now, the end of the world has just arrived, and he has reached nearly half of that level. Boom. Just as Chen Tian was looking into the distance, a walking beast appeared from nowhere and climbed up through the security window below. You really know how to pick your opponents. Looking at the beast getting closer and closer, Chen Tian showed a sneer, and the 12 long spikes in front of him went straight up to meet it. Chapter 044. This interesting little life. Puff. 12 long nails pierced into the body of the beast together. The beast's head was torn to pieces in an instant, and it fell straight down after having just climbed to the 12th floor. Bang. The body fell to the hard ground and was instantly swallowed up by the nearby zombies. Since we have already made the move, we should take this opportunity to practice our skills. We can't let them become rusty. With a curve of his mouth, Chen Tian moved his mind, and another long nail flew to him. Each of the long nails in that carton was 15 centimeters long and was specially bought by Chen Tian. Holding the long nail between two fingers, mental energy began to accumulate on it. Chen Tian's eyes swept across the distance and finally locked onto a zombie 500 meters away. Call out. As Chen Tian loosened his fingers, the long nail shot out like bullets and disappeared in an instant. The zombie 500 meters away fell to the ground instantly. It really takes practice. Otherwise, accuracy cannot be guaranteed. Chen Tian murmured. The long nail just now shot directly through the zombie's forehead, but Chen Tian was aiming at the other's open mouth. But it doesn't matter, you'll get the feel of it with some practice. After all, this body is different from the usual one, so it is normal to have some differences in control. Chen Tian has 3 more boxes of cardboard boxes like this one, filled with long nails. What is most abundant outside his targets? Call out. The long nail in his hand turned into a cold light and flew out again. With a puff, another zombie fell to the ground. The advantage of this method is long-range sniping. Otherwise, Chen Tian's current mental ability is not enough to perform such a long distance. Puff, puff, puff. With practice, Chen Tian became more and more proficient. The interval between the launch of the spikes is getting smaller and smaller, and the accuracy was perfectly controlled after Chen Tian made several adjustments. Within 500 meters, he can now attack any point and never miss a target. Beyond a distance of 500 meters, the accuracy will decrease due to the influence of vision, and only slightly larger targets can be hit. Let's try something more difficult this time. Chen Tian treated this practice as a monster-killing game. He held 3 long nails in his hand at the same time, and after accumulating strength, he fired them at the same time. 3 zombies that were running on the opposite street fell to the ground instantly. In just a short while, hundreds of zombies had died at Chen Tian's hands. That's enough practice, it's time to eat something. Chen Tian supported the railing with both hands, jumped high, and landed back on the balcony in a graceful posture. Entering the living room, Chen Tian's eyebrows twitched. He wasn't paying attention for a few moments, and the little black dog actually tore apart the sofa. Damn it, if he isn't punished for 3 days, he'll tear the tiles off the roof. Don't spoil a child just because he is young. Then, the next sound was heard of the little black dog jumping up and down. It was chased and kicked by Chen Tian, which can also be considered a training subject. During the break, Chen Tian drank fruit juice and ate canned food of various flavors. These delicious foods were all purchased by the original owner of the room. While others were budgeting carefully to save money on food and drink, Chen Tian was living a lavish life. There was no way, there was too much food to finish, and he wouldn't stay here for long. The end of the world came on the 5th day. The dark side of humanity begins to emerge. Not everyone has enough food and water, and not everyone can live as happily as Chen Tian. The sudden increase in food intake made many survivors extremely hungry. In order to survive, some people did not dare to fight the zombies and monsters, so they set their sights on other survivors. Open the door. We are from the property management. Don't worry, there are no monsters outside. Let's count the number of people. The world is in chaos now. We must unite. On the 13th floor of the building, there were several men who looked like decent people, knocking on a resident's door. Zombies are not very intelligent and mostly track prey by sound and smell. At the beginning of the apocalypse, the most numerous creatures were zombies. Since the elevator in this building is out of service, the only way to go up and down the stairs is through the safety passage, so no zombies have been seen above the 10th floor. After waiting for about 2 minutes, the door opened a crack. Are you really from the property management? How can it be fake? It's too dangerous outside now. We all need to unite. Hearing this, the owner of the house relaxed his guard. At this moment, these men who had just been polite rushed forward. What are you doing? This is my home. You? I'm going to fight you. Amid the roar, the homeowner fought with the men. Soon, the battle was over. The owner of the room fell in a pool of blood, lifeless. These people began to rummage around the room, and when they found food and water, they took it for themselves. This is the 5th day of the apocalypse, and even if they find some food and water, it cannot meet their needs. So, using this method, they continued to rob things upstairs. They didn't dare go downstairs because they knew it was unsafe. This time, they entered a house on the 14th floor where there were 2 elderly people who were knocked to death by them. Why does it smell like barbecue? While searching for something, someone suddenly said this. I smelled it too. The rich aroma of barbecue was too lethal to these hungry people. Everyone was sniffing around. Finally, after their unremitting efforts, they found the source of the smell. It floated down from the building. I opened the window, and the smell of barbecue was indeed stronger. After confirming this, these people's eyes lit up like light bulbs. They can't even get enough food, but some people can still enjoy barbecue. This is so unfair. How can they tolerate it? The group of people did not turn over and rush to the 15th floor. There are only 2 households on the 15th floor, and these 2 households are one family. Bump, bump, bump. Continue knocking on the door, still saying the same thing. Several people held back their saliva, waiting for the door to open, but there was no movement at all. Damn, he's so sneaky that he didn't even open the door. But it doesn't matter. They have tools in their hands, and the worst that can happen is that they can just break down the door violently. Bump, bump, bump. Open the door quickly. We have something important to tell you. After trying a few more times and seeing that they really couldn't trick the people inside into opening the door, they didn't want to wait any longer. They couldn't bear the thought that every minute they delayed would mean a lot of barbecue going into other people's stomachs. Give me the hammer, said one of the most muscular men. These people were all from a fitness club and originally rented here, but they didn't expect the end of the world to come. There were 5 of them in their group, and they were so hungry these days that they were almost gnawing on wood. The man was holding the sledgehammer tightly in both hands and was about to smash it down, but unexpectedly, the door opened at this moment. A young man appeared in front of them so openly. That's not the point. The point is, they saw food piled up in the room and a barbecue grill smoking on the balcony. Chapter 045. I'll send you away. The moment they saw the food, these people automatically ignored the young man in front of them. Oh my God, there are so many foods. Haha, now we can finally eat to our heart's content. One of the guys laughed out loud. The eyes of the other people also sparkled. Are you okay? Chen Tian suddenly spoke, his eyes sweeping over these people. His eyes were particularly fixed on the weapons in these people's hands, which were still stained with blood. These people simply ignored Chen Tian. In their eyes, Chen Tian was just a non-threatening child. Either you leave by yourself, or I'll send you away. Chen Tian's eyes suddenly turned cold. Just now, he used his mental perception to store the situation of the residents downstairs in his mind. The 5 people seemed not to have heard Chen Tian's warning. They strode into the room and ran towards the food. Mineral water, beverages, alcohol and tobacco, canned food, eggs, fast food. These supplies, which can be bought in supermarkets on a daily basis, are now more valuable than gold. The food that filled the room drove these people crazy. They have been suffering from hunger these days, and it is so hard. Even if they robbed several residents in succession, it was just to prevent them from starving to death. Haha, this place is great. We'll live here from now on. If we had known there were so many things here, we wouldn't have knocked on so many doors. Come on, guys, how about trying this first? The few of them were so excited that they didn't notice the look the boy was giving them. A man laughed and was about to pick up a box of canned meat, but before his fingers touched it, he was kicked away by Chen Tian. The man's body passed through the living room, over the balcony, and fell straight down the 15-story building. Just at this moment, the other people who were excited just now were stunned on the spot. Why aren't you smiling? Chen Tian's voice came, and this time, the smile on the other person's face shifted to his face. 4 pairs of eyes looked over at the same time. I just warned you, and since you didn't listen, I have no choice but to send you away myself. Chen Tian approached a man step by step. The other party was much taller and bigger than him. But now, no one dares to ignore Chen Tian. Just now, a living person flew away from their sight. Although I didn't see the process clearly, it must be related to the young man in front of me. Call. As soon as Chen Tian approached the man, the other party smashed the huge wrench in his hand at him. It was aimed at Chen Tian's head, using all his strength. Chen Tian simply raised his arm slightly and blocked the opponent's attack. Seeing the other party showing a horrified expression, Chen Tian smiled faintly. Goodbye. I won't see you off. Bang. With a muffled sound, the man also flew away. This time the other 3 people saw clearly that it was the young man who raised his foot and kicked their people away. It's so scary. Could it be that this boy has mutated? Us. A man was about to explain a few words when Chun Tian flashed in front of him. Bang. There was another muffled sound, and this man went to find his 2 companions. In just a few breaths, Chun Tian took care of the 3 people. The remaining 2 seemed to be the strongest, but in front of this little monster, their muscular bodies were nothing. Ding. With the sound of metal falling to the ground, the 2 men actually became cowardly. They threw away their weapons and knelt on the ground. However, Chun Tian still did not give them a chance to speak. He picked them up one by one and threw them directly off the balcony. It's finally quiet. Close the door again and act as if nothing had happened. Although there was a small incident just now, it did not affect Chun Tian's appetite at all. He and the little black dog finished eating barbecue and took a short rest. Chun Tian suddenly said, "Starting today, I will give you a practical lesson. Let's go downstairs." Chun Tian doesn't raise a foodie. Now that he has trained the little black dog for several days, it's time to let him understand the fun of hunting. 1 person and 1 dog walked downstairs along the emergency passage. Since there was no electricity, the light in the stairs was a little dim, and the low groans of zombies could be heard from time to time, creating an instantly terrifying atmosphere. The little black dog was not afraid of the challenge that was coming and ran in the front with his little butt twisted. It wasn't until I reached the 6th floor that I encountered 2 zombies. Puff! Puff! 2 steel nails were shot over, directly killing the 2 zombies that were trying to rush over. Your opponent is not this, Chun Tian said to the little black dog. The 2 continued to walk downstairs, and as long as the zombies didn't block the way, Chun Tian pretended not to see them. When we reached the 3rd floor, a suitable opponent finally appeared. It was a mutant big tabby cat with a pair of big blood-red eyes and an open mouth that looked like split petals. Tyrant, go ahead. Chun Tian stood aside and watched the battle. After these days of training, the little guy can understand some instructions. As soon as Chun Tian finished speaking, it rushed over, and the cat and the dog started fighting each other. The fight lasted for a minute and ended with the victory of the little black dog. Although the little black dog is small in size, it has a good foundation, sufficient food supply, and special training from Chun Tian. Its combat power has long surpassed that of ordinary mutant beasts. You're so stupid. You just rush in blindly without using your strengths. Chun Tian trained the little black dog for 2 minutes, and finally came to the conclusion that the dog had too little combat experience. It doesn't matter. In this apocalyptic environment, the thing that is least lacking is fighting. The 2 continued to look for their next target. Wang, who had been staying in his room for 5 days, felt that if he didn't do something, he and his wife would starve to death. I don't know if it was because of the radiation, but he and his wife finished all the food in just 3 days. In order to survive, today he had to walk out of the room and have a head-on confrontation with the zombies outside. The first battle he fought was with his neighbor who had turned into a zombie, and he killed him with 1 hammer. After his first experience, Wang became much bolder. I thought all the zombies could be dealt with so easily, but I didn't expect that the next zombies I encountered were so fast and powerful. The hammer in Wang's hand had no effect on their bodies. He had to hit them on the head. Relying on his Sanda skills and the protective measures he took before coming out, Wang retreated while knocking on each door. Is there anyone here? Open the door and help. Wang started to panic. I knocked on several doors, but no one opened them. However, the commotion here attracted more zombies. It's over. Seeing the zombies blocking all the retreat routes and 5 more zombies joining in, Wang felt disheartened. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a young man's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Within 8 steps, isn't your fist faster than a bullet? Wang turned around and saw that the young man who had pointed a gun at him was standing there with a joking look on his face. At this moment, a question popped up in Wang's mind. How did he get here? Chapter 046. Destroy with a wave of the hand. Those zombies would not stop moving just because Wang was stunned. Oh woo. The zombie opened its smelly mouth and bit towards Wang. Wang instinctively raised his hands to protect his head and suddenly felt something splashing on his face. The imagined bite did not happen. Wang took away his hands that were blocking his face and was stunned for a moment. In the passage, all the zombies were lying on the ground. What Wang just felt was the blood spurting out from the zombies. What on earth just happened? Wang's brain was blank at this moment. He thought he was going to die here, but who would have thought that these zombies were inexplicably eliminated? Did you save me? Wang looked at the boy who turned around and was about to leave. In this passage, besides him and the young man, There was only a little black dog that seemed to be still weaned. You still need to practice this skill. Chen Tian smiled lightly and walked straight forward. Wang Ming was stunned for a few seconds, then quickly followed. He hadn't seen any other living person for 5 days. The young man who appeared now became his hope for survival. Please wait a moment. Chen Tian looked at him. Anything else? Can I buy some food from you? Wang Ming asked hurriedly. He was so hungry, and after just experiencing a battle, he felt a little dizzy in front of his eyes. If he didn't eat something, he felt like he was going to turn into a zombie. If you can come up with something that interests me, I don't mind sharing some food with you. Chen Tian said lightly. Wang Ming now understood that in today's world, banknotes are just pieces of waste paper. But what could he use to exchange with the young man? He mentioned a bunch of items, even his game console, but nothing could impress the boy. What a pity, none of the things you mentioned are what I need. Chen Tian said helplessly. He is not a good man, and in the last days, free gifts may not be rewarded with gratitude. Seeing the boy about to leave again, Wang Ming suddenly had an idea and said, I have a motorcycle. It's still new. Motorcycle. Chen Tian showed some interest. After the end of the world, the road conditions are very bad. Normal cars cannot pass through many roads. However, if you ride a motorcycle, the maneuverability will be much better. Chen Tian has an off-road vehicle. If he had a motorcycle, it might bring a lot of convenience. Seeing the boy's interest, Wang Ming said hurriedly, I've only ridden my motorcycle a few times since I bought it, but it has plenty of horsepower. Can I trade it for food with you? The motorcycle was originally bought by him for commuting to get off work. It is now parked in the basement garage, covered with a motorcycle cover, so it should be very new. He wouldn't be using that motorcycle anymore anyway, and he didn't even feel safe driving a car, let alone riding a motorcycle. I need to see your motorcycle first, Chen Tian said after thinking for a while. Wang Ming didn't want to go outside the building because he knew there were more zombies and monsters outside, and they were more terrifying. But there was no way now. The boy had to go to the scene to see the car and wanted him to lead the way. Perhaps hoping for a lucky break, Wang Ming agreed. But as soon as he walked out of the corridor, he regretted it. Outside the community, dozens of zombies rushed towards this side frantically, like cats smelling fish. Wang Ming turned around and wanted to run back to the corridor, but was grabbed by Chen Tian. Why are you running? I haven't even seen the motorcycle yet. Chen Tian grabbed Wang Ming and pulled him to the ground. Wang Ming's face turned pale with fright. If he didn't run now, would he just stand here and wait to die? You show the way, and I'll lead the way. At this time, Chen Tian's voice sounded again. Then, Wang Ming saw the most shocking scene in his life. Bang! The young man kicked out, and the zombies rushing towards him flew away at once like knocked over bowling balls. What are you still standing there for? Which direction? Chen Tian asked impatiently. Wang Ming pointed to the side stupidly, his mind still stuck on the scene just now. What happened next was a real challenge to Wang Ming's nerves. The monsters and zombies that were extremely terrifying in his eyes couldn't even survive a single encounter in front of the young man. The road was smooth, and we arrived directly at the underground parking garage. It was dark inside the parking garage. Chen Tian used his cell phone to shine a light, and soon arrived at the motorcycle that Wang Ming mentioned. Lifting the dust cover, revealing a red and black motorcycle, Chen Tian took a look and found it was indeed quite new, and the color was nice too. If it drove at full speed, it should be very fast. Where are the car keys? Chen Tian asked. Wang Ming answered mechanically. At home. His brain nerves were almost numb. I want this car. I'll go with you to get the car keys first, and then you can come with me to move the food. Good. The two returned to the corridor and, led by Wang Ming, came to a burglar-proof door. The security door was opened with the key, and the woman sitting in the living room saw Wang Ming coming back and ran over excitedly. Husband. God knows how terrified she was. Wife. Wait a little longer. We will have food, Wang Ming said, and went straight to the room to get the key. The woman saw Chen Tian at this time, and she was a little surprised. Isn't this the boy who shot randomly with a gun? Chen Tian just glanced at the woman and then looked away. At this moment, the little black dog at his feet suddenly barked and bared his teeth towards the window. Bang! A loud noise came from the window. Through the gaps in the wooden boards, one could see a dark figure outside destroying the security windows. The woman screamed. What's wrong? At this time, Wang Ming also came out from the inner room. Bang! There was another muffled sound, and the wooden board that was originally used to reinforce the window shattered, and a black claw stretched out. This sudden change also scared Wang Ming. He originally thought that his home was safe, but now it seems that he had underestimated the monsters outside. Have you found the key? Chen Tian should be the calmest person in the room. Here, Wang Ming said as he pulled his wife towards Chen Tian. He had seen Chun Tian's strength and knew that the safest place was by Chun Tian's side. Bang! The wooden board on the window was finally completely destroyed, revealing a hideous face. The woman screamed again, and Wang Ming picked up the hammer beside him. Quack quack. The monster made a shrill sound, like a black ape, hunching its back and gathering strength in its legs. Whoosh! The monster suddenly rushed over, so fast that Wang Ming could hardly react. He opened his eyes wide in horror as the monster's hideous face came closer. The speed is really too fast. Puff! The monster's head exploded strangely, so fast that even Wang Ming, who was standing close to it, couldn't see clearly how it died. Give me the key, and then come with me to get food. Chun Tian's calm voice sounded. It's just a mutant beast. Chun Tian can kill it with a wave of his hand. Chapter 047, Leaving to Kill Monsters. The home was no longer safe, so this time Wang Ming brought his wife along. Follow the stairs in the emergency passage all the way to the top floor. Before Wang Ming and his wife recovered from the shock, they were shocked by the food in Chun Tian's room. How can there be so much food? Gurgle. Wang Ming and his wife swallowed their saliva reluctantly. Chun Tian said calmly, You can take as much food as you can at one time. Chun Tian could not finish so much food by himself, let alone take it away, so he was so generous at this moment. Can we take anything? Wang Ming asked with rapid breathing. As long as it's food, you can take it as much as you want, but you can only take it once. How much you can take away depends on your ability. Chun Tian said with a smile. He can only stay here for a few days. In the days that follow, he will hunt mutant beasts and collect evolution beads. Wang Ming and his wife did not move the food immediately, but discussed something in a low voice together. Have you decided what to take? Chun Tian asked. This time it was Wang Ming's wife who spoke. Can we live here with you? Chun Tian glared at him, and the other party suddenly panicked. Wang Ming hurriedly said, We are not planning to take the food. As you can see, our home is no longer safe. We beg you to take us in for a while. We are not living here for nothing. We can work for you. Chun Tian's silence made the couple feel uneasy. It's not that I can't agree to your request. Chun Tian suddenly revealed a wicked smile. But I have a condition. Wang Ming and his wife stayed there, and they agreed to all the conditions proposed by the young man. There were a lot of rice, noodles, and vegetables in the room, but Chun Tian hadn't touched any of them for days. He only ate ready-made canned food and meals. Once Wang Ming and his wife arrived, the rice, flour, and vegetables that were about to expire became useful. Since there was no water, electricity, or gas, Wang Ming and his wife could only go to the balcony to set up the pot and light a fire. Finally, a hot meal was ready. While eating, Wang Ming and his wife were so moved that they almost cried. The food that we used to look down upon has now become a luxury. 3 days passed in peace. Near noon that day, Chun Tian took the little black dog out for practice again, while Wang Ming and his wife were busy preparing lunch on the balcony. They seemed to have become the boy's servants, but they were willing to do so. Through the balcony, you can clearly see the zombies walking on the street. I don't know if it's an illusion, but the number of zombies and monsters is much less than the first day of the apocalypse. Honey, give me a bucket of mineral water, said the wife who was cooking. Okay. Wang Ming turned and walked into the living room. Since moving in here, the couple has felt much more at ease. Although the boy told them, in today's world, if you can't become stronger, you can only become food. But the couple would rather work as servants and do chores than fight the zombies. The food here is enough for them to eat for a while. Maybe if they can hold on for a few more days, troops will come to rescue them. Wang Ming went into the house to get mineral water and suddenly heard his wife screaming. He hurried to the balcony. Then he saw a big black bird grabbing his wife and flying into the sky. Wang Ming was completely stunned. He listened to his wife's screams and cries for help, but he was powerless to do anything. The big black bird held his wife and flew higher and higher. Just as Wang Ming was standing there stupidly, at a loss as to what to do, a figure appeared in front of him with a whoosh. Wang Ming saw out of the corner of his eye that it was the young man. At this moment, Chun Tian bent his knees, his eyes fixed straight on the big bird flying into the sky. Wang Ming had just said one word when the young man in front of him disappeared. There was a dull bang, and the concrete floor beneath my feet began to shake. Chun Tian burst out with terrifying jumping power and rushed towards the big bird. Bang! Chun Tian grabbed the big bird's neck with one hand and picked up the woman who had fainted from fright with the other. Whoosh! The body began to fall downwards. Wang Ming, who witnessed this scene, felt his heart in his throat. 15 stories is high enough, not to mention the young man's leap. If he fell down, he would be smashed into a pulp. Seeing the young man, his wife, and the big bird falling together, Wang Ming felt a chill all over his body. He didn't dare walk to the railing to look, for he was afraid of seeing an unacceptable scene. Just when Wang Ming was still in a daze, the boy suddenly rushed back to the balcony by stepping on the wall. Wang Ming was so stunned that he didn't even run over to check on his wife's condition immediately. At this moment, there were only 4 words in his mind. How is this possible? Could it be that this young man is so awesome that he has escaped the influence of gravity? This is not the case. Chen Tian was able to run up the wall by relying on his telekinesis and some body movement techniques. People like you, how long can you survive even if you have enough food and water? As Chen Tian spoke, he had already thrown the unconscious woman to Wang Ming. The woman had a bloody hole on her shoulder, but her life was not in danger. After this incident, Wang Ming and his wife dared not go to the balcony again. They cleaned up a room and used it specifically for making fire and cooking. Time flies and a few more days have passed. It is now the 15th day since the apocalypse broke out, and Chen Tian is about to leave. According to his speculation, at this time, the slightly stronger evolved beasts should have given birth to evolution beads. You're leaving? Wang Ming and his wife were stunned when they heard that Chen Tian was leaving. Everything in the room is yours. It's so chaotic outside now, where are you going? Wang Ming asked hurriedly. Wherever there are monsters, I'll go there. After saying this, Chen Tian left without further explanation. He loaded the motorcycle onto the off-road vehicle, and by simply removing the rear bed, he could save a lot of space. Driving the off-road vehicle, Chen Tian moved forward all the way, and he had no idea how many zombies were run over by the wheels. The originally white SUV turned red in a short while. Due to the many obstacles on the road, Chen Tian drove very slowly and occasionally had to stop to clear the cars blocking the road. From now on, our goal is to collect evolution beads. Chen Tian glanced at the little black dog in the passenger seat. The little black dog didn't know how it understood, but it just responded with 2 woof woofs. The place Chen Tian was going to was the pet market, where there should be many mutant beasts. Maybe it was because everything went too smoothly before. In the next few days, Chen Tian killed many mutant beasts but didn't find a single evolution bead. This shouldn't be the case. Why are they all low-level mutant beasts? Or is it that the powerful mutant beast is deliberately avoiding me? Chen Tian was very depressed. But soon he became excited because he met a woman who could bring him good luck. Why is it you? Chen Tian looked at Jia Yuding and her daughter huddled in the mall with some surprise. Please save my husband. He encountered a very scary mutant beast. Jia Yuding did not expect to see Chen Tian again. A very scary mutant beast? Chen Tian's eyes lit up. Chapter 048. The big gift package is coming again. Jia Yuding and her family were unable to evacuate with the troops. They first encountered a traffic jam and then a robbery. After the apocalypse broke out, their family was lucky enough to survive. Where's your husband? Why are there only 2 of you here? Chen Tian didn't want to hear about her past experiences, so he went straight to the point. My husband was entrusted by Mr. Wang on his deathbed to go to the #1 middle school to save people. He has been gone for 10 days and has not returned. Jia Yuding said hurriedly. It's been 10 days, he might have died. Chen Tian said with some regret. No, my husband is still alive. He is trapped in the school cafeteria. We just talked on the phone. Jia Yuding said anxiously. Can you still make and receive phone calls now? Chen Tian was a little surprised. Well, it's okay, but maybe it won't be okay in the future. Can you save my husband? I can agree to any condition you give me. Jia Yuding looked at Chen Tian with hope. She knew this boy was amazing. She also knew that this young man was her only hope now. Your husband is such a good man, abandoning his wife and children to run to save others. Chen Tian smiled coldly. Jia Yuding didn't say anything. She had quarreled with Qin Haitao about this before, but it was useless because her husband was just that kind of person. What's more, Mr. Wang had done a favor to their family, and it was a last-minute entrustment from them. Tell me, what kind of terrifying mutant beast is this? Chen Tian began to ask the key points. Here are the photos my husband sent me. Jia Yuding took out her cell phone. Looking at the 2-headed monster in the photo, Chen Tian's eyes immediately lit up. This mutant beast has obviously evolved and must have an evolution bead in its body. Sure enough, his good luck was coming. Chen Tian was driving the SUV, Jia Yuding was sitting in the passenger seat holding her daughter, and the little black dog was driven to the back. The #1 middle school is not far away. It only takes half an hour to get there by car. While the car was moving, Jia Yuding's cell phone rang. It was her husband calling. Husband, Yuding, listen to me. Qin Haitao on the other end of the phone was very nervous and his voice was very urgent. I'm afraid I can't go back. You live well with Ming Ming. Just this one sentence made Jia Yuding's brain buzz. Husband, we are here to save you. You must hold on. Jia Yuding's voice became more urgent. She could hear the monster's roar from Qin Haitao's side through the phone. Don't come. It's very dangerous here. Take Ming Ming and find a safe place to hide. Don't look for me. Qin Haitao's voice was fast and urgent. Husband, I brought a very reliable person with me. You must hold on. We will be at the #1 middle school soon. Jia Yuding didn't want her husband to die. The mother and daughter still rely on their husband. You don't understand the situation. There is more than one terrible mutant beast in this school. Listen to me and turn back quickly. Qin Haitao's voice was pleading. At this time, Qin Ming Ming, who was only 7 years old, also understood and immediately cried out, Dad, don't die. Ming Ming, be good. Promise Daddy that you will take good care of Mom and yourself in the future. The voice on the other end of the phone was choked with sobs, perhaps because he felt sorry for his wife and daughter. Can you please focus on giving directions? At this time, Qin Tian's unromantic voice sounded. Qin Haitao on the other end of the phone was a little surprised and immediately asked, Yuding, who is with you? That young man, Jia Yuding said hurriedly. With just these 4 words, Qin Haitao knew who Jia Yuding was talking about. That boy, who else could it be except that boy? Qin Haitao never thought that his wife would meet that young man again. There was a brief silence on the phone, and Qin Haitao suddenly said, As far as I know, there are no less than 4 terrifying mutant beasts outside. They are killing each other, and one of them seems to have discovered us. This is to tell Qin Tian about his situation here. Little brother, I beg you to protect my wife and children. Qin Haitao said again. You don't care about anything yourself, and you want to hand them over to an outsider like me. Qin Tian smiled coldly and refused directly. No matter. If you want them to live, go and protect them yourself. There was silence on the other end of the phone. The #1 middle school is just ahead. Jia Yuding pointed ahead and shouted. Qin Tian also saw it and slammed on the brakes to stop the SUV. Tyrant, watch the car. Qin Tian pushed open the car door and said to Jia Yuding before leaving, If you don't want to die, don't leave this car. After saying this, Qin Tian disappeared from the spot. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Qin Tian ran at full speed, and in just a few breaths, he had entered the gate of #1 middle school. There were many zombies that looked like students and teachers wandering around in the courtyard, but Qin Tian simply ignored them and walked past them. Ha ha ha, I found it. While running, Qin Tian discovered a mutant beast crawling on the roof. Puff! With a slight sound, the mutant beast was killed instantly by Qin Tian. Qin Tian smiled as he stared at the evolution pearl in his hand. He finally got something. After all the hard work these days, we finally opened today? Whoosh. Qin Tian continued searching. If what Qin Haitao said on the phone was true, then there is more than one mutant beast here. Sure enough, he soon discovered a second mutant beast. Swinging the fire axe in his hand, the second mutant beast had its head chopped off before it had time to defend itself. Qin Tian stretched out his hand and crushed it, obtaining the second evolution pearl. Next, it is Qin Tian's unilateral hunting time. The number of evolution beads in his hands is also increasing. The 3rd, the 4th, the 10th. When they killed him later, even Qin Tian was surprised. Why are there so many evolved mutant beasts gathered in this school? In the school cafeteria, Qin Haitao, who was curled up at an aluminum table, felt his scalp tingling. His eyes actually met that mutant beast. It's true that the more you fear something, the more it will come. You too, don't come out from there. Qin Haitao warned and simply crawled out from under the table. He wanted to use himself as bait to create an opportunity for the 2 people inside. Come on, you monster. Qin Haitao held a bone-cutting knife in his hand and challenged the 2-meter-tall, scaly mutant beast. Laugh. Before he could see clearly what was happening, a hole was pierced in Qin Haitao's arm, and the bone-cutting knife in his hand fell to the ground. Finished. Qin Haitao was filled with despair. He had underestimated the opponent's strength. I am in the hands of this monster, and I don't even have a chance to resist. Whoosh. The monster pounced forward and opened its big mouth with 2 rows of sharp teeth. Puff. Qin Haitao was splattered with blood, and then he heard a young boy's voice. The 23rd one. Qin Haitao wiped the blood off his face and stared at the young man in front of him with excitement. It's you. Qin Haitao shouted out loud, as if he saw a light in the darkness. Qin Tian put away the evolution bead in his hand and glanced at him. Not dead yet. I almost died. Qin Haitao grinned foolishly. Buzz. While the 2 were talking, a green light suddenly emanated from the playground outside the window. Qin Tian took just one look and was stunned. This is another big gift package for him. Chapter 049, The Boy's True Strength. About 10 meters above the playground, there is a crystal emitting green light. Its shape is similar to a polished diamond, with sharp edges and corners. With this crystal as the center, dozens of tentacles similar to willow branches extend outward. They seem to have life and sway slightly. Around this crystal, there are more than 10 mutant beasts watching with eager eyes. Plant essence crystal. Chen Tian called out a name instantly. After the apocalypse, even plants began to mutate. According to later studies, there are two reasons for this phenomenon. First, the blood and corpses of mutant animals become nutrients for plants, causing the plants to evolve. Second, some special energy substances, like genetic hail, directly cause plants to mutate. Plant essence belongs to the second category. It is a special energy that can enable plants to change their original genes and grow into new species. The essence of plants and what contains pure energy inside. By absorbing its energy, both mutant beasts and evolvers can double their strength and potential. What's even more exaggerated is that it can also enhance vitality. Take Chen Tian as an example. As long as he absorbs this plant essence crystal, he will definitely be able to awaken his exclusive energy and thus officially enter the ranks of awakeners. It is no exaggeration to say that one plant essence crystal is more precious than tens of thousands of evolution beads. Chen Tian's eyes were burning. He was too excited. In his previous life, he had only heard of this plant essence crystal, but had never obtained it. And now, the apocalypse had just erupted not long ago, and he encountered one. As expected, when luck comes, it cannot be stopped. A woo. The mutant beast that also coveted the plant essence crystal roared. They are eager to obtain plant essence, but at the same time, they are very wary of it. Now, Chen Tian finally understood why so many mutant beasts gathered in this school. It turned out that they were all attracted by the plant essence crystal. Little brother, thank you so much for this time. If you hadn't arrived in time, I would have died in the monster's mouth. Qin Haitao, still frightened, hurriedly thanked him. Chen Tian didn't say anything, but with a smile on his face, he stared out the window. Qin Haitao also followed Chen Tian's gaze and was immediately shocked. What is that? Why is it glowing? As soon as Qin Haitao finished speaking, he saw a huge mutant cat transforming and accelerating towards the glowing object. What a fast speed. At such a distance, Qin Haitao could only catch the afterimage of the mutant cat. If it was really close, he might not even be able to catch the afterimage. Laugh. Unexpectedly, the mutant cat, which was extremely fast, suddenly split its body into countless pieces and fell down. He died just like that. Qin Haitao just felt his scalp tingling. In his opinion, the mutant cat was an extremely powerful creature, and even a tiger could easily hunt it, but it died in such a bizarre way. What killed it? Other mutant beasts? Little brother, you know this is. Before Qin Haitao could finish his words, the young man who had just stood beside him suddenly disappeared. The speed was so fast that it created a gust of wind. Chen Tian rushed into the playground at the fastest speed. He was determined to get the plant essence crystal. The first step he had to take now was to clear the area. Although he knew that these mutant beasts could not obtain the plant essence crystal, Chen Tian did not want to be distracted by their presence. In order to obtain the plant essence crystal, he must take it seriously. If he is distracted for a moment, he may end up like the mutant cat that was killed. Whoosh! Chen Tian held a fire axe in each hand and charged directly into the group of mutant beasts. A scaly mutant beast just made an attacking move, but with a crisp snap, its head was shattered. Chen Tian did not stop and did not even pay attention to the fallen evolution pearl and went straight to kill the second one. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Swish, swish, swish. Like a killing god, invincible. Any mutant beast will be killed on the first encounter. Chen Tian's figure could not be seen at the scene at all. Only mutant beasts could be seen falling one after another. Qin Haitao, who witnessed this scene, felt that his worldview had collapsed. The mutant beast, which was extremely powerful in his eyes, died so easily in the hands of that young man. Uncle Qin. Just then, a voice came from inside the aluminum cabinet. Then, a young man stuck his head out. It was the grandson of the deceased Mr. Wang, Wang Feng. There was another person in the closet, wearing the same school uniform as Wang Feng. She was a quiet-looking girl. How are you two? Are you injured? Qin Haitao turned his head and asked. The boy and the girl shook their heads at the same time and looked out the window. After seeing what happened on the playground, the two were petrified. What is that? Is that a person? The two even began to doubt their own eyes because they always felt that there was a child flashing there. And with every flash of this child, the mutant beasts and zombies nearby would shatter and fall down. Finally, there was no more monster that could stand on the entire playground. The figure of the young man also appeared. At this moment, Chen Tian still held the fire axe in both hands, but it was covered in blood. His clothes and face were stained red with blood, making him look extremely evil. The warm-up is over, and now it's time for the main course. Chen Tian raised his head and stared at the plant essence crystal. The fire in his eyes increased instead of decreasing. The plant essence crystal is different from mutant beasts and zombies. It has its own powerful defense system. Any creature that enters its attack range will become its target. At this moment, there are no competitors around, and Chen Tian can devote all his energy to this plant essence crystal. He bent his legs, gathered strength with his feet, and tightened his grip on the fire axe. Call out. With the sudden burst of power, Chen Tian stepped into a hole on the ground. Clang, clang, clang. The tentacles of the plant essence crystal suddenly danced, as fast as a high-speed wall-breaking machine. Sparks kept appearing in the air. That was the result of Chen Tian's fire-fighting axe colliding with it. Clang, clang, clang. The sparks that appear keep changing their positions. For a moment, it was hard to tell the difference. Sand. Chen Tian's body fell back to the ground, and the soles of his shoes slid back more than 10 meters before he stood still. Interesting. Interesting. The smile on Chen Tian's lips grew wider and wider, and his desire to fight was aroused. In the confrontation just now, Chen Tian did not let up. This plant essence crystal can be considered a good opponent. I'll show you my true strength. Chen Tian's eyes suddenly turned red, and his fingers seemed to be pinched into the axe handle. A violent force is being activated. Berserk, this is the exclusive skill that Chen Tian uses at this moment. Boom. Chen Tian's body disappeared again, and a big hole appeared on the ground. Clang. With a crisp sound, a tentacle of the plant essence crystal was cut off. Chapter 050, Becoming an Awakener. This was the first time that Chen Tian used the frenzy skill. The characteristic of the frenzy skill is that it can instantly enhance a person's combat effectiveness and break through bottlenecks. People who possess this skill can improve their strength faster than others and don't have to worry about getting stuck at a bottleneck. However, this skill also has a disadvantage. It will make people lose their rationality and often die from their own impulse. Chen Tian would choose the violent gene first. In addition to its advantages, the most important reason is that he can use the energy of thought to keep himself calm. So, although Chen Tian, who has entered a frenzy state, looks like a ferocious beast, in fact, his mind is extremely calm. Through the fight with the plant essence crystal just now, he has mastered the opponent's means of attack. The next step is to pull out the opponent's tentacles one by one. Whoosh. Chen Tian changed his position and rotated his body to avoid the attack of the tentacles, while chopping down with his axes with both hands. Click. Another tentacle was cut off. The tentacles separated from the main body were like those losing their nutrient supply. They quickly withered and dissipated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Swish, swish, swish. Chen Tian fought harder and harder. He hadn't experienced such a refreshing feeling for a long time. In just over 10 breaths, 7 tentacles of the plant essence crystal had been cut off by Chen Tian, and the situation began to develop in a direction favorable to Chen Tian. Laugh. However, even a rabbit will bite your hand when it gets anxious, not to mention the powerful plant essence crystal. The remaining tentacles began to emit green light, and their swinging speed increased instantly. The clothes on Chen Tian's chest were cut open, leaving a wound. However, Chen Tian, who was in a frenzy, was not afraid of this minor skin injury at all. While swinging the fire axe with both hands, he used his telepathic ability. Several flying knives circled around his body, forming a defensive sword shield. Faced with the fast and sharp tentacle attack, the flying knife directly met it. Ding, ding, ding. With crisp sounds, several flying knives of Chen Tian were directly shattered. However, it also bought him enough time. He swung the fire axe in his hand continuously, and in an instant, took away several tentacles of the grass essence crystal. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. New flying knives flew out from Chen Tian's clothes. He could ignore the loss, but the plant essence crystal could not. Chen Tian's crazy fighting style has already seriously injured it. If it continues, all its tentacles will be wiped out without a single one left. Then, the plant essence crystal began to switch from offense to defense, and its long tentacles began to retract, trying to protect its original crystal. There is no way Chen Tian would let it do as it wishes. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. At this point in the battle, we can only win the victory in one go. The 12 flying knives were already the limit of Chen Tian's control, and at this moment he was using them like piranhas, constantly gnawing at those annoying tentacles. Tentacle after tentacle turned into ashes. The dreamlike appearance of the plant essence crystal became clearly visible. Break it for me. At the last moment, Chen Tian used the oxhorn cone he had made earlier. With a slight, hissing sound, The bullhorn cone was torn into pieces while being crushed by the rolling tentacles. Chen Tian seized the opportunity, threw out the fire axe, quickly reached in and grabbed the crystal inside. A cool feeling came from his touch, which made Chen Tian's spirit tremble. Knowing that the game was over, the plant essence crystal actually launched a final counterattack against Chen Tian. A thin and transparent tentacle took this opportunity to wrap around Chen Tian's wrist and quickly retracted. He wanted to cut off Chen Tian's entire wrist. A cold light flashed in Chen Tian's eyes, and his second exclusive skill was activated, gold plating. This is an exclusive skill of the gold-type gene. In an instant, Chen Tian's wrist seemed to be coated with a layer of metal, directly ignoring the damage of the transparent tentacles. Puff! With force exerted by his palm, Chen Tian pulled out the crystal inside. In an instant, all the tentacles withered. Chen Tian won the final victory. The next step is absorption and refining. The mental energy is like a straw, penetrating directly into the interior of the plant essence crystal. Buzz! In an instant, Chen Tian's entire body began to radiate green light. The entire absorption process lasted about a quarter of an hour. Finally, the crystal in Chen Tian's hand disappeared, and the light on his body also disappeared. Everything returned to calm. Boom boom. Chen Tian closed his eyes and carefully felt the changes in his body. The most obvious one was the strong beating of his heart. Then came the strange feeling of body cells being nourished, just like a long dry land finally receiving the nourishment of spring rain. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Tian suddenly opened his eyes and a terrifying aura was released. I finally broke through to the awakener. Chen Tian was delighted in his heart, but his facial expression remained calm. He stretched out his hand, and a ball of hazy red and gold energy suddenly appeared. This is his unique energy, and also the symbol of being an awakened one. Chen Tian did not test the power of this energy because he felt very tired. In the battle just now, physical exhaustion was secondary. After all, he had been nourished by the plant essence, so mental exhaustion was the main thing. In order to suppress the impulse of frenzy, Chen Tian needs to concentrate his mind constantly. In addition, at the end of the battle, he used his mental energy without any effort, so mental fatigue was the main problem. This time's harvest is equivalent to a year's hard work. Chen Tian glanced at the scattered flying knife fragments on the ground and found that they were not worth recycling. The most regrettable thing was the 2 oxhorn cones, which were completely scrapped. However, they played a key role in the end of the battle, so there was no regret. Chen Tian picked up the fire axe thrown on the ground. There were many gaps on the axe blade, all left by chopping tentacles. It looked like it could still be used. It's a pity that not a single tentacle of the plant essence crystal was left, and they all turned into ashes. Otherwise, with such toughness, it would definitely be a good material. Next, Chen Tian suppressed his fatigue and began to pick up the evolution beads scattered everywhere. He really made a fortune by coming to this school this time. Not to mention the plant essence crystals, he has 27 evolution pearls alone. Evolution beads not only help with evolution, but will also be the currency of the future. After making sure that nothing was missing, Chen Tian walked back slowly. There are no other evolved beasts in this school now, and those wandering zombies are all second-level infected people and are not a cause for concern. After meeting up with Qin Haitao and the other two, Chen Tian led the way and they left the school smoothly. Outside the school, Qin Haitao's SUV was still parked in the same place. Qin Haitao started the car quickly and drove towards where his wife was. Chen Tian sat in the back seat and closed his eyes to rest because he was tired. Asshole! Not knowing what happened, Qin Haitao suddenly yelled, then stepped on the accelerator, and the car rushed forward like a wild horse. Chapter 051. This monster attracting physique. Qin Haitao, who was driving, had already seen the white SUV that Chen Tian mentioned. But it was because he saw it that Qin Haitao was so angry. Through the windshield, he saw a group of zombies surrounding the SUV, and his wife Jia Yuding inside was holding their daughter tightly. Asshole! Qin Haitao drove the car very fast, wishing he could fly to his wife immediately. Wang Feng and the girl who were sitting in the car were so frightened that their faces turned pale. After all, they were underage high school students and had not yet adapted to this end of the world. You won't die anytime soon. Why rush? Chen Tian's voice suddenly sounded. Because of Qin Haitao's curse, he had no time to rest. He only took a glance and understood the situation over there. There were about 7 zombies surrounding the SUV, scratching and clawing. The situation looked quite critical, but in fact it was difficult for them to open the door. To put it another way, even if the zombies broke the car windows, the little black dog guarding the car would not be a pushover. Qin Haitao didn't dare to talk back to Chen Tian. He was afraid of this young man before, and he was even more afraid now. The car braked suddenly and stopped. You two stay in the car and don't come out. Qin Haitao naturally didn't say this to Chen Tian. Seeing Qin Haitao rushing out with a bone-cutting knife, Qin Tian also got out of the car. Hey! The zombies that were originally surrounding the white SUV saw the new target and two of them rushed over. Qin Haitao still had some skills. He first kicked down the first zombie that rushed over, then took advantage of the situation and slashed it with a knife. With a puff, he killed one zombie. At this time, the second one also came closer. Qin Haitao shrank his waist, passed under the zombie's arm, and swung the bone-cutting knife in his hand again. The two zombies were killed by Qin Haitao in just a dozen seconds. However, it is too early to be happy now, as a few more zombies rushed over. This time, Qin Haitao found it a bit difficult to deal with. Fortunately, at this time, Qin Tian came over. Puff, puff, puff. One by one, he cleared out the zombies in front of him. The door of the SUV opened, and Jia Yuding got out holding her daughter, and the family of three snuggled together. Just when the scene was somewhat warm and touching, Qin Tian's untimely voice rang out. Show your affection to the side, don't block the way. Thank you, thank you. Jia Yuding expressed her sincere gratitude to Qin Tian. She didn't care how others viewed this young man. In her eyes, this young man was their family's benefactor, who had saved their family's lives several times. Qin Tian took out a brand new pair of sportswear and sneakers from the trunk and put them on, then took out the tang sword that was stored inside. After thinking about it, he threw away the fire axe on his waist, even though it was still usable. You are already an awakened one, so why should you treat yourself badly in terms of weapons? The tang sword in his hand will be enough for him to use for a while. Now it is different from the past. He has awakened his own unique energy. Under the wrapping of energy, the tang sword is not so easy to be destroyed. Holding the tang sword, Qin Tian returned to the driver's seat. As he let out a long sigh, he couldn't help laughing. After the end of the world, he finally had some gains today, and the gains were so huge. Woof woof woof. The little black dog seemed to sense Qin Tian's happiness and came closer while barking. As a result, it did not pounce on Qin Tian, but on the pocket where the evolution bead was placed. You little foodie, you don't have much strength, but you still want to eat. Qin Tian simply pushed the little guy aside. Although he had harvested a lot of evolution beads, these were not things that could be eaten casually. If one could not withstand the power of the evolution beads, he would die instantly. The little black dog kept barking and acting cute, but unfortunately its owner didn't buy it. However, the little black dog got a piece of evolved beef as a reward for guarding the car. Where should I go next? While thinking about this question, Qin Tian looked through the windshield at Qin Haitao's black SUV. When it comes to luck, sometimes you have to accept it. Qin Tian searched for several days but failed to find an evolution pearl. However, after meeting this family, he not only found the evolution pearl, but also obtained the plant essence crystal. Do you want to follow them and observe them for a few days? As Qin Tian was thinking this, Qin Haidao's SUV slowly approached. The car window rolled down, and Qin Haitao asked, "Little brother, where are you going next? What do you want to do?" Qin Tian also rolled down the car window. "I think if we are going the same way, maybe we can go together," Qin Haitao said with a smile. Although he was very afraid of the young man in front of him, it was a fact that he had saved their family several times. And if this young man teamed up with them, they would only be afraid of this young man. If they were to go out on the road alone, they would have a lot to fear and might lose their lives somewhere. We're not on the way. After saying this, Qin Tian rolled up the car window again. Qin Haitao was a little disappointed, but there was nothing he could do, so he had to send Wang Feng home as planned. This was what I promised Mr. Wang before, and it just so happened that they were on their way. "Honey, that car." Jia Yuding, who was sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly spoke. Qin Haitao also noticed that the car driven by the boy was following behind them. "Yeah, I saw it." Qin Haitao responded. He couldn't see through the young man, who clearly rejected his invitation but followed him. Although he didn't know what the young man was planning, he felt a lot more at ease being able to follow them. That's it for now. Maybe the boy just doesn't want to get too close to them. Qin Haitao began to concentrate on driving, and Jia Yuding stopped talking. For a moment, the car was extremely quiet. If you encounter 3 or 2 zombies on the road, avoid them if you can, but if you can't, just run into them. I don't know if it was bad luck, but the car was driving well, but after turning a corner, it encountered a large group of zombies. There were so many of them. It looked like there were hundreds of them, that they blocked the road ahead. "This road is blocked. Everyone, please sit down. We need to change the route," Qin Haitao said with a serious expression. The atmosphere in the car suddenly became tense. Fortunately, Qin Haitao was very familiar with the area. He turned around, accelerated, and drove towards the road next to him. Qin Tian also turned around and accelerated to catch up. He wanted to try and see if he could gain anything by following this family. As a result, just after passing an intersection, there was a loud bang, and Qin Haitao's SUV was overturned by a huge object. Qin Tian, who was following behind, witnessed the whole process with his own eyes and couldn't help but murmur. Could this family have a physique that absorbs monsters? Should we say they are lucky or unlucky? Unexpectedly, I encountered another powerful mutant beast. But for Chun Tian, it must be lucky, because it was a mutant wild boar and was edible. Very nice. When the mutant beef was almost finished, they encountered a mutant pig. Chapter 052. If you want to become stronger, eat more meat. Qin Haitao didn't expect that their journey would be so bumpy. When the giant mutant pig rushed over, although he saw it, it was too late to avoid it. Bang! The huge crash overturned the black SUV, and it slid for several meters on the asphalt road before stopping. The buzzing in his ears made Qin Haitao feel dizzy. Everyone, get out of the car. Qin Haitao said quickly. That being said, all the people in the car were knocked unconscious. The one who was most seriously injured was Qin Mengmeng, because she was not wearing a seatbelt and there was a cut on her forehead. Mengmeng, you ting. Qin Haitao wanted to unbuckle his seatbelt, but the dented car door stuck him. Yuting, wake up. Qin Haitao shouted while continuing to work hard. Finally, Jia Yuting slowly opened her eyes. When she saw her daughter unconscious with blood on her forehead, she immediately panicked. Mengmeng, husband, what should we do now? Let's leave this car first. The mutant beast will attack again. It's not safe here, Qin Haitao said anxiously. The entire car was tilted on the road. It was not easy to climb out of it, especially since the few people had not fully recovered yet. Boom boom. Just then, heavy footsteps were heard outside the car. Through the broken car window, Qin Haitao saw that the mutant beast that had just hit them was accumulating strength and would hit them again soon. At this tense and critical moment, the young man's voice suddenly came over. For the next period of time, you won't have to worry about having no meat to eat. Qin Haitao saw the young man's back appear in front of the car, with a Tang sword in his hand. At this moment, Qin Haitao held his breath. He was afraid of distracting the boy at this critical moment. Boom. The mutant pig, which had finished accumulating power, finally rushed over. Its huge size made it make a sound like thunder when it ran. Buzz. At this moment, Qin Haitao discovered that the Tang sword in the boy's hand actually emitted a red light. Was I confused because of the collision? The mutant pigs were getting closer and closer. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters, 2 meters. Swish. Like a flash of red light, the young man swung the Tang sword in his hand and chopped down directly at the mutant pig. This knife effortlessly cut the huge mutant pig into two halves. Qin Haitao's brain was a little confused. He didn't know if everything he saw was an illusion. The knife swung down, giving him, as a bystander, a smooth feeling, as if he was not chopping off a mutant beast, but a piece of tofu. Just when Qin Haitao was stunned, Qin Tian had already walked over. Save my daughter first, Qin Haitao suddenly spoke. Qin Tian ignored him and simply reached out and picked up the overturned SUV. Bang! The four tires hit the road, causing several people in the car to feel the vibration directly. It looks like you have bad luck. Qin Tian raised the corner of his mouth, stretched out his hand, and pulled the deformed car door down. Qin Haitao was freed and hurried to check Qin Mingming's injuries. They looked scary, with blood already flowing down her cheeks, and she was in a coma. What should I do? If it was before the end of the world, you could still go see a doctor, but what about now? It doesn't look serious, just a superficial injury. Qin Tian's voice sounded again. Is my daughter really okay? Jia Yuting asked hurriedly. Your daughter is the most talented among you. She won't die from this injury. Qin Tian spoke without any scruples, but these words also made Qin Haitao and his wife feel relieved. They have witnessed Qin Tian's abilities many times, and now they can only choose to believe in Qin Tian. Jia Yuting hurriedly took out a first aid kit from the trunk and bandaged Qin Mengmeng. Others were also injured to varying degrees, but it wasn't a big problem. I'm afraid this car will be scrapped. Qin Haitao frowned as he looked at the deformed SUV. Without this car, how can they continue on their journey? Hiking? The danger is too great, and no one can tell which monster will jump out from around the corner. While Qin Haitao was still worried, Qin Tian had already started sorting out his spoils. The giant mutant pig was dismembered by Qin Tian and then moved into the trunk. This time, in addition to harvesting a large amount of mutant pork, they also unexpectedly obtained an evolution bead. Not bad, not bad. If he continued like this, he would be able to collect a lot of evolution beads before winter came. Our car can't be driven anymore. Can we squeeze in with you? In the end, Qin Haitao gritted his teeth and asked Qin Tian for help. My car doesn't have much space. Qin Tian paused and said, if you don't mind being crowded, I can give you a ride. Qin Haitao was overjoyed to hear this answer. This delay wasted a lot of time. In late autumn, It gets dark early, and it is no longer suitable to continue traveling. Passing by a pharmacy, everyone got off the bus and decided to spend the night there. After changing the new bandage, Qin Mingming's wound stopped bleeding. At dinner, everyone enjoyed the most delicious food they had ever tasted in their lives. Why does this meat smell so good? Qin Haitao looked surprised. What they ate was the meat of the mutant pig. The cooking method was very simple. It was just roasted on the barbecue, without even any seasoning. Qin Tian was rarely happy, so he spread knowledge to these people. Anyway, these things would be exposed soon, and now he just let a few people know first. The meat of mutant animals can promote cell evolution. The reason you feel it smells good now is because your body is craving it. Qin Tian said. Can eating this kind of meat make you stronger? Qin Haitao widened his eyes. You could say that. Qin Tian took the plate of barbecue handed to him by Jia Yuding. He didn't have to do anything at all, just wait to eat. Brother, can I become as strong as you by eating meat? Qin Mingming ate with her mouth full of oil, and she didn't look like an injured patient at all. As the saying goes, the questioner is unintentional, but the listener is intentional. Everyone else pricked up their ears, ready to listen to Qin Tian's answer. Eating meat can only change your physique. If you want to become stronger, you must first learn to fight. Qin Tian said calmly. It was late at night. Jia Yuding got up in a daze and prepared to go to the bathroom. For safety reasons, everyone sleeps on the floor in a room when they rest. Jia Yuding didn't dare to go to the bathroom alone, so she turned on the night light and called her husband. Qin Haitao was woken up, but had no complaints. The two then discovered that the young man who was supposed to be sitting there was missing, and they didn't even know when he left. Looking out through the window, it seemed that there was no boy in the SUV. Did the boy leave? That shouldn't be the case. The little black dog he raised is still here. At this moment, a strange noise suddenly came from the bathroom. The two realized that the boy might be in the bathroom. However, the two soon realized they were wrong. With a loud bang, a big blood-red snake crawled out of the bathroom. Chapter 053. Seeking death will really lead to death. This blood-red snake looked to be about 5 meters long. The thickest part of its body was its head, which was flat. There was a bone spur as long as a pencil protruding from the center of its forehead. It's obviously a mutant snake, but I don't know if it's poisonous or not. Qin Haitao and Jia Yuding were both extremely frightened, but they did not dare to scream out loud for fear of upsetting the other party. What to do now? The most powerful boy among them is not here, and Qin Haitao has no weapons at hand. Once the mutant snake attacks, the consequences will be disastrous. Yuding stepped back slowly. Qin Haitao took half a step forward and spoke to Jia Yuding in a low voice. At this moment, Jia Yuding was so frightened that she didn't know how to move. She was afraid of snakes, let alone this mutant snake that looked extremely ferocious. Hiss! At this moment, the blood-red mutant snake suddenly stood up, opened its mouth, and revealed 2 rows of sharp teeth. Run! Seeing the mutant snake pouncing towards him, Qin Haitao pushed his wife aside and prepared to face the mutant snake's attack head-on. Whoosh! Unexpectedly, at this moment, a black shadow suddenly jumped out and pounced straight towards the mutant snake. The noise was so loud that the other people who were sleeping were woken up. They were all stunned when they saw a small black dog fighting a huge blood-red snake. Everyone originally thought that the little black dog would soon be eaten by the other party, but who would have thought that the result would be beyond everyone's expectations? The battle only lasted for more than 20 seconds. The little black dog's claws suddenly appeared and pierced the mutant snake's head directly. Then it bit down and bit a huge hole in the mutant snake's head. So fierce. At this moment, everyone stood there in a daze. Pairs of eyes just watched as the little black dog ate the mutant snake bite after bite, just like eating spicy snacks. That scene was too horrifying. They always thought that this was just a harmless puppy, but who would have thought that it was such a powerful mutant beast? If everyone takes a bite while they are sleeping, I can't imagine the scene in my mind. The more I think about it, the colder my back gets. After the end of the world, they were already terrified by the torture of mutant beasts. Click, click. The crisp chewing sounds of the little black dog could be heard throughout the room. I don't know how much time had passed, but suddenly I heard the sound of a car engine outside. It turned out that Qin Tian was back. He went out and drove back in a car. The backpack behind him showed that he seemed to have other gains. This car is yours. Qin Tian threw the car keys to the astonished Qin Haitao. Woof, woof, woof. The little black dog barked at Qin Tian twice, as if asking for credit. Am I awesome? Qin Tian took a glance and said, a branch-bone mutant beast is very suitable for you. Nothing happened that night. Jia Yuding and the others didn't get a good rest at all. When they woke up the next day, they all felt listless. Qin Haitao got a silver-white sedan, so they no longer had to squeeze together with Qin Tian. Due to yesterday's experience, Qin Haitao slowed down his driving speed significantly this time and was extra careful every time he crossed an intersection. Today went smoothly, and I arrived directly at the fast food restaurant. This fast food restaurant was opened by Wang Feng's father. Qin Haitao came here according to Mr. Wang's dying wish to send Wang Feng home. I wonder if there is anyone else in this store? Qin Tian did not get out of the car. He looked up at the fast food restaurant and felt it looked familiar. After a little thought, he remembered that when he had just made a breakthrough, he had eaten here and crushed 3 thugs to death. The fast food restaurant is still the same fast food restaurant, but it looks much more dilapidated, as if it had been looted. Wang Feng was in mixed feelings. He was a little afraid to go in, fearing that he would not be able to accept the scene he was facing. After the end of the world, many people turned into zombies. In school, he witnessed with his own eyes the process of students and teachers turning into zombies. Bang! Just as Wang Feng hesitated, someone patted his shoulder. Qin Haitao smiled and said, "I'll go in with you." "Thank you, Uncle Qin." The 2 men pushed the shop door carefully, but it didn't open. It seemed like something was pushing against it from inside. "There should be someone inside," Qin Haitao said hurriedly. "The zombies don't know how to take advantage of obstacles." Wang Feng became excited and worked together with Qin Haitao to finally open the door. It turned out that there were tables and chairs piled inside. "Dad, are you there?" Wang Feng called out as he entered the store. Although his expectations were met, it was not by someone he knew. "Are you also survivors?" Suddenly, voices were heard from the studio inside. Then, 3 figures walked out. They were all unfamiliar faces, and Wang Feng didn't know them. He was sure that they were not employees here. "Who are you?" Wang Feng asked. "We are fleeing here," said one of them. These 3 people had strange looks and seemed very weak, but there was a sense of hostility between their brows. "Are you here to save us?" another person asked. Qin Haitao replied, "We are just passing by. The monsters outside are so scary." "How did you get here?" the man asked again. "We drove here." After a pause, Qin Haitao asked, "Are there only 3 of you here?" "No, there is another one. He is injured and is inside. He said he is the owner of this store." Another person said hurriedly. "Dad." Wang Feng was very excited and ran inside. "Isn't the owner of this store his father?" Unexpectedly, when he ran past the 3 people, something strange happened. "Stand still, don't move." One of them suddenly attacked, pressed Wang Feng against the door frame, and put a kitchen knife on Wang Feng's neck. The incident happened so suddenly that even Qin Haitao didn't react. "What are you going to do?" Qin Haitao wanted to rush over at that time. "Just stand there, or I'll cut this guy into pieces." As the man spoke, the blade pressed forward and cut Wang Feng's neck. Qin Haitao quickly stopped rescuing people. "Let's talk it over nicely. We all managed to survive with great difficulty." Qin Haitao tried to ease the atmosphere. "Stop talking nonsense. Where's your car? Give it to us." The 3 of them walked out while holding Wang Feng, the hostage. Qin Haitao had been looking for an opportunity to take action, but unfortunately the other party was very cautious. Soon, everyone retreated outside. When the 3 saw 2 cars parked outside, their eyes lit up immediately and they fell in love with the white SUV at first sight. The kitchen knife was still on Wang Feng's neck. They retreated while warning Qin Haitao not to move, and finally came close to the off-road vehicle. "We want this car. Guys inside, get out quickly." One of them knocked on the driver's window. At this time, Qin Haitao felt sorry for these 3 guys. He actually set his sights on that young man. He's courting death. At this time, the car window slowly rolled down, and Chun Tian's cold voice rang out. "Either get out or die." Chapter 054, Another Good Thing is Coming. How could these 3 people listen to the warning of a little child? One of them yelled, "Get out of here now." Before he could finish his words, 3 puff puff sounds were heard. Then, the 3 people in front of him fell straight down, each with a steel nail stuck in their forehead. Chun Tian rolled up the car window again, and although the hostage Wang Feng was out of danger, he still stood there stiffly. 3 bodies lay at his feet, already dead. "Are you okay?" At this time, Qin Haitao hurried over. Wang Feng returned to the car, his face still looking very ugly. This experience made him realize firsthand how sinister human nature is. They were 3 strangers, but they started fighting as soon as they said they would. "Stay in your cars and don't get out. I'll go take a look inside." Qin Haitao settled everyone down and went back into the fast food restaurant. But soon, Qin Haitao walked out with a pale face and vomited at the door. Just as the 3 men said, there was indeed another person inside, but he had died a long time ago, and the flesh on his body had been almost shaved off. Who did it and why? It makes people feel nauseous just thinking about it. It's best if such a scum is dead. Qin Haitao returned to the driving seat with his fists clenched his face still looking ugly. Honey, what's wrong? Jia Yuding noticed that her husband was abnormal and asked hurriedly. Nothing. Nothing. Let's go. There's no one alive inside. Qin Haitao just wanted to leave here as soon as possible. Maybe he wouldn't want to eat meat in the next few days. The car drove for a quarter of an hour and arrived at a courtyard. This was Mr. Wang's home. If there was no one inside, Wang Feng's father would be in great danger. There really was no one inside. Wang Feng lowered his head, moved a wooden box out of a room, and walked straight to Qin Tian's car. Qin Tian rolled down the window and asked, "What's the matter?" Wang Feng didn't dare to look directly into the boy's eyes and said softly, "Thank you for saving me. This is something my grandfather treasured. I want to give it to you. I hope it will be useful to you." "What's inside?" Qin Tian asked curiously. "They are some medical books," Wang Feng said. Qin Tian frowned, wondering what he needed the medical book for. He was about to refuse, but suddenly changed his mind. "I'll take it." Today, he has become an awakener and has awakened his own unique energy. However, he still has many things he does not understand about how to use the energy. He didn't have much experience in this area in his previous life, and now he needs to explore it slowly on his own, which involves some knowledge of acupoints and meridians. If these medical techniques contain some introduction to this aspect, it might save him a lot of trouble. Wang Feng took out some useful supplies from inside, one of which was the radio that his grandfather often listened to, which he kept as a reminder. "Xiaofeng, and your classmate, if you have nowhere else to go, just follow us. We can survive together." The car started, and Qin Haitao comforted the depressed Wang Feng. "Thank you, Uncle Qin," said Wang Feng. The female classmate next to him also said, "Thank you, Uncle Qin." Lin Ziwen is not Wang Feng's classmate. She is just the same age as Wang Feng. Before the end of the world, she had a brother and a sick father who was in the hospital. Now they have lost contact with each other and are probably in danger. The car moved slowly forward, and even Qin Haitao didn't know where to go next. The world is so big, but there is no place where I can live in peace. He and his wife's parents also died in the catastrophe, and now only the three of them are left. It is very difficult to struggle to survive in this cannibalistic world. Qin Haitao couldn't help but think that it would be great if the boy could live with them. With that boy around, they wouldn't have to be afraid of those monsters. As he was thinking about it, Qin Haitao remembered the mutant beast meat mentioned by the boy. If he could become stronger, would he be able to protect his family? In the quiet car, Wang Feng turned on the radio left by his grandfather, and there was a crackling sound from it. I was just randomly dialing the number, but unexpectedly, a voice came from the radio. "This is a newly established safe zone. If there are any survivors, please arrive at the green square in the city center before the 15th of this month. Troops will escort you to the safe zone. This is a newly established safe zone. If there are any survivors." The same words were repeated over and over on the radio. "Green square in the city center?" Qin Haitao repeated, his eyes lighting up. Husband, Jia Yuding on the side, was also very excited. If they could get to a safe zone, their family wouldn't have to worry anymore. Calculating the time, there are still 5 days left until the 15th, and if they drive smoothly, they can arrive there in a few hours. There is always a way out. Qin Haitao slowly stopped the car and hurriedly told Qin Tian, who was following behind him, the good news. Unexpectedly, Qin Tian did not show any joy when he heard the news. He will not go to the safe zone and live his life over again. He wants to become a strong man, and a comfortable environment is nothing but a waste of time. However, he could follow Qin Haitao and his group to the green square, and maybe he would gain something along the way. "Don't mention it, I really gained something." The car had only been driving for more than an hour when it actually met a survivor on the road. He was a slightly plump man, probably in his 20s. "I know a place where there are several powerful off-road vehicles parked. They are many times better than your car. Take me with you. I promise I won't be a burden." The little fat man asked pitifully. Faced with this stranger, Qin Haitao was a little hesitant. After all, Wang Feng had just been kidnapped not long ago. He could be fearless, but he hesitated when it came to risking the safety of his family. "I'm telling the truth. That's a Mengsher off-road vehicle with a 4.0T diesel engine, rated power of 143 kilowatts, maximum torque of 600 Newton meters, 4-wheel independent suspension, full-time 4-wheel drive system, and C-type torsion differentials on the front and rear axles." The fat man said in one breath. "Hey, what's your name?" At this time, Qin Tian suddenly asked through the car window. The little fat man was stunned and said instinctively, "Yin Chengxiong. Is what you just said true? Can we really find this kind of car?" Qin Tian asked again. At this time, Qin Haitao interrupted and introduced. "In our team, he makes the decisions." Yin Xingxiong widened his eyes, unable to believe that this kid who looked to be in his teens was actually the leader of these people. "It's true, one of them is mine." Yin Qingxiong said hurriedly. Get in the car and take me there, Chen Tian said. He had long wanted to buy a more imposing off-road vehicle, preferably one of military grade. This little fat guy arrived just in time. Chapter 055, My Brother is Awesome. The car was driving forward along the road. Yin Qingxiong, who was sitting in the passenger seat, pointed in the direction. Turn left at the intersection ahead. This time, the off-road vehicle driven by Chen Tian led the way in front, while Qin Haitao and his car followed behind. Little brother, your driving skills are pretty good. Yin Qingxiong had no idea what kind of person this young man was. He sat there and said with a smile. He is a rich kid who loves outdoor adventures and has organized many activities with like-minded people. The off-road vehicle he was talking about was parked in a hotel. He had originally made an appointment with fellow riders to go camping somewhere on the Bund, but who would have thought that the end of the world would suddenly come? You'll see it soon. It's the hotel in front. The car is parked inside. Yin Qingxiong shouted excitedly. His car was also there, with many things he needed to survive. Sure enough, through the iron fence, one could see several imposing and powerful cars parked side by side. Let's not drive in directly. There are powerful monsters inside. Yin Qingxiong's expression began to become serious. Chen Tian acted as if he didn't hear it and drove the car directly into the hotel gate. There were a few zombies wandering around in the parking lot. No one knew what was going on, but the number of zombies had been decreasing dramatically in recent times. The car closest to the side is mine, and the car keys are with me, Yin Qingxiong said hurriedly. His idea was to drive the car out quickly without alerting the monsters or zombies. As long as you get into that SUV, you'll be safe. Squeak. Chen Tian suddenly stopped the car and looked at the hotel building. Yin Qingxiong didn't know what Chen Tian was thinking, so he introduced. Although the Warrior off-road vehicle is for civilian use, its performance is absolutely strong. The outer frame has been specially reinforced. With it, you don't have to be afraid of those monsters at all. The only thing he regretted was that he didn't get back to his car as soon as the apocalypse broke out. You are too naive. Chen Tian's voice suddenly sounded. Monsters in the future will only become more powerful. Not to mention a mere off-road vehicle. Even an impregnable fortress can be easily destroyed. Yin Qingxiong turned to look at Chen Tian. He was suddenly very curious about how this young man became the decision-maker of the team. Bang! At this moment, the windows on the upper floors of the hotel suddenly exploded and a large amount of broken glass fell down. The incident happened suddenly, and Yin Qingxiong's attention was directly drawn to it. At first, I couldn't see clearly what was happening, but soon, two dark shadows fell straight down from the broken window. It turned out to be two mutant beasts fighting each other. The head of one mutant beast can split, revealing multiple rows of teeth. The neck of another mutant beast has hooked tentacles. The two mutant beasts fought fiercely, and after falling to the ground, they became entangled again. Yin Qingxiong was very frightened. The two fighting mutant beasts were not far from the car. Do you know where the keys to the other cars are? Chen Tian suddenly asked. At this moment, Yin Qingxiong was in no mood to think about these things. His face turned pale with fear. Tyrant, watch the car. Chen Tian didn't ask any more questions. He just left a message and got out of the car. Oh my god! Yin Qingxiong's eyes widened. He never expected that the boy would choose to get off the bus at this time. What's the difference between this and seeking death? Although the two mutant beasts were fighting, they might join forces to deal with a newcomer in the next moment. Yin Qingxiong felt that either the boy was crazy or he was crazy. Wouldn't it be better to wait until those two mutant beasts are both defeated before leaving? Wouldn't it be better to wait until there's no danger before going out? Yin Qingxiong's heart was in his throat. At this time, the mutant beasts that were fighting suddenly separated and all looked at Chen Tian, who was walking slowly towards them. Oh my god, what on earth is he thinking? Yin Qingxiong in the car screamed. It would have been fine if the young man just walked out, but he actually walked towards the two mutant beasts. Was he trying to stop the fight? Call. Sure enough, the thing he was most worried about happened. The two mutant beasts pounced on the boy together. But the next second, Yin Qingxiong in the car was stunned. Huh? What just happened? Yin Qingxiong's brain was not enough. He only saw the young man's hand holding the knife suddenly disappear, and then the two ferocious and terrifying mutant beasts turned into two piles of debris. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, Yin Qingxiong leaned forward and put his face close to the windshield. You were not mistaken. The two mutant beasts were indeed dead. Their bodies were chopped into several pieces, and blood was all over the ground. Oh my god, is he so powerful? Yin Qingxiong suddenly became excited, and this time, even his body was shaking. At this moment, he finally understood why this young man was the boss. After the boy dealt with two low-level mutant beasts, he began to clean up the zombies around him, and finally disappeared from Yin Qingxiong's sight. Awesome! Awesome! Yin Qingxiong shouted loudly in the car, clenching his fists. The fear he had been feeling for days was finally released at this moment. Before, he always thought that humanity was doomed, with zombies appearing one after another and monsters being all kinds of bizarre, and humans could only survive in a miserable state. But at this moment, after witnessing the young man's display of power, his thoughts changed. Humans can also become very strong. That boy is a living example. Suddenly, I have hope for my future life again. Just as Yin Qingxiong was daydreaming, the boy's figure appeared in his sight again. Chen Tian left for about a quarter of an hour, and when he came back, he found 2 car keys, which were exactly the same as the car keys provided by Yin Qingxiong. He found them on the zombies. Such efficiency is also thanks to the ability of mental detection. The doors of the domineering and powerful off-road vehicles were opened. After comparing them, Chen Tian quickly chose one. When he returned to the off-road vehicle, Yin Qingxiong's attitude and address had changed. "Brother, you are so awesome. Oh my god, I feel like I'm watching a science fiction movie." Yin Qingxiong looked at Chen Tian with admiration. Chen Tian glanced at him and said calmly, "The surroundings have been cleaned up. There will be no zombies or mutant beasts for the time being. You can get off the car." Not only Yin Qingxiong had to get off the car, but even the little black dog was driven off. Chen Tian wanted to move the things from this white SUV to the new car. The domineering Mengsher off-road vehicle has a khaki exterior and tough lines that demonstrate its sturdiness and safety. Not only is the space of the new car larger, but the power of the car has also been greatly improved. Chen Tian was very satisfied with the new car, and Qin Haitao and his group were lucky to get one. After all, Chen Tian found 2 keys, and it would be a pity to throw them away. Yin Qingxiong was also lucky. He was still driving his own car and was familiar with everything inside. Chapter 056. This harvest is too great. The happiest people about having a new car are Qin Haitao's family. Before, they were squeezed into a small car. It didn't matter whether it was comfortable or not. The key was that this new off-road vehicle looked sturdy and strong. "Brother Qin, here's what you need." Yin Qingxiong handed over a walkie-talkie, which was all the equipment in his car. With a walkie-talkie, it is much more convenient to communicate while driving. Everyone has to go to the city center green square, and they can't help but take care of each other along the way. Yin Qingxiong's chubby appearance and the way he dealt with people directly brought them closer together. "I've heard the broadcast. There are still 5 days left. If we drive there, we can arrive today. I was thinking, there's still plenty of time. Do you want to replenish some equipment? I know a good place, which is also on the way." Yin Qingxiong said on the walkie-talkie. "Fatty, where's this place?" Chen Tian asked over the intercom. Chen Tian, who had just gotten a new car, was in a good mood. He would not go to the safe zone anyway, and the reason he followed there was just to see what he could get. "It's an outdoor adventure store. I used to frequent it." Yin Qingxiong seemed to have opened up and began to introduce himself. "It is already late autumn and winter is coming soon. If we don't prepare some winter supplies, this winter will be very difficult. No one has ever been to the safe zone, and we don't know what it is like there. If the conditions are very bad, we will have to suffer the cold. You can always have a portable charcoal stove or alcohol stove. Even if you don't use it for heating, it can be used for cooking. You can prepare a sleeping bag. It doesn't take up much space. You should always prepare some self-defense equipment. The world is so dangerous nowadays. How can you defend yourself without weapons? You always need a solar charging panel. It can be used to charge mobile phones, tablets, and night lights. It is so convenient that you should always have it on hand." Yin Qingxiong said a lot, as if he was a master of surviving the apocalypse. "If we don't take these things, they will be given away to others. If we really reach this safe zone, these will all be our private property. Who doesn't want to live a more comfortable life?" On the intercom, only Yin Qingxiong was speaking. However, his words touched Qin Haitao's family. "Fatty, lead the way." Chen Tian's voice came from the intercom, simple and clear. "Okay." Yin Qingxiong was waiting for these words. "Brother Tian, if we encounter zombies or monsters when we get there, I'll have to trouble you." This time, Chen Tian's voice did not come from the intercom. 3 domineering off-road vehicles, of the same style and color, were running on the road. If you encounter zombies blocking the road, you don't have to pay any attention to them and just crash into them. The performance of this car gives the driver enough confidence. "You bastards, here comes your fat grandpa." Yin Qingxiong, who was leading the way in front, screamed. After driving for more than 40 minutes, the 3 cars finally arrived at the store that Yin Qingxiong mentioned. Chen Tian got out of the car, and in just a few flashes, he took care of the nearby zombies. "Brother Tian, this is it." Yin Qingxiong jumped out of the car and pointed to the rather grand shop in front. This shop still maintains its pre-apocalyptic appearance, with a locked tempered glass door and no signs of anyone having visited. Chen Tian, Yin Qingxiong, and Qin Haitao walked into the store, while the others stayed in the car. As soon as he entered here, Qin Haitao's eyes lit up. They were all good things, and many of them could be used now. Brother Tian, you choose first. Yin Qingxiong is very good at handling things. Chen Tian didn't hesitate and started searching for valuable items in the store. Only after Chen Tian had picked out the rest did Qin Haitao and Fatty Yin start loading them into their own cars, and they were very busy. This kind of $0 purchase is really great. You can move whatever you want. Chen Tian didn't choose too many things. He had experience in surviving in the apocalypse, and the items here were just icing on the cake for him. But for Qin Haitao and his colleagues, it was a timely help, so they worked extra hard to move the things. Chen Tian returned to the car and fiddled with the few short blades he had just obtained. This thing is not for sale to the public. According to Yin Qingxiong, customers who are not very familiar with the company cannot buy it at all. After a lot of hard work, everyone's equipment got a major upgrade. Qin Haitao had thrown away the bone-chopping knife he brought back from school and replaced it with 2 field knives. The others also got knives that suited them. You don't have to use a knife for self-defense, but you can't live without it. The good news is that during this search, we also obtained several recurve bows. These are powerful and can be used to hunt zombies and monsters. They are also safe. All the other items, various in number, almost filled up their SUVs. The car was full of harvest, and everyone was very happy. With these things, life will not be so hard in the future. The car started and was about to move forward. This time, at Qin Haitao's reminder, everyone prepared more fuel. Although this off-road vehicle has good performance, it is also very fuel-consuming. If you are not prepared now, it will be troublesome if it breaks down in the road. Fortunately, gas stations are easy to find, and there are no large-scale survivors searching for supplies at present, so the fuel problem is also easy to solve. When they arrived at the gas station, Chen Tian cleaned up the scene in a few quick moves. There are convenience stores inside gas stations. There are signs of being looted, but if you look around, you can still find a lot of good things that can be used. Brother Tian, Brother Tian. Yin Qingxiong didn't know what he had discovered, and suddenly shouted in the room inside. Chen Tian and Qin Haitao rushed over upon hearing the noise, only to find a dried corpse lying on the ground. It's okay, it's dead. Chen Tian understood the situation with just a glance. Zombies can also die. Yin Qingxiong was surprised. What he meant was that zombies would die even without being attacked from the outside. Chen Tian gave them some knowledge. All living things will die, and zombies are no exception. This zombie locked in the room starved to death because it had no food supply. What? Yin Qingxiong's eyes widened. Can zombies starve to death? This is different from the zombie movies he watched. The genetic worms parasitic inside it have begun to recycle nutrients and will give birth to the second generation of genetic worms. However, the outbreak will probably occur next spring. Chen Tian said indifferently. When winter comes, the zombies will die on a large scale and become mummies like these. These mummies are like cocoons, waiting for the opportunity to hatch the next generation of genetic insects. The collection work at the gas station has been completed, and each vehicle has been loaded with enough fuel. Although there is still a lot of fuel left, there is no way because the storage space is limited. The 3 powerful off-road vehicles continued on the road, and this time they did not stop and went straight to the green square. Chapter 057. Don't argue if you can take action. It was almost dusk when we arrived at the green square. Are we in the right place? Yin Qingxiong's surprised voice was heard from the intercom. At this moment, there was no one to be seen in the square, but there were dozens of zombies wandering around there. It's not safe out there. I think the other survivors must be hiding somewhere. Qin Haitao replied on the intercom. As the car continued to move forward, we saw figures looking out from several nearby buildings. After choosing a relatively safe place to park the car, everyone started preparing dinner. After a while, we found that another survivor's car was driving towards this side. It seems that there are still many people who survived, and there may be many people who have not yet received the broadcast content. After dinner, everyone rested in their respective SUVs. The next morning, the rapid sound of the engine woke the sleeping people. A bus was rushing towards here at an incredibly fast speed. Somehow, it was rushing towards where the SUV was parked. Squeak. With an emergency brake, the bus stopped. The car door opened and more than 30 people got out, both men and women, all survivors. Great. We are still alive and we arrived here safely. Is this the army's vehicle? We are saved. We can go to the safe zone. The survivors who got off the bus immediately surrounded the 3 off-road vehicles. They thought it was a military vehicle picking up survivors. You're wrong. We just arrived not long ago. Yin Qingxiong rolled down the car window after being woken up. Seeing someone show their face, these survivors began to shamelessly ask for food and water. At first they said some nice things, but later on, their ferocious faces showed as if to say, "If you don't give it to us, we will smash your car." There really was a guy who took advantage of the chaos, picked up a brick from the roadside, and smashed it against the car door. Bang! There was a loud bang from the car door, which made Yin Qingxiong heartbroken. No, get out of here. Yin Qingxiong was angry and roared, trying to drive these people away. "We are almost starving to death, and you don't even give us food? Come out if you dare." Someone in the crowd started to make a fuss, and the scene immediately became more chaotic. Not only Yin Qingxiong's car, but also Qin Haitao and Chun Tian's cars were filled with people looking for trouble. "It's so unlucky. These guys are more troublesome than zombies," Yin Qingxiong said through the intercom. "Why don't we go to another place?" Qin Haitao followed. "Unless you drive the car over these people," Yin Qingxiong said. While the two were talking, a gunshot was suddenly heard outside the car. The voice startled Yin Qingxiong and Qin Haitao. The sound sounds very close. Could there be someone among these survivors who has a gun? Outside the car, the noisy crowd also quieted down. At this moment, Chen Tian, through the rolled-down car window, glanced at the frightened people outside. Why waste time talking to these people? Just one shot is enough to stun the whole place. Chen Tian pointed his gun at the person who was leading the trouble. It was this person who mixed in the crowd and fanned the flames. Either get out or die. The scene was deathly quiet. No one doubted the gun in the boy's hand, and no one dared to bet whether there was a bullet in the gun. Bang! Chen Tian fired another shot without warning, hitting the man's bag directly. "I'll give you 30 seconds to disappear from my sight. Otherwise, I'll make you disappear." It is still an irrefutable statement. At this moment, all the astonished people reacted. They had finally come here and didn't want to be beaten to death like this. So, the crowd began to disperse and walk towards the building on one side. People are like this. They bully the weak and fear the strong. "Great, my brother." Yin Qingxiong witnessed the whole process through the rearview mirror, his eyes shining. Sometimes, our own kind are scarier than zombies and monsters. Qin Haitao's voice sounded on the intercom. He thought back to his experience in the fast food restaurant. "I thought this episode ended like this, but unexpectedly, Lin Ziwen, the girl who was in the same car with Qin Haitao, suddenly became excited. Uncle Qin, I think I saw my brother." These words startled Qin Haitao, who was talking on the walkie-talkie. He turned his head and looked at Lin Ziwen, who looked a little excited. "Your brother? Which one?" "The guy wearing the gray plaid jacket seems to be my brother." Lin Ziwen just saw one side of him. "What's your brother's name?" Qin Haitao asked hurriedly. "Lin Ziwu." Qin Haitao quickly rolled down the window and shouted to the departing survivors, "Lin Ziwu." Hearing the sound, everyone turned around, including the man in the gray plaid jacket. At this time, Lin Ziwen was able to confirm that it was her brother. Lin Ziwen, with tears in her eyes, leaned against the car window and shouted, "Brother, it's me." When their eyes met, the young man was stunned for a moment, then ran over like crazy. When the end of the world comes, lost relatives can meet again. How lucky it is. Since he was someone he knew, Qin Haitao asked the young man to get in the car. When the brother and sister met, they couldn't calm down for a long time. If this is a coincidence, then there are even more coincidences. The young man Lin Ziwu actually knew Chen Tian. No, it should be said that he had met Chen Tian before. "Brother Tian, don't you remember me?" Lin Ziwu stared at Chen Tian, who seemed to be thinking about something. "You helped me at the Yi Mei Leisure Club." After his reminder, Chen Tian remembered. This is the young man who was beaten because he owed the other party a loan shark. "It's you. I didn't expect you to be so lucky," Chen Tian said indifferently. At that time, it would be more accurate to say that he was deliberately finding fault and punishing those people rather than helping this person. "Brother Tian, you helped me and saved my sister. I don't know how to thank you." Lin Ziwu was very emotional. He still remembers vividly the scene of the young boy beating up those bad guys. Chen Tian said casually, "If you have seen any strange phenomena, you can tell me about it." This was an unintentional remark, but who knew that the other party actually remembered something? "Brother Tian, I did see a strange phenomenon, just 2 days ago," Lin Ziwu said as he recalled. "Oh, what is it?" "I was originally trapped in a family compound, with 2 terrifying monsters blocking my way. I thought I was going to die, but suddenly a beam of green light flew over." Green light. Chen Tian seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Can you see its appearance clearly?" "That thing fell not far from me. It looked like a plant with 4 kelp-like leaves." "Oh, and in the center of the leaves, there was a glowing gem," Lin Ziwu described as he recalled. Chen Tian couldn't sit still anymore. Listening to the other party's description, wasn't that the essence of plants and trees? "Where is that thing?" Chen Tian asked. Chapter 058. This can also bring unexpected gains. As night falls, a red and black motorcycle speeds along the road. Chen Tian drove the motorcycle towards the place Lin Ziwu mentioned. The little black dog lay on the gas tank cap, letting the wind blow its fur around. The reason for choosing a motorcycle is that it is portable and fast. Chen Tian ignored the zombies he met on the road. He now had only one goal: plant essence crystals. Under Chen Tian's control, the motorcycle seemed to become one with him, drifting or jumping over obstacles. Squeak. The motorcycle was moving and suddenly braked and drifted. A black mutant beast flew past Chen Tian's head. With this spiritual detection released by Chen Tian, he could know the situation within a radius of nearly 100 meters. So he could react in advance when the mutant beast suddenly attacked. The mutant beast failed to hit the target in the first pounce, but did not give up. It chased the taillight of the motorcycle and rushed forward again. Puff! A steel nail directly caused the mutant beast to roll out, and its life or death was unknown. Chen Tian didn't have time to pay attention to the mutant beast. Even if the other party had evolution beads in its body, he would not stop the car for it. We drove very fast all the way and finally arrived at the family compound that Lin Ziwu mentioned. It should be here. Chen Tian began to look around the scene, and indeed the energy of plant essence crystals was still lingering in the air. Isn't it here anymore? Chen Tian frowned. He jumped onto the roof and looked around. On a night like this, the green light emitted by the plant essence crystal would be very obvious, but after looking all around, there was nothing. This is a bit difficult. The plant essence crystal would move before it merged with the plant. Now that so much time has passed, it is probably no longer nearby. Could it be that this trip is in vain? Woof, woof, woof. Just then, the little black dog below suddenly barked. Whoosh. Chen Tian jumped back to the ground. Woof, woof, woof. The little black dog barked even louder, and its tail wagged like a rattle. Chen Tian was confused. He had no idea what this little thing was trying to express. The little black dog suddenly lowered its head, sniffed the ground, and then rushed in one direction. Do you know where the plant essence crystal is? Chen Tian followed behind. Although this was just his guess, he still had some expectations in his heart. When it comes to sense of smell, dogs are natural experts, especially the little black dog after its evolution, whose ability has probably become even stronger. At first, the little black dog would stop to sniff after running for a while, and gradually, it ran faster and faster. Whoosh. Call out. A man and a dog were jumping on the low roof. It was unknown how long it lasted, but Chen Tian suddenly burst into laughter. Tyrant. Well done. I'll give you a snack when I get back. Ahead, there was a faint green light flickering, which meant that the plant essence crystal was there. Whoosh. Chen Tian's speed suddenly increased, directly surpassing the little black dog leading the way in front. It is indeed plant essence crystal. Chen Tian stared at the energy crystal in the parking lot in front of him with shining eyes. Just as Lin Ziwu described, it had leaves shaped like kelp. Swish. Chen Tian drew out his Tang sword and rushed forward. Unlike last time, he now had awakened his own unique energy, so it was not so difficult for him to deal with the plant essence crystal. The plant essence crystal seemed to have sensed the danger and actually ran away quickly in one direction. The leaves around it are like the hands and feet that support the body. They can bend freely and exert powerful kinetic energy. Seeing that the plant essence crystal was trying to escape, how could Chen Tian let it go? His feet suddenly condensed exclusive energy. Boom. A hole was stepped on the cement road, and Chen Tian's sudden burst of strength brought him close to the plant essence crystal in an instant. Swish. The leaves of plant and wood crystals instantly swept towards Chen Tian. Chen Tian slightly turned his body, and the leaf passed in front of him. With its strong stretchability, it actually pierced through the wall opposite. Let me see what else you have. Chen Tian swung the Tang sword in his hand, like chopping melons and vegetables, and directly cut off a leaf. There is red energy attached to the blade, and it is indeed very powerful. Before, Chen Tian had to swing the fire axe with all his strength to deal with the tentacles of the plant essence crystal, but he might not be able to cut them off. But now he only swung the axe once, and the leaves could not block it. The grass essence crystal continued to escape, and its waving leaves continued to restrain Chen Tian. Swish, swish, swish. Chen Tian kept waving the Tang sword in his hand, and every time he swung it, he could cut off a leaf of grass essence crystal. Finally, the last leaf of the grass essence crystal exposed outside was also cut off by the Tang sword in Chen Tian's hand. Chen Tian stretched out his hand, ready to grab the energy crystal. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the plant essence crystal broke out in its final resistance, and a transparent leaf ejected its energy crystal. The incident happened so suddenly that even Chun Tian didn't react. However, this was already the last resort of plant essence crystal, and Chun Tian quickly chased after it. Just when it was about to catch up, a mutant black bear suddenly appeared from nowhere and swallowed the plant essence crystal that had lost all its protective capabilities in one gulp. Seeing this scene, Chun Tian almost exploded with anger. He had been busy for a long time, but was intercepted by a mutant bear. How could this be possible? Swish! The Tang sword in his hand turned into a cold light. It is estimated that this mutant bear died before it could even taste the herb essence. The body was cut in two. Puff! Chun Tian's palm directly penetrated the body of the mutant black bear. When he pulled it out, he was holding the plant essence crystal that had been swallowed. At this moment, the plant essence crystal is no longer as pure as it was at the beginning. Its surface is covered with flesh and blood, as if it has merged together. Chun Tian had a gloomy face as he stared at this plant essence crystal, which was no longer pure. It has already produced a fusion reaction with the flesh and blood of the mutant black bear. The energy inside is no longer pure. If I absorb more, the improvement I will get will be limited. He was angry, but now that things had come to this, Chun Tian had no choice. At this moment, the little black dog caught up, barking as it ran, as if saying, "Master, how could you leave me?" When Chun Tian heard the little black dog's voice, an idea flashed in his mind. This plant essence crystal won't be of much help to my improvement, but for the tyrant, it might be just right. Chun Tian, who was a little angry just now, began to look forward to it again at this moment. The little black dog originally fused genetic insects with the characteristics of bone support and skin grinding, which can completely refine the flesh and blood energy of the mutant black bear. Combined with the characteristics of plant essence crystal, it should allow the little black dog's strength to be improved to a higher level. You have done a great job this time, so I will give you this plant essence crystal as a reward. Chun Tian directly fed the plant essence crystal to the little black dog, but he didn't expect that this attempt would actually bring unexpected results. Chapter 059, Breakthrough at Such a Young Age. In order to help the little black dog quickly absorb the energy of the plant essence crystal, Chun Tian used the energy of thought to assist in refining it. Who knew that after it was over, I would get an unexpected reward? What's going on with this feeling? Why do I seem to understand what the tyrant is thinking? Chun Tian stared at the little black dog in front of him, and the little black dog was also looking up at him. Turn around in a circle. Chun Tian suddenly spoke. He wanted to figure out what was going on with this feeling. The little black dog seemed to understand and immediately turned around on the spot. Go and bring that mutant black bear here, Chun Tian said again. The little black dog ran out happily, and when it came back, it was holding half of the mutant black bear's body in its mouth. Tyrant, can you understand what I say now? Chun Tian's eyes sparkled. He tried to communicate with the little black dog with his mind alone. Go, bring the other half of the mutant black bear's body here. This time, Chun Tian did not say anything, but the little black dog understood what he meant accurately. When it ran back, it really brought back the other half of the mutant black bear. This feeling is so wonderful. Could it be that I have perfectly tamed the tyrant invisibly? Chun Tian stood there thinking. He was thinking about the reasons and factors that led to this happening. The tyrant and I both refined and absorbed a plant essence crystal. Could this be the reason? Or is it that my telekinetic energy was implanted into the tyrant's body, and under the effect of the plant essence crystal, a special reaction occurred? Or is it that the tyrant has undergone unusual changes due to its breakthrough in strength? Chun Tian thought of several possibilities, but at the moment he couldn't accurately determine which one was closest to the facts. Forget it, I'll study this matter slowly later. There's still a long time to go. Looking down at the dead body of the mutated black bear, Chun Tian used his detection ability to dig out an evolution bead inside. They then used a Tang sword to process the body of the mutated black bear and packed up the edible parts and took them away. Returning along the same route, Chun Tian found the parked motorcycle and drove towards the green square with his gains from the night. At this moment, the sky was getting darker. Jia Yuding, who was resting in the SUV, suddenly exclaimed, Meng Meng, Meng Meng, what's wrong with you? This shout immediately woke up the other people who were resting in the car. The first one to speak was Qin Haitao. Yuding, what's wrong? Husband, look, I don't know what happened to Meng Meng. Her temperature suddenly rose, and we couldn't wake her up no matter how we called her. Jia Yuding said in panic. Let me see. Qin Haitao turned on the lights in the car and walked closer to his daughter. At this moment, Qin Mingming was lying in Jia Yuding's arms, her face frighteningly red. Qin Haitao used his palm to test his daughter's body temperature and was also shocked. Why is it so hot? Take the temperature quickly. The other people in the car all started to get busy. The temperature was taken quickly and the result shocked everyone. The mercury in the thermometer has risen to the top, which means that Qin Mingming's current body temperature is likely to have exceeded 42 degrees Celsius. Honey, what should we do? Is it because the wound on Mengming's head is infected? Jia Yuding was very anxious. I was fine before going to bed. How come it suddenly became like this? Qin Haitao was also at a loss at this moment. It would be great if the young man was here. First, use a wet towel to cool Mingming down physically, Qin Haitao said hurriedly. Without knowing the situation, he didn't dare to give his daughter any medicine. Brother Qin, what's wrong? Yan Qingxiong's voice came from the intercom. He obviously heard the noise here. My daughter is sick, Qin Haitao said hurriedly. Brother Qin, don't worry. I have medicine in my car. Wait a minute. Tonight seemed to be a sleepless night. Just when everyone was busy, the sound of a motorcycle engine came from afar. Brother Tian is back, Yan Qingxiong said hurriedly. When Qin Haitao heard that Chun Tian had returned, he immediately jumped out of the car. Chun Tian drove his motorcycle close to his SUV, but before he could put the mutant bear meat on the vehicle, he saw Qin Haitao running towards him in a hurry. After listening to the other party's description, Chun Tian was stunned for a moment and asked casually, bitten by a zombie? Qin Haitao shook his head fiercely. No, Mingming stayed in the car the whole time. It's impossible for her to encounter zombies. That means it needs to evolve, Chun Tian said again. This time, it was Qin Haitao's turn to be stunned. Evolution? Take me there first. As he spoke, Chun Tian followed Qin Haitao to the car. Jia Yuding, who had already lost her mind, almost shed tears when she saw Chun Tian. Waste your tears, she's fine. After looking at Qin Mingming, Chun Tian said calmly. But my daughter. Without waiting for Jia Yuding to finish her words, Chun Tian said, she is about to evolve. What we need to do now is to quickly prepare food. This kind of opportunity is rare. If we don't seize it, we don't know when her next evolution will be. Having Chun Tian around makes people feel at ease. Everyone, who had just been at a loss, became excited and happy when they heard that Qin Mingming was going to evolve into an evolver. In front of the car lights, the barbecue grill, charcoal stove, and various seasonings were all laid out. Everyone was busy together, and the tempting aroma of barbecue slowly wafted out. Chun Tian, who had just experienced a fierce battle, was enjoying the delicious barbecue without any hesitation. This time, there is not only mutant pork, but also mutant bear meat. Just as Chun Tian finished eating, Qin Mingming, who was in a coma, woke up. Her body temperature was still frighteningly high, but she was already shouting that she was hungry. When the prepared mutant meat was brought in front of her, Qin Mingming immediately began to gobble it up. The others just stared at her while she ate. Everyone is curious about the evolution process. Qin Mingming ate a lot this time. Her small body could actually hold so much barbecue. If Chun Tian had not told them in advance, Qin Haitao and his wife would have wanted to stop them. Would their stomachs burst if they continued to eat like that? Slowly, white steam began to emerge from Qin Mingming's body. At this time, she stopped eating and started shouting that she was thirsty. So, bottle after bottle of mineral water was brought to her. I don't know how much time had passed, but it felt like dawn was almost approaching and Qin Mingming's evolution was finally over. Mingming's temperature is normal. Jia Yuding tested her daughter's temperature and said happily, Mingming, how do you feel now? Qin Haitao is more concerned about his daughter's current condition. Is this the end of evolution? Apparently, there seems to be no change in appearance. Qin Mingming blinked her big curious eyes, not understanding why everyone was looking at her like that. The quasi-evolver already has a certain ability to protect himself. You should train him well, Chun Tian said. Quasi-evolvers are not yet true evolvers, and the strength between the two can differ by dozens of times. However, Qin Mingming is still young, and it is possible that she will break through to become an awakener in the future. Chapter 060. This battle is going to be a killing spree. As Qin Mingming has become a quasi-evolver, not only her parents are curious, but other people also want to know what changes have taken place. So, at everyone's request, Qin Mingming did a few jumps and showed her strength again. Oh my god, is this the strength of a quasi-evolver? Too strong. Yan Qingxiong was breathing rapidly, and his eyes were full of excitement. In this kind of world, who doesn't want to gain extraordinary power? Qin Mingming just jumped casually and reached a height of more than 2 meters, with such great strength that she could lift her father up with one hand. If everyone had this power, wouldn't we all have to be afraid of the zombies? Qin Mingming's breakthrough brought hope to everyone, and everyone was looking forward to the moment of their own evolution. It's already daybreak. After a busy night, everyone went back to their cars to catch up on some sleep. After breakfast, Chen Tian took the little black dog and rode away on the motorcycle. No one knew where he was going or what he was doing. Today, there are 4 days left until the deadline for survivors to gather. During the day, many survivors arrived one after another. If nothing unexpected happens, Yin Qingxiong and his men will wait here until the army arrives. Originally, they thought that their team would be able to hold out until they reached the safe zone, but unexpectedly, one more person appeared. And this person is someone Chen Tian knows. What happened was that Yin Qingxiong went to the toilet in the building, and unexpectedly, there were survivors who turned into zombies. Yin Qingxiong was attacked by 3 newly transformed zombies and was in danger, but fortunately, he was helped by someone. Oh my god, I was scared to death. Thank you so much for what you did just now. Without your help, I would have been bitten. Yin Qingxiong expressed his gratitude to his savior. The man had a strange expression on his face and wanted to leave immediately. What's your name, brother? Yin Qingxiong asked hurriedly. Wang Ming. Brother Wang, are you alone? Well, Wang Ming sighed. I don't have any relatives anymore. Brother Wang, then come with me. I have some supplies and I have an off-road vehicle. It's very safe. Yin Qingxiong made an invitation. The other person was his savior. Since everyone was heading to the safe zone, it would be better to have more friends and more companions. Wang Ming refused directly. Go. Brother Wang, I, Fatty Yin, am not the kind of ungrateful person. If you have a better place, I will definitely not stop you. But if you are alone, Yin Qingxiong stopped talking before he could finish his words. Because he saw the wound on Wang Ming's wrist. To be exact, Wang Ming deliberately let him see it. Those are bite marks, zombie bite marks. Do you understand? I've been bitten. Following you will only hurt you. Wang Ming smiled bitterly without much resentment. His wife was dead, and he had few ties to the world. It was those zombies, just now. Yin Qingxiong hesitated to speak. Before I turn into a zombie, go away. Don't blame yourself for this. Wang Ming sat directly on the ground, took out a cigarette, lit it, and then waited quietly for death. Yin Qingxiong left, but he soon ran back. Why are you back again? Wang Ming was puzzled. Brother Wang, listen to me. Although you were bitten by a zombie, you may not necessarily become a zombie. My brother Tian said that every survivor has antibodies to the virus in their body. As long as you eat enough food and drink plenty of water, you may be able to survive. Come on, follow me. Yin Qingxiong dragged Wang Ming to the off-road vehicle. The moment Wang Ming saw Chen Tian, he was stunned. It's him. It's actually him. It was this young man who saved his wife from the claws of the mutant bird. He still remembers the scene. It's a pity that his wife died in a subsequent accident. Otherwise, she would have been as excited as he is now. The corpse poison in Wang Ming's body was not serious. After taking some mutant beast meat, he successfully survived and is now in a car with Yin Qingxiong. The team did not change because of the addition of Wang Ming. Chen Tian was still the one with the most say. Time passed day by day, and finally, it was the final day for the survivors to gather. It's rare that Chen Tian didn't go out today. Brother Tian, are you really not going to the safe zone? Yin Qingxiong asked again. I have no plans to go to the safe zone for now. After a pause, Chen Tian continued, I might leave in a while. Yin Qingxiong was shocked. Today's weather looks like it's going to rain, and the temperature may drop. Chen Tian suddenly said something irrelevant. Yin Qingxiong wanted to say something else, but at this moment, he suddenly heard excited shouts. The troops are coming. We are saved. It's finally here. We can all survive. The survivors hiding in various buildings poked their heads out one after another. People standing on high ground can already see a troop heading towards here. Da-da-da. There was also the sound of machine guns. The armored vehicles led the way, followed by other vehicles behind. Chen Tian drove away. He wanted to take a walk around the city, hoping to come across another plant essence crystal. More importantly, he has to confirm one thing later. Da-da-da. The zombies wandering around the square were shot to death by machine guns. Then, a majestic voice came from the loudspeaker. Please all survivors come out and assemble. We still need to conduct a check before getting on the bus. I hope everyone will hurry up. Those who drive here can be exempted from inspection and can just follow the team. There will be a lot of busy things to do next. The original plan was that the escort would stay here until dusk. However, plans cannot keep up with changes. The team leader suddenly received an order to evacuate here 30 minutes in advance because a large number of zombies and mutant beasts were rushing towards this side. The sky was gray and gloomy, as if a rainstorm was brewing. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Everyone, get on the bus. The satellite images just received show that tens of thousands of zombies and mutant beasts are rushing here. There's no time left. Everyone, stop taking your luggage and get on the bus. The team leader in charge was fully aware of the urgency of the situation and urged again and again. Captain, if we don't leave now, it will be too late. A team member came over to report. Those zombies and mutant beasts are only 20 minutes away from here. Once we are surrounded, the consequences will be disastrous. Although bullets are powerful, they will eventually run out. Besides, zombies and monsters can only be killed by shooting them in the head. The assembled team finally set off. According to satellite maps, groups of zombies and monsters are so dense that they are rushing over like a plague of locusts. Chen Tian was high above, overlooking the army of monsters. The outbreak before the cold wave finally came. With a curve at the corner of his mouth, Chen Tian held a Tang's sword in his hand, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Whoosh! After jumping down from a height of more than 10 meters, Chen Tian's body was covered with red energy. In this battle before winter, he wants to kill to his heart's content. Chapter 061, Strong is Good. A large group of dark figures rushed over from the front with bared fangs and claws. Not only was Chen Tian not afraid, but an expression of excitement could be seen on his face. With Chen Tian's current strength, there are not many opponents who can allow him to exert his full strength. Since individual strength is not enough, we can only make up for it by numbers. Looking around, there were at least thousands of zombies and mutant beasts rushing over. Such a large group could be his opponent. Call out. Chen Tian disappeared on the spot, leaving behind a blood-red afterimage, like an arrow shot from a bow. Click. The moment the two sides came into contact, a loud noise was heard. Then we saw dozens of zombies in the front flying into the air, their bodies broken into several pieces. Swish, swish, swish. Chen Tian waved the Tang's sword in his hand, and with the blessing of exclusive energy, it was like a sharp weapon that could cut through everything. In just a few breaths, nearly 100 zombies were killed on the spot. However, the zombies do not feel fear, and the army behind them continues to rush forward without slowing down, even though they know that this is like a moth flying into a flame. After killing a mutant beast that pounced at him from above, Chen Tian kicked out. Bang! The powerful force directly broke the zombie that received the kick into pieces, and then the shattered body knocked the zombies behind it away. This is no longer a battle, this is a one-sided massacre. Chen Tian slaughtered this horrific group of monsters by himself. Faster, I can go faster. Chen Tian's actions are becoming more and more sharp. He is improving his potential through this fight. The Tang sword in his hand could not be seen at all, and only the strange sound of tearing the air could be heard. Time passes by every second. The streets were already flooded with blood. Countless body parts and fragments piled up on the ground, turning this place into a Shura field. Come on, if I let one of you pass, I lose. Chen Tian became more and more excited as he killed more and more people. He felt that his body was quietly undergoing a transformation. This wonderful feeling intoxicated him. The knife in his hand seemed to have become one with his body. Gradually, Chen Tian no longer attacked based on the images he saw, but began to look for a subtle feeling. Boom. With a roundhouse kick, Chen Tian kicked a mutant beast's head to pieces. While performing this set of movements, he didn't even look at the mutant beast. The blood and flesh on the ground began to affect Chen Tian's movements. If he was not careful, his feet might slip. For this reason, Chen Tian did not retreat but advanced, and with the flash of swords and shadows of fists, he expanded this Shura field again. I feel like I've grasped some kind of trick, and I'm just a little bit away from understanding what it is. Chen Tian's expression began to become focused. While killing these zombies and mutant beasts, he began to pay attention to the changes in his body. Frenzy. Chen Tian suddenly used his exclusive skills. This is not because he encountered an opponent that he could not defeat, but because he needed to use the critical point after frenzy to achieve enlightenment. Chen Tian, who had just been invincible, entered a frenzy state and was like a god of death descending. Whoosh. Among the group of monsters, Chen Tian actually completed a forward acceleration, and all the zombies and mutant beasts he passed by were killed. If Chen Tian's previous swings of the sword killed one person at a time, then his current swings of the sword cut along a line. The scene was truly shocking. The sky was gray and finally cold raindrops began to fall. Chen Tian killed his way from the east side of the street to the west side. On the entire street, there was no other figure standing except him. The rain began to fall heavier. Chen Tian stood quietly in the rain, staring ahead, but if you look closely you will find that his eyes are out of focus. He wasn't looking at anything, he was just daydreaming. This battle brought him a lot of inspiration. The coordination between his body and the Tang sword made him feel as if he and the sword were one. But the biggest gain is what he is understanding at this moment. Use the smallest change in stride to evade in an instant, and then use the force method that follows the trend to achieve the greatest lethality. Chen Tian murmured in a daze. The rain was already running down his cheeks, and even his clothes were wet. So that's what's going on. I understand. Chen Tian's eyes suddenly regained their spirit, and he began to practice on the spot, taking side steps, slashing, leaning forward, exerting force. The amplitude of each movement was very small, but the momentum that burst out was extremely amazing. Chen Tian practiced it over and over again, as if he was turning the insights in his mind into physical instincts. Gradually, as the physical effort increased, he began to close his eyes, imagining powerful opponents in his mind, and then he would fight back based on the imagined images. Swish, swish, swish. Swish, swish, swish. The Tang sword made rhythmic sounds as it was swung. As he felt better and better, Chen Tian was no longer satisfied with this imaginary enemy, and he began to increase the difficulty. Swish. The Tang sword was swung upwards horizontally, and a round raindrop was cut in half. Swish. Chen Tian swept his hand horizontally, and another raindrop was split into two. Next, Chen Tian increased the difficulty. The Tang sword in his hand danced faster and faster, and began to attack the raindrops falling around him. Using the range that the tip of the sword could reach as the limit, Chen Tian swung the Tang sword and began to slash with all his strength. At first, he couldn't break all the falling raindrops into pieces, but gradually, as his movements became smaller and faster, it was as if a barrier formed around him, and not a single drop of rain could penetrate it. This state lasted for more than a minute. It was not until Chen Tian stopped what he was doing that the blocked rain began to pour down on him again. So this is what they call transformation. An excited smile appeared on Chen Tian's lips. He originally just wanted to have a good fight before winter came. Who could have thought that this battle would directly lead to his transformation and allow him to comprehend advanced techniques of close combat? Sure enough, the fastest way to improve your strength is to fight. Chen Tian glanced at the Shurasine that was being washed by rain. Because he was too absorbed in the battle, he didn't know how many zombies and mutant beasts he had killed. With my current strength, if I encounter the plant and wood essence crystal again, I can defeat it in one encounter. At this moment, Chen Tian has absolute confidence in himself. There will never be another time like last time when a mutant black bear suddenly appeared and cut him off. If possible, I really want to find another group of mutant beasts to test my skills. Although he thought so, Chen Tian also knew that it would not be easy to encounter such a group of beasts again. If there are just a few simple mutant beasts, the testing effect cannot be achieved. Forget it, there's no rush. Chen Tian smiled lightly, and what he needed to do now was to collect the evolution beads scattered around. This battle allowed him to obtain a lot of evolution beads. Strong strength is good. Chapter 062. This is a habit of being abused. In an empty building, Chen Tian had just changed his wet clothes. This time the harvest is really not small. Now all the evolution pearls added together, the number has exceeded 100. Chen Tian counted the evolution beads he had harvested in recent times, a total of 103. The evolution beads not only help the evolvers to improve their strength, but they themselves have become the currency of the apocalypse. Don't underestimate these 103 evolution beads. When they become currency, one evolution bead can be exchanged for a large truckload of precious materials. At a time when there are so few quasi-evolvers, who has the ability to kill mutant beasts single-handedly like Chen Tian? Anyone who can obtain an evolution bead is considered very lucky. After putting away the evolution beads, Chen Tian prepared to get some food. Having just experienced a great battle, he was in urgent need of food. The rain outside is still falling. After this rain, the weather will turn cold suddenly. Chen Tian has already become an awakened person, and the changes in external temperature have little impact on him. But it's different for the zombies wandering outside. They will most likely not survive the winter. The genetic energy in their bodies will be recycled to give birth to the second generation of genetic insects. As for those mutant beasts, their hunting time will be reduced due to the influence of temperature. In other words, as the temperature drops day by day, the surviving humans will have a greater chance of survival. However, Chen Tian knew that safety was only temporary, and the mutant beasts in the future would only become more powerful and terrifying. The wood-burning stove was carried down from the off-road vehicle by Chen Tian. Light the stove, put the pot on, pour in mineral water, add seasoning, and then put the sliced mutant beast meat in. The next step is to cover the pot and wait. Listening to the sound of rain outside and eating the delicious stewed meat, it feels so nourishing. After dinner, Chen Tian reviewed the fighting skills he had learned. At this time, the little black dog ran over, wagging its tail. Woof woof woof. The little black dog barked twice. Ever since Chen Tian had developed some kind of connection with the little black dog, he was able to understand what the little fellow meant. It's really magical. You want me to play with you? Chen Tian narrowed his eyes. The little black dog sat down on the ground. Well, you have grown a lot during this period of time. This is a good opportunity to test you, Chen Tian said with a smile. He was also worried that he had no opponent to test his fighting skills, and the little black dog in front of him was a good target. Ever since absorbing the plant essence crystal, the little black dog's strength has improved by leaps and bounds, and the ordinary mutant beasts are no match for him. But in Chen Tian's eyes, it is still far from enough. Woof woof woof. The little black dog likes this way of interaction with its owner, even though it is the one that gets beaten every time. Before launching the attack, the little black dog did not forget to bark twice to warn, and then the next moment, sharp bone spurs suddenly appeared on its limbs, and it pounced towards Chen Tian with a roar. When the little black dog was about to touch him, Chen Tian just slightly turned sideways and dodged it very easily. Not only that, he also slapped the little black dog on the head. Not fast enough, go faster. The little black dog was used to being beaten. If he wasn't beaten for a day, he wouldn't sleep well and always felt like something was missing. Whoosh. After the little black dog landed, it suddenly exerted force with its limbs, and this time, it pounced towards Chen Tian at an even faster speed. Chen Tian still held it easily. In just a moment, the little black dog had been slapped several times on the head and butt. The intention of your action is too obvious. Come again. Chen Tian was not afraid of beating the little black dog. On the contrary, this way of beating could more effectively stimulate the potential of the little black dog. As a fusion of the two genes of bone type and demon skin type, the little black dog's defense ability far exceeds the attack power it demonstrates. The characteristics of skeletal animals are strengthened bones, super strong bite force, and explosive power. This characteristic can be seen just by looking at the sharp bone claws of the little black dog. Demonic skins have super strong skin defense and healing abilities. Every time they are subjected to external forces, their defense will be further enhanced. So, the little black dog now becomes tougher and tougher after being beaten. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The little black dog kept pouncing and biting. Bump, bump, bump. The little black dog was whipped away again and again. One person and one dog were having a lot of fun in this room. After kicking the little black dog away once again, Chen Tian called out to it, "Tyrant, stop." The tyrant stopped immediately. Chen Tian showed a thoughtful expression and murmured, "I wonder if I can teach you the fighting skills I have learned." If it were in the past, Chen Tian would definitely not consider it, but now it is different. He and the little black dog have a close connection, and he can read each other's thoughts with just a glance. Come on, now let's change the way of training. After thinking for a moment, Chen Tian felt it necessary to give it a try. Next, Chen Tian corrected the little black dog's movements and let it chase the meat bones that were controlled by mental energy. At first, the little black dog had no idea what was going on and was completely focused on the bones. However, after receiving 2 strong slaps in the face, he immediately became obedient. Save unnecessary actions and get the desired results in the most direct way. Combining the real and the fake, the attack direction can be changed at any time during the action. Strive to be fast, stable, and accurate. You need to accumulate strength and pause, master your own rhythm, and also understand your opponent's rhythm. Chen Tian was very patient in his guidance. During the guidance process, Chen Tian gained some new insights into combat techniques, which can be considered a small gain. After all, the little black dog has limited IQ, so if you wanted to master fighting skills, you can only repeat it over and over again. So, in the next few days, Chen Tian started training the little black dog whenever he had the chance. They even go out to find sparring partners for the little black dog. Have you fed all the moves I taught you to the dogs? In an open space, a small black dog was fighting with a larger mutant dog, and Chen Tian was supervising the battle. Although both sides are dogs, their fighting styles are very different. The trained little black dog was obviously much more skilled. If Chen Tian hadn't restrained it, it would have been able to take care of the opponent in just a few moves. Phew. In yet another confrontation, the little black dog attacked too hard, and its bone spur directly stabbed the opponent to death. Although it had won, the little black dog acted like a child who had done something wrong, with a look of grievance on its face and not daring to look at Chen Tian. Forget it. It's not your fault that your opponent is too weak. I'll find you a stronger one next time, Chen Tian said. The The little black dog suddenly became cheerful again, ran to Chen Tian's legs, and wagged its tail. I'm afraid there are no powerful mutant beasts around here. Let's go somewhere a little further away this time. Back in the SUV, Chen Tian decided to leave. He had almost cleared this area into a safe zone. The car drove north all the way. When the sun was about to set, Chen Tian unexpectedly met a group of survivors. They were driving a car and said they were going to a safe transit station. This is interesting. Chapter 063, Scum should be scum. Following these survivors, Chen Tian wanted to see what the so-called safe transit station was. But when he arrived at the place, he was stunned. Is there anything more coincidental in the world than this? Looking at the building in front of him, Chen Tian had an urge to laugh. Yimei Leisure Club, he had been here before, and he had gone through this back door. I didn't expect that I would come here again after the end of the world. I never expected that this was the safe transit station mentioned by the survivors. Interesting. I'd like to see what this place has to offer. Chen Tian showed a playful smile. When the last car drove into the yard, the gate was slowly closed. Please rest assured, it is safe here. I will lead you to the rest hall, where there is water and food. Once here, we are a family, and we need to help each other. A tall man was standing in front of the steps, talking loudly. This is a temporary, safe transit station. In a few days, the country will send people here to take us all to this safe zone. Please be sure to maintain order. The tall man continued his speech, and his powerful voice made it seem as if it was real. Chen Tian expressed serious doubts about this. First of all, even if a transit station is to be built, why not choose another more suitable place, but choose here? Then, a few days ago, the escort troops had just picked up the survivors on the Green Square, and it was impossible for them to make another trip in such a short time. Finally, Chen Tian's intuition told him that the people who were responsible for keeping watch around were not good people. Is someone inheriting the will of Brother Leopard and preparing to continue causing trouble here? Chen Tian's eyes were slightly cold. Like other newly arrived survivors, he got off the car and was led into a hall. Everyone must have had a hard time coming here. Before I continue to introduce the rules here, I will give everyone a bottle of water. After the tall man finished speaking, he ordered his men to distribute the bottles of mineral water that had been prepared in advance one by one. If the survivors who came here had some doubts at first, they all let go of their doubts after getting the mineral water. A man handed a bottle of mineral water without even a label to Chen Tian, but Chen Tian directly refused it. Now that we are here, everyone's safety is ours. For the sake of each other's safety, I would like to make a small request. Please hand over your weapons, and we will keep them temporarily. The tall man's voice sounded again, and just as he finished speaking, someone came with a bag and collected weapons one by one. The survivors who have managed to survive until now are not fools. When they heard that their weapons were going to be taken away, they immediately became alert. You must cooperate with our work and take away the weapons. This is also a responsibility for the other survivors. The tall man's expression turned grim. But no matter what he said, weapons are the bottom line for survivors, and it is impossible for them to cooperate obediently. Damn it, one by one, am I giving you face? At this moment, a burly man suddenly rushed over and slapped a survivor in the face. The tall man who was giving the speech didn't want to pretend anymore, so he just made a gesture, and then a large group of people rushed in from the side door, all holding hard weapons in their hands. Don't try to get beaten. Just cooperate with me. In this world, even if we kill you, no one can do anything to us. These people were not only rude in their words, but also ferocious in their actions. Anyone who tried to resist would be hit on the head with a stick. Bang! A man wearing glasses was knocked to the ground and died instantly. See? This is the result of not cooperating. You all should be smart. If you cooperate, I can still keep you. Otherwise, the guy in Grandpa's hand is not vegetarian. Frightened by this, the other survivors dared not resist anymore. We are all outnumbered, and the other side is not only more powerful, but also well prepared. No one wants to be the first to stand out. Hey, this girl is pretty. Come inside and chat with me. At this time, a woman was targeted. The other party not only flirted with her verbally, but also attacked her directly in front of so many people. The woman was so frightened that she trembled all over, but dared not say a word. As a result, the other party became even more unscrupulous, and while smiling evilly, he was about to put his hand into the woman's pants. At this moment, an inappropriate young man's voice suddenly sounded. Scum, indeed scum, worse than an animal. The man who was looking so proud suddenly became angry and yelled at the top of his voice. Fuck it. Who was that just now? Who was talking? The crowd naturally separated, and everyone consciously kept a distance from Chen Tian, for fear of being affected. Looking at the performance of these people, Chen Tian smiled coldly. The one who just spoke, Wasn't it, you little bastard? The man walked over with a ferocious look, and the iron rod in his hand might hit him at any time. It seems that I didn't clean up thoroughly enough last time, and I missed you small characters. Chen Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. What are you showing off for, you little bastard? The man swung the iron rod in his hand and hit Chen Tian on the head. Chen Tian pretended not to see it. He just casually turned sideways and dodged the iron rod. If you are a scumbag, you must be prepared to be a scumbag. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Tian threw a punch. Puff! Several people nearby had their faces splashed with blood. The man who was so arrogant just now was punched in the head by Chen Tian. At this moment, the whole audience fell silent. No one has recovered from the shock yet. Whoosh! Chen Tian dodged and was already close to the tall man. At this moment, the tall man widened his eyes as if he had seen a ghost. He had never been so frightened in his life. They just wanted to lure some survivors over to enslave them, but they didn't expect to attract a little devil instead. The tall man was about to speak when Chen Tian grabbed his chin. Don't make any noise, just go and die. With a crisp sound, the tall man's jaw and neck shattered together. Guess who will be next? Chen Tian's eyes swept over his accomplices. God knows how terrified those people were when they were stared at by that gaze. There was almost no need to shout slogans. These people ran out at the same time. How could Chen Tian let them run away? Bang, bang, bang. There were several muffled sounds, and all the people who had escaped flew back and hit the wall heavily. These people were like photos hanging on the wall. It took a long time for their bodies to slowly slide down. No one survived. At this moment, the survivors still left in this hall were even more terrified than before. Chen Tian smiled at them, and everyone shuddered at the same time. I still have to clean up. You guys do whatever you want. After saying that, Chen Tian walked towards the room inside. Chapter 064. This evolution comes at a very timely moment. Loud noises and screams were soon heard from the room inside, which lasted for more than a minute. These survivors in the hall are not fools. They can guess what happened in the room just by imagining. They dared not stay and ran out like crazy. How did you get out? Stop. This place is temporarily sealed off. No one can leave. The guards outside didn't know what was happening in the hall. When they saw the survivors rushing out together, they immediately picked up their weapons to stop them. Just as a fight was about to begin, suddenly, phew! A fierce guard fell to the ground instantly, with a steel nail shot into his temple. This sudden change left both parties stunned. Puff, puff, puff. Unexpectedly, there were a few more soft sounds, and those guards fell to the ground and died one after another, as if they were called by the god of death. They all have one thing in common. They were all nailed to death with cement and steel nails. No one knows what is going on. No one wants to know what's going on. The survivors present just wanted to leave this damn place as soon as possible. Without the guards stopping them, they drove away. At this moment, Chen Tian was counting his spoils. Looking at the items in this warehouse, Chen Tian felt happy, but also a little regretful. His off-road vehicle couldn't carry so many supplies. It would be great if there was a storage space. It's a pity that Chen Tian didn't have it. After some thought, Chen Tian decided to take away the sealed cans that were easy to store and carry. There were many types of these cans, including canned beef, luncheon meat, canned fish. These canned foods are great when you're too lazy to cook. After picking and choosing, Chen Tian finally filled his SUV to the brim. Even the passenger seat was piled with many items. Should we throw this motorcycle away? Chen Tian was a little hesitant, but finally thought about it and decided to keep it for now, just in case it might be useful. When Chen Tian's SUV drove away from the club, it was already dark outside. According to the original plan, Chen Tian continued to drive to a slightly farther place. The night sky at the end of the world is very beautiful. Without all kinds of air pollution, even the stars become exceptionally bright. The SUV was driving very slowly, and Chen Tian was not in a hurry to travel. Tyrant, do you think we should add another carriage to the back? In the quiet car, Chen Tian suddenly said this. The little black dog just raised its head and looked at Chen Tian with an expression that said, do whatever you want. Chen Tian smiled faintly and was about to speak again, when at this moment, he heard a loud bang, and the SUV seemed to be hit by something. Chen Tian hurriedly steadied the steering wheel and released mental detection at the same time. Stone. After realizing that the object he just hit was a stone, Chen Tian was stunned for a moment. He thought it was some blind mutant beast that came to his door. Where did the stone come from? Chen Tian's detection range expanded outward, and he did not find any suspicious places. Could it be that this stone rolled down from somewhere? Just as Chen Tian was guessing this, a flying rock broke into his detection range. Chen Tian stepped on the accelerator, and the off-road vehicle rushed forward. Bang! There was a loud noise outside the car, and the football-sized rock kept rolling on the road. Qin Tian's eyes flashed with light. What kind of creature is attacking his off-road vehicle? It's so brave. Tyrant, go. Qin Tian opened the passenger window, and the little black dog jumped out. After waiting for a while, there was no reply from the little black dog, which made Qin Tian curious. With the little black dog's current strength, it would not be difficult for it to deal with 3 or 4 mutant beasts at a time. Why was there no movement this time? Not only was there no movement, but more rocks were thrown at the SUV. Qin Tian turned the steering wheel sharply, and the car did a drift, finally avoiding the rock that was hitting him. Qin Tian doesn't like this passive situation. He immediately stopped the car and got out. As it was late at night and there were no street lights, we could only use the starlight in the sky to roughly see the surrounding situation. Woof, woof, woof. At this time, the little black dog ran over. Didn't find it? Qin Tian frowned. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. In other words, the enemy who threw the stones was hiding far away. Interesting. Qin Tian's expression became serious, and he began to maximize his ability of spiritual detection. The range he is currently exploring is more than 100 meters in radius. Within this range, there is not even a zombie, let alone mutant beasts. Call. Just when Qin Tian was concentrating his mind, another large rock came from the side. Whoosh. Qin Tian caught the rock before it hit the off-road vehicle. This was an irregular rock, weighing about 300 or 400 pounds, and was blocked by Qin Tian with one hand. Go back. With a sudden force of his arm, the irregular rock flew back at an even more terrifying speed. At the same time, Qin Tian also chased after him. He wanted to see what was attacking him in the dark. Boom. The rock flew back and seemed to hit some building, making a loud noise. When Qin Tian arrived closer, he saw only a collapsed wall and a huge footprint on the ground. Is he hiding? Qin Tian looked around. Although he possessed the ability of mental perception, the range of his detection was limited. After searching for a while, he still could not find the attacker. There was no choice but to return to the SUV. Before I got back to the SUV, I saw the little black dog knocking down flying rocks. The mastermind behind this actually changed his location to attack. If it weren't for the little black dog guarding the car, no matter how secure the off-road vehicle was, it would have been smashed and scrapped. Tyrant, well done. Qin Tian praised. The little black dog became even more excited when he was praised. To it, this painless attack was just a game. Tyrant, guard this place. After leaving behind a sentence, Qin Tian chased in the direction where the rock had just flown from. Unfortunately, the other party disappeared again. So cunning. Qin Tian tried several times but failed to find the other party, mainly because the visibility was too poor at night. Finally, Qin Tian had no choice but to drive the car into a building and wait until daytime to deal with the other party. The night passed like this. Early the next morning, Qin Tian began searching the area and found many huge footprints, indicating that the attacker was a big guy, a mutant beast with a certain level of intelligence. Qin Tian knew that the other party must have hidden himself. If it were truly intelligent, it would move only at night and flee if it sensed the slightest danger. Such mutant beasts are the most difficult to deal with. But it doesn't matter. When Qin Tian was improving his mental ability during the day, his eyes evolved. Not only can he see at night, but he can also see objects thousands of meters away clearly. This time, there will be some fun to watch. Chapter 065, As Lethal as a Sniper Rifle. After becoming an Awakened One, Qin Tian can enhance his mental energy through special training. The cultivation method he used was a summary of his previous life experience. It may not be the best, but it is very practical. Originally, Qin Tian just wanted to improve the scope of his spiritual perception, but last night's experience made him realize that he still had many shortcomings. Unexpectedly, after the practice, he was given a surprise. His eyes evolved. After evolution, the eyes not only have the ability to see at night like some animals, but can also see very far objects clearly. It must be the plant essence crystal that has enhanced my potential. After a little thought, Qin Tian attributed this evolution to the plant essence crystal he had absorbed previously. With an intriguing smile on his lips, Qin Tian murmured, "Efforts may not be as good as adventures, but efforts can help you grasp the adventures when they come." Qin Tian, in a good mood, decided to adapt to his newly evolved eyes. He jumped onto a building tens of meters high and used the steel nails placed around him to snipe zombies and mutant beasts 1,000 meters away. He had done this kind of practice before, but at that time he could only accurately snipe targets within 500 meters. But now it is different. With a long steel nail clamped between his two fingers, mental energy began to condense on it. Tian's eyes had already locked onto a zombie under a street light a kilometer away. Call out. The moment his fingers loosened, the steel nail flew out, making a sharp sound of breaking through the air. The zombie, which was 1,000 meters away, was shot in the head with a bang. After the steel nail blasted its head, it sank deeply into the concrete. What terrifying accuracy! What a terrifying destructive power! Tian thought about it, and another steel nail flew into his hand, like a clip on a bullet. The tip of the steel nail pointed straight ahead. About 1,500 meters away, a mutant rat was gnawing on a corpse next to a manhole cover. Call out. The steel nails flew out again with the mission of destruction. The mutant rat had no reaction at all and was pierced through the head by the steel nail, dying instantly. It feels good. The corners of Tian's mouth curled up slightly, and it can be seen that he is in a very good mood at the moment. The only regret now is that after the steel nails were wrapped in mental energy, Tian's exclusive energy could no longer act on them. Otherwise, the destructive power would be even more shocking. The little black dog next to him didn't know what Tian was doing, but it could feel that its little master was in a very good mood, so it also barked twice. Tian glanced at the little black dog and said with a smile, "When night comes, we will find the attacker and settle the score." Woof woof. The little black dog is not afraid of fighting, and it also looks forward to the arrival of night. Tian focused his mind and continued practicing. After there were no more targets to snipe, he began to target some stationary targets, such as the teacup on the computer desk in the office building 2 kilometers away. For example, the punctuation marks on the billboard at 2,500 meters. This practice is not only to improve proficiency, but also to enhance power. Night finally fell. After adjusting his condition, Tian drove his SUV and strolled on the nearby streets. Advanced hunters all appear in the form of prey. He used the off-road vehicle as bait to lure the mastermind behind the incident. Woof woof woof. The little black dog was placed on the roof of the off-road vehicle so that it could immediately block any rocks that were thrown at it. Don't worry, we have time. Tian's voice came out. The night is getting darker and darker. On the dark street, Tian's SUV stood out particularly, and with its lights on, it became the most conspicuous target. Call. While waiting, a sound of breaking through the air was finally heard. The little black dog, which was originally lying on the roof of the car, suddenly stood up its ears, then jumped up and slapped the rock that was falling on it with its claws. Bang! Coconut-sized pieces of concrete were directly crushed. The little black dog fell back to the ground, staring at the direction where the ball was coming from with a ferocious look. Although the little black dog has night vision, the distance it can see is limited. Squeak! Tian stopped the SUV with one foot, then jumped out of the car nimbly. With a light leap of his feet, he stood on the roof of the SUV. His eyes were bright and sharp as he scanned the surroundings, and nothing hidden in the darkness could escape his sight. Found it! A smile appeared on Tian's lips. About 1,500 meters away, there were several swaying figures, which turned out to be 3 giant mutant apes. They are agile and can jump between buildings, and will pick up objects around them and throw them at them. They must be the ones who threw stones before. They are very alert. Every time an object is thrown, they will jump and run to the next high point. No wonder we couldn't find them before. You guys are having a great time. Tian's eyes flickered. It's my turn next. With a flick of his wrist, a steel nail appeared between his 2 fingers. Stand up for trial. Tian raised his hand, and the steel nails between his fingers disappeared instantly. A mutant ape 1,000 meters away was about to throw the rock in its hand, but before its arm could exert force, its head was pierced. Next comes the second one. Tian did the same thing and shot out another steel nail. The powerful penetrating power not only killed another mutant ape, but also caused its huge body to fall backwards. Perhaps the sound of falling to the ground startled the only remaining mutant ape, which cackled twice, and then turned and ran away. How could Tian let it go? He shot out another steel nail. This time, the steel nail only pierced the mutant ape's arm. It was not because Tian's accuracy was not enough, but because the steel nail hit an obstacle during its flight. Still want to run? Tian gave up using the steel nails and chased after him. The injured mutant ape's running speed dropped significantly, and because Tian already had night vision, it couldn't escape at all. The moment Tian's eyes locked on it, its fate was sealed. Right now it's just a matter of surviving a little longer. Bang! With a dull thud, the fleeing mutant ape was kicked away by Tian. Its huge body directly smashed and twisted the rolling door of a shop. Tian approached it step by step. Oh, it turns out it's not a mutant beast, but an evolved beast. Looking at the huge creature in front of him, Chun Tian's lips slightly raised. The biggest difference between mutant beasts and evolved beasts is who is controlling the body. If the body is controlled by parasitic genetic insects, it becomes a mutant beast. If control of the body is still in the hands of the original host, it is an evolved beast. Chun Tian's little black dog is an evolved beast. After dealing with the 3 evolved beasts, Chun Tian obtained 3 more evolution beads. Why? These 3 evolved apes would pick on anyone else, but they chose to pick on Chun Tian. However, the law of the jungle is the law of the world. Either you stand at the top of the food chain or you become a prey in the eyes of others. Chapter 066. A woman and a dog blocked the road. Time flies and several days have passed in a flash. Now Chun Tian has accumulated 110 evolution beads in his hands. I don't know if it's because of the cooler weather, but the probability of encountering mutant beasts has become lower and lower in the past 2 days. Even if we encounter one, there is no evolution bead in their bodies. Come to think of it, there aren't so many mutated animals in the city. Let's go to the county town and try our luck before the first snow falls. Chun Tian took out his cell phone and pulled up a map. Let's go to the nearest county town. Chun Tian has made a decision. The little black dog in the passenger seat has no opinion on where to go. It only cares about whether it can find a good opponent. With a target in mind, the off-road vehicle began to accelerate and headed towards the nearest county town. It can be seen that there are fewer and fewer zombies wandering on the road. The few that are seen sporadically have stiff and slow movements, and they are estimated to die within a few days. After the end of the world, only the fittest survive, and the same is true for the zombies. It is estimated that when the weather gets colder, many groups of survivors will appear and they will collect the supplies they can find. Chun Tian has no shortage of supplies, and his off-road vehicle is still fully stocked. Many times, Chun Tian wondered whether he should change to a bigger car. It's such a pity to think about those supplies he abandoned. He had to throw them away because there was no storage space. Since there were no other vehicles on the road, Chun Tian drove the SUV very fast. In less than 2 hours, he arrived at the county town section. Don't mention it. We encountered mutant beasts as soon as we arrived. They were 2 mutant goats blocking the road. They were as big as elephants and rushed over from a long distance. Tyrant! Chun Tian just called out, and the little black dog immediately understood what he meant and jumped out of the car window. Whoosh! It was so fast that it looked like a flash of black lightning. The 2 mutant goats that rushed over did not take the little black dog seriously. They continued to run faster, showing the horns on their heads, and wanted to kill it together. The combat experience accumulated by the little black dog now is no longer comparable to what it had when it was still a rookie. It leaped and passed directly over the mutant goat's horns, and then a sharp bone blade suddenly emerged from its front paws. Puff! The bone blade directly penetrated the back of the mutant goat's head. The little black dog flew forward using its body inertia, twisting its body and using its hind feet to step on the back of the killed mutant goat. Then, it pounced on another mutant goat at an even more astonishing speed. Puff! There was another light sound, and with the same clean and neat method, the little black dog directly killed the 2 mutant goats. Good job! Chun Tian drove an off-road vehicle and stopped nearby. Many times, he doesn't even have to do it himself. The little black dog can handle it. The little black dog wagged its tail and acted cute at Chun Tian's feet. Who would have thought that such a little guy was actually a very ferocious evolved beast? Sure enough, luck comes when you change places. Chun Tian found 2 evolution beads from the bodies of these 2 mutant goats. So far, the number of evolution beads he has collected has reached 112. Having collected so many evolution beads, Chun Tian has never used any of them. The main reason is that his strength is in a stable rising period and he does not need to absorb the energy of the evolution beads for the time being. Alas, it's a pity that we can't take all of these 2 fat mutant goats away. Chun Tian said with some regret. There was not much space left in the car, so Chun Tian thought about it and finally threw away his seldom used motorcycle. Although some space was freed up, it was still not enough. There was no other way. In line with the principle of minimizing waste, Chun Tian used a tang knife to deal with the mutant goat. The mutton that could not fit in the car was temporarily fixed on the roof and wrapped in plastic so as not to affect consumption. The off-road vehicle restarted and drove towards the county town. While driving, Chun Tian was thinking that he really should change his car. It would be great if he could get a military truck that could hold a lot of things. While driving, a dark shadow suddenly jumped out from the front of the road. It's a pitch-black mutant dog. Wrong. Chun Tian recognized through the other party's eyes that it was actually an evolved dog. What's even more coincidental is that it was also a dog that evolved from a black wolfhound. This is really interesting. Chen Tian glanced at the little black dog on the passenger seat. The little black dog's fighting spirit surged up again. It did not regard the other party as its own species. Although they looked similar, they were actually no longer the same species. Woof woof woof. The little black dog was about to jump out of the car window, but was stopped by Chen Tian. Chen Tian discovered that a woman ran out from a building on the side. Black Fong, come back. The woman ran and shouted. The evolved dog, who was blocking the middle of the road, reluctantly walked over to the woman. After the apocalypse, I am lucky enough to still have an evolved dog by my side. Just as Chen Tian was thinking this, the woman came over with a strange look on her face. Please don't be afraid. My black teeth will not attack people easily. The woman said loudly. Get out of the way. Chen Tian rolled down the window and said in a cold voice. The woman was obviously stunned when she saw Chen Tian. She obviously did not expect that the driver would be a teenager. Can I ask you for a favor? A friend of mine is trapped in a room and can't get out. She's been trapped for 2 days. The woman said anxiously. Not interested, can't help. Wait a minute. The woman said anxiously when she saw the boy was about to leave. I won't let you help me for nothing. I can share some food with you. The last thing I lack is food. After saying that, Chen Tian rolled up the car window and prepared to drive away. The woman tapped on the car window. What about this one? Is this okay? Chen Tian took a quick glance and was stunned. In the woman's hand, there was an evolution bead. She actually has an evolution bead. This surprised Chen Tian. Because the mutant beasts that have evolution beads in their bodies are all very powerful, the big black dog raised by the woman may not be able to hunt them down. So where did her evolution beads come from? Rolling down the window again, Chen Tian looked at the woman carefully. Her face was pitch black and it seemed as if she hadn't washed it in several days. Her lips were a little chapped, which was a symptom of dehydration. Judging from her age, she was probably around 20 years old. Where did you get that thing in your hand? Chen Tian asked. I picked this up by accident. It's magical. It has temperature. If you put it in your pocket, it can keep out a certain degree of cold. The woman said hurriedly. There is no reason for Chen Tian to refuse an evolution pearl that is delivered to his door. He was not in a hurry, so it would be okay for him to accompany the woman. More importantly, he was curious about the blue energy crystals described by the woman. That definitely can't be plant essence. However, it can emit special energy and block the channel, which is worth studying. Chapter 067, Awakening Space Ability. The woman got on the bus and was stunned when she saw the carriage full of food. All this food belonged to this young man alone. Compared to this young man, the little food she had left made her look like a beggar. Now, she finally understood why the boy said before that he had no shortage of food. Now the only thing he lacked was food. Directions, where is it? Chen Tian's voice suddenly sounded, interrupting the woman's surprise. It's not far, just turn left in front, the woman said hurriedly. The big black dog she raised couldn't get into the car and could only run behind it. The place the woman mentioned was really not far away. It took less than 10 minutes to drive there. It's right here. The woman suddenly spoke, stretched out her hand, and pointed forward. Chen Tian stopped the car and looked in the direction of the woman's finger. He saw the entrance to a passage extending downwards. My friend was trapped inside. The woman explained, describing the situation at the time. We just wanted to search for some food, but we didn't expect that strange thing to suddenly appear and separate me and my friend. Tyrant, guard the car. After saying this, Chen Tian got out of the car directly. Only then did the woman realize that the little black dog in the car was called Tyrant, which was a really strange name. I've tried many methods. The barrier is very strong. Maybe I can use a car to hit it and see. The woman's voice became smaller and smaller as she spoke. This is the real reason why she asked Chen Tian for help. The off-road vehicle driven by Chen Tian was domineering and powerful, and it was obvious at first glance that it had a lot of horsepower. As for Chen Tian, the woman didn't have much hope. Chen Tian ignored the woman and walked straight down the passage. The originally dark passage now seemed very bright because of the strange glowing crystal. What on earth is this? Chen Tian stopped and looked at the opposite side from a distance of more than 10 meters. In the passage directly in front, a huge blue crystal was suspended, emitting a faint blue light that directly formed a barrier. Call out. With a flick of his wrist, a steel nail flew out from between Chen Tian's fingers. The steel nail hit the barrier and bounced back. Due to the speed, the woman next to it didn't notice it at all. It's been 2 days, and I don't know how Xiangrong, who was trapped inside, is doing. The woman kept muttering that her friend was called Li Xiangrong, who had the same last name as her, and that they met after the end of the world. Wait for me outside. At this moment, Chen Tian suddenly spoke. The woman was stunned and asked curiously, What are you going to do? Why are you asking so many questions? Chen Tian's voice suddenly turned cold. The woman was intimidated by Chen Tian's aura. Thinking that she could not help if she stayed here, she nodded and said, "Then I will go outside and help you guard." Without the woman around to distract him, Chen Tian began to study the crystal. Spiritual exploration, full release. He wanted to figure out what was inside the crystal. Buzz. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the suspended crystals began to move strangely, and white symbols appeared on the surface. In an instant, Chen Tian received some strange information in his mind. Spiritual indicators, brain expansion, divine power. Incoherent pieces of information flooded into Chen Tian's mind, attracting him to move closer to the crystal step by step. Even steel nails couldn't penetrate that blue barrier, but at this moment, Chen Tian walked in effortlessly. Following the guidance of the information, Chen Tian slowly stretched out his finger and gently pressed it on the crystal. In an instant, a strange scene appeared. The huge blue crystals actually began to evaporate and vaporize at this moment, like raised blue dust, slowly disappearing into thin air. The passage began to darken, and everything returned to calm. It turns out that the rumors are not groundless. The culprit for the end of the world may really be an alien civilization. Chen Tian recalled the memories of his previous life. There were rumors that suspected wreckage of an alien spaceship was found in the ocean, and the end of the world would break out because something on the alien spaceship leaked out. Chen Tian didn't believe it before, but now, he began to believe it. The information received in his mind was not in the civilized language of this planet. If it had not been transmitted directly to his mind, he would have no idea what those strange symbols meant. The blue crystal, called Star Spirit Crystal, is the culmination of alien civilization. Its function is to help psychics whose mental strength has reached a certain level to awaken their abilities. Fortunately, Chen Tian's mental strength reached the requirement. Otherwise, he would not be able to trigger this Star Spirit Crystal at all. Thinking about it now, Chen Tian finally understood why those telekinesis masters who stood on the first tier of the strong in later generations had special abilities. It turns out that they all once obtained the Star Crystal and were awakened. No wonder he couldn't awaken his special abilities no matter how hard he tried to improve his mental strength. It turned out that what he lacked was the Star Spirit Crystal. Finally figured it out. Some things cannot be obtained by hard work. If you want to climb the ranks of the strongest on the first step, you have to seize the initiative. A smile appeared on Chen Tian's lips. This time, with the help of the Star Crystal, he finally awakened a special ability, Private Domain. Private Domain is a kind of spatial ability that exists in Chen Tian's mind. It is a private space that is exclusively controlled by Chen Tian. Space expansion can be achieved through spiritual energy. But right now, there is a simpler and more convenient method, which is to use the evolution beads. Chen Tian did not bring the evolution bead with him, so he had to return to the car to test it again. Because of this awakening of my ability, my mental strength has also been improved. Chen Tian discovered another thing to be happy about. His current spiritual detection range has directly expanded to a radius of 300 meters. Chen Tian has not had time to test the maximum number of controls for the flying knives, but it should have been improved a lot. Gene Hail, Awakening Exclusive Skills, Star Spirit Crystal, Awakening Special Abilities. It seems that there are two types of military systems in alien civilizations. At this moment, Chen Tian became more and more curious about alien civilizations. If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely look for the alien spaceship that fell into the ocean. For now, let's rescue the woman trapped inside first. Chen Tian has discovered the woman through his detection ability. Lin Yan, who was waiting outside the passage, finally saw the young man coming out. To her surprise, the boy was holding her friend Li Xiangrong in his hands. Is this the person you want to save? Chen Tian threw the unconscious woman to the ground. Xiangrong, wake up, it's me, Lin Yan. Lin Yan kept calling out her friend's name. She was filled with questions. How did the boy rescue Li Xiangrong? Chen Tian ignored the two women, returned to the car with a raised smile, and took out the evolution pearl. He couldn't wait to study the abilities that had just awakened. Chapter 68. Details reveal a person's character. One evolution bead can actually expand a space the size of a bedroom. After testing, Chen Tian came to this conclusion. In order to figure out the ability of Private Domain, he directly used 5 evolution beads, thus having a storage space equivalent to 5 bedrooms. This space is enough to accommodate several off-road vehicles. It's really amazing. Chen Tian put the can of beef in his hand into the Private Domain space, and it was done with just a thought. Through his mental power, Chen Tian could see the items stored in the space, and taking them out was also easy, and it could be done with just a thought. Chen Tian tested it several times and found that only objects that were touched could be stored in the private domain space. With this capability, I won't have to worry about space issues anymore. Chen Tian was in a good mood and began to store some items in the car into the private space. After a while, a large space was freed up in the car. The little black dog obviously didn't know where those things disappeared, but it was still very happy about the larger space and jumped around in the back seat. I'm a little uncomfortable with all this extra space all of a sudden. While murmuring, Chen Tian's lips remained raised. Wait a minute, I need to go collect some supplies. Now that we have more space, we don't have to worry about wasting the things we find. Chen Tian was making plans in his mind and only stopped daydreaming when he saw the two women coming over. There was a knock on the car window, and a woman's voice came from outside. Can I trade you food for a bottle of water? The person who spoke was the woman named Lin Yan. Chen Tian rolled down the window and threw 2 bottles of mineral water to the other party. This is for you. Lin Yan was slightly stunned. Before she came over, she had even prepared herself mentally for being rejected. How come in the blink of an eye, this boy became so easy to talk to? Thanks. After being stunned for a while, Lin Yan uttered 2 words. At this time, Chen Tian opened the car door and got out. My name is Lin Yan, and this is my friend Li Xiangrong. Thanks to you for your help this time. Lin Yan expressed his gratitude again while introducing himself. Chen Tian looked at the 2 women. Both of them were disheveled and must have suffered a lot. Especially Li Xiangrong, who had just woken up. She had been trapped in that passage for 2 days and looked very haggard. Have you encountered other strange things before? Chen Tian asked curiously. We encountered many zombies and animals that became terrifying. Before Lin Yan finished speaking, Chen Tian interrupted her. That's not what I'm asking. Have you encountered similar luminous energy bodies in other places? Shaking his head, Lin Yan said, No, we have been hiding in the room before because we felt that there were fewer monsters during this period, so we came out to look for some resources. We have never been to a place that is too far away. Chen Tian stopped asking questions. Star crystal is something that is hard to come by. It is a rare opportunity to come across it once. How can it be possible to come across it repeatedly? Are you alone? Do you want to join us? The world has become like this now. One more person means more strength. Lin Yan invited Chen Tian. I'm used to being alone. Chen Tian refused directly. Lin Yan asked again, have you met any other survivors? A lot of. The corners of Chen Tian's mouth curled up. Not long ago, he had dealt with a batch of them. Where are they? Lin Yan asked excitedly. After the apocalypse broke out, she only met Li Xiangrong. Of course, this was directly related to her hiding in the room. Some people died, and some followed the army to the safe zone. Chen Tian said casually. Safety zone? A safety zone established by the state? Where is it, and how do we get there? Lin Yan and her friend Li Xiangrong became excited at the same time. Chen Tian was in a good mood, so he talked to them a few more words. I'm so stupid. Why didn't I think of listening to the radio? Lin Yan hit his head with his hand, somewhat self-blaming. Li Xiangrong at the side asked, Are you going to the safe zone? Can you take us with you? They didn't have a car, and they only had a big evolved black dog. I'm not going to the safe zone, and it's not on your way. Chen Tian answered directly, not giving the other party any illusions. The 2 women looked disappointed, but their attention was quickly diverted. Chen Tian took the alcohol stove from the car and prepared to have a hot pot meal. Soon, the rich aroma wafted out. This fragrance was too tempting for the 2 women who had not had a full meal for a long time. Looking at the fat and tender slices of meat being thrown into the boiling soup, the 2 women couldn't help swallowing their saliva. It's really unbelievable that in this end of the world, there are still people who can live such a comfortable life. Do you want to eat? Chen Tian asked the 2 women. The 2 women nodded at the same time. I'll treat you guys. Chen Tian invited generously. The thing he had the most was food. He had no idea how many tons of mutant beast meat he had thrown away. He was rarely happy at the moment, especially since this woman named Lin Yan had brought him such a great opportunity. Chen Tian also made some money from the evolution pearl he obtained before, so it's nothing to treat them to a meal. Besides, Chen Tian was looking forward to these 2 people giving him more surprises in the future. The 2 girls were so greedy that they ignored all the modesty and just surrounded him. Before eating, Chen Tian said to the woman named Lin Yan, Watch your dog carefully, and don't try to steal Tyrant's food. He has a bad temper. If he hurts your dog, I won't be responsible. Hearing this, Lin Yan just laughed. That little black dog named Tyrant is so small. How can he compare with her Black Fong? Black Fong is strong and ferocious, and most importantly, he protects his master. It's not certain who will hurt whom. In order to prevent Haya from bullying the little black dog, Lin Yan took out some food from her backpack and threw it to Haya, reminding him, Don't bully your own kind. The tumbling lamb slices were already cooked, and the two women devoured them voraciously. I have never eaten anything more delicious than this in my life. Eating barbecue and drinking mineral water, it would be great if I could live like this every day. While they were eating, there was a sudden muffled bang sound, and the big black dog raised by Li Nian flew past them. Li Nian was stunned for a moment, and Li Xiangrong was also startled. Only Qin Tian was still eating the meat in his bowl slowly and said softly, I told you, my tyrant has the habit of guarding his food. Li Nian then realized that the little black dog raised by the boy had also evolved in the apocalypse. Li Xiangrong's eyes lit up as she watched the little black dog display its magical powers. She has always envied the big black dog beside Li Nian. It is strong, protective of its master, and has helped them solve many problems. How nice it would be if I had such a loyal dog. So, Li Xiangrong shamelessly said to Qin Tian, Little brother, can you give your little black dog to me? I like puppies very much. Details reveal a person's character. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Tian's expression changed. Chapter 69. The space is so big that it can hold all the supplies. The originally warm atmosphere immediately changed because of Li Xiangrong's words. Qin Tian's eyes became fierce at this moment, and he said directly to drive them away. I'll give you 1 minute to disappear from my sight. What happened? Li Xiangrong was startled by Qin Tian's sudden change. Don't make me repeat myself. Get out of my sight immediately. Qin Tian's tone was irrefutable. Why are you angry for no reason? Li Xiangrong gave a flattering smile. She hasn't eaten yet. How can she bear to leave? Bang! Qin Tian waved his hand, knocking over the bowl in the other person's hand, and his voice became even colder. Don't let me beat you when I'm happy. Get out. What's wrong with you? Li Xiangrong stood up immediately, still looking very aggrieved. Woof woof woof. At this time, the little black dog started barking. It bent its back, with sharp bone blades emerging from its limbs, waiting for Qin Tian's order. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Li Nian hurriedly stopped Li Xiangrong, who wanted to speak again. She could feel that the little black dog was looking at her with bloodthirsty eyes and might pounce and bite her at any time. Let's go. Li Nian pulled hard and finally took Li Xiangrong away. Why is he so mean to me? I just asked casually. If he doesn't want to give it to me, he should just say so. Li Xiangrong, who was dragged away, was still complaining. She tasted the delicious mutton hot pot, but was unable to eat her fill, which was the most uncomfortable thing. Li Nian sighed. Now it's different from before. Not every joke can be made. Li Xiangrong still looked angry. He saved you, but you were thinking about the little black dog that he might have used to save his life. Think about it yourself. Li Nian didn't want to say more. There is a saying, I'm not afraid of thieves stealing, I'm afraid of thieves thinking about it. Maybe this is the reason why the young man drove them away. Li Nian, how could your black Fong not be able to beat that little black dog? It must have been ambushed. Li Xiangrong suddenly changed the subject. When Li Nian was wondering why she said that, Li Xiangrong continued, If Black Fong defeats that little black dog, can we get half of the boy stuff? This sentence made Li Nian break out in a cold sweat. She had no idea that this friend she met in the last days would have such thoughts. Qin Tian, who was eating mutton hot pot, was not affected by the fact that the two women were driven away. He could reward them, but he would never allow them to take advantage of him. This kind of woman who asks for the little black dog right away has a problem with her character. She is the type who never gets enough of taking advantage of others. Qin Tian doesn't like her. Now that we're full, let's go collect supplies. Qin Tian and the little black dog got on the off-road vehicle, looking ready to show off their skills. The SUV soon arrived at a hardware store. The two zombies wandering nearby were dealt with directly. Then it was time for Qin Tian to purchase goods. These saw blades are good. They can be controlled using telekinesis. These boxes of nails can be used as concealed weapons. These compression plates should be of some value. Whenever Qin Tian saw something useful, he would not hesitate to put it directly into his private space. This feeling is so great. When I see something useful, I can put it into the space with just a touch of my hand. In a short while, Qin Tian had swept the hardware store clean. The shops on the street were all next to each other. Qin Tian brought the little black dog and soon arrived at a seed store. In the past, Qin Tian would never enter such a shop because they sell seeds, pesticides, and fertilizers for planting. Those seeds have been soaked in drugs and cannot be eaten. But now, Qin Tian, who had a super large space, directly raided the store and bought out all the grain and vegetable seeds. There are still many unknown possibilities in his private space. What if he can grow crops in it in the future? Next, Qin Tian went through shop after shop. Who wouldn't like this free way of purchasing goods? Maybe the shopping spree was too frantic, and before I knew it, The private space equivalent to 5 bedrooms was almost full. How can this be? Chen Tian's interest has just been piqued, and there are still many valuable shops he has not visited. Don't worry if you don't have enough space. Just use evolution beads to expand it. This time, Chen Tian was also generous and directly used 30 evolution beads to expand the space. In an instant, he had enough space again. I passed by a small supermarket, and it was completely emptied. Even the shelves were taken away. Chen Tian's idea is that although the shelves take up a little space, they are convenient for identification and search, and if the shelves are put into the space together, the efficiency will be much higher. Then, we came to a store that specializes in selling plastic buckets. There were huge white plastic buckets, some oval and some rectangular. Many country people like to buy this kind of plastic bucket to hold water for watering the fields. It has a very large capacity. Of course, there are also small portable plastic buckets. Chen Tian didn't hesitate and put them all into the space. These plastic barrels are very practical. They can be used to hold drinking water and store fuel. Walking and stopping, Chen Tian was immersed in it. Next, it's the highlight. At the front of the street, there is a grain storage plant. The huge canning building is full of grain. Chen Tian discovered that his space was not enough again. I thought the private space was already very large, but now it seems that it is far from enough. After some thought, Chen Tian only kept 5 evolution beads, and the rest were all used to expand the space. Once the space is expanded, it is permanent. It would be a waste if we don't take away the precious materials right in front of us. There will be plenty of opportunities to obtain the evolution beads again in the future. At this grain storage plant, Chen Tian was busy until the evening before he finally packed up all the grain and took it away. Concentrating his mind, Chen Tian looked at the goods in the private space and felt a great sense of accomplishment. I originally thought that there wouldn't be much to do after winter. It seems that there is still a lot to do. Chen Tian became addicted to the feeling of collecting supplies, and he decided to continue tomorrow. Judging from his attitude, he won't stop until his private space is full. The night gradually deepens. Chen Tianyang was lying in the car to rest, thinking about what supplies he should focus on collecting tomorrow. He was so excited that he couldn't fall asleep at all. There are still too few evolution beads. They are totally not enough. After a whole day of use, Chen Tian discovered that his private space could only store inanimate objects. Rustle, rustle. Just then, a strange sound suddenly came from outside the car. The little black dog, which was originally lying on the seat, suddenly pricked up its ears. Chen Tian also released his spiritual perception at the first moment. You don't know until you see it. After seeing it, Chen Tian lost his sleepiness even more. His off-road vehicle was actually surrounded by more than a dozen mutant beasts. Thanks to the gift from nature, since nature knew that he didn't have many evolution beads, it delivered them directly to his door. Tyrant, come alive. Chen Tian excitedly opened the car door and stared at the mutant beasts around him with shining eyes. Chapter 70. Thank you for the evolution beads. The dark night is not peaceful. Around the SUV, more than a dozen pairs of red eyes could be seen. They were like demons from hell, staring bloodily at Chen Tian and the little black dog who had just gotten out of the vehicle. Chen Tian's eyes have night vision, and he could see clearly that there were more than a dozen mutant cats, as big as a calf. Tyrant, the 10-second countdown begins. Get ready, go. Chen Tian stared at the electronic watch on his wrist and shouted slogans to the little black dog beside him. The little black dog had already prepared for the battle. After hearing Chen Tian's order, it pounced out. In an instant, howling sounds were heard all around, accompanied by the smell of blood. Call out. A black shadow flashed, and the little black dog ended the fight and retreated to Chen Tian's feet. It took 11 seconds, failed. Chen Tian said this, but because he was in a good mood, he did not kick the little black dog again. The little black dog followed Chen Tian like a little follower, wagging its tail. Not bad, there are 5 evolution beads in total. Chen Tian skillfully dug out the evolution beads from the dead mutant cats. This is the early stage of the apocalypse outbreak, and the evolution beads have not yet been bred in the bodies of many mutant beasts. However, the situation will be different after the end of this winter. Sure enough, there are a lot of mutant beasts in the county. Let's find some time to go to the countryside and try our luck. Chen Tian smiled and put away the evolution pearl, and then put the dozen dead mutant cats into the private space. The meat of the mutant cat must not taste good, and Chen Tian had no intention of eating it himself. He kept it as bait to lure out more mutant beasts. Looking around, Chen Tian did not see any other mutant beasts, so he and the little black dog returned to the car. The next morning, after a simple meal, Chen Tian set out again on his journey to search for supplies. He came to a gas station, and this time, the plastic barrels he had collected before came in handy. Gasoline and diesel were all filled up and stored in the space. Even the convenience store in the gas station was cleaned out by Chen Tian. Just as he was about to drive away, he saw a familiar figure, a black evolved dog, running out from the corner of the road. Chen Tian remembered that this was a dog raised by the woman named Lin Yan, and its name was Black Tooth. Maybe it was psychologically traumatized by the beating from the little black dog, so when it saw the little black dog, it suddenly didn't dare to move forward. Not long after, several figures appeared on the road. In addition to Lin Yan and Li Xiangrong, whom Chen Tian had met before, there were 4 strange men, who should be new survivors. Lin Yan didn't expect to see the boy again here. She was about to say hello, but she saw the young man got into the car without looking back and drove away. What are you showing off for? You're just a little brat. Do you really think you're so great? Li Xiangrong on the side snorted coldly. Lin Yan glanced at Li Xiangrong and thought to himself, that young man is really amazing. He can live alone at such a young age, and he lives a more fulfilling life than so many of us. Everyone, go and take a look inside. Make sure that little brat has taken all the good stuff away, Li Xiangrong said in a loud voice. Because of the evolved dog, Black Fong, she was able to bully others and began to give orders to the other survivors. The 4 men who were traveling with me were people I met by chance yesterday evening. We felt more confident when we worked together. There's nothing left in there. Soon, a man's voice came from the convenience store. When others walked over and took a look, they were amazed. It was as clean as if it had been swept by a swarm of locusts. In the entire convenience store, only a few mops were left leaning against the corner. That little brat must have moved away. We should have stopped his car, Li Xiangrong said angrily. Lin Yan, who was standing by, couldn't bear to listen any longer and said hurriedly, he's just a kid. How much can he carry? Besides, his SUV is only that big. Others may not know, but she knows very well that the boy's car is full of food, so there is no way he can move things from here. Someone else must have been here before, or this convenience store has been renovated and the goods have not been moved in yet. Li Xiangrong stopped talking because she knew that in this team, Lin Yan was the one with the most say, because he had a powerful, big black dog. Hey, come quickly, it seems there is not a drop of gas left in this gas station. At this time, another man's voice sounded. Before coming here, they found a large agricultural tractor, which one of the 6 people knew how to drive. Unfortunately, the tractor was out of gas, which is why they came here. I don't know if it was because they encountered bad luck or they didn't check the almanac before going out today, but the subsequent search for these 6 people was going to be extremely unlucky. I finally found a shop, but when I went in, it was empty. I found another shop and went in to take a look, but there was not a single hair left. Compared with them, Chen Tian's luck was much better. He visited several shops in succession and reaped a lot of rewards. If this continues, I'm afraid there won't be enough space again. Chen Tian decided to go to the countryside first to see if there were any mutant beasts. Opening his phone and calling up the map, Chen Tian directly selected a village marked with the word farm. It's good to have a farm. Where there are farms, there will definitely be a lot of livestock, and naturally there will also be a lot of mutant beasts. Facts have proved that Chen Tian's choice was not wrong. It was a cattle farm. Before Chen Tian's off-road vehicle got close, he discovered several huge, mutated cows. Chen Tian still remembers that the first mutant cow he hunted was before the apocalypse broke out. He also made weapons out of the bull horns he obtained. Unfortunately, the 2 ox horn cones were shattered in the confrontation with the plant essence crystal. Now, he encountered so many mutant cows at once, and their quality was much better than the mutant cows he hunted for the first time. Chen Tian felt that he had work to do again. Today's lunch is grilled steak. Chen Tian's eyes were burning as he jumped out of the car along with the little black dog. Those mutant cows obviously didn't know what they were facing. When they discovered the invaders, they rushed over like crazy. Tyrant, let's compete to see who will gain more in the end, Chen Tian said with a smile. Woof. The little black dog was quite smart. After barking, it rushed out directly. This is to prepare to strike first. In less than 5 minutes, all the mutant cows in the entire farm were eliminated, a total of 27. Chen Tian directly harvested nearly 20 evolution beads. Looking at the mutant cows piled up like a small hill, Chen Tian simply stretched out his hand and thought, collect. 27 mutant cows, all stored in the private space. As long as you have food in your hands, you won't have to worry about the end of the world. Chen Tian was smiling smugly and was about to take a walk around when suddenly, a sharp sound of breaking through the air came from above his head. The speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it was already close to Chen Tian. Chapter 71. You know a person's face, but not his heart. The one who attacked Qin Tian was a mutant bird. Judging from its appearance, it should have been transformed from a pigeon. It is very fast, like a sharp arrow. The sharp beak emits a cold light under the sunlight. This can definitely make a bloody hole in an ordinary person's body, but Qin Tian is not an ordinary person. Bang! With a sideways movement and extended hand, the mutant pigeon was directly grabbed by the neck by Qin Tian. Your sneak attack skills are not good enough. Qin Tian smiled as he looked at the mutant pigeon struggling in his hands. Puff! Without giving the mutant pigeon a chance to struggle, Qin Tian's fingers directly pierced its head. When he pulled them out, there was a small transparent bead between his two fingers. This was the evolution bead. It's really surprising that such a small mutant beast can actually produce an evolution pearl. Qin Tian couldn't help but look up, and he found that there were several mutant pigeons circling in the sky. Putting the mutant pigeon in his hand into the private space, Qin Tian bent his knees to gather strength, and the next moment, with a bang, he leaped directly into the sky with the force of stepping. When his body reached a high altitude, Qin Tian raised his hand and took out a handful of steel nails from his private space. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Puff, puff, puff. These steel nails turned into hidden weapons that could take lives, and in an instant, they knocked down the mutant pigeons flying around. When Qin Tian fell back to the ground, the little black dog was bringing back the mutant pigeons one by one. It was not in vain. He is a man with good eyesight. From the bodies of these mutated pigeons, Qin Tian harvested 3 more evolution beads. In the next few days, Qin Tian and the little black dog hunted everywhere and almost cleared all the mutant beasts within a radius of dozens of miles. Qin Tian was very satisfied with the achievements he had made. He had accumulated as many as 112 evolution beads. Looking at this bag of evolution beads, Qin Tian couldn't stop smiling. This could double his private space again, and he could collect things without restraint. It is estimated that it is difficult to encounter evolved beasts around here. Let's go back to the county and explore the unexplored areas. Qin Tian drove his SUV towards the county town. Evolved beasts are alive, but supplies are dead. Qin Tian can hunt evolved beasts at any time without worrying about anyone competing with him for them, because others will try their best to avoid them. It's different with supplies. They will be grabbed by others first. For example, the team of survivors formed by Lin Yan, Li Xiangrong, and others are now searching for supplies everywhere. They were lucky these 2 days. They found some food and water, and even a car, a silver-white van. However, luck cannot last forever. They ran into trouble when they were heading to a cold storage. A mutant beast hiding here attacked them. Fortunately, the big black dog next to Lin Yan reacted quickly and fought with the mutant beast. Black Fong has suppressed the monster. Let's go and help, Lin Yan said hurriedly. However, none of the 4 men who were traveling with them wanted to go over to help. If we don't go now, we'll miss the opportunity. Lin Yan was extremely anxious. He seemed to have seen through these people's thoughts and said angrily, "If you don't go, I'll go by myself." After saying that, Lin Yan picked up an axe and walked towards the scene of the fight. "Lin Yan, don't do anything stupid." Li Xiangrong hugged Lin Yan. There are only 2 women in this team, her and Lin Yan. If something happens to Lin Yan, how can she still rely on the power of others? "Xiangrong, let me go." "Lin Yan, it's too dangerous for you to go there. I can't let you take the risk." Li Xiangrong said it very well, but her real inner thought was, "I can only live well if you are fine." In Li Xiangrong's eyes, Lin Yan is a simple-minded person who is easy to deceive, and such a person is the easiest to control. Although she did not have a loyal evolved dog, if she could control Lin Yan, it would be equivalent to controlling the big black dog. As the 2 were struggling, something unexpected happened in the battle over there. The big black dog was seriously injured by the mutant beast and fell to the ground, and the mutant beast was also injured and simply jumped over the obstacle and ran away. Black Fong. Lin Yan pushed Li Xiangrong away and ran over. At this moment, the big black dog was covered in blood and lying there. It tried several times but failed to stand up. Lin Yan felt as if a knife was stabbed into the heart at this moment. Black Fong is her partner and has saved her from danger many times. "Black Fong, hold on a little longer. I will bandage you right away." Lin Yan hurried out and took the medicine box from the van. But when she came back, she saw a scene that she could not accept. These companions of hers were actually plotting against her Black Fong. "What are you doing?" Lin Yan rushed over like crazy. The few people who had just been hitting the big black dog with sticks in their hands immediately moved aside. The big black dog, which was already injured, was now dying under the combined attack of these people. Lin Yan stared at these people with hatred. "Why are you doing this?" "Lin Yan, calm down. We are doing this to prevent Black Fong from suffering." It is so badly injured that it cannot be saved. Li Xiangrong explained hurriedly. You vicious woman, I was so blind that I actually treated you as a friend. Li Nian's eyes were red. Who said her black teeth cannot be cured? It was just an external injury, and it will heal after some time. Don't think she doesn't know what these people are thinking. They are just eyeing the meat of Black Fawn. I've heard from a semiconductor radio before that eating the meat of mutant beasts can make people stronger. Li Nian, please move aside. If you can't do it, we can do it for you. Li Xiangrong said again. Why are you talking so much nonsense? After eating the meat of mutant beasts, we can all become very strong and don't need a beast to protect us anymore. At this time, a man spoke frankly. Don't even think about it. Li Nian held a weapon and protected Haya. Li Nian, accept the reality. It would be a waste if Haya died. It would be better to let everyone share it. This way we can all become powerful. Li Xiangrong continued to persuade. She no longer needs to try to please Li Nian deliberately, as everyone is equal now. At this moment, Li Nian wanted to kill Li Xiangrong. If her guess was correct, it must be this woman who instigated everyone to do this. She now felt a little regretful. She wondered why she couldn't be more decisive when the young man saw through Li Xiangrong's character. Now not only is Haya hurt, but also himself. Get out of the way. Don't delay our growth. You really think you're the leader? I've had enough of you for a long time. If you keep nagging me, I'll kill you right here. All of the former companions have now torn off their disguises, staring at each other with eyes that want to eat human flesh and drink human blood. Li Nian's body was shaking, both because of anger and fear. Just then, footsteps were heard from outside. Not long after, a young man with a mountaineering bag walked in with a calm expression. It's you. Li Xiangrong recognized Chen Tian at a glance. Don't let him get away. He has a lot of good stuff in his car. Chapter 72. Without a woman in mind, the attack is naturally ruthless. Chen Tian stopped and looked at this woman who was seeking death. At the beginning, he felt that this woman was not a good person, and his intuition turned out to be very accurate. Don't be afraid. He's alone, and there's a little black dog in the car. If we can tame it, it will be as powerful as Haya. Li Xiangrong continued. Chen Tian curled his lips. What kind of look was that in this woman's eyes? She actually compared the big black dog with the tyrant he had carefully trained. He must have a lot of food and water in his car. Oh, right. Li Xiangrong's eyes suddenly lit up. He had mutant beast meat in his car, and he treated me to some of it before. When they heard the words, mutated beast meat, the four men who were originally hesitant immediately showed greedy eyes. The radio broadcast clearly stated that eating mutated beast meat could enhance one's physical fitness and, with a certain probability, allow one to evolve. In the crisis-ridden apocalypse, who doesn't desire power? Sometimes, people even kill each other for a weapon, not to mention the mutant beast meat that can help people break through. At this time, Li Nian, who was standing by the big black dog, cursed loudly. Li Xiangrong, are you a piece of shit? He saved your life, and this is how you repay him. Li Xiangrong curled her lips in disdain. I didn't ask him to save me. And you guys, do you still have any conscience? You are not ashamed to snatch a child's things. Li Nian vented his dissatisfaction. Conscience is a piece of shit. Can it make a living? Only a silly woman like you would have such naive ideas. What kind of world is this now? You still want to reason with me, Ba? A man who looked very gentle immediately retorted. Some people were getting impatient and asked Chen Tian directly. Boy, do you have any mutated beast meat in your car? Li Xiangrong interjected. He won't tell us. We just need to get his car keys and take a look and we'll know. I have mutated beast meat, and a lot of it. At this moment, Chen Tian suddenly spoke with a smile. His answer made Li Xiangrong stunned, but she quickly regained her composure. See, I was right. I guess he must have a lot of good stuff in his car. Li Xiangrong kept adding fuel to the fire. She still held a grudge against the young man, so she took this opportunity to settle the score with him. Give me your car keys, boy. A sturdy man walked towards Chen Tian, but stopped before he got close. In the boy's raised hand was a pistol, the muzzle of the gun pointed at him. No one expected this. Don't scare people with a toy gun, The sturdy man, who was frightened, probably feeling that he had lost face, started shouting. However, before he could finish his words, they were drowned out by a gunshot. Bang! With a single shot to the head, the sturdy man died instantly. This time, everyone was stunned. Looking at the fallen body, the others felt a chill on their backs. That gun is real. What's even more terrifying is that the boy actually dared to shoot. Bang! 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 The silence at the scene was suddenly broken by 3 gunshots. Chen Tian fired 3 shots in a row, sending away the other 3 men who had just tried to attack him. His shooting was very accurate, and all of them were shot through the forehead. Call! Chen Tian turned the gun in his hand and pointed it at the frightened Li Xiangrong. Li Xiangrong was almost scared to death. If she had known that this young man was so scary, she would never have dared to provoke him. Don't kill me. You can ask me to do anything. Li Xiangrong begged for mercy tremblingly. At this moment, she saw the boy put away his gun, and she breathed a sigh of relief and said hurriedly, I'm not ugly. If you want, I can. Li Xiangrong's words suddenly stopped before she finished speaking, and her pupils dilated. The young man who had just been standing 7 or 8 meters away suddenly appeared in front of her in an instant. There are no bullets in the gun, so you can only die in a different way. As soon as he finished speaking, a crisp click sound was heard. Li Xiangrong's head twisted directly behind her, and then she fell straight down. In less than a minute, all 5 people were killed. Lin Yan, the only one left, was so frightened that the axe in his hand was shaking. Chen Tian glanced at the other person, then walked in with a swagger. Until the boy's figure disappeared from his sight, Lin Yan fell to the ground, as if all his strength had been drained away. She never expected that the seemingly harmless boy could be so terrifying. Bump. Just as Lin Yan was distracted, a loud noise came from the warehouse inside. She was frightened and shivered. She hurriedly picked up the axe from the ground. But then, there was a long period of silence, and no one knew what the boy was doing. I don't know how much time had passed, but the boy's figure appeared in Lin Yan's sight again. This time, Chen Tian did not look at her, but walked straight outside. From his slightly upturned lips, it could be seen that he was in a good mood at the moment. Please wait a moment. Lin Yan suddenly spoke up, and even she didn't know where she got the courage from. Chen Tian cast a sharp look at him and asked, Aren't you afraid of me? Of course Lin Yan was scared, and scared to death. If you have anything to say, just say it. Chen Tian said again. Can you save my black Fong? Lin Yan asked tremblingly. Chen Tian glanced at the big black dog behind the woman. It's hopeless. I can give you this bead. Lin Yan took out a crystal clear bead from his pocket, which was the evolution bead. Whoosh. Chen Tian appeared in front of Lin Yan in an instant, scaring Lin Yan so much that she almost screamed. You actually have this kind of beads? Chen Tian looked surprised. Lin Yan quickly replied. I picked up 2 at the beginning, and this is the only one left. The evolved dog behind you can be rescued, but whether it can survive depends on its own luck. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, Lin Yan wants to give it a try. She respectfully handed the evolution pearl in her hand to the young man in front of her. Chen Tian would not ask her for an evolution bead in vain. When he left her a mutant cat corpse and told her, find a way to stuff the meat of this mutant beast into its stomach. If it can wake up, it means it survived. If it doesn't wake up, it means it's dead. Thank you. When Lin Yan looked up again, he found that the boy had disappeared. Lin Yan spent the whole night taking care of her black teeth. Following the boy's instructions, she cut the mutant beast's meat into small pieces, and then used a small wooden stick to stuff it into Black Fong's stomach bit by bit. The next morning, Lin Yan, who was a little dazed, was awakened by a strange feeling. She opened her eyes and was surprised to see her black teeth licking her palm with her tongue. Black Fong. Lin Yan shed tears excitedly. Chapter 73. Otherwise you will die miserably. Time passed day by day, and in a blink of an eye a week had passed. Early in the morning, snowflakes began to fall from the sky. First snow of winter. After getting out of the car, Chen Tian tilted his head back, feeling the cool touch of the snowflakes falling on his face. Woof woof woof. It was the first time for the little black dog to see snow, so he was extremely excited. This kind of weather is perfect for hot pot. Chen Tian smiled and decided to set up a tent on this pedestrian street and enjoy the snowy scenery of the end of the world while eating hot pot. This snow will make the increasingly rare mutant beasts even more reluctant to come out. Chen Tian decided to take a day off today and not hunt mutant beasts anymore. In a short time, a simple tent was set up, which was just right to block the falling snow. Next, Chen Tian started to set up the pot and light the fire, and soon, the mineral water in the pot boiled. The little black dog was still playing happily outside until Chen Tian called it. Then it reluctantly ran back. Let's go crazy after dinner. Chen Tian pushed the food belonging to the little black dog over. The little black dog finished his meal faster than ever before and ran out of the tent again. Don't run too far. Chen Tian gave a warning and then ate his mutton hot pot slowly and leisurely. The fresh and tender taste, coupled with the sauce, was really a unique flavor when enjoyed under the falling snow. Woof woof woof. The little black dog was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. In a short while, it disappeared. The corner of Chen Tian's mouth twitched. This little thing, it seems that if you don't discipline it for 3 days, it will tear the roof off the house. He had just reminded me not to run too far, but after just picking up 2 pieces of meat, I disappeared. Qin Tian continued to eat his hot pot. He was not worried about the safety of the little black dog. Now on land, no mutant beast could evolve faster than his tyrant. As long as the little black dog doesn't run into the river to commit suicide, its life will not be in danger. Thinking of the mutant beasts in the river, Qin Tian's expression couldn't help but become serious. The terrible opponents of mankind in the future will all come from the ocean. The Beast King-level mutant beasts that can destroy a safe zone are mostly born in the ocean. With Qin Tian's current strength, if he goes underwater, the combat power he can exert will only be 1/10 of what it was. Not only do you have to face the resistance of water, but you also have to face the situation of being unable to breathe. If you go deep into the ocean, you will definitely be buried at the bottom of the sea. Not only are there powerful and terrifying mutant beasts in the ocean, but the terrifying sea water pressure is also irresistible. Even a sturdy submarine has a limit to the depth it can dive, let alone the human body. Before your strength reaches that of a controller, entering the ocean to explore is seeking death. Woof woof woof. The sound of a little black dog was heard, and it came running from the corner of the pedestrian street, with 2 armored vehicles chasing behind it. Seeing this scene, Qin Tian couldn't help but stop eating. 2 armored vehicles chased the little black dog and came straight to the tent where Qin Tian was. More than a dozen men in white clothes armed with live ammunition got out of the vehicles. They were wearing special cold-proof clothing, masks, and sunglasses. These people first glanced around vigilantly, and after making sure it was safe, one of them strode up to Qin Tian. "Don't be afraid, kids. The uncles are not bad people." The man took off his mask, revealing a square face. "Do you think I look scared?" Qin Tian said indifferently. The man was stunned at first, then he laughed out loud. "I really didn't see it. Little friend, is there anyone else here besides you? Shouldn't you tell us your identities?" Qin Tian asked instead of answering. The man was stunned again and said quickly, "It is indeed my negligence. We are from the safe zone, and this time we are here to carry out a special mission." As he said this, the man glanced at the little black dog beside the boy. Their mission is to capture mutant beasts and zombies and bring them back to the safe zone to be studied by the newly established scientific research team. This mission is of great importance, and the higher authorities have sent several execution teams, and they are just one of them. While the vehicle was driving, they accidentally saw a small black dog running happily. Thinking that it should be easier to catch such a small creature, they chased it all the way and then arrived here. "There is no one here except me. If you are here to look for someone, then go somewhere else," Qin Tian said in a flat voice. "Little boy, it's very dangerous for you to stay outside alone. Follow your uncle back to the safe zone," the man said in a friendly voice. "Not interested. Aren't you afraid of being alone?" the man asked curiously. After the end of the world, even adults like them were terrified, so how come this young man was so calm? Qin Tian looked up at the other party and asked, "Aren't you guys on a special mission? Why are you wasting time with me here?" This one sentence made the man a little stunned. He was actually just carrying out a mission, thinking that if he could bring the boy back to the safe zone, the little black dog would certainly go with him. However, he did not expect that the boy was very wary. "Do you raise this little black dog?" The man changed the subject. Unexpectedly, the boy's voice suddenly turned cold. "You'd better not try to attack it, otherwise you will die miserably." This sentence made the man stunned again. He looked at the boy and saw a pair of cold eyes, and a chill rose from the soles of his feet. After being stunned for a while, the man felt that he should contact the experts of the scientific research team first. If this little black dog was worth studying, he would think of a way. If it was not worth studying, they could not keep wasting time here. Today, most communications devices are no longer able to make calls or access the internet. However, the man used military communication tools and connected to a special network. The video call was quickly connected. The man first described what they had seen along the way, then changed the subject and began to describe the little black dog in front of him. "Can you let me see what the puppy looks like?" A woman's voice came from the tablet in the man's hand. "No problem." As the man spoke, he switched the tablet camera and aimed it at the small black dog lying at the boy's feet. "The skin of this puppy seems a little strange. Can you zoom in a little closer?" The woman's voice sounded again. The man was busy operating the tablet and adjusting the camera focus. "It must have evolved. Its skin has a metallic sheen, and the raised bones on its back are a bit strange." The woman's voice was normal at first, but suddenly, she didn't know what she had discovered, and she exclaimed, "Ah!" "What happened?" the man asked hurriedly. Through the tablet screen, he could see that the female scientist opposite him had an expression of disbelief. "Let me take a look at that boy," the female scientist asked hurriedly. Chapter 74, Collective Petrification. Tian-mi would never have thought that she could meet Shin Tian in this way. When they parted, the end of the world had not yet fully broken out, and what happened in Mentugu actually became a microcosm of the world later. Captain Ma, can I talk to you alone? Tian-mi suddenly lowered her voice. Ma Guoqiang nodded. He was also surprised that this female scientist knew this young man. After walking to the side and putting on the Bluetooth headset, Ma Guoqiang said, "It's okay." At this time, Tian-mi hurriedly asked, "You didn't have any conflicts with that boy, right?" "No, we just met, and we're just about to get to know each other." Ma Guoqiang felt something was strange, as if the other party was very nervous. "Don't ever provoke that boy." Tian-mi said this with an extremely serious expression. "What?" Ma Guoqiang thought he had heard it wrong. "Don't mess with that young man. Did he warn you about anything?" Tian-mi asked again. Ma Guoqiang was stunned for a moment before he said, "Oh, he told us not to try to take advantage of the little black dog. Otherwise, we would die miserably." "He really said that?" "Yes, that's what he said." Ma Guoqiang was also nervous by the other party's tone. "Captain Ma, listen to me. I'm not exaggerating. You really can't mess with that boy. Don't ever think you can get away with it. Since he said not to mess with that little black dog, then don't mess with him. I'm not kidding you." Perhaps she felt that this argument was not strong enough. After a moment of silence, Tian-mi added, "Captain Ma, I tell you, that boy is even scarier than those mutant beasts. The mutant beasts he killed could fill up a room." What happened in Mentugu that night was destined to become an indelible memory for Tian-mi throughout her life. The image of the young man holding two swords and killing the mutant beast was deeply engraved in her mind. "Captain Ma, are you listening to me?" Ma Guoqiang hurriedly said, "I'm listening. I heard it, but I had great doubts in my heart. That boy is only about 13 years old. Is he really that powerful?" "Captain Ma, that boy responds to soft words and not to hard ones, so you must be careful with your tone. If he is happy, everything can be said. If he is unhappy, it is best to keep your distance. That's all I want to say. Can you let me say a few words to that boy now?" Tian-mi said. When Ma Guoqiang walked back to the boy, his expression was as weird as it could be. He carefully looked at the young man in front of him from top to bottom. He was wearing sportswear and was thin. He didn't look special. "Scientist Tian wants to talk to you." Ma Guoqiang handed over the tablet, but stood aside without leaving. The first person to speak was Tian-mi on the other end of the tablet. "Long time no see. If you have something to say, just say it." The boy's tough tone made Ma Guoqiang frown. Scientists nowadays are very popular and are related to world peace and stability. Even he has to be polite to them, but this young man actually looks impatient. What made him even more confused was that this scientist Tian was not angry at all. Instead, he said in a flattering tone, "Can you please do me a favor? We are currently in urgent need of zombies and mutants for our research project. Can you help catch a few?" These words made Ma Guoqiang, who was standing beside him, widen his eyes. "Did I hear it right? Asking a teenager to help catch zombies and mutant beasts? Do you think I'm idle?" Shin Tian's voice was still flat. "I won't let you help me in vain. If you need anything, I might be able to find it for you in the safe zone." Tian-mi said hurriedly, "You don't have what I need." Wait for me." Tian-mi was no longer on the screen, and no one knew where she was. Shin Tian directly threw the tablet to Ma Guoqiang beside him. Ma Guoqiang had witnessed the arrogant character of this young man. Although scientist Tian asked him to wait for a while, he was unwilling to wait even for a minute. There was no way. Ma Guoqiang didn't dare to hang up the video call, so he could only stand aside and wait for the boy. About 5 or 6 minutes later, the disappeared Tian-mi finally reappeared on the screen. "Hey, where is he?" Tian-mi was stunned. "It's next to you." Ma Guoqiang wanted to pass the tablet over again, but he didn't expect the boy to not take it this time. "Shen Tian," Tian-mi's voice continued, "I have some information here that may be of interest to you." She learned this from Bai Shui. However, this method is really effective. Shen Tian, who originally didn't want to pay attention to her, turned his attention to her again. "What information?" Shen Tian asked. "Let me show you a picture first," Tian-mi said. Soon, a picture appeared on the tablet screen, which was a bird's-eye view of a river. The weird thing about this picture is that there is something in the river that is actually emitting green light. Whoosh. Before Ma Guoqiang could react, the tablet in his hand had already fallen into the hands of the young man. At this moment, Shen Tian stared at the picture above. His eyes became sharp. If his guess was correct, the green light in the river should be the essence of plants and trees. Another plant essence crystal appeared. "When was this picture taken?" Shen Tian asked hurriedly. "This picture was taken 3 days ago. However, the green light has remained there. Because it is underwater, we can't send people to investigate." Tian-mi said hurriedly. "Where is the location?" Shen Tian asked. Tian-mi hurriedly told the location. She had just disappeared for a while, actually because she had gone to ask for instructions, so she dared to reveal this matter. Shin Tian, do you know what that green light is? Tianmi asked tentatively. Shin Tian asked, do you need zombies and mutants alive or dead? Hearing Chun Tian's question, Tianmi on the other side immediately laughed and said hurriedly, it's best if she's alive. After ending the call, Chun Tian smiled and said to Ma Guoqiang, who was stunned, take your people and follow me. Where are we going? Ma Guoqiang asked reflexively. Go grab the research samples you need. Shin Tian started the SUV and drove towards the direction of the picture. On the way, he would catch some zombies and mutant beasts as a reward for the information provided by Tianmi. Shin Tian had been planning to take a day off today, but unexpectedly, he learned the whereabouts of a plant essence crystal. He didn't even have the mood to appreciate the scenery. 2 armored vehicles followed closely behind, and I'm afraid the people inside were all confused. Why should they listen to the orders of a little brat? But they soon found out. The car drove for about a quarter of an hour when a huge mutant beast suddenly appeared on the road ahead. Prepare for battle. As soon as Ma Guoqiang gave the order, he saw the young man get off the off-road vehicle, and then he disappeared in a flash. Immediately afterwards, a muffled sound was heard from where the mutant beast was. When everyone went to see, the battle was over and the young man came back carrying the mutant beast with broken limbs. At that moment, everyone in the car was petrified, including Ma Guoqiang himself. Chapter 75. This boy is a monster. Oh my god, I am not dreaming. What did I just see? A team member suddenly spoke up in the car. They are all trained professionals and will not easily have too much emotional fluctuations unless they are too shocked. Did any one of you see what just happened? Another person spoke up. I just saw the boy disappear in a flash. The people in the car were talking in low voices, and the boy they were talking about had already dragged the mutant beast to the front of the car. When the car door was knocked, Ma Guoqiang, who was stunned, finally reacted and hurriedly got out of the car. Witnessing this gigantic mutant beast up close, his heart was filled with uncontrollable emotions. Is this young man a monster? It's not that they haven't fought mutant beasts before, but because they know how powerful and difficult to deal with mutant beasts are, they are even more shocked at this moment. Which car are you going to load the research specimens you want? Shin Tian asked with a calm expression. He had no idea that this little display of his skills had already scared these people. This should be a mutant horse. Although its limbs are broken, it still shakes its neck and displays its sharp teeth. It's too big. I'm afraid it will take up an entire car, someone said. Just the mutant beast in front of them was enough for their team to go back and complete the mission. You know, it's easy to kill a mutant beast. They have guns and can shoot it from a long distance. But it is not easy to catch a living one. Although they brought tranquilizer guns, the mutant beasts are very resistant to drugs and are not so easy to subdue. Click. Just as everyone was looking at the mutant beast in front of them, Chun Tian suddenly took action and broke the mutant beast's neck. This sudden action scared everyone. The mutant beasts have strong vitality. Even if your neck is broken, they will not die. If you want to kill them completely, the most direct way is to blow off their heads. Shin Tian said softly. He felt that the mutant beast's neck was too troublesome when it stuck out, so it would be better to curl it up like this, which would be easier to load onto the truck and less threatening. Finally, the mutant beast was loaded into the rearmost armored vehicle. Of the people inside, only the driver and the co-driver were left, and everyone else squeezed into the armored vehicle in front. The car continued to move forward. Ma Guoqiang in the car couldn't calm down for a long time. Now he finally understood why that scientist Tian had given him such instructions. He was also glad that he had followed the other party's advice. The car continued to move forward, and when it passed a residential building, the SUV in front stopped again. Everyone, be alert. Ma Guoqiang spoke immediately. Under their gaze, the young man walked out of the SUV again and walked towards the residential building on the side. Captain, should we continue to remain alert or follow? Asked a team member. Stay alert, said Ma Guoqiang. He felt that they should not act on their own until the young man actively asked for their cooperation. After waiting for about 3 or 4 minutes, the windows of the residence on the 4th floor near the street suddenly exploded and a large amount of broken glass fell down. Because of the sound, everyone's attention was drawn over there. So, everyone was once again fortunate enough to witness an incredible scene. Shin Tian held a limp zombie in each hand and jumped directly from the 4th floor window. This time, they saw it clearly. The boy jumped down just like that, completely ignoring the height of the 4-story building. Bang! The moment it landed, there was a dull sound, like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's heart. Everyone in the car stared at the boy as he approached, as if he were a monster. In the end, it was Ma Guoqiang who reacted first and jumped out of the car. The two zombies that had lost their ability to move and attack were still loaded into the car at the back. Afterwards, Chun Tian picked up two shrunken zombies from the roadside and said to Ma Guoqiang, "Go back and tell Tian Mi that the second generation of genetic bugs are growing in their bodies. She will know what to do." Ma Guoqiang nodded blankly. He didn't dare to disregard the boy's words at all. "There is not much space left in your car. Do you still need to study the specimens?" Chun Tian suddenly asked. Ma Guoqiang thought about it and decided that for safety reasons he could not continue pretending. It would be troublesome if the zombies and mutant beasts started to fight each other inside. "We are getting ready to go back. Do you want to join us?" Ma Guoqiang looked at the young man. "I have my own things to do." Chun Tian refused again. Next, he could head towards the river at full speed. What is quite tricky is that the plant essence crystal is in the water, and it is not known whether it can be forced out. If it is an underwater battle, it will require careful planning. Chun Tian's off-road vehicle and the two armored vehicles behind him were still on the same section of road. After 3 more traffic lights, they would go their separate ways. Woof woof woof. As the car was moving, the little black dog, which was originally lying on the seat, suddenly barked, with its ears standing up, as if it had noticed something. Squeak. Chun Tian slammed on the brakes. Due to the snow, the road was a bit slippery and the car took a while to stop. The two armored vehicles behind, not knowing what was happening, also stopped. What happened? Seeing the young man coming over, Ma Guoqiang asked hurriedly. "You guys should take a detour. There is a tide of beasts ahead," Chun Tian said. "Beast tide?" Ma Guoqiang was stunned. As far as he knew, after the temperature dropped, the number of both zombies and mutant beasts decreased sharply, so where did the beast tide come from? "You little cubs born from the nest-type mutant beasts, you won't understand," Chun Tian said impatiently. "The group nest mutant beast is very strange. This kind of mutant beast is very weak in the early stage, and its own combat ability is also weak. However, this mutant beast has one biggest advantage. It can reproduce asexually and give birth to a group that obeys orders. The population bred by it can only be called quasi-mutant beasts, but their number is huge, and they grow rapidly. Each time they act in a group, there are tens of thousands of them. Captain, look ahead." Inside the car, a team member pointed at the windshield and shouted. Ma Guoqiang also saw at this time that a group of large rats were running towards them from the opposite side of the road. Each of them was nearly the size of a baby. "Quick, turn around." Ma Guoqiang immediately gave instructions. They didn't want to fight a horde of giant rats. What's more, their mission is important, and they must put researching specimens first. The two armored vehicles quickly turned around and chose another route. "My God, that boy, what does he want to do?" At this time, someone saw Chun Tian from the rearview mirror and immediately exclaimed. Chapter 76, All-Out Battle. Faced with the aggressive swarm of rats, Chun Tian did not retreat back into the car, but walked straight towards them. Swish. With a wave of his hand, he threw out a drill. He had collected these things at the hardware store, and they came in handy now. The biggest feature of the drill bit is its high hardness. Under the influence of mental energy, 18 drills flashed and flew out, weaving into a vast net in midair. Puff, puff, puff. The big rats that pounced over had their heads pierced one after another. Under the influence of mental detection, Chun Tian could accurately determine the positions of all rats within a radius of 300 meters without even using his eyes to look. Puff, puff, puff. These rats, which continued to fall one after another, fell to the ground and died in large groups. Chun Tian could have shot and killed the nest-evolved rat directly, but he didn't. Firstly, he wanted to test his ability in controlling objects through this battle. Secondly, he wanted to collect the bodies of these rats. Once the mutant rat was shot, the rat group would instantly disintegrate. My telepathic ability has really improved after absorbing the star spirit crystal. Now I can control 18 objects to attack at the same time. And my speed and strength have also improved a lot. Chun Tian estimated his own level in his mind. He seldom uses telekinetic energy in battle, and more often resorts to close combat. Although he has awakened his exclusive skills and exclusive energy, since he had no experience in this area in his previous life, he needs to spend more time studying and comprehending them. A strong body is the key to survival. This one-sided massacre lasted for nearly 5 minutes. Finally, there was no more mouse that could stand. Using the corpses of these mice to attract the mutant beasts in the river should be able to buy me some time. Chun Tian was making calculations in his mind. He didn't want to face the siege of underwater mutant beasts while dealing with the plant essence crystal. After driving for more than an hour, the car finally arrived at the river. Standing on the high embankment, Chun Tian indeed saw that there was a section of the river emitting green light underwater. Buzz. Chen Tian used his mental powers to understand the situation underwater. It is indeed plant essence crystal. After confirming this, Chen Tian was excited. Even though he encountered plant essence crystal 3 times in a row, he was very clear in his heart how precious and rare it was. This plant essence crystal actually has 32 leaves, which is a bit tricky. Chen Tian's expression gradually became serious. If it was on land, he would take action directly and be able to end the battle within 10 seconds. But underwater, that's trouble. When fighting underwater, Chen Tian would be lucky if he could preserve 1/10 of his combat power. Not only is he limited by oxygen, but he also has to overcome the buoyancy of water, which greatly restricts his movements. Spiritual exploration began with the plant essence crystal as the center and expanded to the surrounding areas. Sure enough, several underwater mutant beasts were discovered. Let's try first to see if we can force the plant essence out of the water. Chen Tian found some abandoned cars nearby. Call. The abandoned car was released from the space, and after Chen Tian exerted force on it, it suddenly smashed into the river with a terrifying momentum. Call out. Before the car touched the water, something emerald green like seaweed emerged from the water, entangled the car in an instant, and threw it away. Chen Tian threw out several cars in succession, but they were all cracked by the plant essence crystal in the same way. It looks like he won't come out. After coming to the conclusion in his mind, Chen Tian began to think. In this situation, if he goes into the water, how confident will he be and how dangerous will it be? It seems that I must go all out this time. After some thought, Chen Tian decided to give it a try. Although the success rate is only half, he can ensure his own safety, so he can give it a try. Even if he fails, he can still make other plans. Tyrant, guard the car and don't come out. After giving instructions to the little black dog, Chen Tian began to act. Crash. The rat's body sank into the water like dumplings. In an instant, the originally calm water surface began to boil. One after another, huge mutant beasts began to show up and scramble for food. Chen Tian continuously threw sacks of rat carcasses into the river, and then used his telekinesis to tear open the bags, allowing the rat carcasses to scatter and fall into the water. The mutant beasts underwater were fighting more fiercely, and the river water turned blood red. Chen Tian threw dead rats in the river sections on the left and right sides of the grass essence crystal. Although it cannot guarantee that all the mutant beasts will be lured away, it will definitely save a lot of trouble. 2 minutes, no more than this time, otherwise it will be dangerous. In an instant, Chen Tian entered the frenzy state and used the gold plating skill at the same time. With a thud, Chen Tian dived into the water. Sure enough, there were still mutant beasts near the plant essence crystal that had not been lured away. The Tang sword in Chen Tian's hand emitted a red light under the blessing of a unique energy. The 2 fish-shaped mutant beasts that pounced over were directly killed by the Tang sword. Chen Tian only has 2 minutes to act, so he must seize every second. The force of water greatly weakened his ability to move, and it took him more than 3 seconds to rush to the front of the plant essence crystal. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The plant essence controlled its leaves and began to launch a fierce attack on Chen Tian. At this time, the body skills that Chen Tian had learned before came in handy. He only needs to make subtle adjustments to his body at critical moments to minimize the impact of the river water on his body. The Tang sword in his hand chopped towards the leaves. At the same time, 18 gear cutting blades controlled by telekinesis also joined the battle. This time, Chen Tian really spared no effort. In an instant, the river water surged, and the splashing water rushed directly out of the river bank. 30 seconds left. Chen Tian calculated the time in his mind, but his attack did not slow down at all. The Tang sword in his hand had already cut off 8 leaves of the grass essence crystal, but there were still more than 20 leaves tightly protecting the crystal of the grass essence crystal. 20 seconds left. Chen Tian has tried his best, but the battle is still undecided. 10 seconds left. In these last 10 seconds, Chen Tian knew that he could not obtain the plant essence crystal, but this did not mean that he had no chance. Boom. With the last 3 seconds left, Chen Tian used all his strength to force the plant essence crystal out of the water. Chen Tian also jumped out directly from the water. Once I'm outside, my world is mine. Seeing that the plant essence crystal was about to fall back into the water, Chen Tian stepped on the concrete embankment, and with a whoosh, he rushed directly to the front of the plant essence crystal. The plant essence crystal also wanted to use its leaves to hold Chen Tian back. Little did he know that without the influence of the river water, Chen Tian's fighting power could be fully exerted. Swish! A red light flashed, and all the leaves of the plant essence crystal were cut off. Bang! Chen Tian grasped the plant essence crystal, which was left with only crystals. Finally got it. Chapter 77. I am invincible in this space. Looking at the plant essence crystal in his hand, Chen Tian was happy, but also reflecting. This battle was extremely difficult to win. If he hadn't blasted the plant essence out of the water at the last moment, he would not have won at all. Underwater combat is indeed difficult. I guess I need to find some time to practice properly. This battle made Chen Tian realize his own shortcomings. Many opportunities in the future are in the ocean. Even some ancient relics discovered on land are soaked in water. If you cannot adapt to underwater combat, you will be at a great disadvantage when seizing opportunities. Chen Tian temporarily stored the plant essence crystal he obtained into the space and stared at the river. After winter, the mutant beasts underwater are not affected at all. With a wave of his arm, the gear-cutting blades suspended around his body sank into the water one after another. After a short while, the gear-cutting blades lifted the two fish-shaped mutant beasts out of the water. This was the one that Chen Tian killed with his Tang's sword just as he entered the water. He couldn't let the other mutant beasts get away with it. Chen Tian found 2 evolution beads from the corpses of the 2 mutant beasts. Although it was expected, it still made him very happy. If I can adapt to underwater combat, then the mutant beasts in the river will surely allow me to obtain a considerable amount of evolution pearls. As Chen Tian thought this in his heart, he couldn't help but realize the importance of acquiring underwater combat skills. Sitting back in the SUV, Chen Tian took out his cell phone, opened the map, and looked for swimming pools, aquariums, and the like nearby. Since we are going to train, we must have a suitable venue. Woof woof woof. The little black dog in the car was complaining why it wasn't called along for the fight. Chen Tian glanced at the little guy and said, "After we find the place, I will give you some special training first so that you can get to know the underwater world." The little black dog was wagging its tail, not knowing what was about to happen, and was very excited. Chen Tian found 2 swimming pools and an aquarium on the map on his mobile phone, and finally decided to drive to the nearest swimming pool. The journey should have taken only 15 minutes, but a small incident occurred in the middle. Hey, what's going on with this feeling? Chen Tian slowly stopped the car and felt the source of the strange energy fluctuations. It actually came from the private space. Chen Tian was shocked. His private space stores all his belongings, whether it is evolution beads, plant essence crystals, or daily necessities. Any slight problem will be given enough attention. After careful perception, Chen Tian soon discovered the reason. The private domain actually wants to absorb the energy of the plant essence crystal. Frowning, Chen Tian couldn't figure out the mystery. Private space is my biggest trump card. Although a plant essence crystal is precious, compared with the potential of private space, it is still worth the risk. After weighing the pros and cons, Chen Tian decided to follow his feelings. After a short while, the private space had absorbed the entire plant essence crystal. Strange, why hasn't the size of the space changed? Chen Tian frowned. He didn't feel sorry for the plant essence crystal, he just didn't understand where the energy absorbed by the space went. Chen Tian seemed to have discovered something. His body suddenly straightened up, with an expression of disbelief in his eyes. Why is there another independent space? Chen Tian was surprised to find that he now had 2 private spaces. The new space was only as big as a living room, which should have been created after absorbing the plant essence. According to Chen Tian's perception, this newly emerged space was obviously different from the previous space. Interesting, there is actually such an unexpected gain. Through research and the information transmitted from the private space, Chen Tian finally understood what was different about this new space. It can actually store living objects. Knowing is one thing, but Chen Tian still decided to verify it himself. He couldn't possibly experiment with the little black dog, so he jumped out of the car and caught a mutant hamster in the nearby area. The mutant hamster was really taken into the space. To release it again is also a matter of thought. After several research attempts, Chen Tian discovered that this new space also has the ability to store ordinary items. Maybe there are other mysteries, but Chen Tian has not discovered them yet. It turns out that it's right to follow your feelings. This new space has greater potential. Chen Tian was in a good mood. A plant essence crystal in exchange for a brand new space. It's worth it no matter how you think about it. After making sure that this new space was safe, Chen Tian took the little black dog in. Woof woof woof. The little black dog was soon released again. It was still wondering what had just happened. Through contact with the little black dog, Chen Tian learned that there was air in this new space, and the space had its own soft green light. Chen Tian also wanted to go in and take a look, but unfortunately, he had no way to let himself in. I wonder if this situation will change in the future? With this new space, I can develop my own breeding business in the future. Chen Tian laughed at himself. He just thought so. Instead of developing the breeding industry, he would rather choose the planting industry. After the end of the world, fruits and vegetables have become luxuries and are not easily found. I just don't know whether plants can grow in this new space. This needs to be verified in the future. From now on, I will call you life-spaced. Chen Tian named this new space purely for commemoration. Now this life space is not big. Chen Tian tries to use the evolution beads to expand it. It actually takes 30 evolution beads to double the space. Chen Tian felt some pain in his flesh. You know, if 30 evolution beads are used to expand the storage space, a lot of space will be gained. However, using it on life space only doubles the space, which is only equivalent to the size of 2 living rooms. I hope this life space can bring me more surprises. Thinking of this, Chen Tian no longer felt so sorry for the 30 evolution beads. If the evolution beads are gone, you can collect them again, but this space will always exist. With the life space, it will become easier to take the little black dog to and from some inconvenient places. I wonder if this life space can be used when fighting mutant beasts. If I can directly put the difficult mutant beasts into the life space, wouldn't I be invincible? Thinking of this possibility, Chen Tian became excited. If this can really be done, then the expansion of life space will have value. From now on, even if you encounter an ultimate mutant beast that you cannot defeat, you can directly take the opponent into the space and slowly grind it to death. I am invincible in this space. Chapter 78, Understanding Breathing Techniques. The car soon arrived at the swimming pool. The first thing to do after entering was to clear out the zombies hiding inside, which was quickly resolved. The swimming pool here is filled with clean water, which is divided into shallow and deep areas. Woof, woof, woof. The little black dog was very excited to come to this new environment and ran around on the non-slip ground. As a result, when he ran close to Chen Tian, he was kicked into the swimming pool by Chen Tian. The little black dog had played in water once before, so it did not panic. Instead, it started playing there. Dogs are born with the instinct to swim. The little black dog was paddling in the swimming pool, sometimes swimming east, sometimes swimming west, and was having a lot of fun. But the little black dog soon became unhappy, because Chen Tian wanted to let it know. Human hearts are treacherous. Whoosh. 2 pairs of pliers were thrown out by Chen Tian and flew towards the little black dog under the control of mental energy. The little black dog now has an instinctive reaction to the sense of crisis. After realizing that something was wrong, it immediately swam towards the shore. But its speed is no match for the pliers controlled by Chen Tian. With a thud, the little black dog was pushed directly into the water. The little black dog panicked because it couldn't breathe underwater. It was the first time it had encountered such a situation. Just accept your fate. On the shore, Chen Tian leaned on a lounge chair, watching the little black dog struggling underwater. The end of the world is so cruel. If the little black dog does not have enough strength, it will sooner or later become food for other mutant beasts. It is better to suffer now than to lose your life. The little black dog struggling underwater drank several mouthfuls of water and finally started to fight back. Sharp bone blades emerged from its limbs and chopped wildly at the 2 pliers that were bullying it. Chen Tian still knows his limits. He will let the little black dog float to the surface to breathe when appropriate. He can't let the little guy suffer any psychological trauma all of a sudden. The buoyancy and resistance of the water greatly weakened the little black dog's fighting power. Although it began to resist, the passive situation was never reversed. An hour later, Chen Tian finally got the exhausted little black dog up. The little black dog was really tired this time and lay on the shore panting. After letting the little black dog experience the cruelty of underwater combat, Chen Tian also began his training. He went right into the deep end and started punching and kicking in the water. All he could do now was to adapt to the effect of water on his body. At the same time, we must tap the potential of exclusive energy. It is not easy to master the skills of underwater combat. Even Chen Tian himself cannot guarantee whether such training is useful. But he knew one thing. If he did nothing, then there would not be any chance of success. Time goes by day. Chen Tian and the little black dog spend most of their time training in the swimming pool. After a period of time, it cannot be said that there has been no gain, but it is still far from what we imagined. Is it because the training method is wrong? That morning, Chen Tian sat by the swimming pool and reflected. After thinking for a long time, I still couldn't think of anything that needed improvement. Forget it. Let's just take a rest today. Chen Tian knew that for some things, haste makes waste. The little black dog had no intention of resting. The intensive training these days had made it no longer afraid of underwater. In addition, Chun Tian set an example for it, so it had to work hard as well. It's strange to say, it has been several months since Chun Tian adopted the little black dog. If it were a normal puppy, it would have grown up in a few months, but the little black dog is still about the same size as before. Chun Tian had also thought about this problem, and finally felt that it might be related to the fusion gene insects. The size did not affect the growth of the little black dog's strength, so Chun Tian no longer paid attention to it. The little black dog sank into the water, practicing its explosive power. Every time it exploded, the water in the pool would surge. The little black dog can hold its breath underwater for 10 minutes in a fight, and under Chun Tian's training, it also understands that being underwater is not good for it, so every time it bursts out, it must hit the target with one strike and kill with one blow. The temperature dropped sharply last night, making the water in the swimming pool extremely cold. However, both the little black dog and Chun Tian have the ability to resist severe cold and heat, so even in such cold weather, Chun Tian still wears that thin sportswear. At this moment, Chun Tian looked out the window in a daze for a while, and then he took out a small box from the space. There are some medical books in this box, which were given by the high school student named Wang. Chun Tian was bored now, so he took it out and looked through it. Chun Tian just casually flipped through the first few medical books, but as he continued reading, his concentration became more and more focused, and he developed a strong interest in the acupoints, qi, and meridians mentioned in the medical classics. Before awakening the exclusive energy, Chun Tian could not understand the hypothesis of qi meridian circulation written above. However, after mastering the exclusive energy, some theories and assumptions in the book resonated with him. The more he looked, the more focused Chun Tian became. They will even use exclusive energy to verify it. Use your qi to move your strength and transform your external breath into internal breath. As if he had grasped some key point, Chun Tian stood up from his seat with the medical book in his hand. Use your qi to move your strength and transform your external breath into internal breath. I repeated this sentence again, and the vague glow in my mind gradually became clearer. Bang! Chun Tian threw the medical book in his hand back onto the glass table, and then walked to the swimming pool. Taking a deep breath, Chun Tian closed his eyes and felt the energy contained in his body. Buzz! When he opened his eyes again, scarlet energy enveloped Chun Tian's entire body, as if he was wearing a flowing robe. With a soft thud, Chun Tian dived into the water. Even underwater, the red energy around him was still so conspicuous. Boom! Chun Tian threw a punch, and in an instant, the water in the pool exploded, splashing water dozens of meters high. Chun Tian in the water began to punch and kick frantically. For more than an hour, he did not surface to breathe. After some attempts, Chun Tian mastered a breathing technique that could temporarily convert external breathing into internal breathing. This breathing technique not only allows him to escape from the dilemma of not being able to breathe, but also greatly enhances his control over his exclusive energy. Once you master this breathing technique, your efficiency will be greatly improved when you extract your own energy in the future. However, there are also disadvantages. The longer it lasts, the greater the burden on the body. Boom! Boom! Chun Tian was so excited that after trying for a while in the pool, he had already dumped nearly half of the water out of the pool. The little black dog in the shallow water saw how brave his owner was and seemed to be stimulated, so he also started practicing underwater like crazy. I never thought I would master a new skill. Chun Tian, who jumped out of the water, was still in excitement. With this skill, he believed that he could break through to the perfect level within 2 years. The perfect awakener means perfect control over energy. At that time, he will be one step closer to breaking through the controller. Chapter 79. Another little white cat by your side. Getting rewards and feedback through hard work can make a person addicted. For more than half a month, Chun Tian spent time in the swimming pool. The newly learned breathing method still needs to be improved. Continuous practice underwater has improved his physical fitness by several times, and the body movements that he had learned before have also been optimized. Of course, what really makes Chun Tian enjoy this is that he can clearly feel the improvement of his exclusive energy. Nothing makes him happier than becoming stronger. Crash! Chun Tian jumped out of the water and looked at the sky outside through the floor-to-ceiling window. Is the snow falling so heavily already? At this moment, outside, it was all white, with heavy snow falling down. The snow on the ground outside was already 10 centimeters thick. After changing into a set of dry clothes, Chun Tian decided to go out for a walk. Before going out, he habitually observed the mutant hamster in the life space. It was still lively, and there was still some food left from the last feeding. Chen Tian kept this mutated hamster because he wanted to learn more about the functions and features of the life space. For example, now, through raising this mutant hamster in captivity, he has learned that it is possible to survive for a long time in the life space. Tyrant, go away. Chen Tian was the first to walk out of the room. The moment he came out, he could clearly feel the change in the air. Exhaling a breath of white air, Chen Tian just saw the little black dog diving into the snow. The little guy underestimated the thickness of the snow, and after digging in it for a long time, he couldn't dig himself out. Woof, woof, woof. The little black dog tried to ask for help from its little master, but its little master was so heartless that he didn't even look at it and walked straight towards the SUV. The snow kept falling, and it was getting heavier. Chen Tian came to the SUV and saw that half of the wheel was buried in the snow. He knew that the weather was not suitable for driving, so he decided to walk. He didn't have a clear destination, he just wanted to take a stroll. It would be great if he encountered a few mutant beasts in the process. He had been busy practicing these days, and in more than half a month, he had not earned a single evolution bead. Of course, this is also related to the fact that mutant beasts are becoming increasingly difficult to find. Crunch. The black and red sneakers stepped on the snow, making a relaxing sound. Chen Tian likes this kind of weather, pure and clean, as if it buries all darkness and sin. Woof, woof, woof. The little black dog followed like a rabbit, hopping behind. Fortunately, it had a keen sense of smell and did not lose it. In weather like this, most of the zombies wandering the streets will die. Chen Tian walked forward aimlessly while looking around, and sure enough, he could not see any moving figures. I originally thought that I could just walk around, collect some supplies, and then go back. Unexpectedly, there was a sound of fighting suddenly coming from the front, and it sounded like mutant beasts were fighting each other. Tyrant, follow up. Chen Tian became interested, as he was worried about having nothing to do. Whoosh. Following the sound, Chen Tian went directly into a resident's yard and saw at a glance that the snow-white ground was covered with blood. The two figures in the fight did not stop because of Chen Tian's sudden intrusion. It turned out to be a fight between mutant beasts and evolved beasts. Chen Tian was quite surprised. After he released his spiritual detection, he discovered that the evolved beast mother cat was already dying. Perhaps because she had just given birth, she was unable to defeat the mutant weasel that was slightly smaller than her. At the same time, Chen Tian also discovered that the evolved cat cub, which had just been born, was hidden under the snow. This should be the work of the mother cat, just to cover up the smell of the cub. Oh woo! The mutant weasel, noticing Chen Tian coming, immediately took a ferocious stance. Chen Tian ignored him and walked straight forward. Whoosh! The mutant weasel jumped up and pounced on Chen Tian's neck. Chen Tian didn't even need to do it himself. The little black dog following behind him had already rushed forward immediately. Puff! Almost at the first sight, the little black dog's bone blade pierced through the mutant weasel's head. The gap between the two is not a little bit. More than 2 months of underwater special training has also brought the little black dog's strength to a higher level. At this time, Chen Tian had already picked up the little cub hiding under the snow. This little guy is really beautiful, with snow-white fur without a single spot of other colors. He was born not long ago, but he already has a pair of big, bright eyes. Should I say you are lucky or unlucky? Chen Tian stared at the little white cat. I don't know if it was hungry, but the little cub opened its mouth and bit Chen Tian's hand wildly, looking very ferocious. Well, since you are still valuable for research, I will keep you for now. Chen Tian spoke coldly, but gently put the little white cat into his pocket. Chen Tian returned to the swimming pool and stared at the little cub in front of him, who had not even grown any teeth. After thinking for a moment, he said, I'll give you a name, too. Let's call you Snow Emperor. Woof, woof, woof. The little black dog next to him asked in a spoiled tone, Can I eat this little thing? With a thud, the little black dog was kicked into the pool by Chen Tian. The little black dog, with a look of grievance, didn't know what was going on. He looked at Chen Tian resentfully, as if saying, Master, you can't forget your old love just because you have a new love. Chen Tian is not a very patient person. Although he took in the little white cat, the task of taking care of it almost entirely fell on the big brother, the little black dog. Fortunately, the little white cat has the blood of evolved beasts. After surviving the most difficult days, it grew small teeth and could eat evolved beast meat. With the supply of evolved beast meat, the little white cat grew at an astonishing rate. In less than 3 days, its body size had become the same as the little black dog. The little white cat is now very attached to the little black dog and treats the little black dog as its nanny. The little black dog seemed happy to play with the little white cat. With a new friend to bully, It could finally deal with the little guy the same way Tian dealt with it. Perhaps it can also be called a beautiful name. This is the baptism of family care. Having a little white cat by his side did not have much impact on Tian. He continued to practice, hunt, and collect supplies as usual. When he had free time, he would teach the two noisy little guys a lesson. Perhaps influenced by the atmosphere, the little white cat showed outstanding resistance to blows and learned fighting skills quickly. It didn't take long for it to be able to compete with ordinary mutant beasts. However, there is one thing that it cannot compare to the little black dog, and that is its connection with Tian. The little black dog can communicate with Tian just by eye contact, but even if the little white cat talks to it, it doesn't understand what it means. However, all this suddenly took a turn on this day. Chapter 080. This rich harvest is exciting. That morning, the little white cat was beaten by the little black dog again, and Tian used his detection to investigate. A look of surprise appeared on Tian's face, and he stared at the little white cat in front of him in disbelief. What was that feeling just now? It was exactly the same as when I first contacted the little black dog. Once upon a time, Tian thought it was due to the plant essence and did not study it in depth. But what about now? The little white cat has never absorbed any plant essence crystals, so why can it resonate with him spiritually? Could it be that? Tian became excited. He wondered if this might be his own psychic ability. You know, if even the private space can be awakened, then having another ability of taming is not unacceptable. If I really have the ability to tame, combined with life space, can I train an army of evolved beasts? That's what I think, but the problem now is that Tian still doesn't know whether he has this ability. Shuedi, jump over here. Tian pointed to a small square stool that was more than half a meter high. The little white cat tilted its head and stared blankly for a moment, then jumped up and really jumped up. Shuedi, go and fetch those slippers. Tian pointed to a pair of non-slip slippers 10 meters away. This time, the little white cat did not move, but just stared at Tian with a pair of big puzzled eyes. After several tests, Tian discovered that the little white cat could only execute simple instructions. If the instructions were a little more complicated, it would be at a loss. It remains to be further developed and observed. Tian felt that he must figure out the key. He even began to consider catching another evolved beast. I wonder if this ability, which is similar to taming, is only useful for evolved beasts. Anyway, the mutant hamster in the living space shows no signs of being domesticated. There's just one more thing to do. A smile appeared on Tian's lips. In order to strengthen the connection with the little white cat, he would communicate with it often. It's no wonder that the little white cat has become smarter and smarter. It can now follow the instructions that it couldn't understand before. Such great progress is also due to the demonstration of the little black dog. In order to reward these two little guys, Tian decided to improve their food. Let's go fishing today. Tian walked in front, followed by two little creatures, one white and one black. The weather now has reached its coldest point. Even the water in the swimming pool has frozen, let alone outside. Driving an off-road vehicle, Tian headed straight for the river. In this season and weather, only the mutant beasts under the water are not affected. Tian hasn't obtained the evolution pearl for a long time, and today he wants to do something big. In order to carry out this operation, Tian also made 2 days of preparation. In his space, there were special steel wires and steel bars, all of which were prepared for catching mutant beasts. There was still thick snow on the road to the river, and there was not even a tire mark on it, which was enough to prove that no other vehicles had passed by in more than half a month. The car drove for more than 40 minutes and finally arrived at the destination. You two stay here. Tian parked the car on the shore and asked the two little guys, one black and one white, to wait there. Whoosh. Tian jumped up from the river bank and directly jumped onto the thick ice. The ice layer is also covered with snow, but it doesn't matter. The spiritual detection, released by Tian, has already stored the underwater situation in his mind. Swish. He stretched out his arm, and a tang sword suddenly appeared in his hand. As the red light flashed, a 5 square meter ice hole suddenly appeared. Make a nest first. Tian chopped up the mutant weasel he had obtained earlier and threw it into the ice hole. Then, he took out a large iron hook weighing nearly 100 kilograms, hung the bait on it, and threw it into the ice hole with a thud. The nearly 20-meter-long steel wire can extend to the river bank, and the end is tied to a steel bar as thick as a wrist and reinforced by welding. Tian stood on the river bank, holding a steel bar, waiting for the fish to take the bait. There is no need to look at the float. Tian's spiritual perception can directly know the situation underwater. Here it comes. Just as he was getting ready, Chen Tian discovered mutant beasts swimming over from both sides of the river. Squeak. The steel wire extending into the ice hole was straightened instantly, indicating that a fish had taken the bait. The first one. Chen Tian suddenly exerted force with his arms, and his slender 5 fingers directly made 5 handprints on the steel bar as thick as his wrist. Boom. The water surface exploded, and a mutant beast as big as a shark was kicked out of the water by Chen Tian. With a loud thud, the mutant beast was thrown directly onto the shore. When the little black dog and the little white cat saw this, they immediately rushed over excitedly. The underwater mutant beast that was fished ashore could only exert 1/10 of its combat power, and even a not-so-strong little white cat could kill it. Meow. The little white cat was very excited because the special smell emitted by the mutant beast was irresistible. Chen Tian walked over and looked at the mutant fish in front of him and the little white cat that was holding the fish's tail and chewing it. Not bad. It looks like we can gain a lot today. Chen Tian found an evolution bead in the body of this mutant fish. After being silent for so long, it finally opened today. Remove the hook, put on the bait, and continue fishing. Chen Tian felt that there would be a great harvest today. Before coming, he even prepared himself mentally that if he couldn't catch any fish, he would just jump into the water to catch them. Squeak. The steel wire that had just been thrown into the water was straightened again. Here comes the second one. Chen Tian exerted force with his palms, and another mutant fish nearly 2 meters long was directly lifted up by him. As expected of an underwater mutant beast, its evolution speed is very fast. There is also an evolution bead in the body of this second mutant fish. Next, Chen Tian started crazy fishing mode. One mutant fish after another was caught, and there was no way to stop. The little black dog and the little white cat were also very busy, especially the little white cat, whose big watery eyes were shining. Seeing so many big fish falling from the sky, it felt like a dream. As expected, if you follow the right owner, you will have fish to eat. One more. The fishing situation was so good that fish would take the bait almost as soon as the hook was cast. God knows how long this mutant fish underwater has been hungry. In just a short while, Chen Tian had already harvested more than 30 evolution beads. In order to improve efficiency, Chen Tian simply stopped looking for the mutant fish's evolution beads. He waited to go back and collect them one by one, which would be fun again. Now, the main task is to catch all the mutant fish in the river. It is still morning now. At this rate, it is possible to harvest hundreds of evolution beads in a day. Chen Tian became extremely excited at the thought of being able to harvest so many evolution beads. Let there be more of these mutant fish, and he would take them all. Having storage space is amazing. Chapter 081. Discovery unlike human civilization. Wow. The water surface splashed, and a mutant fish less than 1 meter long was brought ashore by Chen Tian. A bit small. Now Chen Tian no longer thinks highly of this kind of small fish, but he did not throw it away. He put this kind of small fish into his life space and took it back to serve as a practice opponent for the little black dog. In order to prevent the mutant hamster in the life space from eating, Chen Tian specially put the mutant hamster in a special cage. The fishing is still going on. Chen Tian has become addicted to it. It is a rare opportunity to have a big catch today, so how can he not seize the opportunity? Just as Chen Tian was about to put up new bait, the sound of a helicopter suddenly came from above his head. Is this some kind of military action? Chen Tian looked up and saw 10 military helicopters flying across the sky. It didn't matter to him, and he continued fishing. One mutant fish after another was caught and brought ashore, and Chen Tian didn't even have time to eat lunch. In order to make the bait and hook removal faster, Chen Tian directly used telekinesis to control it. Time continued until dusk in the afternoon, and the mutant fish caught became smaller and smaller, and the frequency of taking the bait also slowed down. It seems that we can only stop here today. Chen Tian hasn't had lunch yet, and it's almost time for dinner. As for the little black dog and the little white cat, they were not starving. It was lucky enough that they were not starved to death by the mutant fish that were caught. The two little guys ate too much and lay in the carriage, too lazy to move. When Chen Tian was reeling in his fishing rod and reeling in his line, the sound of a helicopter was heard in the sky again. It's the 10 helicopters that flew over this morning. Chen Tian stared at the helicopter disappearing in the distance before getting on the off-road vehicle. Back at the swimming pool, Chen Tian began to collect the evolution pearls. This is indeed an exciting thing. Taking out evolution beads from the mutant fish's body one by one was a great pleasure for Chen Tian, who had not even had time to eat. Haha, there are more than 600 evolution beads in total. After confirming this number, Chen Tian couldn't help but laugh out loud. In the past, he collected evolution beads and worked hard for several days, but the maximum number of evolution beads he obtained was no more than 100. And today, he harvested more than 600 seeds in just one day. How could he not be happy? One day's harvest made up for the loss of more than half a month. Because he was in a good mood, Chen Tian felt that dinner tasted especially delicious. Early the next morning, as soon as the sky brightened, Chen Tian set off in an off-road vehicle. This time he will choose a new section of the river to fish, hoping to break yesterday's record with today's catch. Buzz. After choosing a location, Chen Tian used his telekinesis to control 4 huge cutting blades while preparing his fishing gear, cutting a larger hole in the ice. This time, Chen Tian used 2 corpses of mutant beasts to make a nest. Sure enough, attracted by the smell, all the mutant fish nearby swam over. Come on, let's see how much we can catch today. Unlike yesterday, Chen Tian today held a thick steel bar in each of his left and right hands. He was going to fish with both hands. The fish hook had just been cast when there was a reaction. The 2 steel wires are straightened at the same time. Chen Tian exerted force with both hands, and 2 huge mutant fish were pulled out of the water and flew towards the embankment. While the fish was still in the air, Chen Tian's mental energy had already taken off the hook and put on a new bait. 2 mutant fish were thrown directly onto the road and fluttered around. The little black dog and the little white cat, who had been waiting on the side, immediately pounced over and killed the 2 mutant fish. This is the division of labor method that Chen Tian thought of in order to maximize efficiency. The 2 little guys were very busy. They had just dealt with 2 mutant fish when 2 more mutant fish flew over. The efficiency this time was indeed much faster than yesterday. Many times, Chen Tian caught fish with both hands at the same time, and he would bring 2 fish ashore at a time. In just a short while, the road was already covered with the corpses of mutant fish. Chen Tian gave himself 3 minutes to rest, which he used to collect the mutant fish on the road into the space. Just as he finished all this, the buzzing of a helicopter was heard again above his head. 10 more helicopters flew across the sky. Strange, where are they going? Curiosity flashed through Chen Tian's mind, but his attention was quickly distracted by the subsequent consecutive fish catches. Compared with a real harvest, others can do whatever they want. Today's harvest will definitely surpass yesterday's, because it is only noon and Chen Tian has already caught nearly 1,000 mutant fish. Taking advantage of the break, Chen Tian had a simple meal and then went back to fishing. There were obviously fewer mutant fish in the afternoon than in the morning. Chen Tian chopped up the corpse of a mutant beast and threw it into the ice hole. The situation improved, but it did not last long. It seems that all the mutant fish nearby that can be attracted have been attracted here. At dusk, Chen Tian put away his fishing rod and prepared to leave. Strangely, the helicopter that flew over in the morning flew back from a distance. That's strange. Could it be that they also go fishing, going out in the morning and returning in the evening? Chen Tian's curiosity grew even more, but it still couldn't offset the excitement brought about by his harvest today. Back at the swimming pool, Chen Tian began to collect the evolution beads, which was a pleasant job. I actually harvested more than 1,000 evolution pearls. Even though Chen Tian was mentally prepared, he still became uncontrollably excited at this moment. With so many evolution beads, it's exciting to think how much space capacity he can expand. I used to think that expanding the life space would consume too much evolution beads, but now, I don't feel that way at all. Evolution beads, aren't they meant to be used? At this moment, Chen Tian had a feeling of becoming rich overnight. He generously expanded the capacity of both spaces, directly consuming more than 900 evolution beads. We are rich people. This is just the beginning. We'll continue tomorrow. Chen Tian suddenly felt that winter could also be a fulfilling time. At the same time, I also realized the importance of choosing the right direction for your efforts. For several days in a row, Chen Tian went out early and came back late. What surprised him was that every day he could see those 10 helicopters flying over in the morning and flying back in the evening, in a very regular pattern. Finally, it was the 8th day. Chen Tian had almost caught all the evolved fish in the entire river and could no longer harvest as crazy as he did at the beginning. It seems we have to find a new river channel. Early in the morning, Chen Tian was looking at the water distribution map on his mobile phone when the buzz of a helicopter came from above again. Chen Tian suddenly changed his mind and decided to follow the helicopter to find out what was going on. At first, Chen Tian followed from a distance in an off-road vehicle. When he found that the 10 helicopters had landed in a certain area, he directly put the off-road vehicle, the little black dog, and the little white cat into the life space. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chen Tian ran on foot and finally reached a commanding height. When he saw where the helicopter landed, he was stunned. What is that? Qin Tian's eyes were fixed on objects that did not resemble human civilization. Chapter 82. If there is space, pack it up and take it away. Standing on a high place, Qin Tian looked at the place where the helicopters stopped from afar, and his expression suddenly became strange. A huge, pitch-black, diamond-shaped object appeared in his field of vision, and he could no longer look away. What on earth is that? Qin Tian's face was filled with shock. With his current eyesight, he could see that the surface of the huge object was covered with honeycomb-like patterns. He wondered what metal material it was made of. More than a dozen experts in protective clothing are studying the mysterious object. They first use some instruments to measure it, and then take out electric angle grinders to cut off a little sample. As for the armed guards, they were looking around vigilantly with a nervous look on their faces. Is it so hard? Qin Tian could see clearly that the angle grinder had been working for a long time, but did not leave any marks on the mysterious object, let alone cut a small piece. The only pity is that the distance is too far and Qin Tian can't hear what they are saying. I seem to have seen this thing somewhere before. After staring at the mysterious object for a while, Qin Tian suddenly had this idea. He began to sink into his memories, while the research over there continued. Professor Lin, this thing is so hard that it is beyond imagination. We can't take the sample out with our methods. A man who looked like an assistant said, I know this. I tried it a few days ago. Now I just want to confirm whether its energy ripples change after being cut, said a man wearing reading glasses and a mask. At this time, another assistant came over with a measuring instrument. Professor, after testing, the ripple just now rose by 3 degrees. Oh, show it to me. These people had clear division of labor. Some were testing the hardness and material of the mysterious object, while others were digging downwards around the mysterious object with shovels in their hands. This place is located in the mountains and forests with complex terrain, and vehicles cannot enter at all. If you want to dig out the parts buried under the soil, you can only rely on manual labor. Unfortunately, the ground here is mostly rocky, making digging very difficult. Ding, ding. The shovels and pickaxes worked nonstop, making crisp sounds when they collided with the rocks. The atmosphere was already somewhat tense, and suddenly, the ground beneath these people's feet began to shake. Careful! I don't know who shouted, but all the people gathered around retreated. Thanks to their timely reaction, there was a loud boom, and the ground they had just stood on collapsed. Only then did everyone realize that under the soil, the buried part had the same shape as the part above. Both were black diamonds. The only difference is that there is a hole in the lower part, as if it was forcibly destroyed by some external force. This discovery surprised everyone. You know, this mysterious object is so hard that even an angle grinder cannot damage it at all, and bullets hitting it will be bounced off directly. Let's first rule out the danger of a second landslide. A man shouted in an excited voice. After a quarter of an hour of investigation and making sure that the ground would not collapse again, the researchers dared to move forward. The damaged hole has a diameter of 1.2 meters, with irregular cracks extending around it. From naked eye observation, the internal space is more than 10 meters deep, and no suspicious objects have been found so far. An inspector is reporting a series of data. At this time, Professor Lin said, go to the cave entrance and see if you can get some samples. In order to study this mysterious object, they come in the morning and return in the evening every day. If they can get a little bit of sample to take back, it will definitely speed up the research progress. The person holding the angle grinder immediately stepped forward, and sparks flew along with a harsh friction sound. Seeing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Sparks mean metal is being cut. After these days of research, I was finally able to bring back some samples today. Qin Tian, who was standing on a high rock in the distance and witnessed the whole process, suddenly felt his eyes light up. He finally remembered that he had seen similar photos in the electronic files in the safe zone 10 years after the apocalypse. The archive records very little information, except to infer that this was an alien storage chamber, divided into 2 levels. So, it seems that one layer of this alien storage warehouse is damaged, and the remaining layer is intact. Qin Tian suddenly became excited. Things that come from alien civilizations are indeed very attractive. The plant essence crystals and star spirit crystals that he had absorbed were all products of alien civilization, and Qin Tian could not guess what was in this storage warehouse. But one thing is certain, it must be something extraordinary, otherwise it would not be stored in such a special storage warehouse. Qin Tian must get this thing, and now he is just considering when to take action. Da-da-da. At this moment, the sound of machine gun fire interrupted Qin Tian's thoughts. Looking around, there were actually more than a dozen mutant beasts rushing towards where the researchers were. Da-da-da. The armed guard opened fire without hesitation, shooting the mutant beast before it got close. I have been attacked by mutant beasts before, but this time it seems a little different. It seems that more and more mutant beasts are rushing towards this side. Quick, leave here. The number of mutant beasts exceeds the safe value. We need to evacuate here first. A man who looked like the captain shouted loudly. Has the sample not been taken yet? Professor Lin asked anxiously. Not yet. It's still very hard. We may have to wait another 7 minutes to remove the sample. The person in charge of cutting shouted hurriedly. We can't wait any longer. Everyone must evacuate here. Now. Immediately. The guards saw a group of mutant beasts whose shapes could not be clearly seen flying towards them from a distant ravine. Once they arrived here, the helicopter might not be able to take off. The situation is very critical. It was a pity that they failed to take the sample, but safety was the top priority at the moment. Besides, the thing would not be lost if it stayed here, so they could choose another time to come back. 10 helicopters quickly took off, and the sound of machine gun fire gradually subsided. Looking down from the sky, you can see the mutant beasts gathering together, all rushing towards the mysterious object. They are like a group of sharks smelling blood. Chen Tian did not give up his desire to possess the mysterious container because of the sudden appearance of these mutant beasts. On the contrary, he was even more excited at this moment. While obtaining alien relics, you can also kill a wave of evolved beasts. Make money however you want. Whoosh. Turning into a red light, Chen Tian has already arrived near the mysterious container. As soon as he stood firm, he was stunned. This familiar energy fluctuation is very similar to the plant and wood essence crystal. Could it be that the plant and wood essence crystal escaped from here? This time, Chen Tian became even more excited. Chapter 83. The old does not go, the new does not come. Now Chen Tian began to suspect that the plant essence crystals he had encountered before might have leaked from this container. This would explain why such precious and rare plant essence crystals would appear one after another near a small city. Looking at the increasing number of mutant beasts, Chen Tian's eyes were burning. He stretched out his hand, and the Tang sword stored in the space appeared directly in his palm. They were all attracted here by the remaining energy of the plant and tree essence crystal. Good thing you came. Chen Tian transformed into a god of killing and began to reap the lives of these mutant beasts. Since his strength increased significantly, Chen Tian hasn't fought seriously for a long time. Today, these mutant beasts that came one after another could become his target for testing his results. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The speed was so fast that the figure could no longer be seen. All one could see was a red light constantly shuttling through the herd, and then large numbers of mutant beasts fell to the ground and died. The more Chen Tian killed, the faster he became. These mutant beasts were killed before they could even catch sight of his figure. In just a dozen breaths, there were only corpses on the ground, and no mutant beasts were left standing. Chen Tian stood with a knife in his hand, quietly waiting for the swarms of mutant bats to fly over. Come more, just to make up for my lack of fishing today. When others saw the swarms of mutant bats, they tried to hide away, but Chen Tian was waiting here eagerly. Sure enough, strength determines opportunity. Bump. Just as Chen Tian was waiting quietly, the ground in front of him suddenly exploded and a mutant pangolin jumped out. Although this mutated pangolin is not big, the scales on its body emit a metallic luster, and the claws that grab Chen Tian's cheek are like sharp blades. Laugh. Chen Tian simply raised the Tang sword in his hand. The indestructible mutant pangolin was cut in half with one knife. No matter how strong the defense is, it is useless. After the Tang sword is added with exclusive energy, it possesses extremely terrifying cutting power. What is an awakened person? Exclusive energy is the mark of an awakened person. That is definitely not something that ordinary mutant beasts can resist. Finally, it's here. Looking at the group of mutant bats flying towards him, Chen Tian raised his hand and threw out a handful of steel nails. Under the influence of telepathic energy, these steel nails possess terrifying lethality. Not only can they accurately locate mutant bats in flight, but they can also continue to search for the next one after shooting one. Fighting in the air is not suitable for Chen Tian, and he does not intend to waste too much time killing these mutant bats. Using the ability to control objects with thoughts is the most appropriate. Puff puff puff. Mutated bats kept falling down. Even if they still retain the ability to locate themselves through sonic waves, they are unable to avoid the steel spikes that have great penetrating power and flexible turning capabilities. Soon, there was no more mutant bats seen in flight. It looks like no more mutant beasts will be attracted here. Chen Tian walked up to the mysterious object. Put it into space first and study it slowly later. With a thought, the mysterious container in front of him had been put into Chen Tian's private space. It's really convenient to have space. Chen Tian had a smile on his face as he glanced at the corpses of the mutant beasts around him. Take these with you too. Even if a mutant beast does not have an evolution bead in its body, it still has high value, for example, making a nest when fishing. After storing the corpses of the mutant beasts around him into the space, Chintian did not stay any longer and left directly. When they arrived at a place where they could drive, Chintian took out his SUV. Because there were a little white cat and a little black dog in the car, the entire off-road vehicle was stored in the life space. As a result, after Chintian released the off-road vehicle, he found that the little white cat and the little black dog were not in the car. He actually got off the bus in the life space. What's infuriating is that the mutant hamster he had kept in the life space for several days was eaten. Tell me, which of you did it? The two little creatures, one white and one black, huddled in front of Chintian, listening to his scolding. What woof? The little black dog raised its paw and pointed at the little white cat beside it and meowed. Very good. Looking at the little white cat still pretending to be innocent, Chintian smiled gently. Tyrant, when you go back, train Snow Emperor well for me and let it get familiar with fighting in the water. Woof woof woof. The little black dog's pair of bright black eyes brightened a little more. The silly and cute little one on the side didn't know what to face next and was licking his paws with his tongue. Driving the off-road vehicle, Chintian returned directly to the swimming pool. He didn't care how the little black dog guided the little white cat in the underwater battle, but went straight to the backyard parking lot of the swimming pool. The backyard was large enough to accommodate the alien relic he had just obtained. Bump. With a loud bang, the released alien relic directly smashed a big hole in the concrete floor. Let me see. What's in here? With anticipation, Chintian placed his palm on the surface of the object and used his detection ability to try to peek into the situation inside. Huh? It's blocked. This was a result that Chintian had not expected. There was an energy that blocked his mental power. Then we can only try violent destruction. With a wave of his hand, Chintian took out the tank sword. Knowing that the surface of this thing is hard, Chintian immediately wrapped the blade with exclusive energy, forming a magic sword emitting red light. The tank sword in this state can even cut through steel with ease. Choose this place. After aiming at a certain direction, Chintian swung the tank sword in his hand fiercely. Click. With a crisp sound, the tank sword in his hand broke into several pieces. Chintian was also stunned on the spot. He thought that it might not succeed, but he never expected that the recoil force from this mysterious container would directly shatter his tank sword. This was the only weapon he had that was convenient for him, but now it was useless. Although he felt a little regretful, Chintian didn't take it too seriously. As the saying goes, if the old does not go, the new will not come. It's a headache. How can I open it? Chintian became more and more curious. What was inside this mysterious container? After thinking for a long time, Chintian still couldn't think of an effective solution. He decided to put it away first and study it slowly later. Now that this thing is in his hands, he will grind it open with a grinder. Nightfall. Chintian began to count the mutant beasts he had killed today. We only got less than 40 evolution pearls. The mutant beasts on land are indeed not as good as the mutant beasts in the water. Chintian decided to continue fishing tomorrow. But I didn't expect that the plan would still change due to changes. Early the next morning, the 10 helicopters flew overhead again. I wonder what expression the researchers on the plane would have when they arrived at the destination and saw the empty scene. Chintian drove an off-road vehicle to a new water area, but on the way he met a search team that came out of the safe zone. They were composed of ordinary people. From them, Chintian learned that the safe zone was in urgent need of mutant beast corpses and was offering very high exchange points. Points are equivalent to coins and can be used to buy the items you want in the safe zone. Just like that, Chintian temporarily changed direction and headed directly for the safe zone. Chapter 84. Money means you can be willful. To get to the safe zone, under normal circumstances, it takes 3 hours to drive there. However, due to the snow on the ground and some difficult sections of the road, Chintian drove the off-road vehicle for more than 4 hours and arrived at nearly noon. Looking at the tall sentry post and various roadblocks, Chintian knew that he had not found the wrong place. When slowing down and approaching the gate of the safe zone, Chintian was stopped. The person who was doing the routine inspection just took a look inside the car through the window and then let it go. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, before coming here, Chintian had already put the little black dog and the little white cat into the life space. The off-road vehicle moved forward slowly, and according to the signs on the roadside, Chintian moved forward. I have to say that this safe zone is quite large. Its predecessor was a greenhouse base. Even now, you can still see many plastic greenhouses that have not been demolished. Hey, kid, you drove here alone? We passed another checkpoint, and this time the person asking questions was a young lady. Is there any problem? Chintian's voice was flat. Welcome to join the safe zone. This will be everyone's home from now on. The young lady said with a smile. I'm just passing by, Chintian said unromantically. Is that so? Then please keep this. It contains an introduction to this safe zone. If you have any questions, you can ask me. The woman handed over a booklet, and the first sentence that caught my eye was, "Wherever we are, that's home." Qin Tian asked, "Where's the exchange hall?" He didn't come here to wander around. In addition to seeing if there were any items of interest, he also wanted to find out if there were any strange rumors here. "There's a map at the back of the booklet," the woman said hurriedly. Qin Tian didn't ask any more questions and drove directly over the speed bump and into the safe zone. The rows of color-coded steel houses became the most eye-catching buildings, and even some tents could be seen. The end of the world came suddenly, and this safe zone was only established for a few months. It is already quite good to have its current size. The car was moving slowly forward, and Qin Tian unexpectedly discovered that many people were pasting couplets. After asking around, he learned that the Spring Festival was approaching, and even in this doomsday, everyone wanted to be auspicious. Is the new year almost here? Qin Tian didn't feel anything about the new year because he was always alone. Maybe, this time it will be different because he has the tyrant and the Snow Queen by his side. The car finally arrived at the exchange hall, which was still an ordinary bungalow building, but the space inside was very large and had several windows. Qin Tian stood in the hall and watched for a while. He found that many people were holding a paper voucher similar to a work slip and going to various windows to exchange it for a points card. It was a card the size of a playing card, stamped with a steel stamp and a red seal. In the safe zone, it was equivalent to currency. The vast majority of people obtained paper certificates from work and then exchanged them for points cards. There is no idleness in the safe zone. Only by working can you get a points card, and buy food. In the safe zone, everyone can find a suitable job. Even a paralyzed elderly person can obtain a suitable scorecard by acting as a voluntary experimental subject. In addition to obtaining points cards through work, another way is to redeem items. Hand the item to the staff and someone will conduct a points evaluation on it. After understanding the rules here, Qin Tian walked towards an exchange window carrying a big bag. The staff inside was a woman in her 30s. She didn't show much surprise when she saw Qin Tian. She just asked habitually, "Please show the item you want to exchange. Help me see, how many points can these be exchanged for?" After saying that, Qin Tian threw the woven bag in his hand directly onto the counter. A dull thud revealed that the bag contained something quite heavy. "What's in here?" the female staff member asked casually. "Mutated beast." These three simple words made the woman, who was about to reach out to untie the bag, freeze there. "Mutated beast?" The female staff looked at Qin Tian in surprise. You know, mutant beasts are not only extremely ferocious, but also difficult to find. In order to ensure that the experiment is not interrupted, the safe zone has now offered very high points, but no one has redeemed them so far. Great. Can you be faster? I don't want to waste time here. Qin Tian urged expressionlessly. Please wait a moment. The female worker left for 2 minutes, and when she came back, there were 3 more people around her. They carefully opened the woven bag and found the corpse of a mutant beast inside. In an instant, the looks of several people looking at Qin Tian changed. Excuse me, where did this mutant beast come from? One of them asked curiously. Why should I answer your question? Qin Tian's voice turned cold. I'll give you 1 minute. If you exceed this time, I'll take the mutant away. In less than a minute, Qin Tian received his points cards, a thick stack, all worth 100 points each. Facing the staff's kind attempts to retain him, Qin Tian ignored them and left the redemption hall directly. Following the map marked on the booklet, he came directly to the hall where items were for sale. This place is like a trade market before the end of the world. You can buy food, daily necessities, and clothes here. At first, Qin Tian didn't know how much fortune these points cards in his hand were worth. It was not until more and more people cast passionate and curious glances at him that he realized that the corpses of mutant beasts were indeed quite valuable. Qin Tian went directly to the weapons store. His attention was immediately attracted by those long knives, daggers, triangular spikes, bulletproof vests, and other items. How much is this small dagger? Qin Tian asked a uniformed staff member. What he had his eyes on was a military dagger, which cost 50 points. If it was an ordinary fruit knife, he could buy it with 2 or 3 points. No matter how many are here, I'll take them all, Qin Tian said arrogantly. This dagger is made of special steel. It is hard and sharp, and very suitable for mind-energy manipulation. You want them all? The staff member thought he had heard wrongly. Swish. Qin Tian directly took out the points card from his pocket. Don't doubt me. I have money. Well, this is real money. Having money means you can do whatever you want. How much is this knife? Qin Tian asked again. This is the Nepalese saber, worth 150 points. How many? There are still a dozen. Qin Tian said directly, I want them all. How much do you sell this 3-edged bayonet for? He has started shopping mode. As long as he likes a weapon, he will buy more than just one or two. Prepare more weapons so that you won't have no replacements if one breaks. It's just points. If you spend them all, you can exchange them for a mutant beast. What Chen Tian lacks the least is the corpses of mutated beasts. Chapter 85. The boy got angry and everyone was shocked. Chen Tian doesn't have to waste time collecting weapons that can be purchased with points. After thinking about it, Chen Tian felt that he should also buy some weapons like a big hammer, specifically for carrying the alien container. Isn't it very strong? Can it break the tank sword? Next time, just use a big iron hammer to hit it. If you have the ability, you can break the big iron hammer into pieces again. Chen Tian just couldn't believe that he, a living person, could be stumped by a dead object. Bring all the strong and durable hammers and axes here. I'll pack them up and take them away. Chen Tian ignored the worker's exaggerated expression. Are you really going to buy all of them? They are quite heavy. Do you need us to deliver them to you? The staff asked kindly. No need. Chen Tian refused directly. Pack it tightly for me. I'll load it in the car later. A quarter of an hour later, the worker looked at the young man with a dull expression as he left carrying 2 large wooden boxes. After Chen Tian stuffed the 2 large wooden boxes into the SUV, he directly put them into the private space. Afterwards, he went around and bought whatever he liked. In order to have a different spring festival, he also bought a lot of fireworks. It's Chinese New Year, so we should have a festive time. Chen Tian came here purely to buy New Year's goods. He also bought a lot of fresh vegetables. These vegetables were not cheap. They were all grown in greenhouses and were basically not found outside. I want both of these baskets of cucumbers. Pack all these tomatoes and eggplants for me. Put all these Chinese cabbages in bags for me. I'll buy them all. Chen Tian was a shopaholic, and not only were the shoppers dumbfounded, but even the sales staff had expressions of shock. Where did this rich second generation come from? Could he be the child of some leader? After a lot of shopping, Chen Tian still had a lot of points cards left. It seems that the price of mutant beasts is indeed very high. He only picked a mutant rat and got so many points cards. At the end of the world, even big rats have become so valuable. After being busy for a long time, it was already noon, and Chen Tian decided to go to the cafeteria here to eat something. It would be a waste if I didn't spend all the points cards I have. The canteen is not far away and can be reached in a short drive. Because it was lunchtime, there were many people in the cafeteria getting their meals. Chen Tian, like before, stood aside and observed for a while. He found that many people could not afford the white flour buns and fried dishes and would only buy 1 or 2 coarse flour buns and a small dish of pickles. For these people, being able to survive and have something to eat is already good enough. After understanding it, Chen Tian decided to go buy some food. There were not many people queuing at the window he went to, because many people could not afford it. Even if someone bought it, they only bought a little to satisfy their cravings. After arriving at the window, Chen Tian said without further ado, first, get 10 steamed buns and 1 portion of all the stir-fried dishes. Just this one sentence made the worker in charge of serving meals stunned. Are you sure this isn't some kind of troublemaker? Bang. Chen Tian directly slapped the points card on the food window. How many points? The worker's doubts were instantly dispelled, and he started to get his meal. Chen Tian chose a quiet corner, but even so, there were still many gazes cast at him. Comparing yourself with others will really make you angry. Many survivors work from dawn to dusk to earn a living, but not only do they get terrible food, they also cannot get enough to eat. And that young man, with a handsome appearance and clean clothes, looked at first glance like he was not a working person, yet he could eat and drink as much as he wanted here. Many people saw the large stack of points cards that the young man took out to buy food just now. They were envious and jealous. If it weren't for the strict management here, some people would have come to snatch them. While Chen Tian was eating, he did not forget to pay attention to the 2 little guys in the life space, a little black dog and a little white cat, who were chasing and playing with each other inside and did not seem hungry yet. Just at this moment, Chen Tian noticed someone coming over. Turning around, I saw a girl in cleaning clothes, and our eyes met. It's you. Chen Tian recognized the other person. It was the high school student named Lin Ziwen. She also had a brother named Lin Ziwu. This is for you. Lin Ziwen brought a bowl of seaweed soup to Chen Tian's table. Although they had traveled together for a period of time, this was the first time they spoke to each other. Lin Ziwen was a shy person, and she was a little afraid of the boy, so after serving him a bowl of seaweed soup, she turned around and left. Stop, Chen Tian suddenly said. Lin Ziwen's body trembled and she stood there obediently, not daring to move. She had seen the boy killing monsters crazily, and she had also witnessed the boy killing bad guys. At this moment, she was so nervous that she didn't even dare to breathe. She came over to bring a bowl of seaweed soup, just to express her gratitude for the life-saving grace. She couldn't give out anything better. I didn't buy any soup. Why did you give it to me? Chen Tian asked. Lin Ziwen looked at the tip of her shoes and said in a low voice, Thank you for saving me. After this sentence was said, the atmosphere became a little cold. Just as Lin Ziwen quietly raised her head, she met the boy's sharp gaze, and she was so scared that she quickly retracted her gaze. I don't like owing favors to others, nor do I like having too many connections with people I don't know well. Qin Tian's voice sounded. Lin Ziwen said nothing. She didn't dare to say anything, nor did she know what the boy meant. Here, consider this bowl of soup is bought by me. Qin Tian handed over a points card. Lin Ziwen was stunned. That was a points card with a denomination of 100 points, and she couldn't find the change. It's so embarrassing. What should I do? Just as Lin Ziwen was struggling and nervous, the boy's cold voice made her shiver. Don't make me repeat it a second time. In a panic, Lin Ziwen hurriedly took the points card with both hands, her body stiffly standing there, as if waiting for instructions from her leader. Is there anything else? Qin Tian asked suddenly. No. Lin Ziwen was about to say no, but when she saw the points card in her hand, she quickly changed her words. A bowl of seaweed soup only costs 3 points. I don't have that many points to give you. No need to look for it, Qin Tian said generously. Lin Ziwen was stunned again. Hasn't what I said been clear enough? Qin Tian glared at the other party when he saw him still standing there. Ming, I understand. Lin Ziwen replied quickly. Every time she met her homeroom teacher before, she had never been as cautious as she was now. Then what are you still standing here for? Lin Ziwen didn't dare to stay and turned around and left. Maybe she was too nervous, or maybe the ground was slippery. She fell after only a few steps and the points card in her hand fell. Standing up hurriedly, Lin Ziwen glanced secretly, but the boy didn't look at her. The boy's aura was so strong that she was really scared. This fear even overshadowed the pain caused by her fall. Lin Ziwen was about to pick up the fallen points card, but suddenly a big foot stepped on it. Oops, my points card is lost. The big man with a stubble on his face bent down and picked up the points card that was under his feet. Chapter 086. The boy is still a child. Lin Ziwen looked at the uncle in front of her in disbelief. That was clearly the points card she had just dropped, but the other party had the audacity to take it for himself. That's mine. Lin Ziwen hurried forward to ask for it. What's yours and mine? The big man put on an unreasonable attitude and turned to leave. Lin Ziwen took 2 quick steps and blocked his way. I lost that points card. Can you give it back to me? Where is it written that it's yours? It's obviously mine. How can a lousy street sweeper like you earn so many points? The big man glared with a ferocious expression. Lin Ziwen never expected that the other party not only robbed her things, but also verbally insulted her. She works with her hands, so how did she become a stinky street sweeper? Give me back my points card. Although Lin Ziwen is shy, she would not back down when faced with such a situation and directly grabbed the big man's sleeve. The quarrel here has attracted a lot of attention. The big man was eager to leave here and stretched out his finger to poke Lin Ziwen's cheek. Don't force me to slap you here. Get out of here. That's my points card. You robbed it. Lin Ziwen's voice suddenly increased. She is right, and she is not afraid of making things worse. If you slander me again, believe it or not, I will beat you up. The big man struggled to free his sleeves, with a fierce look in his eyes. Bang! Just then, a loud noise was heard, attracting everyone's attention. Qin Tian slammed the table and stood up. Lin Ziwen was not afraid of the big man in front of her. Even if he really hit her, she would not be afraid. But when she saw the young man walking towards her with a gloomy face, she was really scared. Her body stiffened again, and she didn't even dare to breathe. Qin Tian walked straight up to the big man and said, How dare you take what I gave away? The big man was a little angry at the moment. He had seen before that the relationship between the boy and the girl was very bad. He also saw that Lin Ziwen was wearing a cleaning uniform and did not look like someone of high status, so he wanted to take her for himself. Unexpectedly, this young man would come and interfere. Damn it. The big man had just uttered 3 words when he flew backwards. Bang. His body hit the wall heavily and he spit out a mouthful of blood. I'm new here and I don't want to kill anyone. Don't force me. Qin Tian walked closer to the big man again, his eyes as sharp as a knife. The big man stared at the boy in front of him as if he were a monster, and he was almost kicked to death by the boy. Where's the points card? Qin Tian asked. The big man stared at the boy in a daze because he was slow to react and did not answer in time. Result. Bang. A loud slap in the face knocked him to the ground, and he couldn't stand up at that moment. At this moment, the entire cafeteria was quiet. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Who could have thought that this innocent-looking boy could be so ferocious when he started fighting? I'll give you 30 seconds to return this scorecard. If you're even a second late, I'll cripple your hands. After Qin Tian finished speaking, he started counting the time. The big man was really scared at this moment. He could see that the young man was not joking when he said he would cripple his hands. But the problem is, he doesn't even have the strength to stand up now. How can he? Holding the points card in his hand, the big man looked at Lin Ziwen, who was also frightened, with a pleading look on his face. Lin Ziwen knew that this boy had a bad temper, but she never expected that he would actually start a fight in the safe zone. In order to avoid making a big deal out of such a small matter, she immediately reacted after seeing the big man's miserable appearance and ran over to take the points card back. At this time, the noise in the cafeteria had alarmed the people patrolling outside. Several men with guns and wearing special uniforms walked in from outside. "What's going on here?" one of them asked loudly. The people watching at the scene all looked towards Chen Tian and the big man. The big man sitting on the ground saw the patrols and immediately shouted, "Commander, you are finally here. Quickly arrest this guy. He is a murderer. Look how he beat me." Lin Ziwen immediately stood up and argued loudly. "He was the one who stole my points card first, so he should be the one to be arrested." "My waist, my teeth," the big man groaned. He wasn't pretending to look so miserable. He was really in pain. "Tell me, you." One of the men was about to step forward to interrogate Chen Tian when he was suddenly stopped by his companion behind him. The man was stunned and looked at his companion quickly, then he received the eye hint from his companion. "What's going on?" The man was stunned. His companion did not explain to him, but walked up to the young man and started chatting with him. "Chen Tian, I didn't expect to see you here. Don't you remember me? The last time I was on a mission with Captain Ma, I was the driver. At the beginning, they were carrying out the mission of collecting evolved beasts and zombies, and he was one of them. At that time, Chen Tian left an indelible impression on all of them. After returning to the safe zone, they asked the scientist Tian Mi and learned Chen Tian's name. Do you want to stand up for him? Chen Tian didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. How could that be possible? If you beat him up, it must be because he went too far. We will investigate thoroughly and give you an explanation. You don't have to give me an explanation. Chen Tian didn't bother to exchange pleasantries and went straight back to his previous seat to continue eating. At this moment, the big man on the ground looked confused. He never expected that the patrol officer was actually very familiar with the young man. "Sir, you can't cover up for us." The big man shouted loudly, trying to make sure everyone could hear him. "Hey, if you're smart enough, you'd better shut up and listen to me," said the man who had just spoken to Chen Tian in a deep voice. The big man finally quieted down. The man hurriedly said, "You may not know who he is yet, but I can tell you that he should be an evolver. Beating you is to give you a chance to be a human being. The 3 words evolutionist are more convincing than any other words. It has been introduced in the safe zone. Evolvers possess strength and explosive power far beyond that of ordinary people and have the ability to confront zombies and mutant beasts head-on. There are several evolvers in the safe zone now, but their names and information have not been announced. Don't forget, he's still a child," the man reminded again. This sentence can be understood in many ways. The boy is still a child. He is so powerful now, and he will be even more powerful in the future. You can't afford to provoke him. A teenager is still a child. Please learn about the Minor Protection Act. The boy is still a child, and his actions are without restraint. Don't seek death. Chapter 87. The opportunity to kill someone has come. After lunch, Chen Tian bought a lot of food in the cafeteria, such as quick frozen dumplings, hand-grabbed pancakes, hand-rolled noodles, kimchi. He tried to spend the points cards as much as possible because once he left, he might never come back. While driving the off-road vehicle, Chen Tian discovered that the entire safe zone had clear zoning divisions. The innermost area was not open to the public and could not even be approached. That should be where the laboratories and military forces are gathered. Chen Tian was guessing this in his mind when he suddenly saw a familiar figure through the rearview mirror. Yan Qingxiang was driving a motorcycle, quickly chasing the slow-moving off-road vehicle in front. At this time, Chen Tian had already stopped the car. "Brother Tian, it's really you. I heard from Xiaowen that you were here, and I couldn't believe it." Yan Qingxiang went to the cafeteria and heard from Lin Ziwen that Chen Tian had arrived, so he rushed over. Rolling down the car window, Chen Tian looked at Yan Qingxiang. After not seeing him for a while, he looked much thinner. Also coming with Yan Qingxiang was Wang Ming, both of whom were people Chen Tian knew. Wang Ming was not as eloquent as Yan Qingxiang. When he saw Chen Tian, he just nodded and said hello. "Did you come here specifically to see me?" Chen Tian asked. "Brother Tian, are you going to leave the safe zone this time?" Yan Qingxiang asked. "I'll be leaving in a moment." "So urgent." Yan Qingxiang was stunned. "Brother Tian, it's a rare opportunity for you to come over. How about coming to our place and having a seat?" "Not interested." Chen Tian was as indifferent as ever. Yan Qingxiang had experienced this before and didn't find it strange. "Brother Tian, I have formed a team with Brother Wang Ming. Today, we moved things for the Hongwang Society and earned some points. It's almost the new year. How about we get together?" Yan Qingxiang continued to extend the invitation. "Red King Society?" As he repeated the name, Chen Tian's eyes became different. Yes, the Red King Society is a large group organization in the Survivor Zone. It provides a lot of supplies for the entire safe zone and will hold a meeting tonight, Yin Qingxiong just said casually. Little did he know that the two words Red King directly touched Qin Tian's most sensitive nerve. In order to find out whether this Red King Society is related to the Red King organization, he knew. Qin Tian followed Yin Qingxiong and Wang Ming to their residence. There were 3 small prefabricated steel houses. The place is a bit small, but it's already good to have a place like this to live in the Survivor Zone. Yin Qingxiong smiled and invited Qin Tian into the house. The furnishings in the room were even more ordinary, with hardly any decent furniture to be seen. "Where's your car?" Qin Tian asked casually. When they parted, Yin Qingxiong was also driving an off-road vehicle. "If you rent it out, you can earn some points," Yin Qingxiong said with a smile. "That off-road vehicle is good in every way except that it consumes too much fuel. If you want to live in the safe zone for a long time, you have to carefully calculate many expenses. Tell me about this, Red King Society." Qin Tian began to get to the point. If he had only some doubts before, then after listening to Yin Qingxiong's story and looking at the photos he took, Qin Tian could be 100% sure that it was the Red King organization. What a courage. After the end of the world, he stepped directly from behind the scenes to the front stage. What did he want to do? After a little thought, Qin Tian suddenly understood the other party's intention. This is a signal to the same kind to gather together. It is very likely that they want to cause trouble in the safe zone. Overthrow the existing regime and ban it yourself? Or to seize the laboratory's results? It doesn't matter what they do. Qin Tiankai doesn't care what they do. Since he encounters them, he will eliminate them all. The Red King Society is so wealthy that I want to join it, Yin Qingxiong said with a smile. I advise you not to do that. Qin Tian suddenly spoke. Yin Qingxiong was stunned. He heard something unusual in Qin Tian's tone. Why? Because I'll kill you. Brother Tian, are you kidding me? Yin Qingxiong smiled foolishly twice, but after seeing Qin Tian's eyes, his smile instantly disappeared. Yin Qingxiong stood up from his seat with his hands raised and said with an expression as if he was swearing to the heavens, I will never join the Red King Society in my lifetime, and I will not accept any missions from the Red King Society in the future. Qin Tian's eyes really scared him. It was a look that seemed like it could stab him at any time. Take me to where they are gathering tonight, and these scorecards will be yours. Qin Tian directly took out the remaining points cards. This made the atmosphere even more tense. Anyone could see that Qin Tian was ready to kill someone with a knife. How did this Red King Society offend Brother Tian? Yin Qingxiong was curious but didn't dare to ask. Brother Tian, you are being too polite. I'm just showing you the way. You don't have to give me the points card, Yin Qingxiong said with a wry smile. Led by Yin Qingxiong and Wang Ming, Qin Tian came to the place where the Hongwang Society would hold a meeting tonight, which was a relatively imposing colored steel shed. Brother Tian, is there anything you need us to do? Yin Qingxiong asked in a low voice. Take these scorecards. You haven't been here, and you haven't seen me. Qin Tian kept his word and threw all his remaining points cards to Yin Qingxiong. Yin Qingxiong understood that Qin Tian didn't want them to get involved in this mess. Brother Tian, be careful. I heard that there is an evolver among them who may be difficult to deal with, Yin Qingxiong reminded before leaving. Qin Tian didn't take this mere evolver seriously at all. Even if everyone in that room were evolvers, they couldn't change their fate. Before actually taking action, Qin Tian decided to sneak in first and see what they had to say. After all, after the end of the world, the information from the Red King organization was cut off. With the help of the special identity card found in the villa of Sister Hong, Qin Tian entered smoothly, which further confirmed the identities of these people. Finding an inconspicuous corner, Qin Tian quietly waited for all members to arrive. As the meeting time approached, one after another, important figures came in. Finally, all members arrived, and the meeting officially began. Qin Tian sat in the corner, resisting the urge to take action, and listened to those people's analysis of the future situation. The meeting finally got to the point, and Qin Tian finally got some very valuable information. According to my communication with other core members of the safety zone, I would like to inform you today that the Red King will be renamed the Shiliv Alliance, which means the right time, the right place, and the right people. The man was talking incessantly about his vision for a bright future, but was interrupted by an almost crazy laugh. Ha ha! It turns out that the predecessor of Shiliv Alliance is Red King. Everyone looked towards the young man who was laughing nonstop in the corner, following the sound. The boy's laughter stopped abruptly. He swept a murderous look at everyone present, flexing his wrists as he stood up. Next, it's my time. Chapter 88, The Evil Little Star. The Shiliv Alliance was also a very powerful organization in the late apocalypse. It is rumored that this alliance had colluded with foreign forces and sold out many national interests. However, due to the lack of evidence and the presence of several strong people in this alliance, it is not so easy to shake it. Qin Tian had naturally heard of the Shiliv alliance. He had a very bad impression of this alliance. The senior executives within the alliance were more hypocritical than each other. He had been invited to join many times, but was rejected every time. For this, he was suppressed and targeted for a period of time. I never expected that the predecessor of the Shiliv alliance was actually the Red King organization. This was really an unexpected gain. What's wrong with this kid? Who let him in? Just then, a pot-bellied man pointed at Qin Tian and asked. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Those who can appear in this rally should all be internal members. It is impossible for them to make such a low-level mistake as to let a child in. You want to clear your name, but unfortunately you met me. It is impossible to clear your name, but I can bury you. Qin Tian's voice sounded again. At this time, two tall men came over and tried to hold Qin Tian down. Boy, this is not the place for you to act wild. The two men stood on the left and right to prevent Qin Tian from escaping. Unexpectedly, before their outstretched hands could touch the boy, his entire body flew backwards. Whoosh! Qin Tian accelerated and grabbed the two men's necks before they hit the ground. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking reached the ears of everyone present. Everyone saw that the two people held by the young man were already dead, with their necks and limbs drooping. At this moment, everyone was frightened and the conference room was silent. Whoosh! Qin Tian's figure disappeared again. He would not show mercy to these people just because they were distracted. Crack, crack, crack. Several sounds of bones breaking were heard one after another. The heads of several men nearby turned behind them like twisted dough sticks. Another instant kill. Qin Tian's move was clean and neat, and he did not intend to use any weapons. Besides being unnecessary, he also did not want to make it too bloody. Quick, solve it. Under the shroud of fear, someone finally reacted and was about to shout loudly, but was greeted by a slap from the god of death. Bang! The powerful slap directly shattered the bones connecting his neck and head, and he fell backwards instantly. At this moment, everyone else finally reacted. Instead of working together to surround and kill this little evildoer, they fled outside like frightened birds. Only a fool would stay here and wait to die. Little did they know that from the moment Qin Tian took action, their fate would be the same. I will feel unhappy if I let any of you go. Qin Tian specifically targets those who are running away, and he kills them with one strike, never using a second strike to finish them off. Crack, crack, crack. Amidst a series of crisp noises, all the people who escaped to the door fell down and died. You, whatever you want, we can satisfy you. A big man hit against the wall, his eyes filled with fear. I just want to kill you. Qin Tian's murderous intent did not decrease, but increased. When he thought of the numerous crimes committed by the Red King organization, he felt a sense of satisfaction when he pinched them to death. Rather than saying that this is revenge for the grudges of the previous life, it is better to say that this has become his twisted hobby. The worse the scum, the more pleasure it brings him to kill. Ollie, you are also an evolver. Kill this little beast for me. Someone in the crowd, hiding under the table, shouted this. Call. Qin Tian felt a table flying towards him. That was a solid wooden table, weighing at least 100 pounds, and it was thrown at me like a ball. Bang! Qin Tian stretched out his hand to block the wooden table, and then he saw a burly man pouncing on him like a wolf. The burly man had a strong jumping ability and jumped directly in front of Qin Tian from 5 meters away. The fist, like a hammer, smashed down towards Qin Tian's head. This burly man is one of the few evolvers in the safe zone. He can blow up a sandbag with one punch. However, the imagined scene did not appear. The burly man's full-strength punch was actually caught by the young man with one hand. How is this possible? The burly man looked horrified. Ever since he became an evolver, he thought that he was already at the top of the human group. His full-strength punch could not only blow a teenager's head off, but could even smash a car into pieces. However, this punch that made him feel proud and confident was actually caught by the young man in front of him. You can be considered an evolver? Qin Tian sneered. At most, you are just a quasi-evolver. How could you? The burly man wanted to ask, how could you be so evil? But the rest of his words were interrupted by Qin Tian. Let me tell you what power is. After he finished speaking, Qin Tian threw a punch that seemed to be without much effort, but it hit the burly man's chest solidly. Puff! The powerful force directly shattered the big man's sternum, pierced his heart, and ejected from his back. It was the same punch, and not one that was thrown with much force, but the effects were vastly different. At this moment, everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned. The big man who they regarded as their hope was crushed to pieces by a single punch from the young boy. Isn't it said that evolvers can fight zombies and monsters head-on? How come one punch turned him into a useless little vegetable? I overestimated your defensibility. I didn't expect that I used too much force. Looking at the broken bones shooting out of the big man's body, Chen Tian sighed softly. The punch he just threw was only intended to smash the opponent's heart, but he didn't expect the damage it caused was too great, which went against his original intention. No longer paying attention to the big man's body, Chen Tian raised his head and smiled gently at the trembling people. It's your turn now. From the time Chen Tian took action to the time he walked out of the hall, it took no more than 5 minutes. After he had left, the patrol team arrived, only to find the hall in a mess and no one in sight. The bodies of those scum were temporarily stored in the space by Chen Tian. Driving an off-road vehicle, Chen Tian was about to leave the safe zone, but on the necessary road, he met Yin Qingxiong and Wang Ming who were waiting there. Brother Tian, are you okay? Yin Qingxiong asked. Do I look like something's wrong to you? Chen Tian's expression was still as cold as ever. Brother Tian, will you come to this safe zone again? Yin Qingxiong asked again. I won't come here again. Chen Tian said casually. Brother Tian, can we meet again? Chen Tian glanced at Yin Qingxiong and Wang Ming through the rolled-down car window and said, when you reach a certain level, there will be a chance for us to meet again. After a pause, Chen Tian said something that made people think deeply. A comfortable life may not necessarily bring you safety, so take care of yourself. The off-road vehicle drove out of the safe zone and disappeared into the night. Those who mysteriously disappeared in the hall became an unsolved mystery in the safe zone. Chapter 89. Get Rich. Get Rich. On a dark night, an off-road vehicle was speeding on a snow-covered road. After leaving the safe zone, Chen Tian released the little black dog and the little white cat. We're not going back to the swimming pool this time. Chen Tian didn't care whether the two little guys understood or not. He kept talking to himself while driving. We should collect as many evolution pearls as possible during this winter. Chen Tian has already determined the destination from the map on his mobile phone. It is a reservoir. If he continues to go upstream, there is a power station. By fishing, he should be able to obtain a lot of evolution beads. It was getting darker and darker, and when they came to an area with a wide view, Chen Tian suddenly stopped the SUV. Let's celebrate the spring festival here today. The two little guys, one black and one white, don't have so many thoughts. They just want to follow Chen Tian, and it doesn't matter where they go. As soon as they got off the car, the two little guys started fighting. Today's little white cat is much bigger than the little black dog, but it still gets beaten. Chen Tian had already set up the tent, took out the generator from the private space, plugged in a set of light bulbs, and the area was now lit. Then he started to set up the pot and light the fire, cooking dumplings while preparing the New Year's Eve dinner. There are fish, meat, cold dishes, and dumplings. Although the location is outdoors, I wonder how many people will envy this kind of little life. Smelling the aroma of food, the little black dog and the little white cat ran back automatically and guarded their food bowls, waiting for Chen Tian to feed them. One person, one cat, and one dog sat around the campfire, eating their own food. Although the atmosphere is quiet, it gives people a warm feeling. After eating and drinking, the little black dog and the little white cat ran to the side to play again. Chen Tian was not idle either. He took out the fireworks and firecrackers he bought today. Brilliant fireworks lit up the entire night sky. From that moment on, Chen Tian was 14 years old. Chen Tian didn't know his exact birthday, so he set his birthday on the Spring Festival, which means the old year has passed and the new year is about to come. Legend has it that fireworks and firecrackers can scare away a monster called Nian. Nowadays, in this apocalyptic age, the thing that is most in need is monsters. It's funny to say that the fireworks and firecrackers set off by Chen Tian actually attracted several mutant beasts. It was as if, in this dark night, the gorgeous fireworks showed the mutant beasts a way to reincarnation. Tyrant, Snow Emperor, go ahead. The first battle of the new year is now up to you two. Chen Tian didn't plan to do it himself, but instead called the little black dog and the little white cat. These two little guys are just sitting around doing nothing. With all that energy, they might as well go catch mutant beasts. Oh woo. The two little guys, one black and one white, were very excited and pounced towards the mutant beast that was rushing towards them. After a while, the two little guys returned victoriously and brought back their spoils. It's a mutant silly roe deer, and it's quite big. Maybe the battle just now was not exciting enough, so after the two little guys picked up the 5 mutant beasts one after another, they ran around to look for new prey. Chen Tian did not stop them. At the moment, the fighting power of these two little guys on land made him feel at ease. After putting the 5 mutant beasts into the space, Shen Tian walked to the open space and summoned out the alien container. With a dull thud, the alien container fell heavily to the ground. Let me see if you can smash the sledgehammer to pieces. As soon as he stretched out his hand, Shen Tian had a big hammer in his hand. Buzz! The exclusive red energy instantly enveloped the entire hammer, and it was particularly obvious in such a dark night. Shen Tian gathered his strength, swung the big hammer in his hand, and smashed it hard at the alien container. Boom! As a loud bang was heard, green ripples appeared on the surface of the alien container. At the same time, a recoil force flowed along Shen Tian's arm and spread throughout his body. Interesting. Shen Tian checked the big iron hammer in his hand. It was very good. This time it did not shatter like the Tang sword. I have plenty of time. Shen Tian swung the hammer and smashed it down again. So, in such a dark night, rhythmic thudding sounds continued to be heard. Shen Tian discovered that this method of fighting against the alien container seemed to be a kind of practice. He needed to use the adjustment of muscles and exclusive energy to remove the recoil force. Under this high-intensity confrontation, his body was tempered. Now that he has discovered this benefit, Shen Tian will not be polite anymore. The big hammer in his hand began to increase the frequency of his strikes. The increase in speed meant that he began to adapt to the recoil force. You can increase the force a little more. His 5 fingers suddenly tightened, and Shen Tian simply took off his coat and hit the alien container with a more ferocious force. Boom, 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 boom. As the force of the swing increased, the recoil force also increased a lot. For Shen Tian, he needed to make a second adjustment of his body to adapt. This training method seems pretty good. Shen Tian's interest grew, so he simply took out a big hammer, holding one in each hand, and struck with both hands. He was so absorbed in it mentally that he completely forgot his original intention of smashing open the container to see what was stored inside. It was not until very late that Shen Tian stopped this crazy training. I have to say that this product of alien civilization is really amazing. Shen Tian used a big iron hammer to hit it for so long, but did not cause any damage to its skin. The next morning, Shen Tian woke up full of energy. Hey, my strength has increased by 10%. Is it due to last night's training? This discovery made Shen Tian's eyes light up. He planned to test it carefully tonight. If it was really that magical, then this alien container would be worth its value. After a simple breakfast, Shen Tian continued on his journey in the SUV. Although training is important, collecting evolution beads is equally important. After driving for less than an hour, the car finally arrived at the reservoir. Like other places, the surroundings were covered with snow and it was all white. However, this had no effect on Shen Tian, as his spiritual perception had already explored the place thoroughly. After choosing a good fishing spot, Shen Tian began to chisel ice to make a nest. After a short while, fish started to be caught, one after another, and there was no way to stop. We really came to the right place. Shen Tian was very excited, his eyes were shining. When he fished out the mutant beast in the water, his feeling in the morning was confirmed. His strength has really become much stronger. A new year, a new day, what a great start. Shen Tian fished from morning till sunset, and the crazy mutant beasts underwater continued to be caught. This time, Shen Tian directly broke the previous record and obtained more than 2,000 evolution beads in one day. Get rich. Get rich. Chapter 090, New Space Functions. After harvesting so many evolution beads in one day, Shen Tian wanted to stay up all night and continue fishing. However, he still has to practice at night, and it is impossible for him to not rest for 24 hours. Having harvested so many evolution beads, Shen Tian directly began to expand the ordinary space and life space. The increase in space will give him a sense of accomplishment and at the same time give him more motivation to work harder. It is absolutely true that people feel refreshed when they are happy. After dinner, Shen Tian chose an open space and summoned out the alien container again. He used the same method, holding a sledgehammer in each hand and bombarding it continuously. The green ripples on the surface of the alien container became more and more obvious. That's the feeling. I didn't expect this alien container could also be used as a sandbag. In excitement, Shen Tian even used his legs. And just like that, a night passed. Early the next morning, the first thing Shen Tian did when he got up was to feel his body. My own strength has really grown again. It's not just the strength that's getting stronger, it's also the body's defense. Even the exclusive energy has increased significantly. It seems that I have mastered the secret of cultivation. Using the recoil force of the alien container can actually increase my strength so quickly. Shen Tian suddenly felt like he had won a jackpot. At first, he just wanted to get the things inside the alien container, but now he actually hopes that this alien container can last longer and not be damaged so easily. Relying on this method of training, Chen Tian felt that the time it would take him to reach the level of a perfect awakener would be greatly shortened. Good things happen one after another. While other humans were still trying to figure out how to become an evolver, he had already begun to strive for a higher level. Sure enough, one step ahead, every step ahead. After breakfast, it was time to go fishing again. Chen Tiankai had just thrown the corpse of a mutant beast into the river when the water surface began to churn, as if countless mutant beasts were fighting for it underwater. Don't worry, I'll fish you out right away. Chen Tian started to put bait on the rod and cast the rod. Fishing is indeed addictive, not to mention that Chen Tian was fishing for such a big fish. Crash! The bait had just been thrown into the water when a mutant beast took the bait. This shows how crazy and hungry the mutant beast in the water was. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One mutant beast after another was caught ashore by Chen Tian. With the increase in strength in the past 2 days, Chen Tian no longer has to exert any effort to catch this kind of mutant beast. The only worry now is whether the steel wires on the 2 fishing rods can withstand this kind of super strong continuous pulling. Chen Tian was busy from morning till sunset and didn't even have time to eat lunch. The sense of accomplishment brought by the harvest has made him ignore hunger. Almost 2,000 more evolution pearls were received. Although today's results are slightly worse than yesterday's, it does not affect Chen Tian's excitement at all. Chen Tian still took out more than half of the evolution beads he obtained to expand the capacity of the 2 spaces. He has now found a way to practice, so it would be more practical to use this evolution bead to expand the space. Looking at the 2 spaces that were getting bigger and bigger, Chen Tian felt a great sense of accomplishment, and at the same time, he came up with the idea of collecting supplies. Right now, I'm still focusing on collecting evolution beads and practicing. It's rare that I feel so good. There will be plenty of opportunities to collect supplies in the future. Thinking this in his mind, after finishing his training at night, Chen Tian would go and cut down some trees nearby and put them away. There is no other meaning. I just want to save it for use as firewood in the future, since there is so much spare space now. He would just collect whatever he could, and he would not drive to a town specifically to collect supplies. The next morning, although it was windy, Chen Tian thought it was another good day for a good harvest. Fishing for evolved beasts during the day, counting the evolution beads, and upgrading the space after dinner, then knocking on the alien container for special training. Chen Tian has already regarded this as a routine. This happens every day. Every day is so fulfilling. By the 5th day, the number of fish here had decreased a lot, and Chen Tian was considering changing the fishing spot. Let's set off after dinner so as not to delay fishing tomorrow morning. Chen Tian thought so, and after dinner, he counted the evolution beads he had harvested today as usual, which were less than 700. Take out 500 of them and use them to expand the 2 spaces. When the expansion was completed, a strange feeling suddenly came over him, leaving Chen Tian stunned on the spot. Is this quantitative change leading to qualitative change? Chen Tian unexpectedly discovered that his private space had a new function, which could partition and make the original space independent. It is like adding a partition to an existing box to make it an independent space. This function may not sound like much at first, but if you think about it carefully, you will find its magical effect. For example, if the life space is partitioned, then independent small life spaces can be obtained, which can be used separately to store and imprison organisms. The mutant hamster that was eaten by the little white cat would not have been eaten if it had this independent space after being divided. If you want to prevent different organisms from fighting and affecting each other in space, you can store them separately. Even ordinary space has endless uses. Originally, the most abundant resource in winter was ice, but Chen Tian had never collected it because he was worried that the ice would spread after melting and affect other items. But if you have an independent space, you don't have to worry. Independent space can make storage more rational. After digesting this information, Chen Tian laughed. This function is very practical, but when it is turned on, the consumption of evolution beads is slightly higher. In an ordinary space, if you want to separate out an independent space, you will need to consume 100 evolution beads. Life space, if you want to separate out an independent space, you will need to consume 300 evolution beads. Fortunately, the separated space can be expanded separately. Such a practical function, of course I have to try it out. Chen Tian was not in a hurry to travel, so he took out the evolution bead and tried it. He now has a large reserve of evolution pearls and doesn't mind the small consumption. He can get them all back in one day of fishing. After trials, The ordinary space and the living space were separated into an independent small space. In Chun Tian's perception, the partition was a blue barrier similar to a barrier. After trying, Chun Tian was pleasantly surprised to find that the inner and outer spaces of the blue barrier could transfer objects to each other, and he could do it with just a thought. Of course, without his control, not even liquids could pass through the blue barrier. It turns out that my private space can also develop special functions. I wonder what surprises it will bring me in the future. Chun Tian's eyes lit up. This sense of anticipation is the driving force for hard work. Chapter 91. One beast is stronger than another. Early the next morning, Chun Tian drove an off-road vehicle and arrived at the new river section. The space created can't be wasted. Looking at the river surface covered with thick ice, Chun Tian smiled. Buzz. With a wave of his hand, 18 huge cutting saw blades flew out and began to cut the ice under the control of thoughts. Then, Chun Tian began to collect these huge cut ice blocks and stored them in a separate space. These ice cubes may seem useless now, but they will be very useful in summer. In hot weather, drinking a bottle of iced mineral water is so refreshing. It was a convenient thing to do anyway, so Chun Tian didn't think it was troublesome. After collecting all the ice in this area, it is time to start fishing. Chun Tian has now become a master in fishing. He can set the nest and cast the hook in one go. Because it was a new section of the river, the mutant beasts nearby underwater were quickly attracted by the smell of blood. Let's see if we can break the record today. Chun Tian suddenly lifted his hands upwards. It seemed that he did not use much effort, but 2 mutant beasts more than 1 meter long were thrown ashore at the same time. The little white cat and the little black dog also cooperated well. The mutant beast was killed by the 2 of them, who jumped high before it even landed on the ground. Next, the action of catching fish is repeated continuously. Just like before, Chun Tian fished all day and didn't even have time to eat lunch. This should be considered equal to the highest record. After dinner, Chun Tian counted his harvest of evolution beads and was quite satisfied. Afterwards, he took out his fishing gear and looked at the huge fishhook that was somewhat deformed and the wire rope with several broken wires. It's worn out quite a bit. I wonder how long it can last. Chun Tian was a little worried. He only made 2 fishing tools in his space. If they broke, it would be difficult for him to make them again in a short time. At first, I didn't expect that there would be so many mutant beasts underwater. Ordinary fishing equipment is irreplaceable. The underwater mutant beasts, the smaller ones are nearly 1 meter long, and the strong pulling force will not only break the fishing line, but also the carbon fishing rod will directly break. Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. Chun Tian didn't think much about it, and continued to hammer on the alien container at night. The same thing was repeated for several days. As the number of mutant beasts caught decreased, Chun Tian had to move to another place. This is also simple. Just drive along the river for dozens of miles, and you will find another good fishing spot. This body of water looks very large. There should be many mutant beasts. Chun Tian parked the SUV on the road and looked at the open water in front of him. The water surface area here is several times that of other river sections. It is surrounded by mountains and rocks, and the deepest part of the river is nearly 100 meters. Great place. Chun Tian first collected ice cubes, and then started fishing. At the beginning, everything was normal. Mutant beasts were constantly being caught ashore by Chun Tian. At this rate, he should be able to collect a lot of evolution beads in a day. But near noon, the mutant beast suddenly stopped taking the bait, and the turbulent river surface became calm. Hey, what's going on? Chun Tian was a little surprised. He had been fishing for so many days, but this was the first time he encountered such a situation. Through spiritual observation, there was no trace of mutant beasts near the fishhook. How come the mutant beasts that we were scrambling for just now suddenly disappeared? Has the bait lost its appeal? Chun Tian took out the corpses of 2 mutant beasts from the space and threw them directly into the water. He had to get to the bottom of this abnormal situation. The mental detection was always locked on the underwater, and suddenly, a huge monster appeared within Chun Tian's perception range. What a huge mutant beast. Could it be because of it? Chun Tian's expression became focused. According to his perception, the huge mutant beast was slowly swimming towards him. The water was already calm. Suddenly, the 2 steel wire ropes deep under the water were straightened at the same time. The big fish took the bait and swallowed both hooks into its mouth in one gulp. Bang! Chun Tian suddenly exerted force with his arms, but the sudden burst of force failed to throw the huge monster under the water. Instead, the asphalt road he was standing on was directly collapsed. Boom! There was a loud noise in the water, and a huge wave hit the shore, splashing water all over Chun Tian. Chun Tian held the steel bars tightly with both hands. pulling against the underwater mutant beast. In terms of strength, he is not inferior to the huge mutant beast, but the ground under his feet keeps sinking, making it difficult for him to exert force. Whoosh! Following the pulling force, Chen Tian leaped and landed on a rock. Finally, I can use my strength. Chen Tian's eyes were shining, and he tightened his fingers suddenly, squeezing the steel bar as thick as his wrist and deforming it. This was the first time he had encountered such a huge mutant beast, and he was determined to catch it no matter what. Boom! There was another huge wave on the water. The huge creature in the water had been pulled out of the water by Chen Tian, and its huge mouth was like an open security door. Chen Tian was extremely excited and prepared to pull this big guy ashore in one go. Unexpectedly, it would have been better if he hadn't applied more force. As a result, the two already worn steel ropes broke instantly. Boom! Taking advantage of this opportunity, the huge mutant beast instantly dived into the water, ready to escape. Chen Tian's eyes flashed. The prey was right in front of his mouth. How could he let it escape like this? With a splash, Chen Tian dived directly into the water. Using a special internal breathing method combined with spiritual perception, Chen Tian chased after the mutant beast. Underwater, Chen Tian's speed was not as fast as the mutant beast. In just a dozen breaths, the mutant beast had swam out of his detection range. Chen Tian did not give up and continued to chase forward. Although underwater combat was not favorable to him, after that period of training in the swimming pool, the mutant beasts in ordinary rivers could not threaten him. Are we just going to let it run away like this? Chen Tian was somewhat unwilling. The huge mutant beast may have completed a second evolution. If it can be killed, perhaps an evolution bead with higher energy purity can be obtained. Suddenly, a huge stream of water surged from the front, causing Chen Tian, who was originally chasing, to pause for a moment. Not long after, the escaped mutant beast appeared in his detection range. But he's already dead. Something bit off half of his body. Crash! Chen Tian jumped out of the water with an extremely strange expression. With a wave of his hand, a mutant beast with only half of its body left appeared on the road. The remaining half of the mutant beast was nearly 10 meters long. If the part that was bitten off was included, it would probably be even larger. But even such a mutant beast was bitten to death by something unknown. It is hard to imagine how terrible the mutant beast that bites it to death would be. There's something strange in this water. Staring at the calm water surface, Chen Tian's eyes were shining. Chapter 92. When luck comes, it can't be stopped. After some thought, Chen Tian suspected that there was a Lord-level mutant beast in the water. If you can kill it, you can obtain a Lord-level evolution pearl. Thinking of this, Chen Tian's eyes became hot. His eyes turned to the calm water surface again. There was a problem that needed to be solved. How could he lure out that Lord-level mutant beast? He still doesn't know what the other person looks like. The only two fishing tools were scrapped, and it might not be possible to lure out the mutant beast by throwing bait. This matter still needs to be planned carefully. After storing the other mutant beasts he had just caught into the space, Chen Tian continued to drive the off-road vehicle forward. He needed to familiarize himself with the direction of the river first. After driving for about half an hour, they discovered a hydroelectric power station ahead, with more than a dozen survivors trapped inside. Hearing the sound of the car, the survivors all came out. "Kid, you can't go any further. Stay here with us and wait for rescue. There is a monster in the river," an old man persuaded Chen Tian. "The monster in the water is so scary that it can even pull a car into the river. You must believe it." Someone else followed suit to persuade. Chen Tian learned from these survivors that the mutant beasts in the water were extremely sensitive to sound and would attack cars driving along the river bank. This information is very important, and Chen Tian has already thought of a good idea. "Wait here, a helicopter will come to pick us up. Why don't you listen to my advice, kid?" Seeing that Chen Tian was determined to drive away, these people couldn't persuade him no matter how hard they tried. When Chen Tian left, he left some water and food for these people as a reward for their information. Afterwards, he took out some pots and pans from the storage space and tied them to the car. As the car started, they made continuous noises. From noon to dusk, Chen Tian drove the off-road vehicle and wandered around the nearby river section. The little black dog and the little white cat in the car were temporarily put into his life space by him, because if he really lured out the Lord-level mutant beast later, the two little guys would only be a drag. Ding ding dong dong ding ding dong dong. The SUV was not going very fast, but the pots and pans being dragged made a constant noise. Just when Chen Tian was doubting whether this method would work, there was a slight bang and the SUV shook slightly. "Here it comes." Chen Tian's eyes lit up, and he perceived something like a tentacle entangled the off-road vehicle. "It's actually a licking type. No wonder." Chen Tian stepped on the accelerator. At this time, several tentacles emerged from the water and tightly wrapped around the off-road vehicle. Knowing that the time was almost right, Chen Tian took out a heavy barbell plate from the space and pressed it directly on the accelerator, while he himself jumped out of the open window. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of sharp daggers flew out and hovered around Chen Tian. At the same time, Chen Tian held a sword in each hand. He did not cut the tentacles that were entangled with the car body, but followed these tentacles and rushed directly into the water. Boom. Chen Tian was very fast, and the dagger floating around his body also went underwater with him. Boom. Huge waves suddenly rolled up on the water surface, and soon the river water turned blood red. Chen Tian, who was underwater, stood on the mutant beast. The sword in his hand, with the blessing of exclusive energy, kept cutting the mutant beast's body. The dagger suspended around the body resists the tentacle attack of the mutant beast. Stimulated by the pain, the mutant beast burst out with terrifying power, and the off-road vehicle that was originally on the road was directly dragged into the river and smashed towards Chen Tian. Chen Tian's spiritual perception allows him to know the situation around him even with his eyes closed. Sensing the off-road vehicle falling down, Chen Tian became more determined to kill the mutant beast. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The machete in his hand dug a big hole in the mutant beast's body in an instant, just like cutting tofu. The battle was over and Chen Tian won an overwhelming victory. Wow. Chen Tian stepped on a dagger controlled by telekinetic energy on each foot and jumped out of the water. I didn't expect the evolved beasts in the water to grow so fast. Chen Tian gained a huge harvest by killing a Lord-level mutant beast, but he also felt sorry for the off-road vehicle that sank to the bottom of the water. He had had that off-road vehicle for some time, and its performance was very good in all aspects. He didn't expect to lose it here. However, when he thought of the corpse of the Lord-level mutant beast, Chen Tian no longer felt sad. The Lord-level evolution beads alone are worth far more than 10,000 off-road vehicles. Not to mention that the body of a Lord-level mutant beast has extremely high research value and can be exchanged for a fighter jet in the safe zone. Of course, Chen Tian would not change it. Now that Lord-level mutant beasts are so rare, he is planning to use this mutant beast to help the little black dog and the little white cat improve their strength. When Chen Tian released the little black dog and the little white cat from the life space, the two little guys looked confused. Where's our car? The two little guys stared at Chen Tian together. Chen Tian pretended not to see it, stretched out his hand and pointed forward. Let's go. Let's go find a new car. The two little guys had no choice but to follow Chen Tian and walk along the road. Now the sun has set, and the winter night is dark. Chen Tian and a cat and a dog are walking alone on the road, looking a little funny. Let's play a game. Chen Tian suddenly spoke while walking. The two little guys looked over at the same time. A few minutes later, Chen Tian used the items stored in the space to make a simple sled. The little black dog and the little white cat are responsible for pulling, while he is responsible for sitting. The two little guys looked at Chen Tian with resentment, and their expressions seemed to be saying, "Master, do you have any shame? Come on, it's time to show the results of your training. Run faster," Chen Tian said with a matter-of-fact expression. With the two little guys as a means of transportation, the speed is no slower than an off-road vehicle. Chen Tian sat on the simple sled to control the balance, and kept encouraging them. "Very good. I will make you delicious food tonight. Lord-level evolved beast meat. You will be in for a treat." The temptation of food gave the two little guys pulling the sled the motivation to struggle, and they started running faster and faster. "Stop." Not knowing what he discovered, Chen Tian suddenly spoke. Due to the strong inertia and the snow on the road, the two little guys couldn't stop even if they wanted to. In the end, they and the sled flipped into a drainage ditch on the side. As for Chen Tian, he had already jumped down. Without looking at the little black dog and the little white cat in the gutter, Chen Tian's eyes were fixed on a military truck that had overturned beside the embankment. I was just talking about finding a new car. Here it is. This military truck looks even more powerful than the lost off-road vehicle and has better off-road performance. Chen Tian suppressed his laughter. When luck comes, nothing can stop it. Chapter 93. The scum is someone else. Judging from the bullet holes left at the scene, a fierce gun battle must have taken place here. If Chen Tian guessed correctly, the reason why this military truck overturned here should be related to the Lord-level mutant beast he killed. Except for the slight deformation of the rear compartment, the whole car is in good condition. After a checkup, Chen Tian felt even happier. Woof, woof, woof. At this time, the little black dog and the little white cat had already crawled out of the gutter. The game is over. You don't have to pull the sled anymore. Chun Tian smiled at the two little guys, then raised his hand and put the military truck in front of him into the space. When he jumped back onto the road, he released the military truck. This is a 6x6 military truck, all in military green color. It has extremely powerful performance and can easily handle climbing hills, crossing ditches, and other complex road sections. The car key was inserted into the car, and it started as soon as the ignition was turned on. Come on up, this car will be ours from now on. Chun Tian waved at the two little guys. This military truck only has 3 seats in a row, but the space is not small, especially the field of view has become much higher, and you can see farther ahead. Since it is a military truck, there is a hatch on the top, which allows people inside to get out after it is opened. After the truck started, it drove forward along the road. Chun Tian could best appreciate the performance of this truck, which was indeed military grade. He did not feel any slipping when driving on such a snowy road. When you step on the accelerator to the bottom, the power is so strong that it rushes forward like a mad beast. Chun Tian likes this car more and more. The only regret is that the rear carriage is open air, and although it is covered with green canvas, its defense is very poor. Chun Tian thought about finding a container to replace it later. Now that he has spatial abilities, he doesn't need to worry too much about these things. The truck drove along the road and stopped at a rest area. Chun Tian got out of the car and checked. There were no survivors and no supplies to collect in the entire rest area. It seemed like this place had been raided by someone before, and all the valuable things were taken away. Chun Tian set up a pot and lit a fire, preparing to spend the night here. In order to fulfill his promise, he really took out the Lord-level mutant beast, removed the edible parts, and shared them with the two little guys. The special meaty aroma has already made the two little guys fall in love with it. After dinner, Chun Tian did not give up his practice because of the battle during the day. He continued to knock on the alien container. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but based on the recoil force, Chun Tian had a vague feeling that was hard to describe and explain. The next morning, Chun Tian decided to go to the nearby county town. Since he no longer had fishing tools, he could no longer obtain evolution beads as before, which was undoubtedly a huge loss. To this end, Chun Tian decided to find materials and make a few more fishing tools. What Chun Tian didn't expect was that he actually met someone he knew in his previous life on the way. He was a man in his 40s. Although he looked much younger than Chun Tian remembered, Chun Tian recognized him at the first sight. This person once helped Chun Tian with a meal. Chun Tian will never forget his enemies. He will also remember those who have helped him. Being able to meet again here is a kind of fate. Otherwise, Chun Tian would not be able to find this person based on a name alone. Looking at the pair of daughters beside the man, Chun Tian seemed to have thought of something and was suddenly startled. He remembered that when he met this man, he was alone. Later, he heard from others that after the end of the world, he still had a pair of daughters who survived. However, something happened on the way to Baiyang County, and his 2 daughters were killed by bad guys. The county town that Chun Tian was going to was Aries County, which couldn't help but surprise him. Could it be that during this journey, his 2 daughters met with misfortune? Although the exact time of the murder is unknown, with so many coincidental factors coming together, Chun Tian couldn't help but think so. Chun Tian's eyes swept over the others. These people should be the survivors forming a team. There are 15 people in total, and there are no other women except the 2 daughters of the man. Could it be that one of these people did something that was outrageous to both humans and gods? Those 2 girls are twins, about the same age as Chun Tian. Yet someone actually stretched out his evil claws to them. They are worse than beasts. But Chun Tian likes to kill this kind of scum the most. Driving the truck slowly over, it immediately attracted the attention of these people. When these survivors heard that Chun Tian was also going to Baiyang County, they agreed to let Chun Tian go with them. Chun Tian did not speak to the man who had given him a meal. Some things just need to be done, no words needed. Besides, it is the end of the world now, and we should be vigilant against each other. Everyone had their own car, and after a short rest, everyone continued on their way. Chun Tian has been keeping an eye on the people in the convoy. The villain has not surfaced yet, but he has encountered a mutant beast. It was a small mutant pig with great attack power. Finally, Chun Tian sent out the little white cat to deal with the mutant pig. The crisis was resolved, but everyone began to be wary of him. Chun Tian felt that this would not work. Unless the villain showed up, he couldn't tell who he was. Now that everyone is so fearful, the evil guy certainly won't dare to act rashly. If scum is not eliminated, it will become a hidden danger sooner or later. So, Chun Tian found a reason to leave. The convoy continued to move forward, and the atmosphere became much more relaxed. "Dad, do you know that boy?" In the car, the twin sister asked her father who was driving. "How would I know him?" The man smiled lightly. He was still surprised at how strong the white cat the boy raised was. But Dad, he looked at you with strange eyes several times. The twin sister said again. What's so good about me? The man found it funny. His second daughter is very sensitive. In comparison, his eldest daughter, who was born on the same day, is much more stable. The car was driving when the leading car in front suddenly stopped. A group of people in uniform came out from nowhere and stopped them. The man, like everyone else, thought these people were police officers, so he cooperated and followed his two daughters out of the car. It was later discovered that these people were fakes, and their evil faces were soon revealed. You bastards, let my daughter go. The man's eyes were bloodshot, and his heart was bleeding as he looked at his two daughters who were forcibly abducted by the other party. The other side had more people and more power, so as soon as he rushed forward, he was pinned to the ground by two of them. The two daughters were dragged into the carriage by the other party and kept wailing, Daddy, save me. Daddy, save me. They were only 14 years old. How could they have the strength to fight against these strong adults? Every shout was like a knife stabbing into the man's heart. The man watched the beasts in the carriage tearing off his two daughters' clothes, and he wished he could turn into a mutant beast and eat all those people. It turns out that the scumbag is someone else. At this moment, Chun Tian's figure suddenly appeared, like a god descending from heaven. In his left and right hands, he held a male corpse. Chapter 94. I can kill you in a snap. The originally noisy surroundings suddenly became quiet, and everyone stared in shock at the young man who appeared out of nowhere. The two male corpses in the boy's hands were so glaring that people subconsciously held their breath. Plop. Like throwing away garbage, Chun Tian threw the two corpses in his hands aside, and then looked at these people leisurely. At first he thought that the attacker was someone in the convoy, but when he secretly followed behind, he found out that the scum was someone else. You. One of the men stared at Chun Tian. He was so shocked by the way the boy appeared that he couldn't even finish his words. Whoosh. Chun Tian accelerated in an instant and was already close to the man. Save your spit. Don't talk. Just go and die. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a crisp crack sound, and the man in front of him had his neck broken. Call. At this moment, a strong wind hit Chun Tian's back of the head. A man was waving a fire axe, trying to kill Chun Tian with one blow. He is also a brainless person. Does he think that a sneak attack can succeed? Bang. Chun Tian didn't even look back, he just gave a side kick, and the man who was attacking flew out instantly. His body hit a cypress tree with such a powerful force that his body was like a piece of skin wrapped around the trunk of the tree, and he was no longer a human being. At this moment, even a fool could see that this young man was a freak comparable to a mutant beast. The rest of you, come together. Chun Tian hooked his finger at those people who were still in a daze. Although it feels great to kill scum, there is always a feeling of not being able to have fun when dealing with such vulnerable scum. He is an evolver. Hurry, call someone. One of the men reacted and took out something that looked like a sky rocket from his arms. Chun Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, and sure enough, the other party had other companions, which saved him the trouble of interrogating them. He just watched quietly as the other party took out a lighter and lit the sky rocket in his hand. The flying monkey drew a straight line, flew into the air and exploded, and the sound could be heard from far away. Don't do anything yet. Our people will be here soon. You can sit down and have a good chat. Maybe it was because the other party saw Chun Tian standing there and didn't take any more action, which caused them to misunderstand and think that they could have a talk. How many of you are there? Chun Tian's eyes flashed. The man who just spoke gave a nonsensical answer. Our boss is also an evolver. If you join us, you will definitely be able to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. The two girls in the car can also be given to you. We also have. Bang. Before the man could finish his words, Chun Tian suddenly appeared and punched him dead. Don't you have ears? You don't know anything I ask. Chun Tian's eyes were as sharp as a knife, and he looked at the person next to him. You answer. The man was already scared silly, and with a clack, he threw down the weapon in his hand, raised his hands, knelt on the ground, and begged. Don't kill me. I was forced to do it. Don't they all have ears? Chun Tian directly kicked the other person, making him receive his lunch happily. What's the point of begging for mercy? Chun Tian never believes the nonsense coming from scumbags. At this time, the other people saw that something was wrong and no longer dared to stand there. They turned around and ran away. They wished there was no hole on the ground, otherwise they would have crawled right in. Looking at the people fleeing in different directions, Chun Tian did not chase them, but picked up a few stones. Whoosh pop. Stones flew out, and a person's head was like a persimmon smashed to the ground. Whoosh pop. Whoosh pop. Stones flew out of Chun Tian's hands one after another, and he killed all the escapees in just a few strokes. In the end, he still didn't find out how many people were there in the other gang. But it doesn't matter. We'll interrogate them thoroughly when the support arrives. We have to leave someone alive this time. In just a few minutes, the sounds of running and dogs barking could be heard. Shin Tian's eyes swept over the innocent people who were frightened at the scene. They all stayed where they were, not daring to move, for fear that they would become the target of the young man's hunting. God knows how scared they are at this moment. The boy killed people as easily as crushing a bug, and the evil smile that occasionally appeared on his face made these people's scalps tingle. You have nothing to do here, go back to your cars. Shin Tian suddenly spoke. His words were like an imperial decree, and no one dared to disobey. These people had long wanted to get on the car and hide, and they only regretted that they did not run fast enough. The man that Shin Tian was mainly concerned about also ran into the car immediately to reunite with his two daughters. Fortunately, his two daughters were just a little frightened and were not seriously injured. Hide behind me and don't make any noise. The man lowered his voice and warned his two daughters. Things are not over yet, so it's not time to let down your guard. The eldest daughter was very well behaved, curled up there without moving, but the second daughter raised her head and looked out through the car window. Woof, 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 woof. Soon, the barking sounds became more and more obvious, and more than 20 people ran over from a distance. They turned out to be 3 huge Tibetan Mastiffs. No wonder these people are so arrogant and dare to commit crimes in broad daylight. In addition to owning 3 evolved dogs, the one-eyed man in the lead is also an evolver. Now that several months have passed since the apocalypse, it is not surprising to see the evolver Shin Tian. Unfortunately, there is only one evolver among these supporters. If there were more, it would be much more painless to kill them. Who did it? Looking at the corpses around him, the one-eyed man became furious and roared out loud. It seems that there is a reason why one of your eyes is blind. I'm standing right here, but you can't see it. Shin Tian said sarcastically. Did you do it? The one-eyed man was very surprised. No matter how you look at it, the other person is a child of 13 or 14 years old. Shin Tian suddenly stretched out a finger and said, I will only keep one of you alive for now. Whoever lays down his weapon first will be given the spot. If you miss this opportunity, I will have to choose randomly. I will give you 5 seconds to think. The countdown starts now. Tear him apart for me. The one-eyed man released the 3 evolved Tibetan Mastiffs he was holding. He is also a cautious person, so he uses the evolved dog to test the opponent's background first. 3 huge evolved Tibetan Mastiffs, like tigers escaping from a cage, pounced fiercely towards Shin Tian. Shin Tian pulled out the 3-edged military bayonet from his waist and attacked instantly the moment the 3 evolved Tibetan Mastiffs pounced on him. Puff, puff, puff. He stabbed out 3 times with the 3-edged bayonet in his hand. Each blow pierced the evolved Tibetan Mastiff's head. Shin Tian casually shook off the blood on the 3-edged military bayonet. The 3 evolved Tibetan Mastiffs that were killed instantly slid on the ground for several meters before stopping. At this moment, not only the one-eyed man, but also the men around him, all had expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Unfortunately, 5 seconds have passed. Shin Tian looked across. It was just a casual look, but it made the people opposite him feel a chill down their spines. Chapter 95. This deal is worth it. The strength that Shin Tian just displayed has already shocked these scumbags. Even the 3 evolved Tibetan Mastiffs that they relied on the most were killed in seconds, not to mention their people. At this time, some smart guys had secretly thrown away their weapons, hoping to get the spot that the boy mentioned. Little did they know that it was too late to make a decision now. Shin Tian had already given them a chance, but they didn't seize it. Whoosh. The young man who was 20 meters away the previous second appeared in front of these people the next second. The first target chosen was the one-eyed man, who was the strongest among them. The one-eyed man was almost scared to death when he saw the boy's face suddenly appear in front of him. His body's instinctive reaction made him swing the machete in his hand at the first moment. It can be said that he used all his strength in this strike of the sword. In his state of extreme fear, it was impossible for him to retain any strength. But the machete stopped halfway down. The one-eyed man was now even more certain that the young man in front of him was not a human. He swung the sword with all his strength, but the blade was caught by the young man's fingers, and he could not move it at all. How powerful was this monster that he could actually catch his full-strength sword attack with one hand? I was expecting something from you, but it turns out you are only this good. Shin Tian exerted a little force with his fingers and actually snatched the opponent's machete, then casually pushed it forward. With a puff, the machete pierced directly through the one-eyed man's neck. Now that the boss was dead, the others dared not resist, and they all dropped their weapons. Don't kill me. I recognize you as our boss. I'm actually a good person. I was forced to do this. Please believe me. Let me go. I'll do anything you ask me to do. As arrogant as these people were before, they are as humble now. Puff, puff, puff. Chen Tian didn't waste any words with them and stabbed around with the three-edged military bayonet in his hand. If begging for mercy is useful, then haven't those who have been harmed by them begged for mercy? Chen Tian's principle is to eradicate all evil. As he said before, he left a random person alive. This was a short man, kneeling on the ground trembling. His dead companions were all around him. How many of you are there? Chen Tian asked. We. The man was so frightened that he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Bang! A loud slap knocked the man in front of him to the ground, and his face almost touched the dead man's face. Straighten your tongue and speak, Chen Tian said coldly. The little man didn't dare to fart, and after being slapped, he kept apologizing. I'm sorry. The slap did have some effect. At least the man spoke clearly now. Except you. How many people are left in your gang? Chen Tian asked a different question. There are 4 more, guarding the factory. The man replied quickly. Take me there in a moment. After Chen Tian finished speaking, he asked the man to wait here. The man remained kneeling on the ground, not daring to stand up or raise his head. Chen Tian reached out, picked up an evolved Tibetan Mastiff, and walked towards the pickup truck. The man and his 2 daughters were in the pickup truck. When they saw the boy walking towards them, they became extremely nervous. Dad, the second daughter, who had been stretching her neck to peek, now shrank back in fear. Don't be afraid, Dad is here. The man pretended to be calm. Bang! Chen Tian directly threw the evolved Tibetan Mastiff in his hand into the bed of the pickup truck, causing the truck to shake and scaring the 2 girls in the car to scream. Shut up, Chen Tian snorted coldly. The 2 girls were really obedient. They immediately covered their mouths and dared not make a sound. Please don't hurt my daughter, the man said in a pleading tone. He knew that if the young man wanted to do something, he would be powerless to stop him. Take these and go. Chen Tian threw 2 daggers and a pistol into the car, then turned and left at the man's stunned expression. The favor of a meal is now settled. The man drove a pickup truck and left with his 2 daughters. Everyone else was also driven away by Chen Tian. After putting the other 2 evolved Tibetan Mastiffs into the space, Chen Tian once again came to the man kneeling there. Lead the way. The short man was so guilty and frightened that he couldn't even stand up at once. He felt much better after being slapped by Chen Tian. Half an hour later, Chen Tian walked out of an abandoned factory with a smile on his face. All the supplies collected by the gang were seized by him. The most gratifying thing is that we found a lot of cables that can be used as fishing lines, and the next thing we need is fish hooks. After making the fishing tools, he could go back to his previous life of quickly collecting evolution beads. With a wave of his hand, Chen Tian released the military truck and continued to head towards Baiyang County. Maybe because of the different route he chose, Chen Tian did not encounter any convoys that were also heading to Baiyang County during the journey. However, I did meet some unexpected people. There's a car coming. It looks like our car. A man wearing white combat uniform and carrying a rifle was knocking on the car door. Soon, 2 men in similar attire got out of the car. They looked at the military truck slowly approaching with joy on their faces. Finally, we don't have to walk back, and Professor Liang's injury can be treated in time. The men walked to the middle of the road and began waving and shouting. But when the truck got closer, they were dumbfounded. The driver turned out to be a teenager. There was only the boy, a cat and a dog in the car, no one else. Where did this young man get this military truck? It's a pity that the license plate had been torn off, otherwise they would have been able to learn more information. No matter who this young man is, Professor Liang's injury can't be delayed any longer. They must return to the safe zone as soon as possible. I asked the young man for help, thinking that he would agree readily, but I didn't expect him to refuse so bluntly. I can't help you. I'm not going to the safe zone. Don't you have a car? Chen Tian took a look at the modified military truck parked on the side of the road. It was much more advanced than the one he was driving. It had a special steel body installed at the back, making it look even more domineering and powerful. Our car is out of gas. Please help us. There is a wounded person in our car who needs urgent medical treatment. Would you consider changing your car? Chen Tian's sudden words stunned the man who was speaking. Originally, Chen Tian just said it casually, but he didn't expect these people to actually agree. This is a good deal. Looking at the exchange truck in front of him, Chen Tian felt better. Chen Tian took out a barrel of fuel from the private space to fill up the car, and then drove the new car happily. Little did they know that the people who had just left met the team that came to greet them not long after they left. A woman full of wild beauty was lecturing. So you changed the car? Captain, we are also worried about Professor Liang's injury. If we hadn't used the spare fuel to deal with the mutant beasts, we would have returned long ago. A man explained. While they were talking, they saw the truck they had replaced driving steadily towards them. Chapter 96. Just wait and see who will beat whom. Looking at the oncoming truck, the people who were most surprised were the ones who changed vehicles. The car was out of gas. How did the boy find fuel in such a short time? The truck slowly stopped, and Chun Tian looked through the windshield at the familiar figure, Tang Anha. He recognized this woman at the first sight. Back then in the evolutionary training camp, this woman was one of the teachers and was nicknamed Tyrannosaurus. Even at this moment, Chun Tian still remembered what the woman said when she stood on the high platform and looked at the people lying on the ground exhausted. I know you all don't like me and want to beat me up, but unfortunately, you are all too weak. It's not that I don't give you a chance, it's that you are useless. When you have the strength to beat me up, I will call you teacher. At first, all the members of the training camp, including Chun Tian, wanted to beat up this woman, but no one succeeded. I didn't expect to meet her at this time. Chun Tian knew that the evolutionary training camp had not yet been formally established, and this woman should still be the captain of a team. Tang Anha arranged a car to send the injured Professor Liang to a safe area first, and then looked at the young man in the driver's seat. The boy was younger than she had imagined, and his face did not show any of the fatigue and confusion that a survivor of the apocalypse should have. Instead, he looked full of energy. This boy is an evolver. This thought flashed through Tang Anha's mind, and his eyes lit up. According to statistics from various safe zones, the youngest evolver is a little girl named Qin Ming Ming, who is less than 8 years old. Judging from his age, the young man in front of him should not be more than 14 years old. Tang Anha has never seen his photo, which means that this young man is most likely an evolver who has not been registered. Tang Anha, who was interested, walked to the front of the car and said loudly, "Can you please get off for a moment? A young evolver is a seedling worth nurturing." Now, the safety zones in various places protect the evolvers very closely. One more evolver means more safety and security for the safety zones. Now that she has encountered it today, she cannot miss it. "What's up?" Chun Tian opened the car door, jumped out, and looked up at the woman in front of him. He now had an urge to beat this woman up, probably because of the regrets he had in the past. What to do? Should I take action directly or find trouble? Tang Anha looked at the boy who was only as tall as his chest, smiled gently, and introduced directly. "I am Tang Anha, the captain of the Sharp Knife Squad. I would like to invite you to join the safe zone. I wonder if you are interested." As soon as these words were spoken, the members of Tang Anha's team all widened their eyes. They had never seen the captain speak to others so politely. What kind of charm did this young man have that could make the usually serious Captain Tang smile so rarely? There is a problem. There must be something wrong here. All of a sudden, everyone else became interested and looked at the boy with scrutinizing eyes. Not interested. Chun Tian refused directly. "You are an evolver, right?" Tang Anha asked directly. When they heard the word evolver, the team members behind him all widened their eyes. Is this boy an evolver? They were so surprised because Tang Anha was an evolver. The strength he displayed during the mission made ordinary people like them both impressed and envious. Seeing that the boy was silent, Tang Anha said, "Even if you don't say it, I can see it. Come back to the safe zone with me. After special training, you will become even more powerful." "How powerful is it?" Chun Tian asked casually. He still wanted to beat up this woman. Although he knew it was wrong, the thought just wouldn't go away. The only thing to blame is that this woman left a particularly deep impression on him when she was scolding them. "You can become as good as me, or even surpass me," Tang Anha said confidently. "Are you very powerful?" Chun Tian's eyes were shining as if he had found a breakthrough. "Our captain is ranked in the top 5 on the published list of evolvers. Don't you think he's impressive?" A outspoken team member interrupted. "Well, think about it. Although there are fewer mutant beasts now, you never know when a more terrifying monster will appear." Tang Anha was determined to bring Chun Tian back to the safe zone. If she could succeed, she would have accomplished a great feat. If she knew that Chun Tian was suppressing the urge to beat her at this moment, I wonder how she would feel. "You are too weak." Tang Anha was stunned by Chun Tian's words. "Hey, kid, you're really rude. If you're capable, try fighting with our captain and see if you can last for a minute." One of the team members couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up immediately. "You have to know that in the hearts of these people, Tang Anha is the object of worship and admiration, and the backbone of their Sharp Knife Squad. How could she allow a little kid to question her? The difference between evolvers and evolvers is huge. Our captain can beat you 10 times with just one hand. Believe it or not. Hey kid, don't disbelieve me. All of us combined are no match for our captain. If you don't believe me, you can try." As the conversation progressed, some team members started to make a fuss. These people had all been beaten by Tang Anha before, and they also wanted Chun Tian to experience that feeling. Although they meant to provoke him, what they just said was not wrong. In their opinion, Chun Tian, a boy who has not yet grown up, cannot be compared with the captain who has been through many battles. Their captain, using only a combat knife, set a record of slaughtering 3 mutant beasts. If I want you to experience how powerful I am, will you follow me back to the safe zone? Tang Anha's smile reached the bottom of his eyes. She could see that the boy really thought she was weak. If she had such thoughts just because she was a woman, then she would have to teach this boy a good lesson. If you can defeat me, I can go back to this safe zone with you. Chun Tian suddenly laughed. He was just worrying about whether he had any reason to beat up this woman, but he didn't expect that the other party had found a reason for him. Tang Anha also smiled. It was so easy to bring this boy back, so she was naturally happy. Okay, then I'll show you how to do it. Tang Anha looked very confident. What if you can't beat me? Chun Tian asked again. Tang Anha was stunned. She had never thought about this question. How could I lose to a child? At this time, a team member started to make a noise. If our captain loses, I'll marry you, huh? He just laughed twice, but was glared at by Tang Anha and immediately stopped talking. What do you think we should do? Tang Anha looked at Chun Tian. Chun Tian said, let me make it clear first. If I beat you up and make you cry, I won't comfort you. If I hurt you, I won't heal you. If you lose, you have to call me teacher from now on. Can. No matter how he thought about it, Tang Anha didn't think he would lose. Chun Tian hooked his finger at the other party. Let's start. Chapter 97. Direct Crushing of Strength. Seeing the young man so confident, not only Tang Anha, but also her teammates laughed. This kid doesn't even know who his opponent is. It's going to be a good show. I dare say this kid wouldn't last more than 20 seconds in the captain's hands. How confident you are now will reveal how embarrassed you will be in a moment. Just wait and see. The team members crossed their arms over their chests, looking like they were waiting to see a good show. Thinking back to when Tang Anha was transferred here to become their captain, they were all unwilling to accept it. Why should they let a woman lead the team? But later, after a series of challenges, all the members of their sharp knife squad were beaten down. No one could last against Tang Anha for 15 seconds, and this was when the opponent showed mercy. Now, their battle-hardened captain is fighting against a rookie. The outcome is clear. The only suspense is how this boy will be beaten. Judging from their captain's attitude towards this young man, he will probably hold back when the fight starts. I wonder if this kid will be beaten to tears. The team members were full of expectations, but Tang Anha himself did not have such complicated thoughts. She had only one idea, to make the boy realize how powerful he was, and then take him back to a safe zone. You can attack me at any time. Tang Anha smiled gently. When dealing with a child, she still has to be more tolerant. As soon as she finished speaking, she realized her mistake. Whoosh. The boy who was 5 meters away just now was in front of her in an instant. Tang Anha was startled and instinctively raised his hands to block, but he was still a beat too late. Bang! There was a sudden strong force coming from my abdomen. The powerful force caused Tang Anha's face to change immediately. She knelt on the ground with a look of pain, supporting herself with one hand and covering her abdomen with the other. There was only one sentence in her mind. How is this possible? The other team members who were ready to watch the show were all dumbfounded at this moment, their eyes almost popping out of their heads. What just happened? How come it was the captain who fell? Everyone, including Tang Anha himself, was stunned. At this time, Chun Tian's voice sounded. Don't let your guard down when dealing with any opponent. Don't you even understand such a simple truth? No one knows that after Chun Tian just threw that punch, he felt relaxed all over. The regret of everyone in the training camp was finally realized by him today. Chun Tian didn't use much force in that punch just now, because the opportunity was so rare and he didn't want it to end so easily. You're right. I was too careless. At this time, Tang Anha had recovered. The smile on her face was gone, replaced by seriousness. That punch just now was just a greeting. Let me see how powerful you are. Chun Tian hooked his finger at the other party again. At this moment, Tang Anha no longer regarded the young man in front of him as a child, but as a real opponent. Be careful. After he finished speaking, Tang Anha slid forward and suddenly raised his knee to hit the boy's abdomen. This is a preparation to return the punch just now. Chun Tian just slightly turned his body and dodged. Tang Anha took advantage of the situation and unleashed a series of punches, jabs, swinging punches, hooks, and backhand straight punches. The moves were as smooth as flowing water, and ordinary people could only see a series of afterimages. However, what no one expected was that in the face of such a fierce attack, the boy was still able to dodge it easily. It is no exaggeration to say that Tang Anha did not even touch the corner of the boy's clothes, and all his attacks hit the air. Such a scene has left the watching team members dumbfounded. This boy was able to dodge all of the captain's attacks. He is so strong. At this moment, they all blushed for their previous ignorance and narrow-mindedness. No wonder this young man looks so arrogant. It turns out he has the ability to do so. Whoosh whoosh. Tang Anha's attacks never stopped, and even became more fierce. No matter whether it was punching or kicking, he could not touch the boy's body. It felt like he was fighting with a ghost. How so? This was the first time Tang Anha felt his own weakness since he became an evolver. You're too slow. After dodging the opponent's swinging punch, Chen Tian threw another punch, hitting Tang Anha in the abdomen. Tang Anha, who had just been attacking violently, was knocked out by this punch and vomited. He knelt on the ground again, with his mouth open and coughing violently. The force of this punch was even greater than the first one, giving her the illusion that her body was pierced through. Team leader, the other members exclaimed. It doesn't matter if you come together, Chen Tian said lightly. Beating one person is the same as beating a group of people. He really doesn't care. By the way, this feeling of beating up my former teacher is really... Don't come over here. Tang Anha spoke out to stop him, but her voice was out of tune at the moment. The burning sensation in her abdomen made her frown. Are you convinced? Chen Tian looked at Tang Anha. Come again. Tang Anha got into a fighting stance and stared at Chen Tian with sharp eyes. Chen Tian smiled lightly. He just liked to beat up such a tough woman. Ugh, he just liked to guide such a person who refused to admit defeat. It seems that I can only continue to bully the strong with the weak. Chen Tian walked towards Tang Anha. Whoosh. Before Chen Tian could get close, Tang Anha's long and fierce side leg had already kicked over. It seemed that this woman was so angry after being beaten, and the kick was really fast and hard. This time Chen Tian did not dodge. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the opponent's ankle directly. Then, Tang Anha was swung up, and with a bang, his body was thrown out and hit the truck. Are you convinced? Chen Tian asked again. Come again. Tang Anha stood up again stubbornly. Are you convinced? Come again. What followed was the scene of Tang Anha being abused again and again, which made her teammates unable to bear to watch any longer. On the newly replaced military truck, the little black dog and the little white cat were also watching the battle outside through the windshield. The two little guys can communicate in a simple way through special ways. Little white cat. That female human was beaten. Little black dog. It's okay. A beating will make you healthier. After several rounds of persistence, Tang Anha finally lay on the ground and couldn't stand up. You lost. Chen Tian squatted close to Tang Anha. Tang Anha didn't say anything. She felt mixed emotions at the moment. This was no longer a simple matter of losing, but she was completely crushed by this young man. Your fighting skills are still at the level of ordinary people. You can only exert 30% of the strength of an evolver at most. Chen Tian said again. These words seemed to have magical power, making Tang Anha, who was originally in a depressed mood, lift up his dirty face. Go back and think about it more. Chen Tian stood up and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, Tang Anha's words made his body stiffen. Teacher, can you teach me? Chapter 98. Loot and Takeaway. When Tang Anha called him teacher, Chen Tian felt a strange feeling in his heart. Things have changed. He used to call the other person like this. Next time we meet, it depends on my mood. After saying this, Chen Tian drove away in his newly bought truck. Captain, how are you? Captain, are you okay? At this time, the other members reacted and hurriedly helped Tang Anha, who was lying on the ground in a mess. Tang Anha laughed at himself and said, I'm sorry to make you laugh. Captain, look at what you said. We have no right to laugh at you. What is the origin of that young man? How can he be so powerful? I've never heard of such a powerful evolver. Today is an eye-opener. As they were talking, these people had already helped Tang Anha into the car, and the atmosphere was very strange for a moment. Captain, are we going directly back to the safe zone? One of them asked. No, let's follow that car, said Tang Anha. Oh, everyone was stunned. Was the captain confused after being beaten? The boy just left. Why did he want to get closer? I still have a lot of questions to ask. Tang Anha explained. She was very interested in the fighting skills the boy mentioned, and she also wanted to know his name. The scene of being abused replayed in her mind, and Tang Anha felt that the boy was more and more unfathomable. Every attack of hers seemed to be predicted by the boy in advance. The boy's seemingly slight movements were always able to dodge her attacks, just right. She really wanted to learn that skill. Of course, she was more curious about the boy's true strength at this moment. In the battle that just ended, the boy probably didn't even use 1/10 of his strength. However, when Tang Anha thought back to how she boasted about how powerful she was in front of the boy, she felt her cheeks getting slightly hot. I originally wanted to catch up with the boy's car, but I didn't expect to go in the wrong direction at a fork in the road. We can't blame them because the other road is a dead end. If the boy takes this road, he will have to return in the end. In fact, there is no dead end in front of Chen Tian. Squeak. The roadblock sign that suddenly appeared in front of him made Chen Tian brake the truck. No way out. Chen Tian got out of the car and looked at the broken overpass. According to the map on the mobile phone, this should have been a highway overpass before, but for some unknown reason it was destroyed. The distance between the broken pieces was more than 30 meters. Even if the truck was driven at the fastest speed, it would be impossible to break through. Small problem. Chen Tian smiled gently, stretched out his hand, and put the truck and the two little guys in the truck into the life space. Then, Chen Tian leaped up, accelerated with a running start, and jumped directly to the other side. Then, released the truck and continue on the road. After driving for about 30 minutes, they finally arrived at the border of Aries County. However, before entering the county, Chen Tian's truck was surrounded by a group of mutant chickens. There was a huge black mass of mutant chickens, numbering several thousand. It turns out there is a chicken farm nearby. It doesn't look like he has the evolution pearl. Tyrant, Snow Emperor, you two go out and solve it. Chen Tian is not very interested in this weak mutant beast now. If he wants to fight, he will fight a peak battle. The little black dog and the little white cat were very excited and rushed out directly. Then, there was a commotion outside, and the scene was very lively. I don't know how much time had passed, but there was finally no noise outside, and the two little guys returned home victoriously with their heads held high. Chen Tian glanced out of the car window and saw chicken feathers and mutant chicken corpses all over the floor. I have to do the collection work myself. Chen Tian got off the car. Although these mutant chickens do not have evolution beads in their bodies, they are evolved beasts after all. It is good to use them for storage and food, fishing, or to get points in the safe zone. After a busy period, all the mutant chickens were finally put into the private space. Since we're here now, let's go to the nearby chicken farm and see if there are any supplies we can collect. The main reason why Chen Tian wanted to go to the county town was to make fishing tools. Now that he had the materials for the fishing line, all he needed was the fish hook. There are unexpected gains everywhere. Even if you can't find the materials to make fish hooks, it's also good to collect some other supplies. When we arrived at the chicken farm, we unexpectedly saw another large wave of mutant chickens rushing over. This time, Chen Tian did not let the two little guys take action, mainly because they couldn't stand the chicken feathers flying all over the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Under the control of thoughts, all the mutant chickens within a radius of several hundred meters were shot to death by steel nails. The steel nails used by Chen Tian had their caps removed, so they had extremely strong penetrating power. Combined with the detection ability, it took him only a short while to slaughter all the noisy mutant chickens. Entering into the factory, Chen Tian smiled. There were countless eggs inside. In this season, eggs are not easy to go bad, so Chen Tian naturally would not miss such a good opportunity. Take as much as you have. Both of Chen Tian's spaces have expanded to an exaggerated extent during this period, so there is no need to hesitate to collect supplies. The benefits of having space have been verified once again. What Chen Tian didn't expect was that he had just walked out of the chicken farm and came across a duck farm, and there was a goose farm behind it. This will be a busy time. It makes people wonder, is this a poultry breeding base? We worked until late at night and finally searched all the nearby farms. Chen Tian made a rough calculation and found that these eggs from chickens, ducks, and geese would be enough for him to eat for several years. Unfortunately, the food in the space cannot be preserved for a long time and will expire eventually. If you want to eat it for a longer time, it seems that you have to pickle these eggs. This kind of thing will be left for later. Chen Tian continued to knock on the alien container as usual at night. I was forced to interrupt my fishing, but I couldn't stop practicing. Daily improvement is also Chen Tian's source of motivation. Boom, boom, boom. Chen Tian wielded two big hammers, hitting the surface of the alien container continuously. The green ripples were like the flashing of voice-controlled lights. It can be seen that as Chen Tian's strength grows day by day, the energy resistance presented by this alien container becomes more and more obvious. Chen Tian, who was swinging with all his strength, suddenly stopped moving for some reason. Not only that, he also stared at his hands with a strange expression. It's that feeling again, as if I've grasped something, but I can't explain it clearly. After being silent for a while, Chen Tian actually threw the hammer in his hand aside and continued to hit the alien container with just his fists. He wants to grasp this vague feeling. Boom, boom, boom. The fist hammered on the surface of the container even faster. The fist wrapped in exclusive energy actually began to flash red light rhythmically. I understand. I finally know what this hazy feeling is. Chen Tian stopped with an excited look on his face. Chapter 99. The teenager is so terrible. This hazy feeling is a technique for displaying exclusive energy, vibration. There was excitement in Chen Tian's eyes. He stared at his hands. The exclusive red energy was flickering like his breathing. No doubt about it. The reason why this alien container was able to break the previous Tang sword is, in simple terms, a kind of shock release of energy. Chen Tian felt that he had grasped the trick, and he couldn't wait to try it out. Controlling the exclusive energy, concentrating it in his hands, taking a deep breath, Chen Tian felt the vibration frequency coming from the energy. Call. He punched out from the air, and it actually created a sonic boom. Not only that, at the moment when the fist reached its fastest speed, the exclusive red energy spread around like a spider web. Chen Tian decided to test the power of this technique. Naturally, he would not choose the extremely sturdy, alien container, but came to the wall of the farm. It was a punch in the normal way. The fist wrapped in exclusive energy slammed into the courtyard wall. This time, Chen Tian did not use the shock technique. Boom. A hole was directly broken in the red brick wall. This is a punch with concussive force. Chen Tian gathered his strength again, and this time used the skills he had just learned, and blasted towards the courtyard wall again. Boom. With a loud bang, the 4 or 5 meter wide courtyard wall exploded with the fist attack as the center. Sure enough, the power has increased a lot. Chen Tian's eyes lit up. This technique is a move for group killing. A shock force was released, and the mutant beasts that pounced over would probably be shattered into pieces. I didn't expect that this alien container would bring me such a big surprise. At this moment, the more Chen Tian looked at the alien container, the more he liked it. The power of this technique should be even greater. Its power is related to the frequency of energy vibration. Chen Tian did not become complacent with himself for having just mastered a new skill. Instead, he began to optimize and research it. Boom. Boom. The unlucky one is the farm here, which became the subject of his test. The punch was as powerful as thunder, not to mention the red bricks and green tiles. Even the steel bars and concrete would be shattered. With Chen Tian's continuous attempts and optimizations, he became more and more proficient in mastering this technique. After mastering this technique, my strength can almost double. The more Chen Tian practiced, the more excited he became. As long as he uses this shock technique, in combination, each of his punches and kicks will be an extremely destructive move. Perhaps, this technique can also be applied to weapons. Chen Tian felt that he was in a particularly good state at the moment, with endless inspiration. He probably won't be able to sleep tonight. In comparison, Tang Anha, who returned to the safe zone, also suffered from insomnia tonight. She had just walked out of the bathroom, and looking at the bruises all over her body, the image of the young man appeared in her mind again. Evolvers, how should we fight? Tang Anha, dressed in a bathrobe, started gesturing in the room. She closed her eyes and carefully recalled every move of the boy. The side steps and turns that seemed casual were actually so precise that they seemed like the result of complex calculations. How did he achieve the best effect with the smallest amplitude? Tang An has simulated it herself. She found out that this technique was extremely difficult after trying it. If you mismanage the timing, you might end up getting hit directly in the body. What kind of person is he? Why is he so terrifying at such a young age? Tang Anha lay on a single wooden bed. The pain, swelling and numbness in her body reminded her all the time that the beating she had received before was not an illusion. Dingling. Just then, the phone on the bedside table suddenly rang. This is a telephone that is part of the security zone's internal network and is connected by telephone lines. Given the current situation where many communication facilities are out of order, this type of phone is still very convenient. Captain Tang, are you asleep? As soon as I picked up the phone, I heard the voice of the team member. Tang Anha rubbed her still aching stomach and asked casually, I didn't sleep. What's the matter? Captain Tang, I knew you couldn't sleep. An excited man's voice came from the phone. If you have something to say, just say it. Tang Anha is straightforward and doesn't like to beat around the bush. What's more, her thoughts were interrupted by this phone call. Captain Tang, we have already found out the origin of that car. Are you talking about the truck that the boy exchanged with you? Tang Anha sat up straight and became interested. That's right. We checked the engine number and some information on the car and found out that it is indeed the car in our safe zone. Get to the point. Captain Tang, don't worry. Listen to me. This is big news. This truck originally belonged to the Thunder Squad. While they were on a mission, they were attacked by an underwater mutant beast. The entire truck was almost dragged into the river. Fortunately, they reacted in time and used grenades to temporarily scare away the mutant beast. Otherwise, there would be a lot of casualties. Tang Anha listened quietly without interrupting. Captain Tang, are you listening? Go on, get to the point. How did the car end up in the hands of that young man? Tang Anha asked. Here comes the point. I heard from the eyewitnesses of the Thunder Squad that their truck had overturned on the riverbank. Unless a large towing truck was used, it would be impossible to pull it ashore. There were also very scary mutant beasts in the river. For safety reasons, they abandoned the truck. You mean, the boy was picked up by the river? Tang Anha understood. That's right. Captain Tang, aren't you surprised? That was a truck that had overturned beside the river. Just think about it. How did that boy get the truck onto the road without any machinery? A word can wake a dreamer up. At this moment, a picture emerged in Tang Anha's mind. The young man displayed his supernatural power and brought the overturned truck to the shore with just his bare hands. It would be fine if he didn't think about it. Thinking about it this way, Tang Anha was suddenly surprised that he was not killed by the boy's punch today. How much did the boy let him down? Captain Tang, are you still listening? I'm listening. What's truly amazing is not the boy's strength, but the fact that he managed to pass through that section of the river safely. I don't know if he encountered that terrifying mutant beast. I heard that section of the road has been closed and the danger level has been set at a. The people in the Thunder Squad are now afraid when they talk about that evolved beast. After hanging up the phone, Tang Anha felt even more confused. She suddenly realized that the boy was even more evil than she had imagined. At this moment, Chen Tian had no idea that there was a woman who couldn't sleep at night because of him. He was holding a big hammer and showing off his power in the farm. The hammer with concussive force hit the concrete floor. Boom. It was like throwing a grenade into the ice. In an instant, the cracked ground collapsed on a large scale. Chapter 100. There is no door to hell, but you guys are trying to squeeze in. In order to perfectly master the shock technique, Chen Tian stayed in the farm for 5 days. Adding the oscillation technique to the knife can unleash even more terrifying cutting power. Chen Tian held a scimitar in his hand. Red light flashed on the blade, and with a swish, he directly cut a steel pipe as thick as his arm. The edge of the scimitar was intact, and the flickering red light seemed to carry magic. The superimposed vibration frequency directly determines the magnitude of the power. Chen Tian swung the knife again, and this time the red light on the knife flashed faster. Swish! The machete went straight into the wall, just like cutting tofu, and kept moving forward. As the scimitar was pulled out, the wall made a boom sound, and a large piece of it fell off, leaving a smooth and flat cut. Although this technique is good, it will put special tension on the blade. When the load is exceeded, the blade will shatter directly. Click! Sure enough, the scimitar in Chen Tian's hand shattered and was scrapped. The material of the weapon directly determines the upper limit of the power of shock. Chen Tian's expression didn't change much. In these 5 days, he had broken more than just this scimitar. Thanks to the fact that he bought a lot in the safe zone last time, he was able to try many times and summarize the maximum vibration frequency that the blade can withstand. Not only will the machete break, but even a sledgehammer will be destroyed if the vibration frequency reaches a certain level, usually starting with the connection between the hammer head and the handle. In the current safe zone, super weapons have not yet been developed. We may have to wait for more than a year. Chen Tian recalled his memories of his past life. The end of the world did not cause human civilization to regress. On the contrary, as alien relics were discovered one after another, human technology ushered in another breakthrough. It's just a pity that in the face of increasingly powerful mutant beasts and various disasters, human living space is still shrinking. It's time to get out of here. After taking a look at the farm that was almost in ruins, Chen Tian decided to continue heading to the county town. His fishing hook has not yet been found. If he was not afraid that the inspiration he had finally caught would disappear, he would not have stayed here for 5 days. The sun was shining brightly in the morning, and the trucks were driving on the road smoothly. Along the way, Chen Tian saw several pickup trucks loaded with goods. They were all survivors searching for supplies. As the zombies disappeared and the mutant beasts decreased, the number of survivors began to increase. This was all within Chen Tian's expectations, so he didn't find it strange, nor did he get anxious because other survivors started collecting supplies. You have to know how big the entire county is. How much can these few survivors and the pickup truck with limited loading capacity take away? It is no exaggeration to say that these survivors could not collect as much as Chen Tian collected in a short while after working hard for a month. After a while, Chen Tian arrived in the county town. There are all kinds of shops on both sides of the street, and the occasional 1 or 2 mutant beasts can be easily dealt with. Chen Tian once again put the truck and the 2 little guys into the life space so that he could be more efficient alone. Shops are close to each other, which is the characteristic of a commercial street. Chen Tian immediately began a complete search, and there was basically nothing left in any of the stores he had visited. Chen Tian would take away any tables, chairs, and benches that could be used as firewood, since he had so much space. This time, Chen Tian walked into a tobacco and alcohol shop. On the shelves, in addition to various brands of cigarettes, there were also various packages of liquor. Chen Tian was hesitating whether to take these things away. To him, cigarettes and alcohol have no practical value and can be given away as gifts at most. Forget it. No matter if it's useful or not, just take it away first. Chen Tian has already made a decision. At worst, if there is no more space in the space, he can just throw it out. Before he could do anything, the shop door outside was violently kicked open. Bang! The door of the shop couldn't withstand the strong force and broke directly. A tall, bearded man walked in from outside. Damn it, it's a good decision to come to the county town. Looking at the cigarettes and alcohol on the shelves, the man laughed out loud. But soon, he discovered Chen Tian standing inside. Seeing that the other party was just a teenager and there were no other cars parked at the door, the man said rudely, "Boy, get out. Grandpa has this place." Chen Tian stared at the guy who suddenly broke in. "Are you fucking?" Seeing that Chen Tian didn't move, the man cursed angrily, but before he could finish his words, he flew out. Boom. The shop door that had been kicked in was now smashed directly by the man's body. The man tumbled to the sidewalk, groaning. His defense was pretty good. After being kicked by Chen Tian, he was able to get up from the ground. Chen Tian walked out with a calm expression and went straight to the man. You are an evolver?" The man stared at the boy in front of him in surprise. Bang! Chen Tian slapped the man, causing him to fall to the ground. "You are so arrogant." Chen Tian walked closer to the man again. No, I was wrong. I was just a bad mouth," the man said as he slapped himself on the face. It can be seen that he knows what evolver means. "I'll give you 30 seconds to disappear from my sight. If you exceed the time, I'll help you disappear," Chen Tian said. "I'll disappear right away. I'll disappear right away." The man ran away, crawling. Watching the man disappear, Chen Tian murmured, "He has already reached the level of a quasi-evolver. It seems that in a month or two, many evolvers will emerge from all over the world." This little episode did not cause any emotional disturbance to Chen Tian, and he continued to collect things in the store. Go to one house and buy everything. Seeing that it was almost noon, Chen Tian decided to go to the shopping mall across the street and prepare lunch. Little did he know that several pairs of eyes were already staring at him. That boy is definitely an evolver. If we eat his meat again, we will definitely become stronger. In a black pickup truck parked on the side of the road, the man who had been beaten by Chen Tian before said fiercely. Besides him, there were 3 other people in the car. They are considered to be a very strong force in the survivor team, as the 4 of them have almost reached the level of quasi-evolvers. All secured, the man driving the car gave a warning, then suddenly accelerated and crashed into the boy who was walking slowly. Chen Tian naturally heard the roaring engine sound of the pickup truck. Turning around, Chen Tian just stood quietly in the middle of the road, watching the pickup truck rushing towards him. There's a road to heaven, but you don't take it. There's no door to hell, but you keep trying to squeeze in. Red energy condensed on Chen Tian's palm, and at the moment the pickup truck hit him, he suddenly threw a punch with a shockwave of force. Boom. It was like being hit head-on by a missile. The pickup truck and the people inside were all torn into pieces in an instant.